Aphrodite Greengrass, our singular heroine. The charming minister and the enchanting witch, both are Aphra. The heroine is a year above Harry. Matters of adult romance are of little concern. Aphrodite Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family. She is alluring and captivating, adept at feigning innocence and sweetness, possessing a delicate mind. Nonchalance defines her character, while tolerance is her hallmark. Thus, whom do you wish to choose? Facing a throng of suitors, Aphra raised her hands in exasperation. I merely wish to provide each boy with a home. Chapter 104. The Compliant Harry. After watching Cedric depart, Aphra turned her gaze toward Harry, who was bowing his head, fiddling with the golden egg. Do you still fancy Diggory? Indeed. Aphra rested her chin on her hand, casting him a sidelong glance. But I am endeavoring to forget him. A glimmer of joy appeared in Harry's eyes, and he smiled. I think Cedric is quite admirable, but you deserve someone even better. Aphra chuckled softly. Who might that be? Harry scratched his head, falling silent, droplets cascading from his hair, leaving alluring watermarks upon his lashes. I think. Harry's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but upon seeing Aphra, he blinked and swiftly changed the subject. I just heard the golden egg underwater. It seems to emit a kind of low chant. Seek us, where our voices resonate. We cannot sing upon the surface. Recalling that line, Aphra's brows unfurled. Doesn't that lay the answer bare? Underwater, the Black Lake. The giant squid? Harry inquired. Aphra raised an eyebrow. The giant squid cannot sing. It must be mermaids. We have taken your most cherished treasure. You have but 1 hour, or it shall vanish completely, never to return. Aphra tapped her fingers thoughtfully. It appears we are in search of a precious possession. It is quite clear, Harry, Aphra declared. You now need to find a spell that allows you to remain submerged for an hour. With 2 months to practice, that should be ample time. Harry blinked. She always possessed such clarity of thought. What spell? Aphra, being a year ahead of him, had learned more spells and was well versed in her studies. Harry always experienced a profound sense of reassurance, instinctively placing his trust in Aphra and yielding to her guidance. Aphra arched an eyebrow, the answer almost palpable, the bubble head charm. Harry nodded. I shall learn. She feigned difficulty. I wish to assist you, but I must prepare for my OWLS this academic year, leaving me little time. What shall I do? Instantly, Harry believed her words, a hint of anxiety creeping in as he felt a tinge of disappointment within. Yet he understood that Aphra's own matters took precedence. Focus on your revision. I will study on my own. Aphra playfully poked his forehead, prompting Harry to cover his head and display a foolish grin. I will create a schedule, Aphra decided, charmed by his endearing reaction. You may come to practice whenever I am available. Ex-boyfriend, prepare to lose. Harry readily acquiesced. I shall heed your instructions. Aphra extended her hand. Come here and let me ruffle your hair. She truly resembled her little sister, Astoria, both equally obedient. Harry hesitated for a moment, leaning in as Aphra tousled his hair. We can start learning right now. There's water here, so I shall grant you 3 minutes to prepare. After a day of practicing in the prefect's bathroom, Harry left with weary steps. Aphra, driven by determination, presented Harry with the schedule the following day. Upon receiving the densely packed document, Harry nearly toppled over in exhaustion. Ron, perplexed, leaned in, rolling his eyes before quickly averting his gaze. Aphra narrowed her brows, glaring at Ron. What? Do you have an opinion? I fear even the Minister of Magic lacks a schedule as full as yours. Ron candidly expressed his thoughts. I can manage my time, rest assured, Aphra remarked while flicking her hair. Ron muttered, I wasn't worried, you know. Beyond her cluttered timetable, she also had daily visits to the library scheduled, small annotations noted. With Theodore, she reserved 3 evenings a week to practice spells in an empty classroom. This time slot from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. is vacant. What is it for? Harry inquired, puzzled. Rest, Aphra replied nonchalantly, pondering whether to mention accompanying the wayward youth, Tom, or perhaps Tom Riddle. After dinner, I will spend 2.5 hours in the library, leaving 2 hours for us to practice the bubblehead charm. Aphra mischievously stated, starting next week, you shall practice at the Black Lake. Harry felt a twinge of reluctance, but obediently agreed. The prefect's bathroom was enclosed and warm. The Black Lake, however, was cold and vast. Anyone could make a choice between the prefect's bathroom and the Black Lake. Nevertheless, the competition must take place in the Black Lake. Harry reassured himself, quickly coming to terms with it. In the frigid January nights beside the Black Lake, Aphra reclined on a hammock, wrapped in a blanket, squinting at her book. Time ticked away, each second passing as the final grain of sand fell through the hourglass. Yet Harry remained submerged. Aphra raised her hand, flipping the hourglass to restart the countdown. When the hourglass reached its midpoint, ripples spread across the water's surface, followed by Harry's head breaking through the surface. He shook his hair, agilely scrambling onto the shore, slightly shivering. Aphra tossed a blanket over him, deftly casting several warming charms and providing a potion. Aphra regarded Harry's bare torso with casual indifference, while Harry had long since shifted from initial awkwardness to familiarity. She observed him hastily drying his body and hair, lazily suggesting, "Be thorough. You wouldn't want to fall ill." Harry, having intended to set the blanket aside, meticulously wiped himself down once more. Aphra yawned. "An hour and a half has passed. You can rest easy. Your bubblehead charm is already quite commendable." Harry's face lit up with joy, but Aphra continued, "However, there will undoubtedly be obstacles underwater. You must also learn offensive spells." Harry nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall manage." Aphra leapt down from the hammock, and they walked side by side towards the castle. Given the cold night and his recent emergence from the icy depths, Harry discreetly distanced himself from Aphra. Aphra noticed his movement and smiled softly. The savior indeed possessed exceptional abilities, she mused. He learned swiftly and progressed rapidly. He could grasp advanced spells, and if he were of age and willingly enter the competition, Cedric and she might not surpass him. She contemplated for a moment, nodding in approval. Satisfactory, passing grade. Meanwhile, Harry calculated the time, realizing February was just around the corner. The 24th would mark the second task, allowing him approximately 20 days to prepare offensive spells. February 14th was Valentine's Day, coinciding with Hogsmeade Day. He discreetly glanced at Aphra, who remained blissfully unaware. "Aphra, will you have a bit more free time this month?" Upon hearing this, Aphra shook her head. "No, on the contrary, I will need to dedicate even more time to my studies." "Then, what if I were to invite you to Hogsmeade on the 14th? Harry asked nervously. Chapter 105, The Straight Man's Date. Aphrodite truly despises her inability to refuse men. Yet, who could bear to decline? She pondered for a moment, reasoning that she could always review her studies later that night, even if it meant sacrificing some time. Thus, she cheerfully acquiesced. "All right, I accept." Harry's heart blossomed with joy as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "That's splendid." He bid farewell to Aphrodite and merrily made his way to the Gryffindor common room, eager to consult Hermione on how to orchestrate a flawless date. Hermione knew everything, and although Aphrodite was equally knowledgeable, he could hardly seek advice from her directly. Upon returning to the common room, Aphrodite tidied up before slipping into her ring to visit Tom. Tom was absorbed in his painting. Upon noticing Aphrodite's arrival, he joyfully discarded his brush, stood up, and embraced her. "Sister, you haven't visited me in days. What are you painting, Tom?" Aphrodite inquired, glancing at the canvas, which depicted a boy with dark hair, grinning radiantly like the sun. "Who is this?" she asked, bemused. "It's me," Tom replied nonchalantly. "Doesn't it look like me?" "It does." "Quite well," Aphrodite acknowledged, though she mused that he lacked such a cheerful disposition. She scrutinized the resemblance for an extended period and realized that Tom did indeed share the same expression as in the painting. Aphrodite's gaze lingered for a while. "Later, I'll paint a picture of you beside me," Tom gestured. Aphrodite smiled at him and ruffled his hair. "It's quite late. Shouldn't you be sleeping?" she asked. Tom nodded. "Then stay with me while I sleep." Aphrodite was at a loss for words. He was 16, not 6. "Sister can't stay here for long. You should sleep on your own, all right?" "All right, but when can I go out with you?" Tom asked earnestly. Aphrodite blinked her innocent eyes. "I don't know either." "Then I'm going to sleep," Tom declared, dropping his pen and lying on his bed. "Good night," Aphrodite replied. "I'll find a way soon, all right?" Tom remained silent. And when Aphrodite disappeared, he climbed up again to examine his painting. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his brush, dipped it in black paint, and decisively drew a large cross over the boy's face. "Pretending to be innocent makes me want to vomit. What's the point?" Tom said coldly. Aphrodite lay back on her bed, a smile gracing her lips as she thought of Tom. She did not believe that Tom's soul could be cleansed. He was inherently dark. and erasing that darkness would only lead to its dissolution, not transformation into purity. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain the facade. It's just a contest of who can be more disgusting. Aphrodite closed her eyes and fell into a peaceful slumber. Harry sought Hermione's counsel, the two of them stamping their feet against the cold by the Black Lake. Hermione frowned, thinking how typical of Harry to ask such a question. Couldn't he consult someone who had actually dated? When going out with a girl, plan your route in advance. Think of a few topics to discuss. And you should be fine. Perhaps prepare a small gift, something novel or nostalgic, and that should suffice. Hermione rambled on, while she was knowledgeable about many things. Her own dating experience was woefully lacking. In the distance, Crumb leaned against a tree, observing the pair he mistakenly believed were on a date. Harry nodded. Let me think. I'll prepare both options. How does that sound? Either way works. Hurry and prepare. I'm off to read. Hermione waved him off, then called back. How's your practice going? Harry confidently proclaimed he was well prepared, yet Hermione remained blissfully unaware of what he had been busy with. I think it's all right. Aphrodite has been helping me, Harry whispered, a hint of pride in his eyes. Hermione was taken aback. So, Aphrodite is assisting you with your ex-boyfriend, right? What a delightful love triangle. Good luck, she said meaningfully. I'll definitely give it my all in the competition, Harry responded, completely oblivious to her insinuations. On February 14th, when Aphrodite finally disembarked from the carriage, she discovered Harry already waiting by the side. With a twinkle in her eye, she took his hand and leapt from the carriage. You weren't the first to leave, were you? She asked playfully, up so early? Harry nodded, a tad embarrassed. Yes, I got up early. I usually do. He was determined to cultivate an image of diligence. Aphrodite felt skeptical but ultimately nodded. Well, you are quite industrious. I do admire people who are disciplined and hardworking. Harry took this to heart, wondering if he should start waking up earlier from now on. Where are we going? Aphrodite was not particularly interested in aimlessly wandering around Hogsmeade or sitting idly in Madame Putafoot's tea shop exchanging trivialities. She longed for something fresh and exciting. Suddenly, Harry leaned closer, fastening a hairpin in her hair. Aphrodite, puzzled, conjured a mirror to inspect herself. It was a green hairpin, somewhat unattractive. Was this the essence of a straight man's taste? A hairpin? She asked curiously, glancing at Harry. Harry fidgeted with his sleeve, nervously rubbing the fabric. Yes. It's the one you gave me when we first met. Aphrodite stared blankly, astonished. Was this hideous hairpin truly hers? She forced a smile, questioning her life choices. I don't believe it. I can't believe you kept this all this time. A touch of emotion stirred within her. If this pin had been in her possession, she would have discarded it years ago. That Harry had preserved it until now was remarkable. I must keep it safe. It's far too nostalgic. Without a second thought, she took the hairpin and tucked it into her pocket, planning to dispose of it when she returned home. She couldn't possibly acknowledge it as a reflection of her own taste. And there's another gift. Harry encouraged himself inwardly, inching closer to Aphrodite. She held her breath as his warm breath brushed against her neck. With clumsy hands, he attempted to fasten a necklace around her neck, but fumbled, unable to secure it. Aphrodite stifled a laugh. Although her collection of necklaces was overflowing, she decided to humor Harry's earnestness for the moment. Honestly, he could have just leaned in and kissed me instead. Aphrodite flicked her hair, turning her back to him. Harry, trembling, finally managed to clasp the necklace, sighing in relief. His cheeks flushed. Thank you, it's lovely. I really like it. Aphrodite smiled widely. So where to next? Harry nodded seriously, Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Aphrodite's smile faltered. Chapter 106, My Treasure. Aphrodite felt a pang of disappointment, yet she maintained her cheerful facade, as if that would bolster her spirits. All right, let us go. She sighed inwardly. Harry still had much to learn. If it were Cedric, she would shake her head in dismay. Soon, it was time for the second task. Even though it was late February, the outdoors were frigid, and the thought of entering the water was daunting. Aphrodite bid Harry farewell, reminding him of a few important points to consider for the competition the following day. You will come to watch me compete, right? Harry asked expectantly. Aphrodite chuckled, of course. Don't ask silly questions, now go on. All right, I'll wait for you. Harry stepped away a couple of paces, then turned back softly. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Aphrodite nodded. After parting ways with Harry, Aphrodite walked lightly towards the Slytherin common room. A house elf appeared before her, blocking her path. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Dobby. Nervously, Dobby nodded, wringing his hands. Miss Aphrodite, Professor Dumbledore has requested your presence in his office. Dumbledore? Aphrodite said seriously. Is there something important? But what could he want with me? All right, let us hurry then. She followed the elf toward the office. Inside, numerous professors and judges were gathered. Is this about the competition? Aphrodite speculated. Dumbledore smiled faintly, indicating that the matter was related to the competition and suggested waiting for everyone to arrive before explaining further. Aphra nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Hermione entered the office, accompanied by a small girl. The little girl bore a striking resemblance to Fleur, and Madame Maxime introduced her as Gabrielle, Fleur's sister. With everyone present, Dumbledore commenced his explanation of the purpose of their gathering. The second task tomorrow morning requires the champions to seek treasures submerged beneath the water, and you, my dear friends, are the treasures. The group exchanged glances, and Aphra smirked at the notion that treasure referred to her, rather than an object, truly misleading. She drawled, "We have 4 champions. Indeed, Miss Granger is Crumb's treasure, and Gabrielle is Fleur's," Dumbledore continued. "However, regarding Diggory and Potter, the arrangements remain uncertain, so perhaps your own opinions are of utmost importance." Aphra raised an eyebrow, pondering the idea of being the one to choose. She despised making choices. Hermione, shaking off her shyness, cast a curious glance at Aphra, her mind racing. Harry's treasure was Aphra. Diggory's treasure was also Aphra. How could one choose? Hermione hoped that Aphra would select Harry. Aphra remained silent for a considerable time, while Dumbledore patiently awaited her response. "If you insist that I choose, my answer is neither," Aphra replied coolly, her annoyance evident. "You may find someone else. I shall not divulge any details about the task." Dumbledore was taken aback, yet replied gently, "What about Mr. Diggory?" Aphra felt a pang in her chest, but could not bring herself to decline. "Is that an agreement?" Dumbledore inquired, perplexed by the minds of the youth. "Perhaps." Aphra mused inwardly, contemplating whether Cedric could save her if she attended. She was curious to see Cedric's reaction. Hermione stroked her chin, wondering if Aphra would rekindle her relationship with Cedric. What of Harry? Well, he would have to fend for himself. "Now, Dobby, would you kindly fetch Mr. Ron Weasley?" Dumbledore said with a cheerful smile. Dobby promptly vanished from the office. Professor Snape leisurely produced several vials of potions, placing them on the table. "Simply drink these. They will enable you to remain underwater without consciousness." Hermione glanced at Dumbledore, and Gabrielle looked to Madame Maxime. After the 2 headmasters nodded, they hesitantly drank the potions. Aphra scrutinized the concoctions, and, once they had finished, reluctantly uncapped her vial and pinched her nose before swallowing the potion. The following morning, Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, holding his breath, flanked by Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb. He scanned the stands, desperately searching for Aphra, but to no avail. Confusion clouded his mind. Ron was absent, and Hermione was nowhere to be found. He felt a surge of frustration, yet his face betrayed none of his turmoil. At the judge's signal, the 4 champions plunged into the water. The frigid lake enveloped Harry, who silently endured the chill. He cast the bubblehead charm, a spell he had diligently practiced every day for over a month without fail. He felt no doubt in himself or in Aphra as he swam deeper, pondering what his treasure might be. "Your savior, Dobby," echoed a high-pitched voice, stirring Harry's heart as an idea took form in his mind. Could it be Ron? What of Hermione and Aphra? Aphra had promised to watch his competition. Lost in thought, he swam toward the lake's center. Time passed, and Harry swam through a school of small fish and dense aquatic plants. Suddenly, he felt something grasping his ankle. He kicked out twice, but could not free himself. Turning, he spotted 2 horned water creatures, a Grindylow. Drawing his wand, he shouted, "Religio!" A jet of water burst forth, causing the Grindylow to release him. Seizing the opportunity, Harry swam forward, escaping the creature's grasp. "Ah, you should head that way," came a voice, revealing the presence of the mermaid. She giggled. "I shall only reveal the direction to one person, for the sake of our friendship in the lavatory. Off you go." Harry felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, giving her a thumbs up before setting off. After more than 20 minutes, he faintly heard the mermaid's melodic singing. "You have but 1 hour to locate and retrieve the item we have taken," echoed a voice. Before Harry loomed a massive rock, which he swam toward. Behind it were mermaids, their eyes and teeth yellow, brandishing spears, their tails swaying gently. Gritting his teeth, Harry maneuvered through the mermaids and soon discovered a village. Surrounded by houses, where a group of mermaids sang, beckoning to them. Behind them stood a grand mermaid statue, which bound for individuals. Harry's gaze locked onto Aphra, who was tied on the far left, alongside Ron, Hermione, and a silver-haired girl whom he recognized as Fleur's sister. All 4 hung their heads, bubbles escaping their lips. The mermaids did not impede Harry. Rather, they crossed their arms, watching with keen interest as they called out, "Save one." Chapter 107, Unforgettable. Harry turned and grasped a small, sharp rock from the lake bed, his focus fixed on Aphra, momentarily lost in thought. Aphra is Cedric's treasure, he despaired, realizing he could only save Ron. He instinctively reached to scratch his head, a habitual gesture of frustration and confusion, but found only the enormous bubble surrounding him, a result of the bubblehead charm that Aphra had taught him. Swiftly, he cut through the water plants, hoisting Ron up, then aimed to sever the plants binding Aphra. A mermaid intercepted him, declaring, "No, you may only save yourself. But she has her friends." They are all my friends. Harry's silent fury was evident as he mimed with clenched fists. The mermaids laughed heartily, and amidst their tug-of-war, one mermaid excitedly pointed upwards, drawing their attention. Harry turned his gaze upward to see Cedric swimming toward them. Upon spotting the hostages, Cedric's pupils dilated. He disregarded the surrounding mermaids and Harry, pushing through to reach Aphra. Shaking, he pulled a small knife from his pocket, slicing through the ropes. Harry watched as Cedric enveloped Aphra in his embrace. "Aren't you coming?" Cedric mouthed to Harry. Harry shook his head, his expression a mixture of emotions. "Crumb and Fleur are coming," Cedric urged again. Harry pressed his lips together, glancing between Cedric and the Aphra in his arms, then at the unconscious Hermione. Seeing Harry's resolute demeanor, Cedric instinctively squeezed Aphra's hand before swiftly departing. The journey back felt interminable. Cedric thought it longer than their initial descent. He held Aphra tightly, unconsciously running his fingers through her long hair. His mind a whirlwind of thoughts. "Aphra," he murmured, realizing it had been far too long since he had been close to her. Too long since he had held her in his arms. He thought he could forget, but he could not, nor could he bring himself to let go. Aphra tugged at his hand, and he looked down to meet her striking blue eyes. Startled, he observed her stubbornly prying his hand away, puffing her cheeks in a sign of holding her breath. "Where's your wand?" Cedric asked urgently. Aphra shrugged, indicating she had no wand, but her action caused her to sink further. Cedric caught her, and seeing her struggle to hold her breath, he considered using his wand to cast a spell for her. But Aphra pressed down on his wand, seemingly still upset with him. Cedric was at a loss. What could she possibly be angry about? How vexing. In the next moment, the bubblehead charm dissipated, and Cedric's face loomed large before Aphra. She blinked, and Cedric pressed his lips against hers. "Ah, how proactive of him," Aphrodite mused inwardly, wrapping her arms around his waist as they shared a tender kiss, the essence of Cedric lingering as it always had. The Black Lake lay in serene silence, as if the heartbeat of each could be discerned. This kiss, initiated by Cedric, brimmed with gentle affection, devoid of any lust. Having soothed Aphrodite, Cedric playfully pinched her cheek before guiding her to the surface. Once they emerged, he released her, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Madame Pomfrey approached with 2 blankets, and Aphrodite cocooned herself in a thick one, sitting quietly beside him, both enveloped in silence. Dumbledore observed them with a smile, while Percy approached, his complexion pale. Cedric recalled their recent underwater antics, a blush unexpectedly creeping across his face. Fleur was struggling to leap into the water, only to be restrained by Maxime. As Aphrodite dried her hair, she glanced at Percy, who hesitantly reached out, but upon meeting her gaze, withdrew his hand. Cedric too lifted his head, lips pressed together in silence. Cedric's roommate, initially intending to check on the situation, stood awkwardly, uncertain whether to intrude. His mind swirling with gossip, would Cedric and Aphrodite rekindle their romance? Madame Pomfrey offered a potion, and Aphrodite pinched her nose to drink it. The fiery taste familiar to her now. Crumb emerged from the water with Hermione, who awoke the moment she surfaced, prompting Madame Pomfrey to attend to them as well. Percy stood before Aphrodite, speechless. She turned her gaze, grasping his wrist to create space for him to sit. "Are you all right?" Percy whispered. "Dumbledore wouldn't allow any harm to come to a hostage. Have no fear," Aphrodite reassured him. Percy nodded, and soon Harry returned with Ron and Gabrielle. A hint of frustration etched on his face. Ron and Gabrielle awoke in succession, Ron coughing several times. Noticing Percy craning his neck to look at Ron, Aphrodite gently tapped his hand. "Go see Ron." "All right." Percy hurried over to Ron. Cedric leaned back in his chair, an unusual hint of irritation in his tone. "Is he truly that worried about you?" He recalled the marks on Aphrodite's neck, his expression darkening. "What a sour taste." Aphrodite pouted, the lingering taste of the potion igniting her curiosity. The potion was supposed to ensure unconsciousness underwater, yet she had awakened much earlier. Even when Cedric rescued her, she was already conscious. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Cedric's growing annoyance, which only served to vex him further. "Look at me, getting worked up over nothing." Aphrodite snapped back to reality, chuckling softly, deliberately ignoring Cedric. It pleased her to infuriate him. As she contemplated this, Harry approached with a sullen expression, having just learned from Hermione about the previous night's events. "You chose Cedric over me," he declared, his frustration palpable. "You even promised to watch my match and said you'd wait for me." Cedric crossed his arms at the arrival of yet another contender. Aphrodite shot him a sidelong glance, mirroring his posture. A strange atmosphere enveloped the three. "Didn't you say you would wait for me?" Harry asked, his voice low. Aphrodite gasped in surprise, still bewildered. As Cedric's gaze turned toward her, "Forget it, I'm leaving." Harry stood up, departing unceremoniously. Aphrodite shivered and quickly rose. "I'm going back." A rather unattractive little beetle stealthily flew from Aphrodite's shoulder to settle on Cedric's. After returning to her dormitory for a shower, Aphrodite lay on her bed, her thoughts drifting back to Cedric's proactive kiss underwater, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Harry and Ron shared a bed, whispering quietly. "I'm done liking her," Harry declared sullenly. Ron patted his shoulder. "You should have opened your eyes sooner. Look at others instead of fixating on her." Harry remained morose, silent. Chapter 108, The Love Triangle. Aphrodite lounged on a bench, bemusedly observing Ron boast to a Gryffindor girl. "It's all right. I had my wand hidden in my sleeve at the time," he proclaimed earnestly, earning off from the girl. "If I wanted to, I could subdue a foolish mermaid." Applauding, Aphrodite chimed, "Bravo, Ronald, how impressive." Only then did Ron notice her, his face flushing crimson, right down to his ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Being a hostage herself, Aphrodite was well aware of his fabrications. The girl cast a couple of glances at Ron before walking away. Disheartened, Ron attempted to shift away, but Aphrodite called out, "Hey, Ronald, are you ignoring me?" "Oh, no, I'm not," he stammered, sitting down with a guilty conscience. He had just been critiquing Aphrodite in front of Harry, and seeing her in person made him somewhat uneasy. Hermione hurried past, head down, prompting Ron to call out to her, hoping she would rescue him. Hermione, however, she merely pursed her lips, impatiently lifting her head. "I told you not to bother me, Ron. I didn't notice it was you, my apologies." Ron shook his head. "What's wrong?" Hermione bluntly retorted. "You wouldn't know, would you? Harry and I have been rather troubled lately, unlike you, who's still bragging." Ron quickly cleared his throat, stealing a glance at Aphrodite, who wore a smile, stifling laughter. "I was saved by Crumb, and now everyone's making jokes about it. It's quite irritating. When you called me earlier, I thought someone was at it again." Hermione snapped, glancing at Aphrodite. "Oh, by the way, take a look at the newspaper article by Skeeter. Congratulations to you, and to me too. We're both in the paper." She scoffed at herself, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Just wait, I'll uncover Skeeter's secrets." Aphrodite tilted her head, taking the newspaper, with Ron leaning in to read as well. The Love Triangle. The romantic entanglements of two champions and a girl. Aphrodite gasped. Well, this is something. It was one thing for such a paper to exist in school, but now in the Daily Prophet. Aphrodite Granger is a strikingly beautiful girl with a charming disposition. However, she seems to have a penchant for mingling with boys, which I suspect does not endear her to the girls. There were rumors circulating in school about Miss Granger dating multiple boys, leading an extravagant private life. Aphrodite nodded. "Well, it's normal for boys to like me, but she's mistaken. Girls like me too." Ron's face displayed surprise. "Aren't you angry?" Aphrodite chuckled lightly, unfazed. "Being upset only harms oneself. I'm not angry." Hermione nodded in agreement. "I support you." Her friend Draco Malfoy mentioned she once had an unspeakable past with him. Aphrodite could no longer contain herself. Is he even making up rumors about himself? Hermione shrugged. "It seems Skeeter interviewed many students, but most girls had high praise for you, so she couldn't include any unfavorable interviews." Indeed, Aphrodite smiled knowingly. She turned her attention back to the newspaper, her head buzzing upon reading Draco's remarks. Why bother? Little Draco? Cedric Diggory and Aphrodite Granger were once an affectionate couple, but they soon broke up for reasons unknown. However, insiders suggest it may be due to Miss Granger's new boyfriend, Harry Potter. Wonderful, Aphrodite sighed. If Trelawney had even half of her skills, she wouldn't have given up so easily. However, clearly, Miss Granger is not satisfied with just Potter. Her desires are vast, as she continues to date several boys. A certain unnamed gentleman from France has revealed that he has long been pursuing Granger, with whom he shares a romantic history, including candlelit dinners in France. Aurora, gritting her teeth, thought to herself about this elusive Asiri, contemplating tossing a few Weasley prank products into his carriage that very evening. Recently, during the second event of the Triwizard Tournament, Granger appeared as a treasure to Diggory, and signs of their possible reconciliation have emerged. Consequently, Mr. Potter has been heartbroken. After the underwater treasure event, he expressed to Miss Granger, "Didn't you say you would wait for me?" indicating he has been toyed with. After parting ways with Miss Granger, Potter found solace with Miss Granger, unaware that she too harbored a secret lover, Victor Crumb. This muggle-born, which has mysteriously captivated Crumb, who took her to the ball and professed to Granger that she was his most special treasure. To be continued. Aurora fell silent, as did Hermione, and it became evident why her mood was so dismal. Meanwhile, Cedric clutched a newspaper, lost in thought. He gazed at the accompanying image from the first event, depicting Aurora bending down to share a joyful moment with seated Harry. He recalled how Aurora had come to the tent that day to cheer Harry on, comforting him not to be nervous. Another photo captured Cedric, Aurora, and Harry with somber expressions after the conclusion of the second event. Cedric caressed the photograph with his fingertips before folding the newspaper. A classmate greeted Cedric and curiously inquired, "Is what's written in that newspaper true?" You and Granger? False. Cedric patiently replied. The claims about her promiscuity are untrue, as are the allegations of her involvement with multiple boys. Our breakup was due to incompatible personalities, not her shortcomings. Oh, I see. It seems the rumors outside are indeed unreliable. The classmate nodded, patting his chest. Cedric responded with a faint acknowledgement, furrowing his brow. If possible, could you explain this matter to others more thoroughly? Ah, certainly. I shall do my best to clarify, the classmate thought, concluding that their breakup appeared amicable, perhaps leaving room for reconciliation in the future. He gave Cedric an affirming nod and patted his shoulder before departing. Cedric stood alone, his mind filled with unwarranted worry. He could explain to those who approached him, but how could he address the public? With a sigh, he decided to consult Aurora. She might not even be aware of the situation and could benefit from a heads up, though he would need to approach the topic delicately. Suddenly, a soft body collided with him, and Cedric inhaled a familiar fragrance, instinctively wrapping his arms around the person. Aurora smiled knowingly, having done so intentionally, as her ex-boyfriend clearly lacked awareness. What are you doing? Don't you watch where you're walking? She feigned annoyance, pressing her forehead. I'm sorry, Cedric stammered, releasing her only to realize the smirk on her lips, leading to an exasperated silence. All right, Aurora, you've been mentioned in the article. I know, Aurora replied calmly. I've already written to my father. Let him handle the situation outside. I don't need to manage everything myself. And you? Aurora retorted, Diggory. What interest do you have in my affairs? Also, why did you kiss me during the water event? Moreover, why am I your treasure? Chapter 109. Living with a tail between one's legs. Aurora's words were sharp, leaving Cedric speechless. He could not provide a satisfactory answer for both of them. As friends don't even start, Aurora chuckled, poking his chest playfully. Speak from your heart. Cedric lowered his gaze, conceding, very well. I trust you can manage your own affairs. Aurora fell silent, and Cedric walked past her. Upon returning to the lounge, Draco looked up at her. Aurora ground her teeth. What did you tell Skitter? Draco hesitated, but then replied defiantly. It was Asiri who started it. He claimed he had been pursuing you for ages, and even dined with you by candlelight in France. Nonsense, Aurora exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. A long table with 10 people, and I sat opposite him. Does placing a candle in the middle qualify as a candlelit dinner? Exactly. I said he was spouting nonsense. Draco continued. Skitter asked me, and I casually mentioned our long-standing friendship, unparalleled by anyone else. Draco spoke dismissively. Aurora felt an urge to bite him. You really, or did I say something wrong? Not at all. Aurora settled down casually, but then thought, later. I'll settle the score with Asiri under the cover of night. Don't worry, once I write this, my father will certainly intervene, Draco assured her. Aurora scoffed. Ignoring him. How did Skitter obtain that photograph? Aurora pointed at the second image, which depicted the three of them in a standoff after the underwater treasure event. Rita Skitter wasn't even present at the scene. How did she capture that photo? Moreover, how did she know what Harry had said? Didn't you say you would wait for me? Aurora pursed her lips, thinking that both Draco and Harry were unsuitable for her. And that was all there was to it. I don't know. Does that mean it's true? Draco seized the point, inquiring sharply. Aurora shook her head. I need to think. Does Skitter possess a method to gather news from the school? Forget it. I'll first go settle the score with Asiri. Aurora raised an eyebrow, and Draco recoiled slightly. Draco warily asked, You're not planning to settle the score with me, are you? Do you think so? Aurora replied playfully. Draco quickly wrote to his father, urging him to retract the article from the Daily Prophet. Aurora clutched the newspaper as she made her way out of the lounge. As she stepped outside, she encountered someone entering and sidestepped to let them pass. It was Professor Trelawney. Aurora glanced at her a few times before recalling who she was. Trelawney momentarily looked uncomfortable. What are you looking at me for? Aurora casually greeted her. Hi. Trelawney hadn't anticipated a greeting and replied in a muffled tone. Aurora pondered briefly. What was her name again? Trelawney? Never mind, it's not important. She bypassed her and continued on her way. Arriving at the Gryffindor common room entrance, she casually called out to a fellow Gryffindor. Hey, could you please summon Fred and George? Sure thing. Thank you. Soon, Fred and George emerged, arm in arm. And upon seeing Aurora, George beamed. What can we do for you, boss? Time for some mischief, Aurora said with a meaningful glance at the two of them. Fred snapped his fingers. Who are we targeting? That unscrupulous journalist? I haven't found that unscrupulous journalist yet, Aurora replied, feeling frustrated. Let us not rush. George nodded. I'll go get it. Harry, clutching a book, walked past Aurora and Fred without sparing them a glance, not even offering a greeting. Aurora shot him a couple of glances, while Fred mused. What is going on? Did you and Harry have a fight? Not that I know of, Aurora replied, as she had never really quarreled with anyone. Then what's the situation? Have you truly been toying with him? Fred teased, referencing the newspaper's claims. Aurora merely shook her head. Not really? But I'm not entirely sure. George soon returned, handing Aurora a large pile of items. She cradled them in her arms, feeling slightly overwhelmed. I didn't really need this much. Don't worry, just take your time using it, George advised kindly. Well, fine then, let Asiri suffer a bit. Have I run out of the galleons I gave last time? No, this time it will be directly deducted from the balance, George replied hastily. Fred nudged him, and the two exchanged a glance, as if they had communicated something profound. George quickly amended his statement, declaring that this time it was a gift, hoping to bring you some joy. Aphrodite was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, well, we do have a purely monetary relationship. Let us just deduct it from the account. Your sentiment is appreciated, thank you. She turned away, still in disbelief. What does that mean? Fred and George whispered among themselves, with George scratching his head, both uncertain of what to say. Aphrodite made her way towards Bus Barton's carriage, where Furong was seated on a stone, chatting with friends. Hi, Furong, Aphrodite said, her eyes crinkling with a radiant smile. Hi, Aphrodite. Is there something you need? Furong asked curiously. Aphrodite nodded. Yes, I'm looking for Asiri. Oh, a candlelit dinner, is it? Furong teased. Not at all. Do people have nothing better to do these days than indulge in gossip? Aphrodite observed the girls sitting nearby, who were stifling laughter, and she joined in. Yes, I'm in search of my romantic partner. His carriage is over there, in the far right first row. He seems to have just gone inside. Furong kindly pointed in the direction. He lives alone, you know, a girl chimed in. Aphrodite nodded, biting her cheek as she made her way towards the carriage. Asiri's carriage was not large, perhaps due to its single occupancy. Aphrodite knocked on the door. Who is it? Asiri's lazy voice came from inside. As the door began to open, Aphrodite quickly placed her hand against it, swiftly tossing in a few scent balls, the odor of which remained a mystery, but whatever Aphrodite had, she threw. A cacophony of intense coughing erupted from within, and the door was tugged between Asiri and Aphrodite, resulting in a vigorous clash. Open, Allaho. Reverse, Allaho. The girls exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 110, The Unfortunate One. The door was rattling violently. Aphrodite pressed her entire body against it, while Asiri's panicked cries echoed. Help. Is there anyone who can intervene? Aphrodite scoffed. No one can intervene. You might as well perish in there. Aphrodite? Asiri fell silent. Aphrodite blinked. Do you have any objections? Asiri's voice trembled. Aphrodite felt a flicker of doubt and unconsciously relaxed her guard. In the next moment, the door was forcefully yanked open, and Aphrodite stumbled into the carriage. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang behind her, and the girls exchanged glances as sounds of commotion erupted inside, soon feigning nonchalance and averting their eyes. Let us go, Furong said, feeling embarrassed. Give them some space. At that moment, inside Asiri's carriage, Aphrodite was straddling Asiri's waist, casually grabbing a coat to envelop a scent ball, smothering his entire face. Take that for your candlelit dinner, for your romantic past. Aphrodite exclaimed breathlessly. Asiri struggled desperately, his senses overwhelmed by the stench, his brain muddled from lack of oxygen. Aphrodite covered her mouth and nose, nearly retching. Tell me, was there a candlelit dinner? Was there a romantic past? Aphrodite discarded the coat, gripping Asiri's face tightly. Asiri stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Not for lack of desire, but because his face was being tugged in such a way that rendered him speechless. Exhausted from her antics, Aphrodite finally collapsed to one side, while Asiri, panting, wiped the sweat from his brow. I was wrong. Asiri gazed intently at Aphrodite, her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed from exertion, breathing slightly heavier. Asiri chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling. So, you're not angry anymore, are you? Aphrodite held her breath, turning to look at him. His hair was a wild mess, and his half-rimmed glasses had skewed askew. Aphrodite burst into laughter, then quickly stifled it. The reason was simple. The stench in the carriage was unbearable. Asiri grasped her shoulder, and the two tumbled out of the carriage, landing on the lawn. Aphrodite lay on the grass, staring up at Asiri, who was propped up on his hands, smiling down at her lips. Aphrodite paused for 2 seconds, and as Asiri leaned in slightly, just as their lips were about to meet, she retched, pinching her nose. She exclaimed, It's truly foul. What are you two doing? Draco asked incredulously, holding 2 bottles of wine. Asiri silently rose to sit up. Aphrodite also propped herself up, her mind hazy from inhaling the noxious fumes. Help! Asiri's eyes brimmed with tears as he coughed incessantly. The breeze from the Black Lake helped Aphrodite and Asiri feel somewhat better. Asiri's eyes were red-rimmed, while Aphrodite pretended not to notice. Care for a drink? Draco, having understood the situation, rushed to appease Aphrodite, fearing she might turn her ire on him. Aphrodite accepted the wine, puzzled. How did you get involved with this stuff? Asiri blinked innocently. What do you mean by this stuff? Draco scratched his head. We always drink together. What's this? Have you two become brothers? Aphrodite took a large swig of wine, furrowing her brow. When Skeeter came looking for you, was there anything out of the ordinary? Iziri thought for a moment. Not really. She just walked a bit fast. I didn't even hear her footsteps before she appeared before me. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes, appearing displeased. Don't worry, Aphrodite. My father will definitely resolve it, Draco reassured her. I intend to deal with her, Aphrodite stated flatly. Let her understand the consequences of being an unscrupulous journalist. Iziri's eyes lit up, giving her a thumbs up. I support you. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes, Aphrodite shot him a glare. That is to keep your distance from me. Her words, laced with playful reproach, made Iziri's heart soar as he made a face at Draco. The following day, the Daily Prophet ceased publication for a reformation. Hermione tapped her chin, deep in thought. You all did quite well to make Skeeter capitulate so easily. Power. Aphrodite replied with a slight smile, utterly enchanting. Hermione recalled the earlier incident involving Hagrid and Buckbeak, shaking her head disapprovingly. But power should not be misused. It fosters a culture of bullying. Misuse? Not at all, Aphrodite remarked dismissively. As long as it serves me, it cannot be deemed abuse. Are you happy that Skeeter has been silenced? Hermione paused, then nodded. You're getting the hang of it, Aphrodite praised. Did Crumb really say such things to you? The kind that makes you feel special, that he likes you? Aphrodite's frankness caused Hermione to blush instantly, and she nodded, albeit slightly. Yes, that is indeed the case. Aphrodite tilted her head. Why so shy? It's not that serious. She cleared her throat. So, what do you think about it? Huh, what about it? Hermione was confused. Having just been discussing Rita Skeeter, how did it suddenly turn into gossip about Crumb and her? Hermione lowered her head, making it difficult for Aphrodite to discern her expression. But Aphrodite knew she was undoubtedly blushing. Silly. Aphrodite smirked. I was asking what your thoughts on Skeeter are. Hermione realized that Aphrodite was teasing her, and she looked up, her face aflame. At the time, Skeeter was not present, and Hermione had already sorted through her thoughts. So she must have some way to make us all invisible to her. Shrinking solution? Invisibility potion? Aphrodite inquired. Probably not. Neither of those would evade the referee's eyes. Hermione gently shook her head. I'm off to the library. Resolving things at the library? Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Why go through such trouble? It's inefficient. I'll just arrange to meet Skeeter directly. Iziri contacted Rita Skeeter through the address in the newspaper, informing her that he had a scoop regarding Aphrodite Granger. The two arranged to meet in the Forbidden Forest, while Aphrodite perched in a tree, having borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. Iziri, speaking mysteriously to Skeeter, said, I have something important that no one else knows. Skeeter leaned in closer to Iziri, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. She had already been targeted for exposing Greengrass, and if they could uncover some hidden secret about her, she would undoubtedly refrain from acting recklessly. That is to say, I have feelings for her, Iziri suddenly shouted, causing Skit to cover her ears and glare at Iziri with a fierce look. Upon hearing Iziri's declaration, Aphra almost lost her footing, her eyes widening in surprise. Without hesitation, she jumped down, her wand aimed at Skit, commanding, Don't move. Chapter 111. Darling, I have a request. Skit warily took a step back, while Iziri patted her shoulder from behind, saying, Madam, no need to be anxious. We merely wish to have a conversation. Aphra crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, retorting, I won't resort to violence, for I possess a commendable temper and never bully anyone. Iziri looked at her incredulously, doubt evident in his expression, and opened his mouth to speak, but Aphra lightly interjected, no rebuttals allowed. Very well, Iziri conceded, rubbing his nose. Aphra turned her attention back to Skit, who adjusted her glasses and inquired, What do you intend to do? Engage in conversation. There's nothing to discuss. Skit maintained a stern expression, adding, You can't resort to violence either. That would be illegal. Aphra feigned innocence. Illegal? Don't speak nonsense. I trust you remember a thing. Skit frowned, pondering whether she was being threatened. Was she attempting to employ a memory charm? However, did these two students truly possess such capability? Skit harbored doubts, remaining silent for a moment, outnumbered and at a disadvantage, particularly with their wands pointed in her direction. She realized she could not confront them head-on. Skit's demeanor softened slightly. All right, if I speak, will you let me go? Aphra nodded. Yes. Really? I swear by Merlin. What was the harm in lying? After all, Merlin wouldn't come to reprimand her. It's because I have an insider, you know? The one with whom you have a grievance. Skit gazed at her intently, her expression betraying no hint of deceit. A grievance? Who? Trelawney? Aphra frowned. Surely not? She should have learned by now. She caught a glimmer of smugness in Rita Skit's eyes and shook her head. I don't believe it. Why not? Skit snapped. Believe it or not, it is she. I'd be a fool to take a tabloid journalist at her word. Skit retorted, I'm not gullible. The Daily Prophet had been unequivocal about those statements. and Trelawney hadn't been close enough to overhear. Besides, if nothing is amiss, don't make wild assumptions. I don't suffer from paranoia. I don't trust your unfounded claims. We can cast an unbreakable vow. Aphra smiled slyly. Perfect. We shall have a third party as a witness. Skit realized that if she truly cast the unbreakable vow, her own secrets would be laid bare. If she was unwilling to take that step, wouldn't it imply she was intent on deceiving them? Aphra smiled faintly. An unbreakable vow. You tell the truth. I do nothing, and you can leave. If you refuse, then we have nothing more to discuss. Surely you don't expect to answer questions with your haphazard scribbles? Skit lowered her gaze and extended her hand. Then let us proceed with the unbreakable vow. This way, you will believe that I am speaking the truth. Her mistake had been falling for Iziri's ploy. She had genuinely believed he intended to expose her. Instead of threatening Aphra, she had unwittingly revealed herself. Skit felt irritated. Thinking that once she was free, she could lay low and simply refrain from writing about Greengrass, perhaps focusing instead on Crumb and Granger, which would surely incite public outrage. Aphra slowly extended her hand, and while Skit was momentarily distracted, she exchanged a knowing glance with Iziri. He subtly nodded, and they both averted their gazes in unison. Just as their hands were about to overlap, Skit forcefully shoved Aphra aside, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a tiny beetle, shrinking to near invisibility. Iziri reacted swiftly, casting a spell that ensnared the beetle and sent it tumbling to the ground. Aphra frowned, the implication clear. An animagus? Suddenly, she burst into laughter. You're illegal, aren't you? There are only a handful of registered animagi, and I don't recall you being one of them. The beetle lay on its back, its legs flailing helplessly, exuding a palpable fury. Aphra conjured a glass vial and trapped Skit inside. Let me find my camera. Pleased with the outcome, she gestured to Iziri. Let us go? All right, he replied, smiling broadly. Our collaboration is truly seamless. We are indeed a match made in heaven. I can accept that. Aphra's ambition was to form a Quidditch team comprising her boyfriend. Better yet, 2 teams for a friendly rivalry. I feel like I've been marinated in that smell from the bludger. Iziri lamented. I can smell it even while eating. Aphra felt a twinge of embarrassment, but never engaged in self-deprecation. Rather than introspecting, she preferred to challenge others. Who told you to be so chatty and spread rumors, darling? You're lucky you're not in a worse predicament. She playfully patted Iziri on the shoulder. You've done me a great favor. Feel free to ask for anything. Iziri's eyes lit up, eager to speak. Aphra anticipated this and preemptively declared, anything but becoming your girlfriend. Iziri's expression dimmed, a beautiful painting laid before him, only to learn it was not for sale, causing him heartache. Aphra arched an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but I can't give you a title. This painting cannot bear your name. Then it seems my abilities are lacking, Iziri conceded. Realizing his ex was indeed exceptional and wouldn't he settle for just anyone, though Aphra did not genuinely believe he lacked merit. She decided to let Iziri stew in his discontent for a few days, nodding in agreement. Yes, I suggest you learn from my ex, run 20 laps around Hogwarts in the morning, do 800 push-ups, attend classes, practice spells, run another 20 laps in the evening. Train for 3 hours of Quidditch, and then take a swim in the Black Lake before bed. Iziri fell silent, and Aphra shot him a side glance, wondering if he was seriously contemplating the feasibility of such a regimen. Isn't that a bit excessive? He asked, his expression conflicted. They locked eyes for a moment before bursting into laughter. On a serious note, darling, make a reasonable request. After all, I must offer some reward, and I wouldn't want to trouble you in the future. Aphra emphasized, and Iziri nodded. I'll give it some serious thought. Well, it seems my small favor today wasn't in vain. Hermione emerged from the library, a stack of books cradled in her arms, dark circles beneath her eyes. Hermione. Aphra called out, and Hermione looked up in surprise. She glanced down, flicking the glass vial, then grinned mischievously, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. Having never seen Aphra with such an expression, Aphra said casually, I've uncovered Skid's secret. Chapter 112, The Alliance. Hermione's eyebrows lifted, shaking off her recent fatigue. Read a Skid's secret? Follow me. Aphra eagerly grasped her wrist, and as Hermione turned, she noticed Victor Crumb trailing behind her. Aphra's gaze flitted between the two. Words unspoken, yet conveying 1,000 meanings. Aphra mused, fixing Hermione with a brazen, penetrating stare. Hermione bit her lip, her cheeks flushing, and said to Crumb, I'll be back shortly. Before Crumb could respond, Iziri casually draped an arm around him. Come on, let us go eat. Aphra shook her head in exasperation. Iziri was always so familiar. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself inexplicably entangled with him, yet he was undeniably reliable. Aphra led Hermione into a classroom, closed the door, and cast several spells to lock it. Hermione furrowed her brow, observing Aphra's actions. Let us go? Aphra held the glass vial aloft and unscrewed the lid, revealing a motionless beetle within. Hermione, increasingly perplexed, began to frantically speculate the connection between the insect and Skeeter. Noticing Skeeter's reluctance to emerge, Aphra decided to invert the vial and gave the bottom a firm tap. The tiny beetle trembled and fluttered a short distance before plummeting to the ground. Gradually, the small beetle swelled in size, its human form becoming vaguely discernible, until it ultimately transformed entirely into a person. Aphra pinched her nose in distaste, stepping back a few paces while letting out a sound of disapproval. This action only served to intensify Rita Skeeter's already simmering resentment. Is that Rita Skeeter? Hermione squinted, involuntarily echoing Aphra's earlier sound of disdain. Skeeter's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a sickly green. She cast her gaze downward, resolving that as long as her identity as an animagus remained undisclosed, she would retract her writings. Silly girl, Aphra said, crossing her arms and leaning in with feigned kindness. You no longer possess the standing to negotiate with me. Hermione glanced sideways, her eyes sparkling with delight as she fixed her gaze on Aphra. A series of knocks resounded at the door. With a flick of her wand, Aphra lifted the restrictions and beckoned the visitor to enter. Iziri pushed the door open, presenting Aphra with a camera. Darling, here's the camera you requested. Hermione shuddered upon hearing this, casting a bewildered look at Iziri. Aphra, however, remained unfazed, casting a casual glance at him. Who knows how many treasures you possess, but I certainly have an abundance. Call me whatever you like. Then may I become your one and only treasure? Iziri asked earnestly as Aphra accepted the camera, tossing the question back casually. That depends on whether you seek a conclusion or an opportunity. Hermione pondered deeply, concluding that if Iziri sought a conclusion, Aphra would likely reject him. But if he desired an opportunity, perhaps she would entertain a connection with him. Iziri, lost in contemplation, remained silent while Aphra seized the chance to snap 2 photographs of Skeeter. Come, look at the camera. Hermione mulled over many thoughts, ultimately nodding in understanding. It was no wonder Harry's heart had shattered. They simply belonged to different realms. She resolved to return and counsel Harry, at the very least to deter his stubbornness. Having concluded her task, Aphra tilted her head and addressed Skeeter. Your livelihood is at stake. Consider what employment you might pursue to redeem the virtues you've so egregiously lacked in your earlier years. With a tone laden with sincerity, she assisted Skeeter to her feet. You're on your own now. I shan't accompany you. Await further instructions. Skeeter cast a dark glance at them, her fists clenched as she departed. After all, she was in the wrong, having been cornered at her weakest point. Unable to retaliate, what else could she do? Aphra, you're quite striking, Iziri remarked with a wink, offering her a compliment. Thank you, Aphra replied before turning her attention to Hermione. Well then, we shall take our leave. All right, Hermione replied, pursing her lips. Thank you. Aphra raised an eyebrow. No need for thanks. I had intended to deal with her myself. Exiting the room, Aphra cast Iziri a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Shall we head back? You don't require my escort, do you? Well, grant me an opportunity, would you? Iziri insisted earnestly. This is my request, just one chance. Aphra paused for 2 seconds, contemplating. Iziri beamed. No rush, just think it over. After all, I'm quite exceptional. And remarkable individuals often make fitting pairs. Good night, Aphra said with a cheerful smile. Good night, beautiful lady, Iziri replied. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Aphra intended to head directly to her dormitory, but found Draco sitting alone on the sofa, appearing dazed. Aphra halted her steps and waved at Draco. What are you up to? He blinked slowly, a smile creeping onto his face, tinged with disbelief, as he seized Aphra's fingers. She attempted to withdraw, but he held firm. The words he uttered next were thunderous, striking Aphra as though the world had gone mad. My father inquired whether I have any intention of marrying into your family. After uttering this sentence, Draco was left in a stupor, having received a letter from his father that evening, and he had spent the entire night digesting the implications, envisioning a bright future. A marriage alliance? Aphra inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. You wouldn't actually agree to this, would you? Draco appeared utterly bewildered. I haven't responded yet. She feigned calmness, nodding. I understand. This isn't a decision to be made on a whim. It requires considerable deliberation, does it not? Within your family. Hasn't a decision yet been reached? I think I comprehend why my father posed that question. Draco entirely disregarded Aphra. To him, this was tantamount to the Malfoy family and the Greengrass family preparing for a union, and by extension, it implied an engagement between Draco and Aphra. Oh dear, Draco muttered, clutching his head as Aphra had just playfully tapped him. You wouldn't truly consent, would you? Aphra exclaimed in disbelief. Draco nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I shall return home at once to write a letter. Not only will I agree, but I shall also stipulate the terms of the betrothal. He lifted his chin and sidestepped Aphra, departing. Absurd. Chapter 113. Pros and Cons. Aphra sat before Tom in a daze, still reeling from Draco's revelation. Tom observed her with curiosity, unsure whether she was genuinely contemplating life or merely performing. After all, there existed no fundamental trust between Tom and Aphra. Tom was unaware of whether Aphra harbored any doubts about him. "What's the matter, sister?" Tom's address had grown increasingly familiar, and he spoke playfully, a hint of mischief in his tone. Aphra felt a pang within her, momentarily pausing, while Tom, satisfied, averted his gaze, pretending not to notice her expression. "I'm just a bit tired," Aphra replied with a smile, dismissing any concern. Tom was far too animated. His act was compelling. Doubts began to creep into Aphra's mind. Was he truly not pretending? "Then I'll accompany you, sister. Come here, let me give you a hug." Tom opened his arms wide. Aphra squeezed her eyes shut, feeling slightly disoriented. She trembled her eyelashes, opened her eyes, and, as if bewitched, leaned closer to Tom, wrapping her arms around his waist. Aphra's fingers grazed his back, causing Tom to tense. He encircled Aphra's waist with one arm, while the other cradled her head, leaning back until they both collapsed onto the bed. Aphra's hair brushed against Tom's cheek, and he turned his head away, teasing, "Sister, I'm quite a bit taller than you." Aphra rolled her eyes in his embrace, her mind swirling in chaos. First and foremost, the Malfoy family would never consider an alliance with the Greengrass family. The latter simply lacked the stature to warrant such attention. Why then would Lucius Malfoy pose such a question to Draco? Was it related to Draco's earlier musings in the newspaper? Was he attempting to gauge Draco's feelings? Or perhaps he was extending an olive branch to the Greengrass family. Regardless of the reason, Aphra would never acquiesce. The Greengrass family had no intention of continuing to align with Voldemort, and the Malfoy family must not be entangled further. The mere thought of Voldemort made Aphra wish to jab her wand at the Tom before her. Oblivious, Tom closed his eyes, and the two lay close together on the bed. Aphra continued to wrestle with her thoughts. The Greengrass family could not agree to the Malfoys. Yet, given Draco's character, he would persist until he achieved his goal, employing any means necessary. Gentle persuasion would prove futile, and she could not articulate this reasoning outright. How could she convince Draco to relinquish the notion? More precisely, how could she persuade the Malfoy family to abandon their intentions? The sound of Tom's steady breathing filled her ears, and her eyelids grew heavy. Gradually, her consciousness blurred, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. When she awoke, Aphra found herself in her dormitory, devoid of energy, a state that could best be described as lethargic. After mechanically completing her morning routine, Aphrodite sat numbly in the dining hall, her entire being reminiscent of something moldy. In stark contrast, Draco radiated vitality, appearing exceptionally well. Aphrodite pursed her lips, her irritation palpable. Blaise, lazily stifling a yawn, looked as though he had just awakened from a deep slumber. As he reached for a piece of bread, Aphrodite swiftly jabbed her fork into it, mere centimeters away from his hand, startling Blaise. His eyes widened in astonishment, fully alert. Was she attempting murder? Aphrodite calmly brought the bread to her lips, replying nonchalantly, "Not at all." As she savored her illicitly acquired bread, the stolen morsel tasted all the sweeter. With Aphrodite now occupied with her meal, Blaise refrained from continuing their conversation, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Draco, blissfully folding his letters and sealing them, had spent the entire night writing. Once their morning classes concluded, he intended to send his correspondence home via the Olary. Nodding to himself, he tucked the letters into his pocket and ambled off to class with a carefree demeanor. Aphrodite lowered her gaze, leisurely finishing her bread. Before Blaise could utter a word, she lifted her cup. After downing a glass of milk, she wiped her mouth and turned to Blaise, inquiring, "Are we dating?" Blaise, bewildered, questioned his own consciousness. Was he still dreaming so early in the morning? His eyes widened even more than when he was startled earlier, grateful he hadn't been drinking anything, lest he choke. Aphrodite repeated her question slowly. "Dating, without disturbing each other. You do your thing, I do mine, but it must be public and parental notification is required." Blaise blinked in confusion. "I understand, but what issue are you facing?" He had once contemplated winning over Aphrodite, but certainly not through such a transactional relationship. He wished to prove his allure, and this kind of courtship merely indicated his lack of attraction to her. A flicker of inspiration crossed Blaise's mind. If others remained unaware, it would suffice to flaunt their relationship, regardless of its authenticity. However, he pondered, would Draco be angered? Was it necessary to provoke Draco? Deep in thought, Blaise considered many aspects. Aphrodite patiently awaited his response, knowing well that Blaise was notoriously carefree. Although he could think comprehensively, he seldom focused on entanglements. Living life as it came, a trait they both shared. As a couple, Blaise raised an eyebrow, and Aphrodite nodded affirmatively, suggesting finding a handsome lad, which wouldn't be a loss, bringing her joy. "All right, I agree," Blaise replied, a grin illuminating his face. "Deal." Aphrodite nodded in satisfaction, rising to leave. Blaise grasped her wrist, raising his voice. Darling, why not give me a farewell kiss? The audacity of his demand, having just begun their relationship, drew the attention of those around them, their heads turning. Some stared openly, like a former boyfriend from the Hufflepuff table. Others concealed their faces behind newspapers, leaving only their eyes visible, such as the green-eyed savior. In the center of the gossip circle, Astoria, too timid to lift her head, quietly perked up her ears. Aphrodite chuckled, and Blaise countered. Is this request excessive? Not at all, Aphrodite responded lightly, glancing discreetly at Cedric before shifting her gaze back to Blaise, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a clatter, Cedric's fork fell to the ground. Someone nearby picked it up, and he stammered his thanks. Utterly bewildered, Harry nearly tore his newspaper in half, and Ron quickly pried it from his hands, lamenting, "That was my Merlin's underpants. Granger and Zabini are together." How astonishing! Ron, unable to comprehend, was thoroughly shocked. It was an unprecedented speed. Chapter 114. The star is the most beautiful shape. Blaise's heart swelled with joy as he shot her a flirtatious glance. "I'll come to fetch you after class. You're attending Charms, right?" Aphrodite, taken aback, asked. "How do you know?" "Don't pose such foolish questions, darling," Blaise replied smugly, choosing to remain silent on the reason. Aphrodite shrugged, interpreting his reticence as an indication of his interest in her. Cedric, head bowed and lips downturned, wore an unusual expression of discontent. As Aphrodite turned ahead to class, she discreetly cast a glance at Cedric seated by the Hufflepuff table, her brows knitting slightly. "Cedric, oh Cedric, you cannot forget me yet refuse me. How pitiful. Be careful not to suffocate." Clearing her throat, Aphrodite departed with a graceful air. After class, she took her time organizing her books. Upon exiting the classroom, she spotted Blaise waiting at the door, slightly breathless. Blaise raised an eyebrow. "You came from potions. It's a bit of a trek." "You run quite fast," Aphrodite commented. Blaise extended his arm. "Where are you headed?" "Together?" "Back to the dormitory," she teased, contemplating for a moment before placing her hand on his arm. Blaise was momentarily speechless. "I'm going to see my Lhasa." Aphrodite visited Lhasa every other day. The little brown dog resided in the pet house next to the Olary. "Lhasa? That little brown dog of yours." Blaise recalled seeing her in the common room, cradling Lhasa while doing her homework. Lhasa was an exceptionally well-behaved pup. "Yes," Aphrodite replied, raising her gaze to meet Blaise's eyes. "She was a gift from my ex." Blaise halted in his tracks, thinking he ought to gift something too. He couldn't be outdone, but he wondered if Aphrodite could accept so much. "Do you still love him?" Blaise inquired curiously. Aphrodite was a fascinating girl. Though she was as flirtatious as Blaise, adept at navigating relationships, there was a distinction. Blaise could easily forget one love for another. Once he found someone new, he would no longer harbor feelings for the past. Aphrodite, however, seemed to cherish them all, her heart divided into various pieces, each unique. The challenge of making her love only him lingered in Blaise's mind. As they walked towards the pet house, they attracted many curious glances. Upon reaching the small house, Lhasa had already sensed Aphrodite's presence and bounded toward her, leaping joyfully. Aphrodite squinted her eyes, bending down to scoop up Lhasa. "Good baby. I haven't seen you in days. Shall we take you out for some fresh air?" Lhasa barked excitedly, wriggling in her embrace. When Blaise leaned closer to Lhasa, the dog barked furiously at him, leaving Blaise quite vexed as he stepped back a few paces. Only then did Lhasa nestle into Aphrodite's arms, displaying her shyness. "She'll warm up to you. Just give it time," Aphrodite reassured, deftly scratching Lhasa's fur. As they prepared to leave the small house, Aphrodite noticed someone seated by the Olary. Sunlight glinted off his light blonde hair as he gently affixed a letter to the owl's leg, his demeanor unexpectedly tender. It was Draco. Aphrodite furrowed her brows, uncertain how to face him. Guilt? That seemed unwarranted. She owed him nothing, having clearly stated her disinterest in him. As a friend, she had not treated him poorly. Conversely, he owed her nothing either, even if he had reported her to Cedric. The issues between herself and Cedric were already apparent and would eventually need to be addressed. If Draco hadn't brought it to light, it was likely Cedric would eventually suffer more deeply. Just as Aphrodite contemplated leaving, Draco looked up as if sensing her presence. His expression shifted from joy to confusion upon seeing her linked arm with Blaise, swiftly transforming into anger. Aphrodite pursed her lips, lifting her chin defiantly. "I'm off to a date. I won't disturb you." Turning back, Blaise added cheekily, "See you later," striking a chord deep within Draco's heart. Leaving Draco's line of sight, Aphra let out a sigh, planning to withdraw her hand. However, in the next moment, Cedric's figure appeared before them, startling Aphra into once again clinging to Blaise, pressing her entire being close to him in a manner of intimacy. Unable to tolerate the awkwardness, Lhasa abruptly darted forward, plunging straight into Cedric's arms. Caught off guard, Cedric instinctively caught Lhasa. With a tilt of her head, Lhasa chose to ignore Aphra. Their gazes met, and an air of embarrassment enveloped them all. Cedric, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, tightened his embrace around Lhasa and casually remarked, "A date, perhaps?" Aphra's hand slid down Blaise's arm, intertwining their fingers. Indeed, why not? Blaise tightened his grip on Aphra, a provocative gleam in his eyes. "How fortuitous, Diggory." Draco's voice rang out from behind, his expression frosty and brows furrowed. After so many turns, it was finally his chance. "I wish to speak with you privately, Greengrass." A wave of unease washed over Aphra, and as she opened her mouth to respond, she was interrupted. Harry stood behind Cedric, clutching a letter in his hand, his gaze piercing through Cedric to fixate on Aphra. "You're blocking the staircase. How will others pass?" Before Aphra could react, Blaise felt a twinge of anxiety. He recalled how it felt to be cornered by several girls while walking with his ex-girlfriend. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Aphra closer. Noticing the change in expressions of the three, Blaise forced a casual smile. "Mr. Diggory, please return my girlfriend's pet first. There's no need for you to trouble yourself." Aphra glanced at Blaise, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes, seemingly intrigued to see how he would handle the situation. "I said move aside," Harry reiterated impatiently. Suppressing his irritation, lingering any longer would lead to a loss of composure. Cedric stepped aside, and Aphra and Blaise instinctively made way for him, allowing Harry to escape the battlefield, while Draco appeared determined to press on. Cedric surveyed the area, ultimately returning Lhasa to Aphra, who accepted her, her gaze lingering on Cedric's retreating figure. "He is gone," as silence enveloped Aphra. "Aphra," Blaise cleared his throat. "Do you wish to speak with Draco?" Aphra nodded, addressing Draco. "We need to have a serious talk, but not now. Have you sent the letter?" "Yes," Draco affirmed with a nod. "Once your father replies, we will discuss this privately." Aphra stated earnestly, "I want to brush you off." Draco remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding, responding weakly, "Very well, I shall await you." Chapter 115, Cherishing Him. Observing Draco pacified by Aphra, Blaise silently approved, discreetly giving Aphra a thumbs up when Draco was not looking. Aphra cleared her throat and walked away. Blaise continued to hold Aphra's hand until they turned a corner. Only then did she release him. Blaise calmly squeezed his long fingers. "What transpired between you and Draco?" "Nothing much," Aphra replied, biting her lip. "I merely need a nominal boyfriend." "I am honored to be your first choice," Blaise responded with a cheerful smile. Aphra mischievously asked, "How can you be so sure I chose you first? What if I sought someone else?" "Of course not. Who would refuse you if you sought someone else first?" "It certainly wouldn't be my turn," Blaise answered fluently. Aphra couldn't help but applaud him internally. "No wonder you are popular with the girls. If you were to date me, wouldn't a horde of admirers be heartbroken?" Aphra teased, eager for his response. Blaise replied without hesitation, "Others' heartbreak has nothing to do with me. As long as my official girlfriend is happy, that's what matters." "You truly know how to charm," Aphra conceded, acknowledging his sweet words. "But you are still free to pursue other girls. I must go find my ex-boyfriend now. Here, take Lhasa and take her for a stroll." "Hey, ex-boyfriend?" Blaise was taken aback, his mood dampening as he took Lhasa into his arms. "All right then, let us start building connections from this little dog," he remarked. Appearing somewhat silly, his usual demeanor altered. Aphra quickened her pace, soon catching up to Cedric. She grasped his wrist, startling him as he turned abruptly. He intended to pull away, but upon seeing it was Aphra, he hesitated. His face hardened, and he released her. Aphra smirked. "No, unless you retaliate with magic." With that, a chain appeared around their wrists, binding them together by her magic. Cedric was taken aback, pursing his lips. "Using magic would harm you. I do not wish for that." "Then come along with me," Aphra replied, feeling slightly dizzy. She steadied herself and tugged Cedric upward, who was cautious not to resist, fearing he might injure her delicate skin. Aphra's complexion paled, her breathing quickened. She was uncertain of her destination, simply following her instincts. "Where are we going?" Cedric inquired, bewildered. "A fresh pineapple." The door swung open, and as Aphra pulled him in, Cedric stumbled forward. The door slowly closed behind them, and with a wave of her wand, it locked. Maintaining her stern demeanor, Aphra waved her hand, and a chair appeared behind Cedric. The chain between them vanished as Aphra pressed Cedric's shoulders, guiding him onto the chair. She cradled his face in her hands. "Look at me." Aphra brushed her fingers along his brow, the world spinning momentarily before she blinked and regained focus. Cedric, still dazed, found the suddenness of it all surreal, like a vivid dream. Chapter 116, Nurturing. Cedric fell silent. He could not lie to Aphra. For all this time, he had thought of her every single day, even in his dreams. "You are Zabini's girlfriend." "Not anymore." "I am not," Aphra clarified. "There is no one else." It was merely a false collaboration, rest assured. He bitterly lamented, absurdly blaming himself. wishing he had softened sooner. Cedric's pupils constricted, and he chose not to continue speaking. Gazing into Cedric's deep eyes, Aphra gently caressed his cheek. I miss you. Always have. Cedric felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness in his heart. I miss you too. My treasure has always been you alone. They tentatively explored each other's feelings. It seemed Aphra vaguely forgot something, but upon seeing Cedric, she squinted her eyes and leaned closer. Your turn. Cedric embraced her. All right. Cedric, noticing her unwavering gaze, felt a rush of shyness. I can't take it any longer, otherwise. You might not make it to class tomorrow. Aphra finally came to her senses, biting her lip. Ah, I forgot I have class. Cedric blinked. I don't have class this afternoon, right? You have potions class, correct? Aphra's face turned pale with fright. Yes, Snape's class. I'm doomed. However, now that it had come to this, it would be better to skip it altogether. Aphra hesitated for quite a while before emerging from the water, putting on her clothes as Cedric buttoned them up for her. He carefully ensured her neck was well covered, meticulously smoothing her sleeves. Since we've already missed half the class, we might as well head back to the dormitory for a bit of rest, Cedric gently suggested. Aphra raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Oh, Cedric darling. You don't usually say such things. After all, you are quite the model student. I'm just concerned for your comfort. There's no need to force your body. Cedric explained, his face flushing. Aphra pretended to complain, yet a smile graced her face. I'll walk you back. Cedric feigned deafness to her words, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. That won't do, Aphra firmly rejected. I am someone else's girlfriend. To prevent myself from becoming the center of attention at Hogwarts, it would be best if you kept your distance. Cedric let out a couple of muffled sounds before exiting the head boy's bathroom. Aphra playfully caught Cedric and planted a couple of kisses on him, only then lifting the charm and pushing the door open to leave. She strolled leisurely towards the hospital wing, and after a while, Cedric emerged from the head boy's bathroom with a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. After Cedric departed, a head peeked around the corner. It was Harry. He removed his invisibility cloak, utterly bewildered. Hadn't Aphra just come out of the head boy's bathroom? And now Cedric had followed suit? Surely he hadn't misread the situation? Harry's mind was a jumble, and he took off his glasses to examine them again, confirming he wasn't seeing things. He felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Wasn't Aphra Zabini's girlfriend? With his head down, Harry made his way to the potions classroom, realizing he was already late for class. Hadn't Aphra and Diggory broken up ages ago? Harry's expression remained blank as he struggled to forget the joy that had been etched on her face moments ago. Arriving at the potions classroom in a daze, he found Snape already standing at the podium. His face darkened. Potter, you're late. 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry remained silent, not even harboring any resentment. Snape was perturbed. He relished seeing Potter's vexed expression, yet now he was met with indifference. Not one to let Harry off easily, Snape decreed a detention, instructing him to report to Filch later. He tapped the desk, recalling how Aphra Granger had skipped the entire potions class, which only heightened his irritation. She too would be punished with detention tonight. Otherwise, how many students might skip his classes in the future? Such audacity. Snape scoffed, plotting his course of action. Thus, after a brief respite, when Aphra sat down to dinner in the Great Hall, she was handed a notice of punishment. Staring at her fork in disbelief, she turned to Blaise and asked, why am I being punished by Snape? The parchment indicated truancy, and Blaise pointed to the parchment as if she couldn't read. Aphra swatted his hand away. I just submitted an application stating I was at the hospital wing. Why is he being so petty today? She lowered her voice, grumbling softly, clearly unwilling to serve detention. Blaise, equally puzzled, suggested, perhaps he has a few off days each month. Chapter 117, The Misfortunate Detention. Aphra finished her meal with a frown, feeling quite despondent. Oh, don't be sad, Blaise consoled, patting her shoulder. Once your detention is over, I'll come to fetch you. Is that really necessary? Aphra pouted, her gaze instinctively drifting to Cedric at the adjacent table. I won't get lost. Cedric was watching her intently, and Aphra raised the corners of her lips slightly, choosing not to linger on him. If I catch you sneaking out at night, do you really think I won't deduct points from Slytherin? She teased, her eyes twinkling with delight. Blaise, sensing her change in mood, was baffled. How could she be so cheerful after just a brief separation? I returned Lhasa to the hut. It seems to quite like me. This was no exaggeration. Lhasa was fond of whoever played with it, and Blaise had spent an entire afternoon bribing the creature. That's great if it likes you. Aphra tilted her head. But do you like it? Blaise asked casually, as if discussing mundane matters. Not really, Aphra replied calmly, without a hint of hesitation. Then I'll ask you again tomorrow, Blaise responded, unfazed by her answer. All right, Aphra nodded. What about little Draco? He went drinking with Iziri. Blaise replied nonchalantly. Somehow, they've become good friends. Aphra frowned. Well, let's hope Iziri doesn't lead Draco astray. Who's to say who's worse? Blaise shook his head. You should head to detention now, to avoid Filch giving you a hard time. Does he dare? Aphra scoffed, making her way to Filch's office. Upon arriving, she stood beside the desk with her hands tucked away. Filch was cradling his cat, grinning maliciously. So, how will I be punished, sir? Aphra asked. As she had never been in detention before, she was a diligent student. No rush. One hasn't arrived yet, Filch sneered. You all are nothing but troublesome students. Aphra felt a surge of indignation. She wanted to slap her report card on his face. After all, her results were commendable, regardless of the process. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Aphra turned to find Harry's green eyes staring back at her. Both were momentarily taken aback. Harry was still preoccupied with thoughts of Aphra and Diggory from earlier. Seeing Aphra at night caught him off guard, and he rubbed his nose, avoiding her gaze. You two need to help me organize the files, Filch instructed. Oh, is that all? Aphra glanced at the task, feeling a flicker of joy. Filch is surprisingly generous? Filch gestured toward a small room filled with disheveled files. Aphra. Harry was already accustomed to this. He was a frequent visitor. Sure. So quickly accepting? Aphra was astonished. Filch strutted out with a sense of pride, warning them. No magic allowed. I'll be right outside. With Filch out, Aphra and Harry squatted inside, sorting through the paperwork. What did you get punished for? Aphra wondered aloud. I was 2 minutes late, Harry scoffed. Snape has it out for me. He targets me for everything. Aphra understood Snape's disdain for Harry, yet she pondered why he would single him out. Is it because of my father and my godfather? And my mother? Harry replied, not delving deeper. Aware that Sirius and Lupin had refrained from elaborating on the past, likely wishing to keep him uninvolved in the grievances of the previous generation. Oh, Aphra nodded, raising an eyebrow. Could it be that my skipping Snape's class is why you got dragged into this mess? Skipping class? Harry hesitated as memories of the afternoon flooded back. Perhaps it was best to forget it. Yes, I forgot. Oh well, Aphra muttered. There are more enjoyable things than attending class. Harry, taken aback, replied, well, perhaps it's not you dragging me down, but me dragging you down. Snape probably thinks we're both skipping class, and he's punishing me, while also punishing you. Is that so? Aphra smiled. Are you a regular here? Not too bad. Just cleaning trophies, mopping floors, organizing potion ingredients, helping certain professors with correspondence, and the Forbidden Forest. Harry recalled nonchalantly. All right, Aphra sighed, astonished. That's quite a lot. You must be impressive. Harry frowned, feeling dejected, believing he could never measure up to Aphra. No worries. Let us just keep sorting the files. Harry forced a smile, though his eyes were filled with sorrow. Aphra raised an eyebrow, noticing his expression. She wasn't blind to it. But, well, she didn't like this side of him. So, sorry, little savior. Are you still in contact with Diggory? Aphra paused, momentarily forgetting to refute. Wondering how he knew. It's nothing. Harry averted his gaze, feeling he shouldn't have asked. Aphra's heart tightened, and she bit her lip in silence. I was just guessing, Harry added, attempting to mend the situation, thinking that if Aphra found out, she'd likely feel embarrassed. Let us focus on organizing the files. Aphra considered this, furrowing her brow, yet remained perplexed. Meanwhile, Draco and Iziri were hiding behind a large tree, surrounded by empty bottles, each holding a drink. Draco tilted his head back, gulping down a large swig, choking as tears streamed down his face. Why? Why won't she accept me? Iziri pondered, grinning widely. You must be drunk. I am not. Then whose wand is this? Isolai casually brushed against a branch and remarked, if you get it right, I'll tell you why. Is this yours? Draco squinted, his face flushed. It's clearly yours. Isolai focused his gaze, realizing he couldn't quite fixate, everything before him blurred. And he began to see double. You're talking nonsense. Come on, we're brothers. Just tell me why she allows you to call her baby. Why can't it be me? Isolai frowned and shook his head. My baby? Aphro. She said to give me a chance. She is deceiving you. She has found a boyfriend. Draco shoved him, causing Isolai to fall to the ground, groaning for a while. She hasn't deceived me. Don't you understand her? She wants to give every boy a chance. Isolai shouted. If it were anyone else, they'd only get a little. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Draco stubbornly retorted, tears welling in his eyes. You're spouting nonsense. Chapter 118, Go to the spa. You're the one spouting nonsense. We're good brothers. I would never deceive you. Isolai patted his chest, swearing earnestly. All right then, good brother for life. Draco echoed, slapping his own chest with a resounding thud. Brother, I'll escort you back. Isolai staggered to his feet, reaching out to pull Draco along. After a couple of attempts, Draco finally grasped Isolai's hand, struggling to stand up, sighing. All right, good brother. The two linked arms, wobbling as they walked in a serpentine manner toward the castle. Aphro and Harry quickly organized the materials, as Aphro ultimately couldn't resist, waving her wand to complete the task, even before Filch noticed, sitting idly while chatting. No matter how much Aphro questioned Harry, he remained tight-lipped about Diggory. Aphro's brow twitched, Your potions class is the second period this afternoon? Harry replied, pursing his lips. Hesitantly, Aphro asked, did you pass by the head boy's bathroom this afternoon? Harry replied, his gaze conflicted as he looked at Aphro. Aphro chuckled softly. So that's how it is, you don't have to be so shy about it. Harry blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Oh, just help me keep it a secret, my affair with Cedric, Aphro winked teasingly. Harry displayed a troubled expression. But, Zabini, it seemed you were siding with him. Aphro feigned displeasure. I've helped you so much. You don't need to act this way just because you dislike me. I don't dislike you. Harry shook his head. I just fine. Aphro laughed heartily. Child, so easy to deceive, so amusing. Filch peeked in, prompting Aphro to compose her smile. All done. Filch queried suspiciously. Indeed, you may check. Did you use magic? Filch frowned, his face darkening. If it were done manually, it would be impossible to complete in one night. Aphro raised an eyebrow, casually glancing at him. No. Did you hear the sounds of magic? You can use a spell to check. Filch's face turned pale. Aphro had struck a nerve. Though not overly talkative, her words were precise and impactful. I see. You may leave. Aphro smiled slightly, standing up. Harry, let us go? Harry followed her silently out, and after walking a short distance, Blaise emerged from the shadows. Baby, I'm here to pick you up. Harry's nerves tightened, and several figures flashed through his mind. He held his tongue, remaining silent. Aphro noticed his demeanor, almost laughing. What is wrong with him? Did Filch give him a beating? Shouldn't he be, right? Blaise queried, glancing at Aphro. I don't know what he is thinking. She shrugged. By the way, where were you this afternoon? I didn't see you. Blaise had a hunch that it had something to do with Diggory. Aphro pursed her lips, smiling gently. What? Harry hesitated, thinking he might as well speak up for Aphro. What if she and Zabini ended up arguing? Truth be told, it was Aphro's fault. But Zabini had a history of dating 3 girlfriends simultaneously, creating quite a stir at Hogwarts. Blame it all on Zabini. Aphro couldn't help but laugh. She poked Harry's shoulder. I don't know what you're thinking. Well, you can rest assured that Blaise and I aren't dating. Harry was taken aback by this twist. Huh? Yes, Blaise said with intrigue. So what's the deal? As for Cedric and me, well, it's, I can't say stolen. It's rekindled feelings. Aphro pondered her words before nodding affirmatively. Oh, not with Zabini, but indeed having a fling with Cedric. Harry reflected, feeling a complex and strange mix of emotions. Should he be happy or sad? Should he be anxious or relieved? Either way, he didn't want to have feelings for Aphro, so he didn't care. Harry nodded. I'll take my leave now. You all do as you wish. All right. Come back if you need anything. Aphro waved, watching Harry depart. She lifted her chin. Be careful, or I'll impose detention on you. One particular head boy had been confined himself. How could he dare speak of punishing others? Well, that's a different matter. Aphro chuckled lightly. By the way, now that Cedric and I have. Sure, don't speak. Blaise made a silencing gesture. He already knew what Aphro was about to say, as he often used such phrasing himself. Then between us. Hey, someone is coming. Blaise tugged at her sleeve, and Aphro hid behind him, peeking out to reveal her eyes. The scent of alcohol wafted heavily. It was Draco and Isolai. Blaise and Aphro. Draco's eyes darted, suddenly tugging at Isolai. Brother, there's a ghost. A ghost? Huh. Aphro pointed at herself. Me? A ghost? Draco Malfoy, open your eyes. Aphro shook her fist, frowning. Who is a ghost? You're the ghost. Your whole family is a ghost. Help me. The ghost wants to eat me. Did you fail your history of magic exam? You fool. Blaise covered Aphro's mouth, calmly stating, stay calm. These two are drunk. Let us get them back. Aphro struggled to speak, and Blaise released his hand, cautiously looking back to ensure Filch wasn't nearby. You take Draco. I'll take this French little brother. Blaise weighed the options, grinning as he pointed at Isolai, considering him the more threatening of the two. Draco, unaware of being underestimated, suddenly wobbled, prompting Aphro to instinctively support him as he fell into her embrace, still mumbling. All right. Aphro replied nonchalantly, thinking that if she were to give him a proper thrashing, Draco probably wouldn't even remember it. Blaise supported Isolai, who insisted on collapsing onto Draco, both unwilling to separate. Aphro cast a silent charm, pinching her brow in thought. After a moment, she tied the two together, finally feeling at ease. Blaise dragged Isolai toward the castle, while Aphro wrapped her arm around Draco, half dragging him back to the Slytherin common room. Draco wanted to throw a fit, but lacked the strength. Aphro finally managed to pull him into the common room, exhausted, and simply pushed him onto the sofa. Go to the spa? Chapter 119, the worst news is. Aphro raised an eyebrow. Why are you crying so sadly? She settled beside Draco, utterly worn out. Reaching out, she wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, lifting the spell to allow him to speak again. Huh. Draco grasped her wrist. Leaning in closer to examine her, caressing Afro's face with his hand. Gray eyes mixed with blue, each eyelash distinctly defined. Afro fell silent for a moment, momentarily lost in thought. Huh, you're not a ghost? Draco withdrew his hand, nestling into the corner of the sofa. Not a ghost, but tangible. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Aphrodite contemplated, enduring her internal struggle. Come on, let us return to the dormitory. She reached out, attempting to grasp his wrist. But Draco evaded her, leaving her grasping at air. I'm not going back. There are ghosts in the dormitory. Is that really the issue? Rest assured, there are no ghosts. Aphrodite made another attempt to seize him, but he deftly dodged her grasp with remarkable agility. You truly live up to your reputation as a seeker, don't you? Aphrodite mused, deciding not to engage in a quarrel with a drunkard. Indeed, I am quite formidable, Draco replied with a smirk. I have triumphed in 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches, 3 matches, 2 matches. Enough of your counting, Aphrodite exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on as she observed him counting on his fingers, contemplating something. Seizing the moment, she lunged for him. Draco rolled away, scrambling from one corner of the sofa to the other. Help! Save me! He cried out. I can't take it anymore. Aphrodite, disregarding any semblance of decorum, let out her frustrations, and her mood lifted considerably as she sat beside Draco, arms crossed. Draco returned to his previously composed demeanor. Muttering a few words, Aphrodite furrowed her brow, unable to hear him clearly. What did you say? My Quidditch skills are exceptional. Aphrodite comes to watch my matches every day. Draco murmured. Aphrodite pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. When Blaise returned, he appeared quite disheveled, his hair in disarray and his clothes tattered. Did you get into a fight with a dragon? Aphrodite inquired hesitantly. I declare that Ashlyn is more troublesome than a dragon, Blaise replied. His face plastered with a forced smile, though his heart was aching. Well, then you are bound to encounter someone even more difficult than Ashlyn. Aphrodite pointed at Draco. You two are roommates, so he is all yours. Him? Blaise glanced at Draco, who looked so tranquil that he couldn't possibly be that hard to deal with. I'm leaving, Aphrodite said, slipping away swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Blaise scoffed, rolling up his sleeves. I don't believe you can be more troublesome than that Ashlyn fellow. Aphrodite enjoyed a restful slumber, and when she arrived at the great hall, radiant and refreshed, she noticed Blaise, Draco, and Ashlyn all with their heads bowed in silence. Observing their demeanor, no one dared to sit near them. Aphrodite smiled. Catching Theodore's gaze as he passed by, he regarded them thoughtfully, unable to comprehend their situation but respecting it nonetheless. You've all worked hard, Theodore remarked, patting Aphrodite on the shoulder before walking away with a sigh. I'm not exhausted. I'm just unfortunate, Aphrodite replied, taking a deep breath as she approached Ashlyn and playfully slapped him on the arm. How did you rest yesterday? Fairly well, Ashlyn replied tersely. And you? Aphrodite turned to Draco. Draco hid his face with his hand, wishing to conceal himself from her view. He had been intoxicated the previous night and had only recently regained his senses, now replaying the events of last night in his mind. The bad news was that he had been utterly inebriated. Another piece of bad news was that he had a terrible tolerance for alcohol and tended to become rowdy. Worse still, he had repeatedly pushed away the girl he had been longing for. The absolute worst part was that, despite his blackout, every detail of the night was vividly etched in his memory. Draco groaned in distress, recalling how he had called Ashlyn his brother and shouted at Aphrodite, referring to her as a ghost, not to mention the numerous times he had pushed her away. Wonderful. He felt as though he might as well jump into the black lake and offer himself to the giant squid. Blaise, unable to lift his arms, shot a glance at Draco and scoffed. He is doing just fine. He kept me up until 3 a.m., crying and laughing. And even Theodore had to resort to several earplugs. No wonder he claims to be exhausted. Aphrodite thought about giving Draco a slap as well. But recalling his foolish remarks from the previous night, she sighed and angrily sat beside Blaise. You all should refrain from drinking in the future. It's truly ridiculous. Draco, reaching across Blaise's arm, tentatively inquired. Aphrodite dodged him, a smirk playing on her lips, realizing that the balance of power had shifted. My father's reply has arrived. Shall we discuss it after class? Draco mustered his courage, remembering Aphrodite's promise that they would have a serious conversation once her father responded. Aphrodite nodded. Yes, that sounds good. I have potions class now. She forced a smile. I need to go early to review. Why? He will undoubtedly target me. That's just how he is. Aphrodite shot a glance at the teacher's desk and muttered. I bet 10 galleons he will call on me to answer a question. I don't believe you. Let us wager, Draco responded. In the potions classroom. As Aphrodite flipped through her book, Snape swept into the room, his robe billowing, and cast her a glance. Gringotts, please answer the question from last class. Of course, Professor. Aphrodite replied calmly, rising to her feet. After class, as she exited the room and bid farewell to Lacey and the others, she ascended the staircase. Her pocket held a rolled-up letter from her father. "Sister, shall we study together?" Astoria inquired as she descended the stairs, her eyes sparkling. "You go ahead. I have some matters to discuss," Aphrodite replied, bending down to ruffle Astoria's hair. "All right, I'll be off then." Aphrodite redirected her gaze and walked towards the corridor, where Draco sat on a bench, absorbed in a letter. Students passed by, some in pairs while others strolled leisurely, some engaged in playful banter, including the Weasley twins, Fred and George, chasing Ron around as he shouted in protest. Draco, with his light golden hair shining in the sunlight, seemed unusually quiet, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, now tinged with a melancholic air that set him apart from the bustling crowd. "Draco," Aphrodite greeted casually as she sat beside him. He responded softly, lifting the letter, his eyes filled with confusion. "Why doesn't my father approve of our relationship?" Aphrodite smiled gently. "I had already suspected as much. I knew he wouldn't agree." Draco had faced setbacks 3 times over the past decade, once with Potter, as he could never surpass him, leading to his obsession with targeting Harry Potter, once with Aphrodite, as their time together had been longer than with anyone else. And he had always believed they would end up together, yet Aphrodite had long made it clear that she did not harbor feelings for him. And once again, with the criticism from his father in the letter. "Why?" Draco asked, bewildered. "Foolish Draco," Aphrodite said, ruffling his hair. "My father disapproves as well." A gentle smile graced her face as Draco examined her closely, noticing how she increasingly resembled Diggory when she smiled. Aphrodite recalled the contents of her father's letter, which boiled down to 2 main points. First, to steer clear of the Malfoy family, and second, to avoid frivolous romantic entanglements. Draco lowered his gaze, recalling his father's words that old Gringotts had rejected the Malfoy family's advances, citing that Aphrodite already had a boyfriend and that it would be inappropriate to interfere with her preferences. Yet, he disliked Daphne and Astoria, making it impossible for him to switch partners. "My father says it's because you're in a relationship that it's not acceptable," Draco said innocently. Aphrodite scoffed. "Oh, is that so? I suddenly think Daphne is quite nice," Draco remarked, fixing his gaze upon her. "She has someone she likes," Aphrodite replied calmly. "Astoria, she is too young," Aphrodite countered. "I can wait for her," Draco retorted, unwilling to back down. Aphrodite understood his underlying implication and smiled, contemplating how to explain to Draco that his rejection was not due to his own shortcomings, but rather because the Greengrasses did not wish to be associated with the Malfoy family. "I suspect your father has warned you against getting too close to the Greengrasses." Aphrodite leaned in closer, locking her gaze with his. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but Aphrodite quickly added, "Don't lie. I can see right through you." Draco averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. "What does it matter to you?" he retorted. "Listen to your father," Aphrodite replied calmly. "It truly does not concern me." Her father's stance was evidently clear. Although his rejection was couched in politeness, it unmistakably conveyed the sentiment of the Greengrass family. Draco found himself at a loss for words. How did she know everything? Had she intercepted his letters in the dead of night? Did he tell you to consider marrying someone else? Perhaps Pansy Parkinson? Aphrodite asked with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling. Draco could not muster a single word, his expression one of confusion. "Pansy is out of the question," Aphrodite warned after a moment of contemplation. "Why?" Draco was even more perplexed. Aphrodite huffed lightly, lowering her gaze. "At the very least, we should give Daphne a chance." Although the Parkinson family was undoubtedly aligned with Voldemort, she did not wish to see Daphne in distress. With her eyes cast down, Aphrodite thought to speak with Daphne another day. "There is no particular reason," she said, glancing at him. "All right, our conversation is concluded. Let us depart." "Wait. What did we discuss?" Draco exclaimed, utterly astonished. "It's just that. Let's leave it at that." No need for elaboration. Aphrodite understood the nuances well. Yet some things could not be articulated so plainly. "Well, I'm in a relationship with Blaise," she reiterated. "Remember that, all right? It's going splendidly." She added with a playful warning. "If you breathe a word of this, I shall give you a couple of punches." "I want to say a thing," Draco replied, shutting his mouth, his eyes reflecting disappointment. "There are plenty of lovely girls at Hogwarts, or you could even consider someone from Beauxbatons. Think long term, all right?" Aphrodite earnestly advised him. Noticing his pallor, she continued. "One shouldn't hang all their hopes on a single tree. Like me, I transplant every tree into my own yard. If all else fails, I will even break off a branch." Draco felt a sense of dissonance. He knew that Aphrodite was sentimental, but he had never contemplated that she meant to include everyone. He fell silent, recalling Ashling's words from the previous night while intoxicated. Was she really intent on giving every boy a chance? That notion was unacceptable to Draco. Aphrodite found his reaction amusing. "You lack vision. Come on, my good brother," she said, patting Draco's shoulder casually. "Huh. Oh." Draco trailed behind her in silence, momentarily forgetting what he had intended to say. "So, are we still friends?" he inquired, peeking over her shoulder, his height rendering the gesture endearingly awkward. "Of course," Aphrodite replied breezily, for being friends was far less burdensome than being lovers. Presently, she had to devise a way to comfort Cedric. "Does what you said earlier still hold true?" Draco probed again. "Indeed," Aphrodite cheerfully affirmed, her response quick and firm. "Do you even recall what you promised? You've made so many commitments, you probably don't remember what you said to me." The moment the words left Draco's mouth, he regretted his jealousy. "I do remember," Aphrodite replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "I said I would attend every one of your Quidditch matches, and I also mentioned that whenever you needed me, I would be there." Draco turned on his heel, striding away. "Where are you going?" Aphrodite asked, surprised. "I suddenly have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." Draco fled, fearful that if he lingered, his embarrassment would be laid bare. "I wouldn't bite him," Aphrodite mused, shaking her head as she continued on her way. Cedric was engrossed in a book in an empty classroom. Aphrodite and Cedric had previously studied spells together in this familiar setting. "What are you up to?" she asked, leaning against the door frame with a cheerful smile. "Reading," Cedric replied with a smirk, though his expression soon turned neutral. "Why aren't you with your boyfriend? What do you want with me?" Aphrodite was momentarily speechless, then huffed. "Well, I guess I'll go find my boyfriend then." Cedric frowned. "Really?" "Not really," Aphrodite scoffed. "You should try to maintain that bravado for a few more minutes." "I can't keep it up," Cedric replied, narrowing his eyes. "You should explain why you're feigning a relationship with Zabini." Chapter 121, The Reasons for Poor Health. "Because I'm feeling playful, and my father is pressuring me," Aphrodite confessed. Cedric looked at her, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" "My father disapproves of us," she pouted, tugging at his fingers in a display of vulnerability. "He insists I find someone obedient." "And Zabini is obedient?" Cedric thought, perplexed by the notion that he was not compliant. "Actually, I'm only dating him because the Malfoy family is proposing a union with mine," Aphrodite added quickly, noting Cedric's shifting expressions. "But I turned them down, dear." "Is your father hoping you'll find someone more compliant?" Cedric asked hesitantly. Aphrodite mused. "Most likely, someone with my surname." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "What? Cedric Greengrass?" The thought startled him, and he quickly turned to Aphrodite to confirm that she was not merely jesting. Though her eyes sparkled with mirth, her demeanor was serious, distinct from their previous banter. "You always manage to astonish me with your ideas. Your words are consistently provocative," Cedric sighed, ruffling her hair. "Historically, wives have always taken their husbands' surnames, transitioning from their father's name to their husband's, moving from one man's household to another. Why should it be any different? She is Aphrodite Greengrass. She will not bear the name Diggory, Wood, Weasley, or Malfoy." "All right then, Miss Greengrass," Cedric smiled. "I find your perspective audacious and commendable." Aphrodite smiled shyly, then continued. "There's another matter I must clarify, which was also the cause of our previous discord. I need to reiterate this, as I don't want anyone speculating. It's not that I'm unable to speak up or communicate." "Go on," Cedric encouraged, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. I have many people I like," Aphrodite stated nonchalantly, "as you already know." "Yes, I do," he replied. "From Oliver Wood to Percy Weasley, and now you," she added, noting Cedric's hesitation. "And of course, there might be others in the future." "Still, I can't help but feel upset," Cedric admitted. "I still can't accept it. Yet I cannot refuse it either. And then there's Percy." Cedric squeezed her hand and leaned in to kiss her lightly. "No more talking about that. Weren't you prepared for this conversation?" Aphrodite teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I was wrong. I wasn't ready," Cedric grumbled. "I'm not listening." "Very well." Aphrodite cleared her throat. "What shall we discuss then? Do you not like Malfoy?" Cedric inquired, his concern evident. Aphrodite blinked. "You're asking the same question Oliver did. Last time I answered that it was impossible. This time, my answer is that I don't like him at the moment." She hesitated, causing Cedric to cough lightly, thinking, "I need to keep Malfoy away from Aphrodite. What about Aisling?" Cedric pressed further. Give it a chance," she replied, scratching her nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. "And Potter?" Cedric maintained his smile, pressing on. "Not interested," Aphrodite declared firmly. "I only like older boys." Cedric squinted. "I see it now." She batted her eyelashes and clung to Cedric's arm. "Handsome, senior, come study with me." "You're jumping topics too quickly," Cedric remarked, perplexed. "By the way, I noticed your expression was off in the prefect's bathroom last time. Were you feeling unwell?" Aphrodite froze. "My expression was off?" Aphra's initial reaction was to suspect that Tom was behind it, yet upon reflection, it did not quite feel that way. As she recalled that moment, a chill crept over her, and her mind felt foggy, as if she were engulfed in discomfort. As she dragged Cedric toward the head boy's bathroom, her steps faltered, and darkness seemed to loom before her. However, that sensation soon dissipated entirely. Lost in thought, Aphra gazed intently at Cedric, realizing that she no longer felt unwell. You fall ill every change of season, dread the cold in winter. It seems your constitution is weaker than others, Cedric observed. Aphra was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Cedric would so astutely notice her peculiar condition in that moment at the head boy's bathroom. It touched her deeply. Indeed. And it is not something that can be remedied by a simple charm, she replied, pursing her lips. While others could use warming spells to fend off the chill, it held little efficacy for her. She reminisced about the old sage who had appeared at her doorstep in her childhood, who spoke of nurturing the yin to supplement the yang, forging one's own being. Suddenly, that phrase echoed in her mind as she murmured it silently. What flows naturally is abundant. Aphra licked her lips, feeling their parched state. Back then, she might not have fully grasped its meaning, but now it resonated profoundly within her. A slight frown creased her brow as doubts began to accumulate in her heart. Who was that old man? Why did he suddenly show up at her home? How could he know about her frail health? Why utter such words? And it was he who had revealed the address of Harry's Muggle relatives to her. If all he said were true, then his predictions were alarmingly precise. His fee seemed remarkably low. What could he possibly desire? Merely 3 or 5 galleons. Should she encounter that old man again, she would certainly engage him in a meaningful conversation. In her youth, she had not understood the value of seizing opportunities, but now? She had long since lost track of the old sage's whereabouts. It's all right. I have a semblance of understanding now. I can attempt to resolve this myself, Aphra smiled, her expression tinged with concern. Let us set this topic aside for now. Stay still, Cedric commanded gently, gripping her chin. He produced a lip balm from seemingly nowhere. His gaze fixed earnestly upon her lips as he delicately applied it. Your lips are quite chapped, but thankfully, I came prepared. Aphra blinked, and once Cedric finished, she beamed at him. How thoughtful. I feel as though I cannot bear to be away from you. Oh, please, Cedric chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. You would be effortlessly charming without me. Aphra arched an eyebrow mischievously. Oh dear, caught in the act. Your lips seem rather parched, Cedric mused, cupping her face as they drew closer, as if on the verge of an intimate embrace. Aphra giggled, playfully pushing Cedric away before retrieving her textbooks from her bag. It's time to review. Otherwise, I shall falter in my OWLs and hinder my future aspirations of becoming a minister. Chapter 122, The Unconscious Student. Despite the romantic interlude, Aphra could not afford to neglect her studies. After spending an entire afternoon and evening studying with Cedric in the classroom, Aphra finally gathered her books. She tossed her bag to Cedric and naturally linked her arm with his. Let us return and rest. Very well, Cedric thought. For Aphra possessed a certain magic that transformed his irritation into tranquility, then from serenity to fervor. He ruffled her hair affectionately. Get plenty of rest and eat well. Of course, Aphra replied, her brow furrowing as she gestured for silence. Shoo. She released her hold on Cedric. Someone's coming. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she distanced herself from him. Cedric maintained his smile, though inwardly he lamented, when could he rid himself of Zabini? They had to hide upon encountering others. As Aphra touched her neck and turned a corner, she suddenly halted, prompting Cedric to come to a swift stop. Before them lay an unconscious student. Aphra glanced at Cedric, and they both exchanged bewildered looks. A rustling sound followed, and Filch appeared, holding a lantern. Upon seeing Aphra, he was reminded of the incident involving detention, and his expression darkened. Then, noticing the student on the ground, he shouted, What is going on here? What did you do? Aphra regarded Filch with a look of incredulity, pointing at herself, then at Cedric. What could we possibly have done, headmaster? We were merely passing by. Indeed. We had just left the classroom and hadn't had the chance to assess the situation before you arrived, Cedric hastily explained, positioning himself in front of Aphra. She shoved Cedric aside, frowning at Filch. Do not slander us without cause. Our immediate priority is to get this student to the hospital wing for examination before making any accusations. Filch's eyes darted, and before he could respond, Aphra added, You should accompany us as well. Witness Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis before you leave, to avoid unjust accusations. She bent down to examine the fallen student, confirming that the girl bore no external injuries, merely appearing as if she had drifted into sleep. The girl was wrapped in a Slytherin scarf, and after confirming there were no marks, she turned to inspect the girl's face. Oh, it's Trout. Aphra looked up, about to extend a hand, when Cedric crouched down to assist. Allow me. Be cautious, Aphra warned, helping to lift Trout onto Cedric's back. She then turned to Filch. Keep up. Filch muttered a few curses under his breath. Aphra tilted her head. Otherwise, I shall report your dereliction of duty to Dumbledore. Instantly, Filch followed closely behind them. Upon reaching the hospital wing, Cedric gently laid Trout on a bed, and Aphra knocked on Madame Pomfrey's door. Filch stood at the entrance, arms crossed, his demeanor gloomy. Madame Pomfrey yawned as she opened the door. What brings you here at this hour? A student has fainted. Could you please take a look? Aphra stepped aside, and they all turned to regard the girl on the bed. Cedric quietly edged closer to Aphra, who remained blissfully unaware. Madame Pomfrey quickly conducted a preliminary examination. Furrowing her brow, she has been subjected to a forgetfulness charm, but there are no other injuries. A forgetfulness charm? Aphra frowned. Only upper-year students at Hogwarts learn such spells, and few can wield it effectively. Cedric frowned slightly, unconsciously tugging at Aphra's sleeve. She offered him a reassuring glance and patted the back of his hand. Why was she subjected to a forgetfulness charm? Who could have done such a thing? Filch observed the affectionate exchange between them, his mind concocting a dramatic narrative. Perhaps they were indeed responsible. After all, this unfortunate girl had stumbled upon their private moment, leading to the casting of a forgetfulness charm. If Aphra were aware of Filch's wild imaginings, she would have surely used her wand to give him a proper reprimand. If she were to cast a forgetfulness charm on that girl, why not on Filch as well? After all, Filch was incapable of magic and would be no trouble at all. I shall report this to the headmaster, Filch hastily declared, bolting away, fearful that Aphra and Cedric might depart at any moment. Aphra was left bewildered. Who knows what this dimwit is thinking? Dumbledore soon arrived, surveying the room. While Filch continued to point accusatory fingers at Aphra and Cedric, Dumbledore addressed Filch in a calm tone. I understand. Argus, you may return now. I will handle this. Filch departed begrudgingly, casting a final glare at the two. Aphra smiled at Filch, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Poppy, what is the situation? Dumbledore inquired gently. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, lamenting that the memories could not be restored. Fortunately, it was only the events of the evening that seemed to have revealed some clandestine secret of another. With a shrug, she remarked, I administered a potion to her, and then brought her back to consciousness. I appreciate your assistance, Bobby. Dumbledore replied with a slight nod as Madame Pomfrey retreated into her potions chamber. Aphra glanced at Dumbledore, tilting her head. I have heard that Miss Greengrass and Mr. Zabini are involved. It seems the rumors were unfounded. Dumbledore teased Aphra. She turned her gaze towards Cedric, who pondered momentarily before grasping her hand. Dumbledore's amusement deepened as he winked at Aphra, proclaiming, love is indeed the greatest force, is it not? Aphra raised an eyebrow. Recalling that she had exchanged a few words with Dumbledore during the year of Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, yet they had not conversed since. Dumbledore appeared quite the believer in the power of love. It was also due to the protective words he had shared with her about love that had inspired Aphra to explore magic in this direction. Sir, you hold such a profound belief in love, yet I have not heard of you having a beloved, she remarked, genuinely puzzled. Dumbledore paused, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes before he smiled. Everyone possesses countless untold stories, treasures that remain unforgettable to them throughout their lives. Aphra gazed at him thoughtfully, nodding in quiet contemplation. Of course, love transcends mere romantic entanglements. The bonds between friends and family are equally significant, Dumbledore added, observing Aphra closely. He could sense the aura of love that enveloped her, affirming his belief that she was a good child because she understood love. Chapter 123. Was it Tom? A soft groan emanated from the bed as Professor Trelawney sat up, a bewildered expression crossing her face as she surveyed her surroundings. Why am I here? She murmured. You were attacked and subjected to a memory charm, which is why you cannot recall the events of this evening, Dumbledore gently explained. Trelawney stared at Aphra with a hint of wariness. Aphra maintained her composure, regarding her as an utterly ordinary person. Miss Greengrass and Mr. Diggory happened to pass by and saved you, she informed her. However, Trelawney's expression remained skeptical. Aphra raised an eyebrow, bemused by the suspicion directed toward her. I acted out of kindness. I would never erase someone's memory without cause. She was not the sort to act without accountability. Miss Greengrass, Mr. Diggory, I require your wands to verify whether you have used a memory charm, she requested, nodding at Dumbledore. Cedric also offered his wand with a gentle demeanor. Seeing their cooperation, Trelawney felt considerably reassured. Truth be told, after the last episode where Greengrass had been unjustly maligned by the Daily Prophet, Trelawney had anticipated suspicion directed at herself. To her surprise, Greengrass greeted her without any hint of mistrust, suggesting she was a magnanimous individual. Trelawney had completely forgotten her own apology letter that had been plastered all over Hogwarts. Nor did she recall the incessant itch she had endured for 3 days or the acne that had marred her face. Once Dumbledore had finished his examination and confirmed there were no issues, Trelawney felt even more at ease. What were your intentions this evening? Dumbledore inquired. Trelawney tapped her head thoughtfully. I had just exited the library and was on my way back to the dormitory when everything went blank. The next thing I knew, I was here. Her memory had been thoroughly wiped. The assailant's skill in enchantments was evidently formidable. Dumbledore analyzed the situation with ease, noting that while they could have altered her memories, they had only hastily erased them. It seems we happened upon them by chance, Aphra speculated. We did hear footsteps, but when we approached, there was no one to be seen. Dumbledore remarked seriously, "This is a matter that warrants caution among the professors, even if no lives were lost." At Dumbledore's words, Trelawney instinctively recoiled, alarmed at the implication of potential harm. If they possess the ability to erase memories undetected, they may also have the capacity to cause harm, Aphro explained kindly, causing Trelawney to grip the bedclothes in fear. "Do not be afraid. If they meant to kill you, you would not be sitting here unscathed. They likely wish to avoid drawing attention," Aphro comforted her, though the reassurance seemed to have little effect. Trelawney merely stared wide-eyed, silent. "I shall refrain from speaking." Aphro decided to remain quiet, eliciting a chuckle from Cedric. "Avoid drawing attention?" Dumbledore fell into contemplation, intending to discuss with Moody his decision to appoint him as this year's defense against the dark arts professor, particularly given Karkaroff's presence. Karkaroff had once been a Death Eater. Having an Auror on watch at the school was most prudent. "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," Aphro said, showing little interest in the unfolding events. That individual was destined to encounter them today, yet he chose to slip away, indicating a desire to avoid confrontation and unnecessary complications. Aphro found this behavior exceedingly strange. If one could strike a single opponent, surely two would not pose a problem. "Stay safe." Dumbledore nodded as Cedric took Aphro's hand, leading her out of the infirmary. Both were enveloped in silence, lost in thought over the evening's occurrences. "Do not dwell too much on it. Rest well," Cedric said as he escorted Aphro to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Good night." "Good night," Aphro replied, tugging at his sleeve. Cedric dutifully bent down, their lips entwining for a moment before she felt satisfied. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Rancy and Beatrice still awake, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Aphro, they drew her into their discussion. Aphro waved her hand. "By the way, in the coming days, it's best not to wander out alone. It's safer in pairs." "What's the matter?" the two girls exclaimed, ears perked with surprise. "Today, while studying with a friend, I encountered Trelawney, who had been subjected to a memory charm. It seems she stumbled into something unfortunate, but thankfully, she is unharmed." Aphro summarized briefly, causing her roommates to grow tense. After finishing her nightly routine and climbing into bed, they continued to bombard her with questions, their concerns heightened. "Good night. I must shut down for the day," Aphro said, switching off the light, plunging the room into darkness. As she turned over, her hand unexpectedly brushed against something hard. "What is this, a doll?" she wondered, opening her eyes in shock to find Tom's dark gaze fixed upon her, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Her hand lay upon Tom's chest, and he blinked in confusion, still surrounded by the familiar decor of the dormitory. Before he could utter a word, Aphro swiftly covered his mouth, and in a whirlwind, they were transported back into the ring. Observing the starkly different surroundings, Aphro finally exhaled in relief. "You can leave the ring now?" she asked, panic rising. Had he been responsible for the events of the evening? Tom composed himself, piecing together the situation. So, had he suddenly exited the ring while he was asleep? He longed to raise an eyebrow, yet doing so would shatter the persona he had constructed. Adopting a mode of feigned innocence, he expressed his confusion. "What? I was still asleep. One moment I was dreaming, and the next, I awoke to your face, and then I was right back here. I know nothing." His expression of grievance left Aphro feeling tumultuous within. She desperately wanted to believe him, yet skepticism lingered. "Sister, do you not wish for me to emerge? Is it not a good thing that I can leave the ring?" Tom grasped Aphro's hand, shaking it gently. "Sister, say something." "Of course, I wish for you to emerge. My dear brother." Aphrodite could no longer conceal her expression. In a bid to shield Tom from witnessing the quivering corners of her mouth, she enveloped him in an embrace. Chapter 124, The Taste of Poverty. Tom pressed her head against his shoulder, indulging in a mischievous rub, his other arm encircling her waist, presenting an image akin to that of lovers. "Tom, have you truly just emerged from the ring?" Aphrodite inquired hesitantly. "Do you not trust me?" Tom smirked, his gaze profound in a manner that Aphrodite could not perceive. What had he done? He had merely taken a slumber only to awaken in the bed of Gringotts. Why the need for suspicion? Just as he was on the verge of gaining trust, he found himself nearly losing it all. Yet, Gringotts could not bring about his demise. Nor could he harm her. They were better off in this precarious balance, each reaping benefits. Look, he had already managed to emerge from the ring. Tom's spirits lifted. He contemplated how he could master the ability to enter and exit at will. "Sister, I assure you, I trust you completely," Aphrodite soothingly reassured Tom. "I am merely concerned for your well-being." To Tom, her words sounded dismissive and perfunctory. "Thank you, sister," Tom feigned casualness, then inquired, "So, when will I truly become corporeal?" His sister could not provide an answer, but from the current circumstances, it should be soon. Aphrodite rolled her eyes, then composed her expression, finally pushing Tom away. Tom studied Aphrodite, She radiated sincerity and warmth. On a rainy weekend, Aphrodite nestled in the library, occupying an entire long table, buried beneath mountains of books stacked like fortifications. Hermione, clutching a book, passed by and gasped in astonishment. Aphrodite, is such an intense review really necessary? She exclaimed, shocked that they were not in the same year. Or else the pressure would have been overwhelming. Aphrodite, too engrossed to lift her head, mumbled an acknowledgement, flipping through the pages. Despair. Utter despair. How could she eliminate that wretched Tom? Aphrodite sighed in exasperation. She was frantic. If Tom were to be released, would he pose a danger to others? As a mere apparition, he could not confront her. But what of his corporeal form? Did he possess the power to threaten those around her? Aphrodite longed to hand Tom over to her father, yet questioned the morality of such an act. But what of it? She herself harbored little regard for moral constraints. That ring was a gift from her father. Returning it to its rightful owner posed no dilemma, did it? No issue at all. However, it was unwise to return the ring at present, as using an owl was not entirely secure. She would need to keep him around a little longer and observe his behavior. Regaining her focus, Aphrodite delved back into her studies. Cedric, filled with worry, lamented that his beloved was too preoccupied to attend to him, clinging to Aphrodite. Receiving at most a kiss and a few words of concern. He felt neglected but held no resentment. What are you doing just sitting there? Aphrodite asked as she circled around Cedric, stealing a glance at him, playfully scratching his chin. Shouldn't you be diligently preparing for the tournament? You haven't forgotten about the third task, have you? Only a month remains. Cedric nodded. I am preparing. But I have yet to uncover any clues for the third task. Can't you share any details with us? Aphrodite pondered aloud. Harry earned 50 points in the first task for employing a defensive spell, emerging unscathed, and performed excellently in the second task. His score now surpasses mine. Cedric gazed at Aphrodite, who smiled and readily admitted, Indeed, I practiced with him. Impressive, isn't it? Cedric, unable to argue, nodded with a grin. Indeed. You are the most impressive. You should go practice your spells, Aphrodite urged. I would hate for you to lose the competition. Do you wish for him to win or for me to win? Cedric inquired, feigning a smile, but secretly grinding his teeth. Who is he? Aphrodite blinked innocently. Though her question was disingenuous, it managed to placate Cedric. He departed to seek an empty classroom to practice his spells. As dusk fell, Aphrodite exhaled, finally freeing herself from the sea of books. She ascended the staircase, where she encountered Harry. Hi, Harry. Hi, Harry replied in surprise, slowing his pace as they walked side by side on the spiral staircase. Ron hurriedly followed, stepping onto the staircase just as it began to turn. Harry, why didn't you inform me about the gold? Ron frowned, visibly distressed. Harry blinked. What gold? I must have forgotten. Aphrodite, intrigued, asked what? Ron whispered, his face flushed. Harry bought me a telescope during the Quidditch World Cup, and I later gave him some Irish leprechaun gold, but no one told me that gold could disappear. Aphrodite glanced at Harry, who met her gaze with his emerald eyes. After a brief exchange, Harry waved at Ron. I was too busy looking for my wand to pay attention. The World Cup was ages ago. How do you still remember? Ron reiterated. I didn't know that gold would vanish. You really shouldn't have given me a Chudley Cannon's hat for Christmas. That's a different matter, Harry replied kindly. Forget about it. I truly don't recall what happened to that gold. Being poor is unbearable, Ron mused quietly, seemingly resigned to the loss. It appeared he believed Harry, who silently exhaled in relief. Honestly, as long as Ron was happy, Harry would gladly give him anything. However, Ron was too proud to ask for anything without reason. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, observing everything. Hey, Ronald, do you like the Chudley Cannons? Ron nodded earnestly, and before he could praise the team, Aphrodite continued. It seems I haven't given you a Christmas gift. I'll make it up to you another day. Ron's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. That was ages ago. You've already given me a Christmas gift. Aphrodite tilted her head. 1 year. You and Fred played a prank and sent chocolate to my room. Ron reminded her. I've never tasted such delicious chocolate before. I know what I'll get you next year. Aphrodite snapped her fingers, not waiting for Ron to refuse, and turned to the two of them. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Chapter 125, Crouch. Ron, Hermione, and I just finished chatting with Sirius and returned from the Hogwarts kitchen. Harry replied, revealing nothing at all. But where is Hermione? I haven't seen her, Aphrodite noted. Ron chuckled behind his hand, glancing at Harry, who shared a knowing smile. She's probably off chatting with Crumb. I thought you three were a trio of golden singles. Turns out someone is secretly dating, Aphrodite teased, playfully ribbing both Ron and Harry. Ron scratched his head while Harry remained silent. Mr. Crouch will not be officiating. Sirius asked me to inquire with Percy, Harry continued, shifting the conversation back to the topic at hand. Aphrodite furrowed her brow. We better not let Percy think we are speaking ill of Crouch. He has become quite enamored with him. Ron was animatedly discussing when suddenly he received a playful tap on the head. Aphrodite withdrew her hand, huffing slightly. Do not speak of Percy in such a manner. Well, I'm not wrong, am I? He has now Crouch as personal assistant and admires him greatly. Percy is the most ambitious among us, Ron noted. Ron clutched his head, grinning through his teeth as he continued. However, this is quite normal. I believe he is merely too eager for our family to thrive. Each one of us feels the same way, but I worry that he is becoming too obsessed. Do not fret, Aphrodite replied without much thought, as she pondered why Sirius was concerned about Barty Crouch's movements. Is it possible that Crouch cannot fall ill? She mused. By the way, tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock at the Quidditch pitch, Mr. Bagman said he would take us to witness the third task. Harry turned to Aphrodite, saying, You might want to inform Diggory. All right, no problem, Aphrodite naturally agreed. Ron, filled with doubt, noticed that Aphrodite had already headed in the opposite direction. Harry tugged at Ron's collar, pulling him toward Gryffindor Tower. I'm still contemplating, Ron shouted. Yet before he could think further, Harry dragged him along. A student from Slytherin has gone missing. There has been no sign of her for 2 days. Yes, it's the one named Aria, whispered Lancey to Aphrodite and Beatrice as they dined. Aphrodite paused, quickly recalling Aria. I remember her. We danced together at the Christmas ball. Missing? Really? Indeed. No one has seen her. It's as if she vanished into thin air. Today, her roommate informed Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore about this. Look, they are both absent now. Presumably investigating, Lancey pointed out, and only then did they notice the many empty seats at the faculty table. But I heard that a magical zoologist is visiting Dumbledore. That's why he isn't here, Beatrice added. Where are you all hearing this? I seem to be completely in the dark, Aphrodite remarked. You spend all your time in the library, so of course, you have no ears for the latest gossip. I feel that Hogwarts has become rather unsafe lately. Perhaps the incident you told us about, where everyone forgot, was committed by the same person. Aphrodite fell into deep thought. Could it be Tom? After all, she had never trusted him. Tom had never trusted her either. He was harboring his own sinister intentions. If it truly were Tom, the consequences would be dire. Aphrodite reflected on her inability to find a way to eliminate Tom, which filled her with vexation. Cough. Cedric passed by and cleared his throat gently. Aphrodite raised her head discreetly, her gaze meeting Cedric's smiling eyes, and she couldn't help but smile back, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. I've finished eating. I'm off, she said, slipping away and finding Cedric waiting for her outside the hall. Accompany me to the Quidditch pitch, Cedric said softly, blinking at her. Absolutely not. Aphrodite declined. Cedric tugged at her sleeve. An hour and a half later, Aphrodite and Cedric arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Not that Aphrodite particularly wished to come, but alas. The man was too adept at charming, and her heart softened. Men who know how to be charming have it easy. A man ought to learn a trick or two. Ludo Bagman squatted on the grass, plucking at the blades, while Harry stood nearby, gazing down, his outer robe not even properly fastened. Fleur paced back and forth in boredom, her hands clasped behind her back. Just as Cedric and Aphrodite arrived, Crumb also made his entrance. Ludo Bagman, seeing everyone gathered, was about to begin his address when he noticed 5 figures before him. He hesitated, and Aphrodite, sensing the moment, waved her hand. I'll take a stroll over there. As she walked toward the Forbidden Forest, she found a spot at the edge to crouch down. She gazed at Cedric from afar. The moonlight bathed his shoulders, outlining his form with a halo of sanctity, softening the edges. The wind rustled the grass, and a sound emerged from the left. Aphrodite furrowed her brow slightly, stealthily drawing her wand. Soon, the noise faded, leaving the ambience so quiet that even the sound of her own breathing was audible. A rustling sound echoed again from a distance of several paces. Aphrodite stood up and took a step closer. Cedric, engrossed in the rules, turned his head only to find that Aphrodite had vanished. Where did she go? Focus a bit more, Mr. Diggory, Bagman coughed twice, prompting Cedric to turn back. The 4 champions were growing impatient, as Bagman rambled on with irrelevant chatter, delaying the explanation of the rules. Aphrodite remained highly alert, wary of making any sudden moves. She scrutinized the underbrush, trying to discern the dark object concealed within. It was impossible to determine what it was. The object remained still, seemingly beckoning her closer. Sandstorm. Aphrodite unexpectedly cast a spell, which was deflected midair. At the same moment, a green light shot forth from the diagonal opposite. The radiance of the green light shone brightly in the night, captivating. Yet even if an ordinary person noticed it, they would hardly have time to react. The champions remained unaware of the commotion, oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Aphrodite's mouth reacted faster than her mind. Instinctively, she waved her wand, seeking refuge. A thick blue barrier rose before her, and in the next moment, the green light was extinguished, vanishing entirely. Aphrodite stood rooted in place, the air once again heavy with silence. Concealed in the shadows, little Barty, cloaked in invisibility, was momentarily bewildered. Had his killing curse missed? Avada Kedavra. Little Barty, frustrated, realized he should have made his escape, but gritting his teeth, he chose not to retreat. This killing curse was unleashed swiftly, and by all accounts, the girl should not be able to evade it. Little Barty widened his eyes in disbelief as a handsome man materialized before the girl. He furrowed his brow, finding the figure oddly familiar. Chapter 126. My master, do you not remember me? Aphrodite stood still, her breaths becoming rapid, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Had she just repelled the killing curse? Before she could ponder further, a dark figure appeared before her. It was Tom. Aphrodite's eyes widened. She hadn't brought her ring with her. Tom had not tasted freedom in ages. Before he could take a few deep breaths, he sensed the murderous intent from behind. Without time to think, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Aphrodite's waist, and they both dove aside, narrowly avoiding the killing curse. They tumbled a few times, and Tom, his face cold, surveyed their surroundings. How was it that he had just emerged only to face such a predicament? He didn't even have his wand. Was Hogwarts this perilous now? Avada Kedavra. Little Barty, with no time for further contemplation, was determined to kill this girl. Aphrodite pushed Tom away, flicking her wand, disillusioned. Tom slowly turned his head, astonished, staring at the blue shield that once again thwarted the killing curse. A spell capable of resisting the killing curse? A fervent expression crossed Tom's face as he gazed intently at Aphrodite. In his haste to eliminate her, young Crouch's form also appeared before Aphrodite and Tom, at which point his polyjuice potion had worn off. Tom narrowed his eyes, emanating a dangerous aura. Give me your wand. I'll deal with him. Tom coldly fixed his gaze on little Barty, his palm outstretched towards Aphrodite, clearly addressing little Barty. Little Barty was confused. Huh? He recognized Tom, though he had never seen him in his youth. However, Tom's figure was just as he remembered. Master, do you not remember me? Little Barty hesitantly inquired, bewildered as to why their first encounter would involve the master seeking to kill him. Had he mistaken him? Impossible. Aphrodite was left with a multitude of questions. What? Master? Who? She looked at Tom, realizing that a Death Eater had infiltrated Hogwarts. Tom, equally perplexed, wondered, who is the master? Is this some kind of joke? His gaze towards Aphrodite shifted, sensing something was amiss. Then you should hurry and eliminate him. Aphro understood that the Tom in the diary possessed no foreknowledge of the future. He had no recollection of any subordinates, only memories from before the age of 16. With a quick mind, she decisively pointed at the handsome stranger across from her, urging Tom to act against him, insisting he must be eliminated. Tom furrowed his brow, caught off guard, as young Crouch immediately discarded his wand and fell to his knees with a thud. Master, please believe me. I harbor no intentions to harm you. We share a common secret, the disappointment of our fathers. Tom raised an eyebrow, a wave of unease settling in his heart. How could he know about his father? It was impossible that he had confided in anyone. Master? A plot began to form in Tom's mind. Aphro flicked her wrist, unleashing a crimson beam from her wand. Young Barty was caught unawares, collapsing to the ground, coughing blood. There could be no opportunity for recognition between them. Otherwise, it would be 2 against 1. Footsteps approached from behind, and young Crouch hastily retrieved his wand, then rolled to withstand another of Aphro's attacks before vanishing from sight. Tom's expression darkened. He had unexpectedly arrived here from the ring and uncovered many truths, despite the unraveling of his persona. The young Miss Greengrass, capable of resisting the killing curse. What an astonishing feat. Tom had previously conversed with Ginny Weasley in the diary and learned that the future Voldemort could not kill Harry Potter, who became the boy who lived, the sole individual capable of withstanding the killing curse. Hence, during his time in the diary, he had been fervently intent on killing Harry Potter, perplexed as to how an infant could repel the curse, shrouded as it was in unfathomable magic. Yet now, another individual stood before him, able to withstand Avada Kedavra. She could assist him in regaining his corporeal form. Excitement flickered in Tom's eyes, but he quickly masked it, tugging at Aphro's sleeve, a gesture he was growing increasingly adept at. Sister, are you unharmed? And who is he? Aphro retorted, he calls you master. Should you not be asking me this, Tom? A few paces away, Cedric, unable to see anyone, sensed the presence of another. This is bad, Aphro thought, gritting her teeth. Now was not the time to argue with Tom. She needed to get him away before Cedric discovered them. I don't even know how to leave. Am I some unseemly presence? Tom replied, seemingly at ease. Professor Dumbledore? Harry's voice reached them, accompanied by approaching footsteps. Tom's expression stiffened, and in the next moment, he vanished. Indeed, human potential is boundless. Aphro felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, directing his gaze toward a specific area. With a wave of his hand, Aphro's form became visible. She was sitting on the ground, disheveled. Turning, she found herself surrounded by a circle of people: Cedric, Harry, Dumbledore, and an elderly couple beside him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Afro brushed her hair back, offering a nervous laugh. Hi. Harry rushed to assist her, and even quicker was Cedric, who joined him in lifting her up. I'm not crippled, Afro said, feeling more awkward. Dumbledore observed their actions, adjusting his glasses. What has transpired, Miss Greengrass? He scanned the surroundings, then gestured toward a thicket, which parted to reveal a girl lying there, her fate uncertain. Afro recognized her as the missing Slytherin girl, Arya were. The elderly man beside Dumbledore crouched down to inspect her, shaking his head in the end, prompting a collective heaviness in their hearts. This is, Afro whispered to Cedric, unaware that Dumbledore's hearing was acute. Dumbledore introduced, Newt Scamander, my student, and this is his wife, Luna Scamander. A pleasure to meet you. Afro replied politely, casting a furtive glance at the elderly woman named Luna, who, like Mr. Scamander, had graying hair but appeared vibrant. Newt smiled at Luna, then turned to Afro. Miss, I hope you don't mind, but I have a few simple questions to ask you. Chapter 127, The False Moody. Afro felt resigned in her heart, yet maintained a gentle smile. Of course, feel free to inquire, Mr. Scamander. What brought you to this place? Newt asked. I accompanied Mr. Diggory, as he and the champions needed to hear the rules for the third task, so I chose to stay at a distance. And then I heard some commotion in the thicket, Afro replied calmly, her gaze sincere. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully, his tone even. May I examine your memories, Miss Greengrass? I'm afraid not. She shook her head vigorously. The contents of my mind cannot be shared. Cedric stifled a laugh, coughing to cover it, while Luna couldn't help but smirk, eliciting a gentle reproach from Newt, who patted her back. Be serious, he murmured to Luna. And whom did you encounter? Luna asked, making a playful face at Newt before turning serious. I've never seen this person at Hogwarts, Afro stated gravely, tall, slender, and rather handsome. Wow, Luna exclaimed. And Newt took her hand. Cedric turned his gaze toward Afro, who touched her nose thoughtfully. Furrowing her brow, she looked at Arya's lifeless body, biting her lip. A living girl, now devoid of breath. A deep sigh escaped her, and her expression turned somber. Dumbledore studied her for a moment before saying to Newt, let us investigate the surroundings. I trust Miss Greengrass. Afro felt uncertain whether Dumbledore's words were sincere. Cedric placed his arm around her shoulders, and in front of everyone. Afro pulled at Cedric's collar, causing his face to flush. Satisfied to see the necklace around Cedric's neck, she withdrew her hand. Luna Newt. Cedric seemed a bit flustered, but Afro earnestly advised, keep the necklace on, do not remove it. If she could withstand Avada Kedavra, then the necklace could too, though she felt no need to voice this. So it was because of the necklace, Cedric exhaled. All right, I will. The three elderly figures had already departed, leaving Harry, Cedric, and Afro standing in silence. Are you uninjured? Cedric asked, brushing a stray hair from her forehead, while Harry crossed his arms, observing. Suddenly, a thud drew their attention. A ragged figure collapsed before them, declaring, I must see Dumbledore. Instinctively, Afro nudged Harry beside her. Go, find Dumbledore. Harry nodded urgently and dashed away, anxious not to be late. Cedric grasped Afro's hand, stepping forward. Who are you? Why do you wish to see Dumbledore? I need to see Dumbledore, the man muttered, appearing somewhat deranged. Afro tugged on Cedric's sleeve, shaking her head. We will stay here and keep watch. Do not act rashly. Cedric nodded, fully alert. My son achieved 12 O.W.L.S. He is my pride. Afro frowned. Whose son? It seems to be Mr. Crouch, Cedric said, scrutinizing the man with uncertainty. His father had previously interacted with Mr. Crouch, so Cedric recognized him, albeit vaguely. Mr. Crouch? Afro recalled that he had been ill and had not been seen in public for quite some time. I'm sorry, the man repeated. Afro exchanged perplexed glances with Cedric, both filled with confusion. Soon, Dumbledore and Harry arrived, finding the man still sprawled on the ground, rambling incoherently. Is it Mr. Crouch? Afro inquired, glancing at Dumbledore. Frowning, Dumbledore nodded. Yes, it is Mr. Crouch. Leave this to me. May I inquire further? Afro pressed, eager to gather more information since he was Percy's superior, which could prove beneficial for informing Percy. Given Mr. Crouch's current state, Percy might face complications. I fear it may be connected to Arya, possibly related to the Oblivion Charm incident. I was present both times. I believe I may be intertwined with these occurrences. I wish to witness this firsthand. If it is related, there might indeed be a connection, although at present, it does not seem significant. Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating, and he finally nodded. Very well, Miss Greengrass, you may join us. Thank you, sir. Afro glanced at Cedric, reassuring him. I'll just observe. Then, Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory, you should return to rest for the night. You've all done well. Cedric and Harry exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they made their way back. Afro followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, with Mr. Crouch floating behind them, moving toward the castle. In an unnoticed corner, young Barty emerged from behind a tree trunk. revealing the edge of his robe. "Master, my identity will be discovered." Another handsome young man, his lips barely moving, whispered, "Leave first. Do not let them find you." "I cannot stray too far from her. Wait for the next opportunity. Let fireworks signal when to speak further." "Yes, master." In the headmaster's office, Mr. Crouch was administered several vials of potions by Snape and began to regain his composure, settling into a chair. His eyes brimmed with tears, his clothes were tattered, hair disheveled, and he appeared as if he had crawled from the depths of the earth. "The Moody at the school is an impostor. He is my son, Barty Crouch Jr. Mr. Crouch's voice grew faint. "Barty Crouch Jr.?" Aphra furrowed her brow. "Did he not perish in Azkaban?" Dumbledore shared her concern and voiced it. Mr. Crouch sighed deeply before responding. "His mother, my ailing wife, implored me to switch him out before her passing. In a moment of weakness, I acquiesced. I intended to keep him under strict surveillance, but during the Quidditch World Cup, he escaped." "That dark mark was his doing?" Aphra asked. "Indeed, Mr. Crouch confirmed with a nod." Dumbledore turned to Snape, who slightly inclined his head before exiting to investigate Moody's office. Meanwhile, Mr. Crouch continued his account. "He imprisoned me, masquerading as a professor at Hogwarts. I barely managed to escape, almost being recaptured, but it seems someone tripped him up, allowing me to flee. He wants to kill me." Mr. Crouch cried out, anguish etched on his features, mourning the pride he had nurtured, now led astray, and now seeking his demise. His face was ashen, his heart bleeding. Dumbledore listened intently, gradually comprehending the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening, revealing for the first time a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Miss Greengrass, I will investigate further. Please remain here with Mr. Crouch." Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a protective enchantment around the office. Aphra looked at Crouch, whose eyes reflected a deep well of despair, devoid of hope. Dumbledore returned with Snape, both bearing grim expressions. Snape, following closely behind Dumbledore, spoke rapidly. "The office is deserted. The polyjuice potion was shattered on the floor, and Moody is locked in a trunk. We will interrogate him in detail once he has recovered." Dumbledore instructed as they returned to the office. "I fear the ministry personnel will have to work overtime," Dumbledore remarked with a stern visage. "They are a bunch of incompetents." Snape muttered disdainfully, "Useless, merely consuming resources." "Miss Greengrass, you may leave now," Snape coldly stated upon noticing Aphra's lingering presence. Dumbledore nodded gently, and Aphra replied, "Very well. I shall take my leave, Professor." At least Mr. Crouch had not been silenced, which would provide Percy with some clarity. With a turn of her heel, Aphra headed to the Ollery. The castle was quiet as she navigated the familiar paths to the Ollery, selecting a school owl. "Dear Senior Weasley, I hope this letter finds you well. Recently, Harry inquired about Mr. Crouch. Today I have acquired some news. Mr. Crouch has been imprisoned by his supposedly deceased son, and tonight he escaped to Hogwarts seeking assistance from the headmaster. It seems the recent disturbances at Hogwarts may be instigated by young Crouch, who is now too fearful to emerge. Everything is safe for the time being." Aphra felt a twinge of anxiety while the letter was written. Its delivery would inevitably be delayed, and Percy would likely face repercussions upon discovering it. No one anticipated Mr. Crouch would act so foolishly. "I hope you do not blame yourself. Should you need anything, please contact me at your earliest convenience. Yours, Aphra." Aphra patted the owl. "Please hurry with this delivery. Upon your return, a feast awaits you. A lavish banquet to make all the other owls envious." The owl pecked her gently before flapping its wings and taking flight. Aphra gazed at the bright moon outside, momentarily lost in thought. So much had transpired that day. The emergence of young Crouch, her successful defense against the killing curse, and Tom. A young man leaned against the window, arms crossed, gazing at Aphra with an alluring countenance. "Ah, Tom, is that you?" he said, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Why are you still here so late?" Aphra, wishing to ignore him, felt her smile fade into oblivion. "Sister, why so silent?" Tom's gaze deepened. "Do you not wish to share that spell with me?" "Tom, cease your theatrics. It is tiresome," Aphra replied, weary after the events of the night. Certain that Tom had not lost his memory, Tom pouted, "Oh, I find it quite interesting, actually. Can you freely enter and exit the ring, appearing anywhere?" Aphra frowned. Tom placed a finger over her lips. "Do not be upset, dear sister. I can enter freely, but not wherever I wish. I can only remain by your side, living for you. My very soul belongs to you." His words were laced with ambiguity, his tone exuding feigned loyalty. Aphra was resolute in her disbelief. "I cannot bear the weight of your soul." She attempted to push his finger away, but Tom suddenly embraced her neck, their lips almost brushing. "Sister, you smell delightful," he murmured, leaning in to press his lips against hers, gently licking. Aphra stumbled back, her back against the table, as Tom effortlessly pried her lips apart, greedily tasting her essence. Bewildered, she pushed him away, her head spinning. "Are you unwell? Do you not wish to savor me?" Tom seduced, his intentions clear. Aphra recognized Tom's ulterior motives. She smiled softly, leaning close to his ear, their proximity almost intimate. Tom's heart raced, but she slowly replied, "Not at all." She drew her wand, brandishing it for emphasis. "Return to where you belong. I cannot guarantee my actions." "You cannot kill me," Tom challenged. "Perhaps I could," Aphra replied with a light-hearted smile. Tom hesitated, feigning nonchalance. "All right then, I shall wait." "Be obedient," Aphra cryptically instructed him. Tom, non-committal, vanished without a trace. Aphra sighed in relief, inwardly cursing Tom 1,000 times over. Aphra no longer sought Tom within the confines of the ring. Yet Tom increasingly reveled in his presence before her, always manifesting unannounced during her solitary moments. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped being seen, once. Immediately after she bid Cedric farewell, Tom appeared before her like a specter. Aphra, startled, seized Tom by the collar and hastily retreated into a classroom. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper, her anger palpable. "Kiss me," he replied. With a sigh, she loosened her grip, retaliating by biting his lip, prompting a sharp intake of breath from him as he squinted. After indulging in the kiss, Aphra turned away without a glance, departing with nonchalance. While Tom, still yearning for more, called after her, "Remember to look for me often, or I shall come to find you." Aphra chose to ignore him, leaving gracefully. Tom, rather mystified, began to take pleasure in these days, for his incomplete corporeal form allowed him to traverse Hogwarts at will. He ventured into the forbidden forest, igniting a firework, leaning against a tree as he awaited young Barty's arrival. "What was your original plan?" Tom inquired, his tone indifferent. "To assist my master in his resurrection. To approach Harry Potter without arousing Dumbledore's suspicions. But now I have failed," Barty confessed, filled with remorse. "What must I do to ensure his revival?" Tom's brow furrowed. If the Master Soul were to resurrect, what would become of him? He firmly believed that all of his essence belonged solely to him, indistinguishable from the Master Soul. However, he was unwilling to be a subordinate. He aspired to be the Master Soul. Chapter 129, we need to discuss. Only that which is wielded in one's own hands can be a true weapon. Otherwise, it is merely a concealed dagger that may strike at any moment. For Potter to be of service to the Master, it sufficed to deliver Potter directly into his presence. Tom pondered, had the Master Soul devised a plan? His curiosity piqued. "Is there more detail?" "I must consider how to proceed." Tom scrutinized Barty, probing. "I'm not entirely certain. I couldn't converse with the Master much," Barty admitted. Stealing a glance at Tom, Tom nodded. "Very well. You should leave Hogwarts today. The Ministry has dispatched Dementors here, and hiding will prove futile. Leave the remainder to me." "Yes, Master. No need to inform them. I am sufficient on my own." Tom raised an eyebrow, still unaware of how many followers the Master Soul possessed. "How many companions have you recognized?" "None yet." Barty gritted his teeth at the thought. "They are a bunch of cowardly, spineless wretches. The moment trouble arises, they scramble to dissociate themselves, terrified of being implicated. There is Karkaroff in the school, and the one Dumbledore bailed out, Snape. I have had no contact with either." "And outside the school?" Tom feigned casualness in his inquiry. "Outside, most purebloods are unwilling to return, although there are quite a few who would rather not. However, once the Master is resurrected, they shall all return, albeit begrudgingly," Barty hastily added. Tom remained inscrutable. "I understand. You may leave now." "Yes." Barty, feeling guilty for failing his task, harbored self-reproach for quite some time. Yet, since the young Master was willing to take over this mess, he felt a quiet relief. Although he noted that the young Master's temperament was rather too lenient. The principal impediment to his endeavors, that girl who thwarted Avada Kedavra, seemed to share a profound connection with the young Master. "That girl you mentioned? She is. Mind your own affairs. Do not sacrifice your life here," Tom warned coldly. Barty composed himself. This was indeed the Master. "Yes." After sending Barty on his way, Tom glanced at the Quidditch pitch, now transformed into a labyrinth. Before departing the Forbidden Forest, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat at his desk, sipping tea. Minister Fudge sat opposite him, visibly agitated. The portraits in the office were all closed-eyed, seemingly in slumber. Fudge, lowering his voice, insisted, "This is merely Barty's plan. It does not imply that the individual will return, nor does it indicate any activity from the other Death Eaters. There is no need for alarm. Mr. Crouch has recovered significantly." "Your words are somewhat naive, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied sternly. "Regardless of how you phrase it, this only serves to confirm that the mastermind behind the Quidditch World Cup was Barty Crouch. If we capture him, the magical world will be safe and peaceful once more." Fudge spoke softly, uncertain if he believed his own words. Dumbledore fell silent. One cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep. Over the past few days, Fudge had sought him numerous times, each visit yielding little more than the same exchange. After dismissing Fudge, Dumbledore approached the window, gazing at the moon in the distance, and sighed softly after a prolonged moment. Ah, has that insufferable fellow departed? A portrait suddenly spoke, causing the others to stir from their reverie. Finally gone. I have long found him disagreeable. Indeed, I couldn't be bothered to open my eyes to see him. He is a blight. Albus. Dumbledore turned to a prominent portrait that cryptically remarked. The portrait on the third floor has recently discerned some activity. You ought to heed their words. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, nodding slightly. I shall. As one walks, a path will reveal itself, even if there may be considerable losses along the way. Ultimately, a favorable outcome shall arise. The portrait closed its eyes, and Dumbledore exited the office. The castle lay in slumber, the corridors on the third floor devoid of life. Dumbledore ran his hand along the wall when Sir Cadogan suddenly leapt out. Dumbledore was not startled. He squinted and smiled. Sir Cadogan, why are you not napping on the 8th floor? What brings you here? I am here to defend Hogwarts, Sir Cadogan declared, brandishing his sword while leading a small pony. Fully armed. Sir Cadogan, what have you discovered? Dumbledore inquired. There is a man, nearly a spectre, an unfamiliar individual, infiltrating Hogwarts. He is here, entangled with a blonde girl, Sir Cadogan declared, pointing his sword at a spot near Dumbledore. A man nearly a spectre? Dumbledore frowned, then gently asked, do you know who that blonde girl is? Sir Cadogan? A Slytherin, Sir Cadogan declared with indignation. She is quite beautiful, yet I still dislike her, for she undoubtedly brings danger to Hogwarts. Upon hearing those words, Dumbledore instinctively thought of Aphra Granger, his expression grave as he nodded in gratitude to Sir Cadogan. Sir Cadogan puffed out his chest. I shall take my trusty pony and strive to turn the tide. Onward, onward, onward. Sir Cadogan's voice echoed through the quiet halls of Hogwarts, rousing some portraits that muttered curses at him. With that, he mounted his pony and departed from the empty portrait. Dumbledore sighed softly, rubbing his temples. He needed to store his memories in the pensive for further contemplation. That would have to wait until tomorrow. It was already too late for today. Aphra felt an unsettling sense that events were spiraling beyond her control, a circumstance she despised. She found herself unable to sever the connection between them. Helplessly drawn to mend Tom's corporeal form, Tom sat beside her, resting his chin on his hand as he watched her read a letter. You are sitting so brazenly in the Ollery. If anyone were to come, we would be caught, Aphra remarked helplessly. Not to worry. I am rather sensitive, Tom replied nonchalantly. The term is perceptive, Aphra sighed, finishing reading Percy's reply before tucking the letter into her book. When she looked up again, Tom had vanished. Aphra stood in confusion. The door of the Ollery swinging open to reveal Dumbledore standing before her. Well done, Tom. Splendid work. Aphra forced a smile, her expression faltering as she greeted Dumbledore with a polite nod. Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore could sense that other souls had once inhabited this place. He slightly bowed his head and wondered, might this old man have the fortune to converse with Miss Greengrass? Chapter 130. He threatened me. A chill gripped Aphra's heart. Dumbledore had ultimately discovered the truth. But how much did he truly know? Maintaining her composure, Aphra replied, Very well, Headmaster. No need to be anxious. It is merely a casual conversation, Dumbledore said with a smile. Internally, Aphra scoffed at his assurances. Upon entering the headmaster's office, she sat with poise before Dumbledore, her body tense, concealing her inner turmoil. In truth, she felt immense guilt. After all, she had failed to eliminate Tom, and that was her error. Yet, she was reluctant to divulge these matters to Dumbledore, as her trust in him was scant. She had already sent a message back to her father, but evidently, he had no viable solutions either, or else this predicament would not linger unresolved. To trust Dumbledore? Aphra's expression contorted with uncertainty. Dumbledore himself was at a loss as to how to open up these young girls. Ginny Weasley had been like this 2 years prior. And now Aphra Greengrass mirrored that same reticence. However, the silver lining was that thus far, Aphra had not encountered any dire troubles. Speaking of troubles, it was indeed Dumbledore's negligence that had led to the situation. He had failed to recognize that Moody was an imposter, resulting in the demise of the Slytherin student, Arya. Now, little Barty was missing. Even with the Dementors summoned to oversee the school and the real Moody returned, the damage had been done. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. A headache brewing. Aphra observed him closely, her heart aching. It seemed only a few days had passed, yet Dumbledore appeared to have aged considerably. She pressed her lips together, feeling a pang of compassion. Aphra had a strong sense of empathy. She cared deeply, despite having many whom she loved. Headmaster, do you have any worries? Aphra inquired, her question blurring the lines of their roles, causing Dumbledore to momentarily feel like a student with a kind professor before him. It concerns Voldemort, Dumbledore stated directly. Rubbing his temples once more, Aphra obediently fell silent, contemplating. What has he done? Has he returned? She ventured cautiously. He has made some moves, which troubles me. I presume you would not wish for his return, would you? Dumbledore continued, his tone laden with resignation. Aphra could feign ignorance, but he could not afford to do so. Of course, I wish for his return to be averted, she confessed, knowing that if Voldemort were to resurrect, Harry would be the first to perish, and she would likely follow. I require assistance, a lead, to thwart him. Dumbledore gazed at Aphra, his sapphire eyes glistening with earnest plea. Aphra remained silent for a protracted moment, uncertain whether to trust Dumbledore. Yet, who could bear to deny the request of a pitiable elder? Does he possess at least 2 souls? Aphra queried, pondering how else to explain Tom's situation. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, straightening slightly before slumping back again. I surmise as much. Aphra nodded, then tentatively asked, do you have a solution? If Dumbledore could not resolve this, then Voldemort's chances of victory would be significantly high, a prospect she found unacceptable. Yet, if she were to doubt Dumbledore's abilities, it would be wise for her to distance herself from this predicament to avoid trouble. Dumbledore felt as though he was being interrogated. He maintained his composure, practicing a subtle form of deflection. If I could acquire more information, I would feel more assured. Aphra's expression revealed her internal conflict, but she had already made up her mind. She would share with Dumbledore, albeit not entirely. She would guide him to assist her in discovering a means to eliminate Tom. I am uncertain, Aphra hesitated, furrowing her brow, portraying an air of indecision. I am aware of his existence. He seems to possess something that aids him. Aids him in what? Dumbledore probed further. Aphra bit her lip. I dare not inquire. But I suspect it assists him in transcending mere existence as a soul. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Has he threatened you? Yes, he has threatened me, Aphra quickly affirmed, her face betraying her alarm. I am frightened, yet I have no viable solutions. If you could, Dumbledore pressed, do you know what that something is? Aphra shook her head. I am unclear. I merely stumbled upon his secret, and I am still shaken by it. Dumbledore found it peculiar. The diary had been destroyed. Yet Tom remained. I could attempt to investigate further and see if I can uncover anything. Aphra glanced at Dumbledore, who hesitated. Would this be dangerous for you? Dumbledore inquired. If Tom were capable of taking action against her, he would have done so already. There was no need for delay. Aphra hesitated, shaking her head, feigning uncertainty. I do not know. However, I cannot simply stand by. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, and he finally nodded. I appreciate your assistance. I shall do my utmost, Aphra added, offering the most sincere sentiment of their conversation. I truly hope he does not return. So do I, Dumbledore echoed, voicing his own heartfelt sentiment. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, she left him alone in his chair, silent for a long while. Tom's continued existence had been confirmed, and while he had not fully resurrected, the manner of his activities remained uncertain. Could he wield magic? Tom Riddle, if capable, would have long since ensured her demise. It could not merely be a threat, unless there was some binding connection between them. Aphrodite Greengrass had revealed only half of her knowledge. She certainly possessed more, yet it appeared she was unable to act upon it. Was it reluctance or inability? This was a matter worthy of contemplation. One could only hope it was the latter and not allegiance to Voldemort. After their discussion, Dumbledore's headache dissipated, and he felt invigorated. He intended to seek out Snape for tea, then engage Moody in a discussion about life. Dumbledore, ever busy, toiled from dawn till dusk. The Phoenix sighed at the laborious nature of work. Chapter 131, Mr. Dumbledore, over here. That night, Aphra diligently researched the Greengrass family ring, meticulously selecting and transcribing relevant details in hopes that Dumbledore might discover a solution. Upon receiving the materials, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. So, it was the Greengrass family ring. Although Aphra had erased its name, Dumbledore had perused every book in the library, particularly in the restricted section, multiple times. He had not immediately recognized the ring's significance. Aphra had concealed her knowledge quite adeptly. Dumbledore mused that he would need to return to the library for further investigation. This young girl was quite guarded. He would need to devise a strategy to earn her trust. A month elapsed without any disturbances from Tom, and Dumbledore had made no breakthroughs either. Meanwhile, Aphra's father had sent her another piece of parchment, expressing his own frustrations. The ancestors were proving troublesome, yet he dared not voice his anger. After beseeching the portrait of his ancestor, he learned of a hidden parchment concealed within a brick in the basement. What other surprises lay hidden within the household? Today marked the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Students would take their exams during the day, while the champions' families could visit them, with the competition occurring that evening. Aphra had completed her OWLs a few days prior and was now left with nothing to occupy her time. Cedric cradled Lhasa, who remained unusually still in his arms. Will you not accompany me to meet my parents? Cedric inquired with eager anticipation. Aphrodite blinked, seemingly unfazed. I am indifferent. It does not matter if your parents disapprove of me. Of course, I do not believe there are elders who harbor dislike towards me. Lady Weasley, for instance. welcomed me into her home with great warmth. Have you already met Lady Weasley? Cedric mumbled, and Aphrodite nodded as if it were a matter of course. They exchanged glances, and Aphrodite could not help but laugh. So what do you wish to do? Do you have matters to attend to? Cedric glanced down at the parchment in Aphrodite's hands, quickly averting his gaze. Aphrodite was quite pleased with Cedric's sense of propriety. She pinched his cheek and replied, "No, I can handle it later. Let us go? When will your parents arrive? I shall change into something more suitable." "Change your clothes? You already look lovely," Cedric remarked. "I must dress more formally, for I am meeting your parents," Aphrodite replied with a playful smile. "Ahem, I shall wait for you in the great hall." Cedric smiled, feeling elated. He lowered his gaze to Lhasa, who appeared rather listless, clinging tightly to Cedric. "Why is little Lhasa so down today?" "She is concerned for your safety in the competition." "It is a sign of her care," Aphrodite stated earnestly. Cedric understood that it was not Lhasa who was worried, but Aphrodite herself. "Have you worn the necklace?" Aphrodite leaned in to inspect his neck. "Ever since you gifted it to me, I have not taken it off. Not even during our separation," Cedric declared solemnly, as if making a promise. "Good luck in the competition," Aphrodite expressed, satisfaction mingling with a hint of unease in her heart. She stood on her toes and kissed Cedric's cheek before departing. Cedric led Aphrodite to meet the Diggories, and she sweet-talked Mrs. Diggory into a state of delight with just a few words. Cedric discreetly boasted to Mr. Diggory about Aphrodite's accomplishments, eliciting enthusiastic nods and smiles from him. Sirius, as Harry's godfather, also returned to Hogwarts, accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Harry diverted his gaze from the Diggory family and Aphrodite, pretending to engage in light-hearted banter with Sirius. As they passed through the Great Hall entrance, Aphrodite glanced back and caught a glimpse of a handsome profile. "Who is that? Quite dashing," she mused, having almost forgotten about Sirius, yet still affirming his attractiveness. Tom had not shown himself to Aphrodite all day, which she found peculiar. In the evening, as the audience settled into their seats, the champions entered the maze in order of their rankings. First, from Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Ludo Bagman announced. Sirius leaped high, shouting encouragement to Harry while waving his arms. "Go, Harry." Harry was startled by the loud voice and patted his heart, nodding at Sirius. Aphrodite leaned against the wall, observing their interaction with contemplative interest. "So this is Harry's godfather? The infamous Sirius Black?" She fiddled with her ring, inwardly scolding Tom for his absence, having called for him all day without response. The second champion to enter the maze was Cedric and Mr. and Mrs. Diggory smiled at him from the front row of the audience. After Cedric disappeared into the maze, Aphrodite turned away from the competition, returning to the empty castle, calling out for Tom in boredom. Tom, come out and play with your sister. Otherwise, I shall hand you over to Dumbledore." Aphrodite revealed her trump card, calmly awaiting Tom's appearance. He materialized before her, visibly annoyed. "What do you want? Did you not wish to avoid me?" "That is indeed true," Aphrodite replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. "Why do you care so much? What do you want? Speak quickly," Tom urged impatiently, narrowing his eyes. "Why are you in such a rush?" Aphrodite countered. What was he hurrying for? He could not cause any trouble now. "You called me sister before, and now you want me to hurry? You turn your back on me so easily, yet I helped you regain your freedom." "Have I regained my freedom?" Tom questioned incredulously. At most, he could reach the Quidditch pitch, but he could not attend the resurrection of the main soul. "Shall we take her with us?" Tom pondered, eager to witness the entire resurrection process and engage in profound dialogue with the main soul. "You have not yet regained it, but I believe it will be soon." Aphrodite fabricated. "Let me take you somewhere." Tom coaxed her. Aphrodite, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you no longer even willing to deceive me? You are coming straight to the point, are you? Fine, give me your hand." Aphrodite asserted, extending her hand. Tom hesitated but eventually placed his hand atop hers. She grasped his hand tightly, maintaining an impassive expression as she drew her wand and cast a slicing spell. Tom emerged unscathed, and they exchanged bewildered looks, leaving Aphrodite feeling somewhat awkward. "What are you trying to do?" Tom asked, bewildered. Aphrodite tucked away her wand. "Nothing, just giving you a little scratch." "Thank you. You were quite nice." Aphrodite had miscalculated. She could not harm Tom, so she would let someone else do it for her. "Where are you going?" she inquired kindly. "To the graveyard," Tom replied earnestly. Given their mutual inability to deceive one another, it was simply the way it had to be. "I have not learned apparition," Aphrodite pouted. "Which graveyard?" "My father's," Tom stated coldly. Aphrodite fell silent, scratching her head. "Oh, is today the anniversary of your father's death?" "Today is my birthday," Tom replied with a sinister smile. "Professor Dumbledore, over here." Chapter 132, The Loss of Magic. Tom scoffed dismissively, unmoved. "Do you think I would fall for such a trick? It has been overused, you know." "Tom, it has been a while," a steady, aged voice resonated, causing Tom to freeze. He did not dare turn his head, merely glaring at Aphrodite with resentment. Aphrodite pouted, tears welling in her eyes, immediately adopting a pitiful demeanor. Professor Dumbledore, it is him. He is coercing me. She pointed at Tom with a face full of grievance and defiance. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself. Me? Coerce? Professor, please do not go easy on him. Aphrodite prattled on, having long wished to put an end to him, yet regrettably, she lacked the means. Dumbledore restrained the urge to twitch his lips, observing Aphrodite's woeful expression. He slowly formed a question mark with his fingers. Dumbledore was not easily deceived. He adjusted his glasses and symbolically reassured Aphrodite. It is all right, do not be afraid. Then, he turned to Tom with a serious tone. Tom, are you Tom, or Voldemort? A cold smile flickered at the corners of Tom's mouth. He wanted to assert that Tom was Voldemort, and Voldemort was Tom. However, the current situation was not in his favor, so he had to concede. He remained silent, his expression tightening, turning away to fixate on Dumbledore's beard, unable to meet his gaze for fear of having his soul laid bare. Dumbledore's expression was complex. He remembered the 16-year-old Tom Riddle who released the basilisk, murdered Moaning Myrtle, and ultimately framed Hagrid's acromantula for the crime. Everything had transpired with such calm composure, like a seasoned veteran. Tom, I am sorry you did not choose the path of righteousness, Dumbledore said with a sigh. Aphrodite felt a surge of indescribable emotion, regret. Tom furrowed his brow, a strange emotion swelling within him. Regret? No, he did not know how to spell the word. Why is that? Dumbledore raised his hand. Concentric circles of blue ripples emanating outward. Tom instinctively shielded his face with his arm, unable to face the blinding light. This was the information that Aphrodite had failed to uncover, the details regarding the gaunt ring. She could not locate it because it lay hidden deep within the headmaster's office, buried beneath everything else. Aphrodite was at a loss for words. Was her ancestor overly cautious? Dumbledore cast a spell, and a blue line coursed through Tom's body, spreading to every corner, enveloping him in a refreshing coolness, rendering him utterly motionless. In a tone tinged with panic, he exclaimed, Are you going to kill me? You, who pride yourselves as virtuous, would resort to such means to resolve a life. No, my friend, replied Aphra, bemused. Who has claimed to be virtuous? Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Aphra, and as their eyes met, she realized and offered an awkward smile. All right, I am indeed the great benefactor. Bah, you duplicitous fiend. Kissing me while conspiring against me. Tom spat, unable to restrain his tongue, prompting Aphra to hastily cover his mouth. Aphra felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she blinked at Dumbledore. Tom bit her sharply, breaking the skin of her hand, the blood seeping into his mouth, staining his lips a deep crimson. Are you deranged? Aphra recoiled, stifling her pain, before delivering a kick to Tom, who stumbled slightly, sensing that he could move again. He attempted to disapparate as before, only to discover he was incapable of performing the spell. Observing that Dumbledore had ceased his incantation, he felt a flicker of hope. Tom, we shall not take your life, Dumbledore spoke with calm assurance. This spell merely seals your magic, rendering you incapable of causing harm. Aphra, noting the bluish hue of Tom's complexion, contemplated that it might be more merciful to let him die. A swift death would be more gratifying than stripping him of his powers. Tom shared this sentiment, gritting his teeth as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. A surge of humiliation and resentment flooding over him, his eyes blazing with fury. Aphra, meanwhile, found a twisted pleasure in his misery. Yet, unexpectedly, Tom experienced a moment of schadenfreude himself. The anger that had consumed him abruptly dissipated, leaving him bewildered. What was this emotion? He clutched his chest, gradually regaining his composure. Exhaling, Tom forced a grim smile. Rather than imploring me towards virtue, you should be concerned for your pitiful boyfriend. Aphra paused. Which one? Tom nearly spat blood, but, fortunately, remained uninjured and could not cough it out. That foolish Hufflepuff and that boy who cannot seem to die. He smirked provocatively. Aphra bit her lip, her hand tightening around Tom's throat, her expression chilling, anxiety bubbling within her. What have you done? Choking, Tom felt a surge of pride. I merely lent a small hand. No need for thanks. He feigned surprise. If you can withstand the killing curse, did you not provide your boyfriend with some sort of protective charm? Tom's seemingly casual remark successfully captured Dumbledore's attention. The latter paused, pondering the implications of Tom's words. A charm to withstand the killing curse? Dumbledore scrutinized Aphra, contemplating the veracity of Tom's statement. Tom's lips curled into a smile as Aphra released her grip on him, granting him a moment to breathe. Oh. Aphra cast a dispassionate glance at Tom, her demeanor icy. You are quite astute. I did indeed give him a protective item. She pursed her lips, turning her head away, her gaze shifting to Dumbledore, her eyes filled with urgency. What is the nature of the third task? Will they be in danger? Is there a possibility of outsiders invading the competition? Her thoughts drifted to the graveyard Tom had mentioned earlier, sending a chill down her spine. Tom narrowed his eyes, sensing her emotions, anxiety, concern, and deep unease. It is a maze. The one who retrieves the Triwizard Cup will emerge victorious, Dumbledore succinctly stated. We should return to assess the situation. It is getting late, and the competition should have concluded. Aphra nodded, still biting her lip. While she had indeed given Cedric a life-saving necklace, what if he was suffering? What if he had been captured? Tom felt a sudden lightness as he returned to the ring, but unlike before, he could not emerge at will. He was entirely at Aphra's mercy. Aphra and Dumbledore hurried to the maze's edge, the atmosphere eerily silent. Ludo shook his head. The competition has not yet concluded. Currently, Diggory and Potter remain within the maze. We must pause the competition, Dumbledore declared solemnly. The referees turned to him, their expressions a mixture of confusion. In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as two figures crashed to the ground, producing a heavy, muffled sound. Aphra held her breath, momentarily frozen before rushing towards the fallen pair. Dumbledore close behind. She knelt beside Cedric, gently patting his cheek, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at his charcoal-like complexion. Cedric! Cedric! Cedric stirred, his fingers twitching as his cold left hand grasped Aphra's tightly. A sense of calm washed over her, and through her tearful haze, she looked into Cedric's eyes. Cedric opened his eyes, confusion evident within them. He should have been dead. He remembered being struck by several killing curses. Yet here he was. Do not worry, Cedric said, wiping away her tears. Nearby, Harry struggled to sit up, his mind clouded, too dazed to focus on anything other than searching for Dumbledore through his shattered glasses. Mr. Dumbledore. Harry cried out in panic, his voice loud enough for all to hear. He has returned. Voldemort has returned. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, drowning out the few individuals at the center. For the first time, Harry saw Dumbledore momentarily stunned, while Aphra felt a chill course through her, her blood running cold. Cornelius Fudge hurried over, his expression alarmed. What? To the hospital wing. Aphra furrowed her brow, rising with all her strength to help Cedric up, for a frail girl. It was no easy feat to lift a tall boy. As long as he is unharmed, that's what matters, Fudge stammered, rubbing his hands together, unsure if he was comforting himself or the two champions. Yet, clearly, everyone else regarded his words as mere air. Aphra assisted Cedric in draping his arm over her shoulder, and although he was cautious not to place all his weight on her, they stumbled together toward the castle. Harry brushed off the dirt from his clothes, unsteadily following behind. Dumbledore glanced at Moody and Snape, exchanging a few brief words before they all made their way to the castle. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was particularly busy, with Mr. Potter having endured 5 or 6 excruciating curses, while Mr. Diggory had suffered 2 or 3 unforgivable curses. Aphra held Cedric's hand tightly, their fingers interlaced. Hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, she turned to Harry, who bore numerous small bloodstains across his face, the source of which remained a mystery. Harry cast his gaze downward, his lashes fluttering slightly, remaining silent, clearly still trapped in the shadows of the night's events. After Madame Pomfrey finished her examination of the two, she prepared to brew potions and approached Dumbledore, exiting the room alongside him. In a hushed tone, she expressed uncertainty. Sir, it appears that Mr. Diggory has been subjected to attacks from the killing curse. I should not say this, but I would not question my professional judgment. Dumbledore's eyes flickered as he regarded Madame Pomfrey. I would never doubt your abilities, Poppy. I can assure you, there were at least 3 instances of the killing curse, she insisted, her voice growing firmer, although self-doubt lingered. Dumbledore refrained from voicing belief or disbelief, offering Madame Pomfrey some words of comfort, reminding her to take good care of Harry and Cedric. Standing at the door, Dumbledore stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on Cedric and Aphra. Moody had gone to scout the maze, his focus heightened tenfold. It would be utterly humiliating for a seasoned Auror to be captured and disguised by Death Eaters. He needed to redeem himself and fulfill his responsibilities. Cedric and Harry emerged looking clean, their faces regaining their youthful radiance. Clearing his throat, Cedric addressed Aphra. We ultimately found ourselves before the Triwizard Cup. Harry saved me, which is why I suggested he retrieve it. Cedric, while yearning for honor, was not consumed by it. He genuinely believed that Harry surpassed him. Harry was compelled to compete. Younger than Cedric, yet his performance was remarkable, deserving of victory. Harry wore a complex expression. He had always harbored a disdain for Diggory and wished to best him. However, he also felt that the championship was not rightfully his. Leaning against the wall, Harry wrestled with his thoughts. If he were to win the championship, would Fleur regard him with newfound admiration? If he achieved victory, no one could claim he had used unfair means to compete. If only, Harry bit his lip, clenching his fists. Take it. You are but a hand's breadth away from the Triwizard Cup, and besides, my success in the first 2 tasks was thanks to Fleur's assistance, not my own prowess. Had I relied solely on myself, I would have perished in a single breath from the dragon's flames. Cedric was taken aback by Harry's response. He had prepared himself for a different outcome when he suggested that Harry claim the trophy. It was evident to him that Harry had feelings for Fleur, and should he acquiesce, it would be entirely understandable. Yet, he did not anticipate Harry's humility. Cedric felt a swell of emotion, and Harry was equally touched. As Fleur listened to their exchange, she suddenly thought they should be sworn brothers on the spot, akin to siblings of different parents. And then, Fleur inquired, "Then we shall deliberate and win the championship together. The title shall belong to Hogwarts," Harry proposed. Cedric added, "Do not give it to me. What about Krum and Fleur, who are desperately vying for victory while displaying such humility? Is that not infuriating?" Of course, some individuals lacked even the qualifications to compete. Dumbledore, listening from outside, felt a sense of pride. They were good children. As soon as we touched the trophy, we found ourselves transported to a graveyard. Noticing Cedric appeared fatigued, Harry interjected during a brief pause in Cedric's breathing. "Wormtail has escaped. The Ministry has suppressed this news," Harry stated coldly. Chapter 134, Usurpation. A group of ghouls, as dim-witted as trolls, were being mercilessly beaten by a giant squid. What was the purpose of their existence? To increase the wizarding population? Why did they come to work at the Ministry, to perform as Muggle jesters? The Ministry employed them merely to provide relief to the intellectually challenged, lest they remain silent and blind. "When I graduate and join the Ministry, I shall replace them all," Fleur expressed her dissatisfaction, leaving the two in stunned silence. "Shall I continue?" Harry hesitated to ask when she had caught her breath. "Go ahead," Fleur encouraged, raising an eyebrow for him to continue. "When we arrived at the graveyard, we barely had time to react before a killing curse struck Cedric." Harry looked puzzled at Cedric, realizing he had yet to explain that it was not just one curse, but several. "I don't know, could it be because?" Cedric glanced at Fleur, who winked at him, ensuring Harry did not see. Cedric, feeling reassured by her expression, steadied himself. "I don't know why, perhaps he missed." Harry could only roll his eyes, wondering if Cedric and Fleur considered him a fool, conspiring to deceive him. "All right, it was me, but don't tell anyone. It's our secret," Fleur said earnestly. Her trump card must not be revealed. "Very well," Harry replied, his eyes lighting up with satisfaction at her honesty. Cedric inquired, puzzled. "3 people, huh?" He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Just 3? All right, I can accept that." Cedric was now in a state of acceptance. Dumbledore, having quietly listened to everything, resolved to find an opportunity to discuss matters with Fleur. However, he would not employ the same method as last time, as that had proven ineffective with her. Perhaps a handsome gentleman to charm her would deepen her trust. Dumbledore shook his head, reflecting on his growing understanding of Fleur. Upon entering, Dumbledore found Fleur bringing a chair for him. Voldemort had been resurrected with Wormtail's assistance, but there should be another aiding him, Harry recalled uncertainly. "Voldemort mentioned something about souls, memories, and attachments. I don't quite understand what he meant." Fleur glanced at Dumbledore, a mix of guilt and struggle in her gaze. Dumbledore nodded. "I understand. I will find that individual." "And how did he return? How did you escape?" "The father's bone, the servant's flesh, and the enemy's blood," Harry stated solemnly. "He transformed from an infant into an adult, and, devoid of hair, lacking a nose, with blood-red eyes, a terrifying white snake-like face, as if a demon emerged from the depths of hell." Cedric added, shaken. "Voldemort could not kill Cedric. Nor could he kill me." Harry pressed his lips together, his dry lips sticking together. Fleur offered him a cup of water, which he accepted, his gaze lingering on her. Cedric slightly propped himself up. "Why couldn't Voldemort kill you, Harry?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. "Cedric was due to Fleur, but what about you?" "Strangely, when he attempted to kill me, our wands connected, the tips of our wands, and I saw many voices, the calling of my parents, the song of a phoenix." Harry recounted, his eyes moistening with emotion, turning away discreetly as his eyes reddened. Cedric and Dumbledore respectfully averted their gaze, granting him the space he needed. Fleur sighed, pulling Harry into her embrace and gently patting his back. Harry, momentarily stunned, remained motionless in her arms. "We later touched the Triwizard Cup, which allowed us to escape. Headmaster, Voldemort has returned. We both witnessed him and confronted him. The wizarding world is no longer safe. We must prepare for battle." Cedric's realization was profound, and Dumbledore felt both pride and sorrow. This was not a burden children should bear. The entire wizarding community needed to be vigilant, and he needed to have an earnest discussion with Minister Fudge. Dumbledore sighed, but quickly composed himself. "I must attend to some matters now. You two focus on your recovery." "Rest assured, sir," Harry replied sullenly. Fleur, seeing that Harry's spirits had improved, released him and softly asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Harry affirmed with a nod. Cedric and Harry possessed noble character and pure souls. They were humble, loyal, and brave, refraining from boasting about their suffering or glorifying their honors. Just as they tacitly chose not to discuss the cruciatus curse, no one would know of their torment under its grip for 10 minutes, nor the agony inflicted by the killing curse. To spare those close to them from worry, they swallowed their pain in silence. Madame Pomfrey prepared potions for both of them, only allowing Sirius and the Diggories to visit after they had taken their medicine. It was late into the night when Fleur had long been asked to leave the hospital wing, as Madame Pomfrey preferred fewer people in the ward to avoid disturbing the patient's rest. The academic year was drawing to a close, and Cedric and Harry remained in the hospital wing, beds side by side, hearts intertwined. Fleur ensured equality, bringing 2 portions of every treat and toy. Outside, news remained scarce. It seemed the ministry was resolute in suppressing information about Voldemort's return. Harry stored away the newspaper with a sigh, feeling anger surge within him, his dissatisfaction with the ministry mounting. Cedric, having finished his potion, succumbed to sleep. Aphrodite gently opened the door, peeking her head inside. She was the one specifically permitted by Dumbledore, and Madame Pomfrey had no choice but to allow her daily visits to the infirmary. "Is he asleep?" Aphrodite inquired in a hushed tone, her gaze fixed on Cedric's serene countenance. "Yes," Harry nodded, his eyes shining with warmth. A smile played on Aphrodite's lips as she gracefully settled into a chair nestled between the 2 beds, the cushioned seat offering exceptional comfort. "How do you feel today?" she asked, her expression radiant and lively. "I feel quite well," Harry replied, his heart warmed by her presence. He beamed at her, thinking that if he could just indulge a little, his spirits would soar even higher. Aphrodite blinked in confusion. Ignoring the implications, Harry leaned in slightly, planting a gentle kiss on Aphrodite's forehead. Chapter 135, Summer Vacation. Aphrodite instinctively held her breath. Harry appeared transformed, as though he had matured overnight, emanating a sense of stability and trustworthiness. After bestowing the kiss, Harry quickly withdrew, his cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Unable to contain her laughter, Aphrodite chuckled unabashedly. "It's rather warm today. I'm sweating. Aren't you hot?" Harry fanned himself in an attempt to cool down. "Not at all," Aphrodite replied honestly, a wave of joy surging within her as she smiled brightly. I haven't done anything," Harry admitted sheepishly. "Indeed," Aphrodite countered playfully, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. "Harry," Ron burst into the room, skidding to a halt. "Wait, why is Granger here? Had he arrived at an inopportune moment? Or was she the one intruding?" Surely, Granger had come to see Diggory while also exchanging a few words with Harry. Ron nodded affirmatively, eager to greet her, but Hermione placed a hand on his shoulder, disapprovingly. "Ron, can't you see Cedric is sleeping?" she whispered, effectively silencing him. They glanced around, relieved to find Madame Pomfrey absent, and stepped inside. "You'll be discharged tonight, right?" Ron asked. "Yes, Sirius has been permitted to come through the fireplace to take me home," Harry informed them, noting that he could not return with them on the Hogwarts Express. They needed to have a few good conversations before the break, lest they worry or remain uninformed. But with Cedric nearby, their communication felt constrained. Aphrodite caught Harry's gaze, raising an eyebrow. She retrieved her wand and cast a charm that muted the sounds between them, enveloping herself and Cedric in an invisible barrier where they could not overhear the others. Cedric lay peacefully with his eyes closed. Aphrodite smiled softly, brushing her fingers against Cedric's face, grateful he was alive. The thought of his absence would have weighed heavily on her conscience. After the graduation feast, the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would depart. Iziri, reluctantly, tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve playfully, while Draco rested his chin on his hand, watching. He had maintained this detached demeanor for quite some time, perhaps since Voldemort's resurrection, appearing almost as if his soul had been displaced. Aphrodite extricated her arm, hastily retreating. "I can't stand you anymore. You can't stand me again?" Iziri arched an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Aphrodite fell silent, choosing not to engage. "Write to me," Iziri insisted, pressing a note with his address into her palm, urging her not to forget him. "Rest assured, I won't forget such a delightful little creature." Aphrodite replied cheerfully. Iziri insisted on giving her a kiss on the cheek before he reluctantly turned to follow the Beauxbatons group. The Durmstrang girl who had danced with Aphrodite at the ball approached her, a name she had forgotten. She raised her chin, discarding the note Iziri had given her and replacing it with her own. "Cecilia Bird, a pleasure to meet you. May our paths cross again." With that, she hurried off in response to her companion's calls. "May our paths cross again," Aphrodite smiled, clutching the note tightly. Krum and Hermione shared a tender farewell, their hearts heavy as they prepared to embark on a challenging long-distance romance. Aphrodite shifted her gaze to Theodore at the end of the Slytherin table. He stared blankly at his empty plate, silent. Blaise passed by, greeting him, but Theodore seemed unresponsive, lost in thought. "What is wrong with him?" Aphrodite inquired, perplexed. He has been like this for days. Perhaps you didn't notice because you were busy taking care of Diggory, Blaise remarked lazily. Of course, many Slytherins are like this. Some might find it easier not to overthink. Blaise leaned closer to Aphrodite, scrutinizing her. Aphrodite maintained her composure, smiling brightly. Is that so? Who are you referring to? You? Blaise remained non-committal, taking Iziri's former seat. I'm indifferent. I'm not sure. Why don't you offer some advice? Aphrodite casually deflected, her tone light. What advice could I possibly give? At most, I could teach you how to be a nuisance, though some might not need to learn. They're born that way. Thanks for the compliment, Blaise chuckled, poking Draco, who remained unresponsive. Blaise was not surprised. This was their current state of affairs. Aphrodite furrowed her brow slightly, choosing not to respond. And how are things with Diggory? Blaise inquired with a mischievous grin, eager for gossip. Sweet as honey. Our relationship is splendid, Aphrodite replied matter-of-factly. Well, I almost forgot. We're technically a couple. Blaise raised an eyebrow, his tone begrudging. Well, if you wish, we can dissolve this arrangement at any time, Aphrodite said earnestly. Not yet. I prefer to maintain the status quo for now, Blaise quickly retorted. As you wish, Aphrodite nodded, not overly concerned with the title. Until next year then. Blaise inclined his head slightly. I wish you all the best. And I wish you all the best, Aphrodite paused before adding. May life bring you joy. Aphrodite turned her attention to Daphne and Astoria, her younger sisters, who were nestled together, hand in hand. Pansy was not seated with Daphne, causing Aphrodite to frown slightly. Time to head home, she said, rising to approach them. She ruffled Daphne's hair, smiling at Astoria. Make sure to rest well at home. Aphrodite bid farewell to Cedric last, the two sharing sweet nothings before reluctantly parting ways. This may have been their final moment of tranquility, and Aphrodite clutched Cedric tightly. Her heart heavy. Upon returning home, their father called for Aphrodite to the study, barely pausing to greet his daughters. She placed the ring on the table, her expression grave. I've informed Dumbledore about the ring, Aphrodite declared with a heavy heart. She loathed her inability to resolve matters independently, feeling a profound sense of frustration and self-doubt. It is not shameful to seek help when necessary. Dumbledore is a great wizard. How did your conversation go? It was all right, Aphrodite frowned. Not as good as I had hoped, but it could have been worse. At least he managed to keep it under control. She gestured towards the ring. Chapter 136, Apology. She was referring to Tom Riddle. We cannot find a way to erase him. We can only strip him of his magic, Aphrodite added. Furthermore, I have utilized the supplement you sent me on the parchment. The supplement stated that when both parties' blood intertwined, they could share emotions. But only the active participant could sever the connection at will, while the passive one could not. You've worked hard, their father nodded, his expression one of approval. Aphrodite bit her lip, skeptical of his words. Had she truly done anything commendable? Perhaps not. Chapter 137, Disappointed Wooden Doll. Blood intertwined, sensing each other's emotions, Aphrodite sighed. Lying back on her bed. Call Tom out to play, she said. With a twist of her ring, Tom materialized in the room. He surveyed the layout before tilting his head towards her. Where's this? Your sister's room. Do you like it? Aphrodite teased. I like it. Let me stay? Tom replied with a cold, handsome visage. That's fine, but my dear brother, we must settle a score. How many good deeds have you performed behind my back? I can't simply ignore that. Aphrodite maintained a serious demeanor as she sat up. Little baddie, didn't he get caught? That must fall on you, right? After all, you two have shared so much. You've completed his unfinished tasks. Shouldn't you bear some of the consequences? Dumbledore, didn't he kill you not because he couldn't but because he didn't find a way? Aphrodite cleared her throat. That's because he is a saint. How peculiar it is to hear praise for Dumbledore from the lips of a pure-blood family, Tom scoffed. Isn't it foolish to align oneself with Dumbledore? Voldemort is the greatest wizard. I do not align myself with Dumbledore, Aphrodite asserted with gravity. I simply wish to avoid witnessing the demise of those I care for. To prevent those I know from becoming lifeless corpses. The poor Slytherin girl, Arya Worrell, who perished at Crouch's hands, serves as a grim reminder. It urges me to eradicate people like you, lest the magical world remain in turmoil. Aphrodite rose and approached Tom, her wand now firmly in hand. I truly struggle with the unforgivable curses, she mused, and I have not had the opportunity to employ them. However, my heart is kind, gentle, and pure. I would never resort to such spells. Tom was at a loss for words, feeling akin to a muggle, wishing he were dead. He sensed the hatred within Aphrodite and smiled faintly. Learn to hate, do not love. Hatred is the most potent and useful emotion. At that moment, Yo-Yo, who had been left at home for months, flew in through the window. It dropped the letter and promptly exited, seemingly still upset and unwilling to converse with Aphrodite. Aphrodite glanced at Tom before shifting her gaze to the letter on the table, its script unfamiliar. After a moment of contemplation, she stowed her wand and picked up the letter, swiftly tearing it open. It was from Iburn, a friend of Oliver would. A frown instinctively creased her brow. The name Oliver had not graced her thoughts in ages, and now, its recollection stirred regret. In the letter, Iburn succinctly articulated the purpose of his correspondence. Oliver faced the dire prospect of being expelled from the team after suffering 7 consecutive losses. He was currently suspended from play, at a low point in his career. Aphrodite's eyelashes fluttered as a tumult of emotions washed over her. Friends had tried to encourage him, yet nothing seemed to rouse his spirits. After much contemplation, Iburn concluded that only you, Aphrodite Greengrass, could motivate him. Aphrodite fell into silence. The letter revealed that Oliver still kept a letter from her in his pocket. Tom observed the myriad of emotions flitting across Aphrodite's face, from confusion to shock to a bittersweet sentiment. He too felt an uncontainable sorrow, alongside a peculiar delight. What was this feeling? He felt deeply connected to her, yet strangely detached. Tom nudged Aphrodite. What are you thinking? Aphrodite frowned upon seeing him, rolling her eyes in an ungraceful manner. Tom was dissatisfied. Why can I feel your emotions? I don't want that. Push it away. What emotions? Aphrodite feigned ignorance, displaying disdain, which only prompted Tom to feel a surge of contempt for himself. Am I really that despicable? I don't know what you're talking about. Aphrodite severed their shared emotional connection, her expression adorning a mask of confusion. I have something to do. I'll be stepping out. With a twist of her ring, Tom vanished before he could utter a word. Aphrodite tossed the ring into a drawer and magically locked it away. Aphrodite hurried downstairs, where her father sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Father, I have something to attend to. That thing is in the drawer of my room. Please keep an eye on it. Her father felt a vague, unplaceable sensation, as if he had been given a command. Was it merely a delusion? Aphrodite had already sorted her thoughts. Iburn should not possess her address. The only friend of Oliver S. who knew it was Percy. Iburn and Percy were also friends, which led Aphrodite to suspect Percy's involvement. Moreover, Iburn had forgotten to mention where Oliver was. He could not have been astute enough to discover her address independently. Upon arriving at the burrow, Aphrodite knocked on the door, waiting a while before anyone answered. Eventually, a languid voice emerged, sounding as though its owner had just awoken. Ron opened the door, clad in pajamas, the collar askew, revealing a shoulder. He rubbed his eyes, blinking in surprise at Aphrodite. Good morning, Ronald. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. You. What are you doing here? Ron stammered, oblivious to his disheveled appearance. I've been here before, Aphrodite shrugged, tugging Ron's collar to cover his shoulder. Boys ought to mind their appearance and uphold their dignity. Take care of yourself when you're out. Ron looked puzzled. What do you mean? Where's your dear brother? Aphrodite scanned the quiet house. Is everyone still in bed? It's vacation. You shouldn't be lazing around. Which brother? Ron followed her reluctantly, though his irritation didn't prevent him from responding to her every question. Your most beloved third brother. Aphrodite smiled brightly. Beloved? Ron rubbed his arms, feeling a chill. Who else in your family is the most beloved? You? You're not bad. Second most beloved. Satisfied? I never claimed I was beloved. Ron blushed, stamping his foot. My mother and little sister went out shopping, my dad's at work, my older brothers aren't home, and my third brother is resting today after working overtime yesterday. So he is still asleep. My fourth and fifth brothers nearly destroyed his room yesterday and spent all night fixing it, so they're still in bed. Well, it seems everyone has a legitimate reason for sleeping in, except for you. You're simply lazy, Aphrodite chuckled, noting how Fred and George's excuses could indeed be deemed valid. The two ascended the stairs, with Ron trailing behind, only able to see the fluttering of Aphrodite's robe. I'm not lazy, Ron replied weakly. All right, I declare you the most beloved, Ron, Aphrodite declared cheerfully. Now, I shall personally summon your brother. Is he going to kill you? Ron queried, his voice laced with alarm. Kill me? Aphrodite laughed. Just as they were conversing, Percy's door opened. Who was the most beloved? Percy raised an eyebrow, already dressed, having heard quite enough from his room. You. Aphrodite promptly betrayed Ron. Ron looked bewildered. Am I the kind of person who would kill? Percy shot an annoyed glance at Ron. You. Just wait. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Ron hurriedly retreated from their sight, racing back to his room. Was it just his imagination, or did his third brother seem to possess a newfound sense of humor? He has changed. Ron was taken aback. Was that a good thing? He couldn't be certain. Aphrodite turned to Percy, who gazed at her steadily and embraced her gently. It's been a while. Just a few months, Aphrodite smiled down. You and Diggory are back together? Percy inquired, having quickly gleaned the situation. Yes, Aphrodite nodded. If you cannot accept that, do not speak of him. Percy shook his head, turning back into the room, leaning against the table. Then shall I mention something else? Aphrodite ventured tentatively. I came today regarding Oliver. I anticipated as much. Percy offered a wry smile, fully aware of the dire situation at hand. Consequently, I divulged your address to Eberron. I recognized it was you. Aphrodite nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. Surely, That is not the appropriate way to express thanks, is it? Percy pressed his lips together, realizing she would have to address this matter further, which was truly heart-wrenching. It was because that fool Eberron failed to provide me with Oliver's address. Aphrodite responded with exasperation. Percy, too, was left speechless. Upon departing from the modest abode, a sense of lightness enveloped Aphrodite. Upon returning home, she snapped her fingers. Mia, please assist me in packing some clothes. I am bound for France. Of course, my young mistress. Mia had no authority to question her. She complied unconditionally with Aphrodite's commands. Aphrodite hesitated before addressing her father. Father, I have matters to attend to in France. May I go? For how long? Her father inquired simply. I am uncertain, Aphrodite replied, shaking her head. You shall use Muggle transportation. After all, you have yet to master apparition. Her father readily consented, unperturbed by the notion of her potential misdeeds. Daphne was descending the staircase and, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure. I, too, wish to venture out alone. Home is dreadfully dull. What business do you have making a fuss? Can you even protect yourself? Are you half as capable as your sister? Her father reprimanded Daphne, who merely pouted in response. After a few complaints, which were more of a playful nature, she declared, I shan't converse with you any longer. I am retreating to my room. Aphrodite observed Daphne with a soft smile, choosing not to respond. Daphne had not been particularly cheerful lately. She needed an opportunity to channel her feelings. However, first, she ought to comfort a certain despondent fool. Chapter 138, A Long-Awaited Reunion. This was not Aphrodite's first experience with Muggle transportation, in comparison to apparition. Using Muggle means was considerably more cumbersome. Once she mastered apparition, such troubles would be behind her. Aphrodite mused, it is a bit of a hassle. But I am more than willing to endure any inconvenience, just to be by his side. Aphrodite located Oliver's residence within a Muggle apartment building, the conditions modest, likely a temporary arrangement. She knocked on the door, but received no response. Pushing the door, she found it firmly shut, surveying her surroundings. She was uncertain whether Oliver resided with teammates. The door opposite swung open, and a tall young man peeked out, eyeing Aphrodite with caution. A brief glance at his attire revealed he wore the navy blue robes of the Puddlemere United team, and Aphrodite felt reassured. I am a witch, here to see Wood. He indicated the door she had just knocked on, speaking in a hushed tone. He lives here alone. With that, he promptly closed the door. Such coldness? Aphrodite pursed her lips, turning her gaze back to the unyielding door. Alohomora, she whispered softly, and the door creaked open, revealing a rather lax entryway. How careless could one be? With a slight push, she entered the dimly lit living room, devoid of light and any semblance of life. A flicker of magic illuminated her path as she raised her wand. This allowed her to survey the entirety of the small, cluttered space. The floor was strewn with empty bottles, remnants of days spent drinking. Unintentionally, she kicked one, the bottles clinking together with a sharp sound. Startled, she glanced at the sofa, where a dark blue figure lay sprawled. Is that Oliver? Aphrodite approached cautiously, reaching out to nudge his arm, turning him over, and directing her wand toward his face, finally revealing his handsome features. His face was flushed, eyes tightly shut, long, distinct eyelashes framing his visage. Wake up, you big fool, Aphrodite called, but received no reply. She placed her hand on his forehead. Thankfully, he did not feel overly warm. Drinking to this extent? She sighed, using her wand to poke his cheek. Foolishness. It's just a match. If you're out of work, I'll support you. With a flick of her wand, the scattered bottles began to levitate, and a large bag flew from the kitchen, each bottle neatly finding its way inside. Aphrodite faced a dilemma. She possessed no knowledge of hangover remedies. Perhaps consulting her mother or Mrs. Weasley would be wise. It seemed she ought to prioritize acquiring a two-way mirror, which would prove quite convenient. As she fumbled for the room's light, it flickered on, brightening the space. Would a splash of cold water suffice? Aphrodite pondered, weighing the risk of him falling ill. Oliver was robust. Surely, he would be fine, she thought, yet dared not proceed with such an action. Perhaps it would be best to simply place him on the bed. That seemed the simplest solution. Not wishing to support a drunken man, she utilized the levitation charm to float Oliver back to his room. Drunken Oliver was quite compliant, instinctively burrowing into the covers, even managing to tuck himself in snugly. Aphrodite, he murmured, don't leave me. All right, she replied softly, her ears perked at his low whisper, a smile gracing her lips. Silly fool. In the next moment, Aphrodite grasped his arm, exerting force, and with a swift maneuver, he toppled from the bed. Landing on the floor, Aphrodite brushed her golden hair aside, clearing her throat. Aqua eructo. A stream of water gushed from the tip of her wand, drenching Oliver's head. He shuddered, his eyelashes fluttering, and with a jolt, his eyes flew open. After wiping his face, he surveyed his surroundings with a look of confusion. Upon locking eyes with Aphrodite, he froze. registering no reaction, merely gazing blankly at her exquisite features. Her soulful blue eyes sparkled with genuine warmth, capable of encompassing the world's affections. Have you become entranced? Aphrodite arched an eyebrow, tilting his chin to ensure he met her gaze. Water droplets clung to his thick lashes. As he blinked, 2 droplets fell, accentuating Oliver's innocent bewilderment. Indeed, it seems being drunk has its merits. There is no shortage of dreams, Oliver chuckled, his smile tinged with self-deprecation, a bittersweet expression curling at the corners of his mouth. Apparently, he remains inebriated, Aphrodite contemplated, weighing whether a slap would be a more effective remedy than another splash of water. In the midst of her deliberation, Oliver, restless, stretched his arms wide, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his voice laced with grievance. I lost 7 matches. As soon as the words escaped his lips, tears cascaded down, moistening Aphrodite's shoulder. Indeed, Aphrodite missed Oliver dearly. Yet, she could hardly tolerate his drunken state. Did he not realize he had been marinating in alcohol for days? With a swift shove, she pushed Oliver away and stood, flustered. I caught the snitch, he exclaimed, clutching her leg. Aphrodite felt she had made a grave mistake in coming here. She should have allowed Wood to fend for himself. Dragging her leg, she took a hesitant step forward, with Oliver clinging to her, being dragged along the floor. She first maneuvered him to the wardrobe, rummaging for a change of clothes before hauling him towards the bathroom. Once inside, she filled the small tub with warm water, then calmly began unbuttoning Oliver's shirt. By Merlin, I am merely being helpful, assisting a boy in becoming clean. This has always been my passion. Like peeling an egg. She immersed him in the warm water. Taking a seat beside the tub, she watched carefully, concerned that the eggs might overcook, which would indeed be disastrous. A drunken individual could hardly manage any task independently. Based on Draco and Isley's prior reactions, Aphrodite was utterly convinced. Bubbles formed and floated to the surface. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds broke the silence. Aphra turned to see Oliver, who had shifted from lying down to face down, his face submerged in the water. Alarmed, Aphra hurriedly pulled him up, fearing that the next day's headlines would announce the tragic demise of a wizard who drowned in a bathtub. The mere thought made her stifle a laugh. With that chuckle, Oliver began to regain consciousness, and his mind slowly started to function. Who was he? Where was he now? And who was this person before him? Oliver reached out and touched Aphra's nearby cheek, even giving it a gentle pinch. It was tangible, not a dream. Terrified, Oliver curled up, his face burning with embarrassment. What are you doing here? He stammered. Do you have an issue with it? Is this your home? Why are you interfering? Aphra retorted. Isn't this where I reside? Oliver questioned, now doubting himself. Aphra coughed lightly, finished her bath, dressed herself, and stepped out to converse. She stood up and exited the bathroom. Only then did Oliver breathe a sigh of relief, glancing down at himself, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Was it more humiliating to be caught in such a disheveled state before someone he admired, or to be entirely naked before a former crush? Hesitantly, Oliver rose to his feet, noticing a set of pristine clothing on the shelf beside him. His own, though he couldn't recall when he had purchased it. He had never worn it, and it was a kindness from Aphra that she had retrieved it. Little did he know how challenging it had been for Aphra to find a set that barely matched his taste from his meager and monotonous wardrobe. Wood, is all the clothing in the wardrobe yours? Aphra's voice called from outside. Oliver froze. Had he become Wood? Was he no longer Oliver? When he emerged, Aphra was seated on the bed, gazing down at something in her hands. His soiled dark blue Quidditch uniform lay pitifully discarded on the floor. Aphra had already changed into a different top, having discarded the previous one, which was stained by Oliver's tears and reeked of alcohol. She simply couldn't bear to keep it. Oliver had no female clothing, so Aphra donned one of his muggle t-shirts, which was somewhat oversized and hung loosely on her. At least it was odorless, she thought, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. Her golden hair fell casually over her shoulder, with part of it tucked into the t-shirt. Unconsciously, Oliver observed her. Her expression had changed considerably, yet she still bore that familiar demeanor, exuding warmth and cheer. Hearing footsteps, Aphra lifted her head, her face relaxed. So you're awake? She asked, folding a piece of paper into narrow strips and slipping them into her pocket. Awake, Oliver replied, feeling exceedingly awkward. He scratched his head, overwhelmed by the embarrassment of sharing this moment with her. I'm quite glad I don't have to converse with a drunken fool, Aphra remarked with a smile. Mr. Wood, please make sure you're not mistaken. I am not a ghostly figure. Oliver wished he could disapparate away. You'd best refrain from attempting to disapparate. That should only be done when one is clear-headed. I trust you wouldn't want any of your body parts left behind, resulting in a separation of sorts? Aphra saw right through his thoughts, leaving Oliver speechless. You can read minds? He asked dryly. I've been practicing lately. Apologies for not being able to fully control this ability. I accidentally caught a glimpse, Aphra replied unapologetically. Oliver immediately averted his gaze, fearing she might discover his innermost thoughts. Don't worry, Aphra teased. That makes me even more anxious, he replied. Now, tidy up your place, and I'll take you out for a meal, Aphra instructed, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Oliver had always complied with her wishes. He mumbled an agreement and began to tidy his room. He patted the pockets of his dark blue Quidditch jersey, feeling anxious. Where's my letter? What letter? Aphra leaned against the door, casually inquiring. Nothing. Oliver quickly shook his head, unwilling to reveal it was the letter Aphra had written, an invitation from last year to watch the Quidditch Cup final together. In that letter, Aphra had playfully expressed her belief that he would eventually stand on the grand stage of the Quidditch World Cup final. He had carried it with him always, never misplacing it. I've lost something important, Oliver said, rushing out of the room to conduct a thorough search in the living room. Is that item significant? Aphra queried. Very. Oliver affirmed without hesitation. If it's lost, so be it, Aphra coaxed. That won't do. I can always write you a few more, she interrupted, causing Oliver to cease his frantic search. Did you see it? He asked, sounding foolish. Aphra nodded affirmatively. Yes, I saw it with both eyes and committed it to memory. She handed him the folded note from her pocket, and Oliver accepted it in silence. Should he feel embarrassed or relieved? It was as if a long-buried sentiment had been laid bare. This feeling was meant to be shared with her entirely. Oliver stood dumbfounded before her, while Aphra's eyes subtly glistened. In 10 minutes, we're going out for dinner. I'll be waiting for you at the door, Aphra hastily declared, passing by Oliver and exiting. As the door clicked shut, Oliver moved his fingers to tuck the letter into the pocket of his shirt. 20 minutes later, they found themselves seated in a Muggle restaurant. Aphra had magically resized the t-shirt to fit her properly, and they blended seamlessly into the Muggle surroundings. How have you been? Oliver silently cursed his clumsiness. After nearly a year apart, their first conversation began with such a mundane question. Quite well, in every aspect, Aphra responded vaguely, offering no specifics about her life. Yet Oliver was eager to learn about her year, wishing to uncover every detail. When he communicated with Percy, he would mention some things. But Oliver couldn't tell if it was intentional or accidental. Did you come to Province with the Pudemeyer team? Have you had a chance to explore? Instead of inquiring about his own situation, Aphra asked if he had ventured out. She could guess that, as a Quidditch fanatic, he likely hadn't explored much beyond the game, especially after such a long losing streak. Indeed, Oliver honestly shook his head. No, I haven't had the time. Really? Aphra frowned, then quickly relaxed. Perfect. Now that I'm here, you must show me around. Oliver instinctively nodded but then asked, with a hint of hopeful curiosity. What brings you to France? To harvest lavender, Aphra replied with mock annoyance. Is that so? Oliver responded, surprised. Chapter 139, A Meeting with the Old Man. Aphra was rendered speechless by his reaction, breaking into a laugh. Still as endearing as ever. She smiled slightly. Just kidding. I'm actually here to find an old flame. Truth be told, I have a few scattered across various countries. Is that true? Oliver asked cautiously. False. Aphra replied curtly. I came to find you. Why? Oliver felt a surge of joy, but was also puzzled about how she knew his troubles and his whereabouts. I miss you, Aphra said whimsically, with not a single heartfelt word. Oliver bowed his head, mumbling, I miss you too. He had a tendency to take her every word seriously, and this made Aphra feel a mix of emotions, leading her to sigh softly. Let's have a nice meal first. I suspect you haven't eaten in a day. Have you? 2 days? Oliver ventured cautiously. Aphra shot him a glare, and he fell silent, appearing obedient and rather endearing, as they strolled down the deserted street. A moment of silence enveloped them. I've heard the lavender in Province is stunning. Shall we go see it? Aphrodite tilted her head, extending her hand. Take me there, will you? Now. Oliver hesitated. Now. Aphrodite grasped his hand, feeling the roughness that came from years of Quidditch training. She playfully pinched Oliver's thumb. Since you're idle, why not entertain me? I fear for your fatigue, he replied. Then let's go. This is the season when lavender blooms in abundance. Oliver enveloped Aphrodite's hand with his large one. A gentle breeze swept by, and the two vanished, unnoticed by any onlookers. The lavender fields stretched vast and undulating. The purple sea of flowers glowing faintly golden under the setting sun, serene and beautiful. Oliver and Aphrodite sat side by side amidst the floral expanse, Aphrodite with her eyes closed, merging with the lavender. I feel utterly worthless, she confessed. Oliver turned his head to gaze at her, his expression sorrowful. Indeed. Aphrodite softly hummed in response. Oliver was taken aback by her reply, momentarily at a loss for words. You ought to scold me, she said bluntly. Things have only worsened. You weren't like this at Hogwarts. Gryffindor has lost many matches, yet you still need to practice, don't you? That's a valid point, Oliver admitted, feeling a pang of guilt as he lowered his head. However, being reprimanded felt oddly comforting. What was he feeling? He chastised himself internally and tentatively asked, Shall I go train then? Well, First you must rest. How can you train if you're not well? And how can you win if you don't train properly? Aphrodite asserted. You also need to motivate your teammates. Losing isn't solely your responsibility, is it? Don't they share in the burden? That makes sense. So I should rally them for practice? Oliver scratched his head. How's your relationship with your teammates? Aphrodite pondered. Quite good, Oliver replied thoughtfully, curious about her inquiry. They treat me well, but morale is low. We haven't communicated much, and I think that's part of our worsening situation. That's all right. It can't get much worse, Aphrodite reassured him. After all, this season will end, and the next will be a fresh start, beginning anew. Thank you for your comfort. Oliver exhaled, relieved. He dreaded being seen as a pitiful figure, fearing it would hurt him. In truth, he didn't need such consolation. Aphrodite smiled brightly. All right. Let us keep pushing forward. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. If you don't improve, I'll fly over to give you a good thrashing. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Oliver replied, his spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling. Aphrodite opened her eyes, squinting at him with a smile. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed an elderly man in the distance behind them. Her eyes widened, and she pressed down on Oliver's shoulder, urging him to bend down. The old man's figure came fully into view before Aphrodite. Isn't that the seer from the prophecy? She mused. It must have been 5 or 6 years ago. How strange to encounter him here in France. She nudged Oliver aside. Oliver, I know that gentleman. I wish to speak with him. Shall I accompany you? He offered. Yes, Aphrodite nodded, and Oliver stood, reaching out to assist her. She approached the old man, who glanced at her, sizing her up before breaking into a broad smile, stroking his beard. Good day, young lady. Seeking a love fortune, are we? They exchanged astonished glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Ahem, aren't you a diviner? Aphrodite inquired. Divination? You mean fortune-telling, yes? I encompass it all, predicting fate, wealth, children, and love. The old man chuckled, his grin widening. Young lady, you look quite familiar. Have we met before? Indeed, your business seems quite extensive, Aphrodite remarked, suppressing a smirk. We met in England, approximately 5 years ago. 5 years in England? The old man pondered. Ah, I've visited many places and met countless people. Perhaps I simply do not recall. However, he paused. There seems to be a connection between us. So why not allow me to read your fortune today? That sounds agreeable. Aphrodite replied with a smile. How much? 15 galleons, he stated firmly. Oliver tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve, his expression one of skepticism, his eyes full of caution. He whispered. He seems rather untrustworthy. Don't believe him. It's all right, she reassured him, taking his hand comfortingly. If this were her first encounter with the old man, she too might have doubted him. 10 galleons, Aphrodite stated calmly. The old man, undeterred, continued. Young lady, we are defying fate here, exchanging luck for a meal. It's simply unavoidable. Aphrodite, filled with curiosity, found herself momentarily at a loss for words, lacking experience in bargaining. Just then, a woman in sunglasses approached. Seemingly drawn in by their conversation, she tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve. Listen, young lady, this is not advisable. Turning to the old man, she declared. If you won't read for us, we shall take our leave. We do not need your fortune-telling nonsense. Though Aphrodite didn't fully grasp her words, she obediently followed the woman, both turning away without a backward glance. The old man called after them. 10 galleons is still 10 galleons. 5 galleons. The woman waved dismissively, her resolve unwavering. All right. The old man sighed, exasperated. You people, why must you stir up trouble? Chapter 140, The Red Thread. The woman in sunglasses smiled triumphantly, pulling Aphrodite back, leaving Oliver in stunned silence. Although she was unaware of what a galleon was, bargaining was in her nature. This doesn't concern me. But I cannot stand idly by, the woman asserted. All right then, let us see what you can predict. Do you also practice divination? The old man countered, eager to extract something from this group. Really? The woman seemed intrigued. Then that's settled. You read for the young lady first, and I'll wait for an 8% discount. 85%. This young lady is a returning customer. Are there no discounts for loyal patrons? I'm a new client. Aren't there any incentives for newcomers? The woman inquired, crossing her arms. Aphrodite and Oliver stood by, dumbfounded, confused by this astonishing turn of events. Unable to interject, they simply exchanged glances, occasionally applauding the woman's audacity. The old man pinched his beard, struggling to suppress an eye roll, but ultimately refrained, knowing that earning money was not easy. Wait a moment, I'll write it down for you. The old man pulled out a stone, retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, and began stroking his beard while shaking his head. He intermittently counted on his fingers, staring intently at Aphrodite. After a quarter of an hour, he handed her a paper filled with writing. Take this back and read it. Remember, one person. Thank you, sir, Aphrodite replied, accepting the paper. The old man nodded, his face beaming with smiles. Now it's my turn, the woman in sunglasses said eagerly. The old man's smile faded slightly. Come forth. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, not in a hurry to leave with Oliver. She folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket, feigning casualness as she continued conversing with the old man. Sir, may I inquire where you hail from? Who did you learn this divination from? One must not mention their master outside, lest it bring shame, the old man firmly stated. If you don't disclose, how can I trust your skills? Aphrodite turned to the woman in sunglasses. Isn't that right? Our customers are concerned. Exactly. Could it be that you're unable to showcase your abilities and are embarrassed to admit it? The woman retorted, adjusting her sunglasses. Huaxia, the old man replied, puffing out his beard. A mysterious organization from Huaxia, known only to the immortals. Immortals? Oliver couldn't help but ask. Muggle, that's what it means. The old man succinctly explained. Muggle? Aphrodite began to grasp that the old man was a wizard from Huaxia. She resolved to seek him out when the opportunity arose. What are these immortals and muggles? The woman in sunglasses pressed, her curiosity piqued. The old man snapped his fingers, silencing her. Aphrodite speculated that he must have employed a memory-erasing spell. The elderly man, now in high spirits, chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. All right then, I am satisfied. My dear young lady and gentlemen, just remember, you must not disclose this to anyone from the Department of Mysteries. We have regulations against using spells on muggles. The Department of Mysteries? Aphrodite furrowed her brow. It refers to the Ministry of Magic, the old man replied, smirking, inadvertently letting slip the information. No matter. Aphrodite exchanged a glance with Oliver, and they remained silent. Once the reading is complete, there's no need to linger here. Off you go, do not disturb this old man. If your endeavors are not flourishing, I have a red string bracelet for sale, just 10 galleons. The old man cast a sidelong glance at them, finally taking a good look at Oliver, his eyes lighting up with delight. How did you know? Oliver exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, I am a professional. The old man replied with a subtle smile, handing a red string bracelet to Aphrodite. My dear girl, why not purchase one for your beloved? It's quite affordable. Beloved? Oliver stammered, his face turning crimson. Aphrodite made no objection, a faint smile gracing her lips. In comparison, Oliver appeared even more flustered. You charge only 5 galleons for fortune-telling, yet your merchandise is so pricey? The woman in sunglasses interjected, displeased. Do you have anything for matchmaking? I wish to seek one for my daughter. Indeed. That can be arranged for 19 galleons. For good fortune and everlasting love, the old man chuckled, recognizing the opportunity for business. Aphrodite silently handed over 10 galleons for the red string. She also paid for her own reading, expressed her gratitude, and pulled Oliver away. Was Oliver surprised by Aphrodite's prompt payment? He licked his lips, feeling a mix of joy and skepticism. How did the old man know at a glance? Could he read minds? While Oliver remained enveloped in confusion, Aphrodite had already fastened the red string around his wrist with ease. Oliver glanced down at the vibrant red on his wrist and shyly smiled at Aphrodite. All right. The two departed side by side, while the woman in sunglasses continued to engage the old man in conversation. Do you truly believe that old man? Oliver blinked innocently, questioning Aphrodite. Aphrodite nodded. Yes, one can believe some things. After all, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about the wizards from Huaxia if given the chance. She then turned to Oliver. When will your training commence? Probably the day after tomorrow, in preparation for the new season, Oliver replied. Good. I shall depart the day after tomorrow, Aphrodite declared. By the way, your team does not prohibit outsiders from residing there, correct? All single rooms, so it shouldn't be a problem, Oliver pondered, realizing that Aphrodite intended to move in with him. Is that appropriate? In the room, Oliver busied himself arranging the bedding, having replaced everything with new items, displaying an admirable diligence. Aphrodite, dressed in her nightgown, stood beside him brushing her teeth. Is there just one blanket? Am I to sleep on the sofa? Aphrodite mumbled, her words muffled. Of course, I shall take the sofa. Oliver waved his hand dismissively. How could I allow you to sleep there? Aphrodite let out a soft laugh, picked up her wand from the table, and cast an extension charm, significantly enlarging the bed so that both could sleep comfortably without encroaching upon each other's space. With another duplication charm, an additional blanket appeared. You fool, Oliver smiled sheepishly at her, while Aphrodite raised an eyebrow and turned to enter the bathroom. When Aphrodite emerged, Oliver had already nestled himself beneath the blanket, lying perfectly still and exceptionally obedient. Puzzled, Aphrodite approached him with calmness, lifting her own blanket. Feeling his steady breathing, a brief silence enveloped the room. Aphrodite closed her eyes, slowing her own breath. Oliver stole a glance, groggily observing her eyes closed, and then cheerfully raised his hand to inspect the red string on his wrist. Is it beautiful? Aphrodite inquired, having opened her eyes unbeknownst to him, stifling a laugh. Oliver, feeling guilty, hastily withdrew his hand, but Aphrodite grasped his wrist, drawing it closer to admire. It truly is lovely. In chapter 141, titled In the Water, Aphrodite nestled in his embrace, and Oliver remained motionless for a long while. Eventually, a few warm tears trickled down. Aphrodite lifted her gaze to find Oliver's eyes wide open. His eyelids reddened. "What troubles you?" Aphrodite reached out to wipe away his tears, softly reassuring him. "It's all right. Everything will be fine. I am simply overwhelmed." "It feels too surreal." Oliver shook his head. "Let us sleep." Aphrodite gazed at him for a moment before nodding. Oliver tenderly combed through her long hair and tucked her under the covers. Oliver did not sleep. He admired her serene face, fixating on the fresh kiss mark on her collarbone. After a prolonged moment, he smiled contentedly before lying beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. With their next parting, it would be uncertain when they would meet again. Oliver would be busy with Quidditch matches across the globe, leaving little time for leisure. Aphrodite remained at Hogwarts, unable to come and go freely. Yet, having expressed their mutual feelings, nothing could serve as an impediment. Upon returning to the Greengrass residence, Aphrodite found Astoria absent, while Daphne sat alone on the sofa, looking despondent. "Where's Leah?" Aphrodite surveyed the surroundings. "Is she upstairs?" "Not at home. She must have gone out shopping," Daphne answered, her voice lacking vigor. "What happened? Did you have a quarrel with Pansy?" Aphrodite blinked, her expression revealing understanding. Daphne hesitated. "Can you discern the nature of our relationship? It seems that you are not yet at that stage, are you?" Aphrodite asked uncertainly. "Not yet. But we were close." "Close? And what of now?" Aphrodite walked over, ruffling Daphne's fluffy hair. "It's all right. You can confide in me. I will always support any decision you make, even if it is a terrible decision." Daphne tilted her head back, raising an eyebrow. "Even if it is a decision that could bring ruin to the Greengrass family? I will support all decisions. None will lead to the downfall of the Greengrass family." Aphrodite assured her emphatically. "I will stand at the forefront." Daphne lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Is the Dark Lord worthy of following? Will he succeed?" "He will not." Aphrodite shook her head, speaking earnestly. "He cannot succeed." It was evident that Daphne's expression soured at the thought. He had not yet appeared. Yet already he had unsettled the wizarding world. "I do not wish to live under his control. This belief aligns with mine and my father's." Aphrodite affirmed her stance. "But Pansy does not think so." Daphne licked her lips. "Her family has decided to follow the Dark Lord. We had a terrible argument on the day of the break, and we have not communicated since. Perhaps you both need to have a calm discussion," Aphrodite suggested, wrapping her arm around Daphne's shoulders, gently patting her. "It's all right. You and she are not only Greengrass and Parkinson. You need not overthink it. When we have both cooled down, I will have a proper talk with her." "I do not wish to give her up," Daphne muttered as she leaned against Aphrodite. "Treasure her, and also cherish yourself." Aphrodite patted her back. "I will return to my room to tidy up my things. By the way, sister, where have you been these past few days?" "Visiting my beloved." Aphrodite lifted her chin, pleased to see Daphne's eyes widen in surprise. Once upstairs, Aphrodite finally unfolded the paper given to her by the old man. Abandoned in a cave, the bones lay shattered. The soul seal beneath the waters wanders the world, unanswered for over a decade. Returning home to seek justice remains a distant hope. Aphrodite furrowed her brow. She could comprehend the words, yet what connection did they hold for her? Whose bones lay unburied, and whose wandering soul still drifted? Seeking to clear a name? Aphrodite pressed her lips together. In just a few lines, a lamentable picture was sketched. Could they not provide a direct address? Aphrodite flipped the paper back and forth, her brow furrowing in concentration. There were no names, no addresses. Where could she begin? She sighed softly. What use could this be to her? Aphrodite pondered whether, if it held no significance for her, there was even a need to seek it out. She carefully stored the papers, unlocked the cabinet, and found the ring quietly resting in the drawer. Aphra slipped the ring onto her thumb and placed the papers back into the drawer, securing it once more. The table was already cluttered with numerous letters, despite the fact that only a few days had passed since her departure. There were letters from Cedric, from Harry, from Percy, and even one from Hogwarts. Aphra tapped the table thoughtfully, pondering for a moment. She opened the letter from Hogwarts. It was the OWL's results, accompanied by a familiar prefect badge. She had studied a total of 12 subjects, achieving outstanding in all of them, hardly noteworthy. She tucked the letter away with a satisfied smile and proceeded to open Harry's letter. Dear Aphra, I hope this message finds you well. I sincerely invite you to my birthday party on July 31st. The key is enclosed and will be activated at that time. I eagerly await your presence. Yours, Harry. This letter was succinct, encapsulating its purpose in a single line, clear and to the point, yet not quite in Harry's typical style. Normally, he would ramble a bit before awkwardly getting to the heart of the matter. Aphra imagined the scenario and couldn't help but smile. She shook the envelope, revealing another small note inside. If you come, please reply to reassure me. If you cannot make it, do not respond at all. At least let me hold on to the anticipation for a few days. It seemed even less like him. Aphra pouted slightly. Well, boys do have their ways. Next was Percy's letter, which had a distinct professional tone, resembling a weekly report from an assistant, with a few polite inquiries about his superior's well-being. Work was progressing smoothly, though the activities of Death Eaters were becoming increasingly rampant, causing considerable distress at the Ministry of Magic, yet still manageable. Caution was advised when going out. The Ministry might intervene in the Hogwarts teaching positions. They planned to send someone from the Ministry to take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, a person not to be trifled with. As long as she didn't oppose him, she should remain safe. By the way, how is Oliver? And how are you? Aphra contemplated for a moment, took up her quill, and penned a response, subtly revealing her examination results, which surpassed his, enough to irritate him. Cedric's letter was filled with casual pleasantries, yet it also conveyed a hint of urging her to stay indoors. The magical world was indeed on the brink of turmoil. Aphra replied to all the letters except Harry's. She chose not to respond to him, wanting to keep him in suspense for a while. Chapter 142, Arrival at the Black Family Manor. On July 31st, Aphra donned a lovely muggle dress, a blue knee-length skirt that appeared both innocent and alluring. She picked up the gift she had prepared, and as her fingers brushed against the door key, a whirlwind of sensation engulfed her. In less than a minute, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar room. Aphra calmly smoothed her dress, realizing her error. She shouldn't have worn this particular outfit. It was then she surveyed her surroundings, momentarily at a loss for words. Why was she alone in this room? The space was not particularly tidy. The bed was unmade, several outfits strewn across it, and the desk was somewhat cluttered. Resisting the urge to cast a cleaning spell, she stepped out of the room and peered down the staircase. She was on the 3rd floor. Was there more upstairs? She craned her neck, the empty, ancient staircase seemingly awaiting her arrival. For some reason, Aphra felt an inexplicable urge to ascend. However, as a guest invited into the home of the host, her first duty should be to pay her respects to the owner. Perhaps she should check the living room instead. After a brief glance, she withdrew her gaze and was about to head downstairs when 2 loud claps resounded, and she was suddenly enveloped from either side by 2 tall figures. "Boss!" Aphra. Startled, Aphra exclaimed, "Ah, Fred, George, you're here too." "Indeed, we are," Fred replied, mimicking her tone with a grin. "Are all your family members present?" Aphra inquired, curious. "Yes, not everyone, though. Bill and Charlie are absent," George added. Aphra snapped her fingers, preparing to speak when Fred interrupted. "Percy isn't here either." "All right," Aphra conceded, retracting her hand. "I'll go find Harry and Mr. Black." "This is Mr. Black's residence, correct?" Both nodded in unison. "Yes, the Black Manor. The 1st floor is adorned with a corridor of portraits, and there's one who loves to make a racket. She wakes everyone up every morning," Fred pouted. "I'd love to tape her mouth shut," George chimed in. "Your guests, after all." Aphra rolled her eyes. "Oh, that's not my statement. It's what Sirius said, although we all wholeheartedly agree." George quickly distanced himself from the comment, but couldn't resist adding his 2 cents. "Well, have you all been here for quite some time?" Aphra asked with curiosity, eager to gather information. "About half a month, I suppose," Fred recalled with a casual wave of his hand. "Fine, I'll chat with you later. I need to look for Mr. Black." Aphra attempted to escape, but the 2 boys pulled her back. "There's no rush. Sirius is chatting with Mum and Dad. There's no need to hurry to find him." "Oh, why did you come directly to the 3rd floor? I thought everyone would be in the 1st floor hall." "Oh, what's wrong with the 3rd floor?" Aphra asked, perplexed. "The 3rd floor is where Harry and Ron's rooms are. They aren't here either. They're on the 2nd floor chatting with Hermione and Ginny." "All right," Aphra frowned, finding it strange. "How did you know I went straight to the 3rd floor?" "We heard the commotion and instantly apparat to check it out. We knew it was you who should be arriving." Fred and George nudged her towards the 4th floor. "You heard something? You can hear from a floor away?" "Your hearing is impressive," Aphra questioned, raising an eyebrow, and they exchanged a knowing smile. George kindly explained, "We reside on the 4th floor. We've recently developed some new devices we'd like to show you." "That sounds interesting," Aphra continued. "How many floors are there in total?" 5. The 1st floor houses the living room and corridor. The 2nd floor contains Ginny and Hermione's temporary rooms, along with the dining area. The 3rd floor is where Harry and Ron's rooms are, one of which seems to have been prepared for you yesterday, right over there. The 4th floor is where George, I, and our parents reside." "Wait, what about the 5th floor?" Aphra inquired. "Is that where Mr. Black resides?" "Yes, it seems his brother might be there too." Fred appeared less curious, as if he had more pressing matters to attend to. George glanced at Aphra. "His brother is named Regulus Black?" Aphra remembered, recalling the name mentioned in conversations among the elders. She lowered her voice. "I believe he was a Death Eater. It seems that many pureblood families have such issues." George shrugged. "But Sirius is quite different. We like him." "You like him?" Aphra remained noncommittal. She hadn't yet interacted with Sirius Black, though she remembered him being quite handsome. As the trio ascended the stairs, Fred and George led Aphra to their room, displaying several intriguing gadgets. Extendable ears, They allow us to hear distant sounds. We've been using them to eavesdrop on meetings regarding the Phoenix. Fred winked, pausing for dramatic effect. The Order of the Phoenix. Aphra completed, tapping her fingers on the table. Are meetings taking place here? She pondered briefly, a slight smile crossing her lips. So, you heard the noise from the third floor thanks to these extendable ears. How do you know so much? George asked in surprise. How do you know about the Order? The adults tell us nothing. We work hard to gather information daily. Aphra raised an eyebrow. It was only natural for her to be informed, considering her father shared everything with her. What useful information can you hear? She mused, thinking that if they could glean something, the Order couldn't be all that secretive. Not much useful, but we do pick up bits and pieces of information, Fred replied stubbornly. All right, the Order of the Phoenix. Aphra initially intended to ask something specific, but fearing they might not know, she thought it better to inquire directly with Dumbledore. What about this? Aphra pointed to two round little balls, each about the size of a fingernail. Dialogue ensued in the distance, where one individual donned a peculiar device, placing it in their ear. Fred handed one to Aphra, while George glanced at Fred, shrugging his shoulders. What about me? George inquired. I forgot you. Fred feigned surprise as the two became entangled in a playful tussle. All right then, how about a duplication charm? Aphra suggested. Ordinary magic is ineffective against it. Fred replied with enthusiasm. That's its most distinctive feature, George added, equally proud. Impressive. Aphra remarked after a moment of contemplation, tucking it into her pocket. Your ingenuity continues to flourish. I'm a bit strapped for cash at the moment, Fred candidly admitted. All right. Aphra replied nonchalantly, how much do you need? George remained silent, prompting a sidelong glance from Aphra. This is an investment, and when you open your shop, you shall share the profits with me. That's agreeable, George beamed, while Fred thumped his chest with pride. Chapter 143, once again his name. Aphra invested a substantial amount into Fred and George, persuading them to engage in playful antics with others. She glanced at the 5th floor, furrowing her brow as she descended the stairs. On the 2nd floor, Harry and Ron were engaged in conversation while Hermione and Ginny sat opposite them. With her back turned to Aphra, Harry remained oblivious as she slowed her pace. Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances, silently agreeing to remain quiet. Is everyone here? Hermione asked, feigning ignorance as she looked at Harry. Not yet. Aphra hasn't arrived, and I'm unsure if she intends to come since she hasn't replied. Harry replied, his tone dull and devoid of cheer. She might be quite busy. Don't take it to heart, Hermione comforted, her cheeks puffed as she suppressed a laugh. She probably didn't want to come anyway. No worries. We're here for you, Ron said, holding a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans in one hand and patting Harry's back with the other, both leaning against each other for support. Aphra stood behind them, squinting her eyes in displeasure. She extended her hands, giving both shoulders a firm slap. Spider. Ron yelped, jumping several feet away and frantically shaking his body. Aphra fell silent, as did Harry, Hermione, and Ginny, all staring at Ron as if he were a fool. Welcome, Harry grinned, extending his hand. Happy birthday, Aphra reciprocated, shaking his hand up and down, handing him his birthday present in a rather formal manner. Hermione looked anxious, yet the two seemed unfazed. Where's Mr. Black? I should go say hello, Aphra remarked, her first statement a blessing, her second an inquiry regarding Sirius's whereabouts. In the conference room, Harry explained. Upon hearing this, the other sighed collectively. I can see you're all quite eager to learn the contents of the meeting, Aphra mused. Don't you have extendable ears? Yes, but today they're not working. Tonks informed me that the door has had its anti-interference charm lifted, rendering them useless, Ginny clarified. The anti-interference charm. Aphra glanced at the meeting room door, tossing a fork towards it. The fork struck the door and bounced back, and she nodded. Indeed, it is. Do you know how to detect if an anti-interference charm has been placed? Ginny's eyes lit up, showering her with praise. You're brilliant. Thank you, Aphra smiled. Harry felt overlooked, striving to assert his presence before Aphra. You know, the extendable ears have already met Fred and George, right? How did you come down from upstairs? The door key transported me to your room, Aphra explained, causing Harry to feel a bit embarrassed. Oh, it was made by Sirius. I didn't know, Harry admitted, his face revealing his guilt. No wonder Sirius was so adamant about keeping him confined to his room. It seemed he had ulterior motives. He bit his lip in frustration. Shall I show you around? Sure, Aphra nodded. Can I see your room? Huh. Just kidding, Aphra chuckled softly. Oh, I actually meant to say Sirius's room, she kindly elaborated. Harry was taken aback. Huh? Just kidding, you fool. Aphra playfully patted his shoulder as she turned to head down the stairs. Should I greet the ancestors of the Black family? Is that necessary? Harry asked, uncertain. Indeed, she replied. In their solitude, Harry became increasingly self-conscious. Was that letter inviting me here written by you? Aphra expressed her curiosity. Not entirely, Harry confessed, unsure how to deceive her. I had my suspicions, Aphra said with a playful glint in her eyes. Who wrote it, Fred? George. Sirius? Sirius, Harry sighed, feeling resigned. His godfather seemed rather unreliable. No wonder Fred and George adore him, Aphra nodded. If the order is in session, has Professor Dumbledore arrived? He should be here today, Harry replied, having not seen him. Truth be told, ever since Voldemort's return, the adults had been keeping their actions concealed from them, leaving Harry feeling quite uncomfortable. He sensed he bore many responsibilities and should not be left in the dark. He longed to contribute. Harry touched his lightning-shaped scar, sighing heavily, feeling as though he had sighed 5 or 6 times throughout the summer. Today, Snape is delivering a top-secret report, hence why everyone from the Order is gathered. They will likely be in session for quite some time, Harry explained. So, my birthday party will be delayed. Are you staying the night? Well, I could use the rest. Aren't the rooms all prepared? It would be a waste not to sleep, Aphra replied. As Aphra walked, she accidentally stepped into a puddle, causing her foot to slip. Instinctively, she grabbed Harry, and they both fell to the ground. A small house elf appeared before them, calmly observing their sprawled positions. Seemingly only Harry was in disarray, as Aphra lay atop him, faring better. Furrowing her brow, Aphra inspected the floor, which was slick with water and littered with broken plates. Thankfully, they hadn't landed among the shards. Are you the house elf here? Aphra inquired as she rose, pulling Harry up and magically cleaning their clothes. Harry adjusted his glasses, appearing quite displeased, muttering under his breath, that creature, the house elf of the Black family. Please, tidy up properly, Aphra said, though her tone remained polite despite her irritation. Creature has no desire to serve the current masters, the elf declared, leaving Aphra perplexed. Creature would rather not associate with this bunch of pure-blooded scum and mudblood witches. Don't say that about Hermione. Harry shot back angrily. Aphra pursed her lips, pulling him away, maneuvering around Creature. You might as well tell Sirius to forbid him from using that term. Each utterance should incur a fine of 10 slaps. Good idea, Harry glared at Creature, feeling quite vexed as they departed. Lowering his voice, he confided, I don't understand why he behaves that way, as if the entire world owes him something. To be honest, I don't like him. That shouldn't be the case. Even rebellious house elves like Dobby should respect their masters. Why is he like this? Aphra pondered, finding it incomprehensible. In her understanding, house elves ought to be as dutiful and obedient as Mia. It seemed hers was the best. She should reward her upon returning. Who knows what he keeps muttering about Regulus? He holds Sirius in disdain. Harry shook his head. I think he is a bit mad. Once again, his name? Aphra rubbed her temples in exasperation. Chapter 144, Mutual Probing. The door to the conference room swung open, seemingly during a break. Dumbledore emerged first, followed by a throng of individuals. Upon spotting Aphra, Dumbledore paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile. Sirius approached, his top 2 shirt buttons undone, adding an air of allure. Aphra averted her gaze, appearing nonchalant. The old man possessed a certain charm, indeed. Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Black, Aphra greeted politely, leaving no one the wiser as to the thoughts swirling in her mind. Dumbledore indeed entertained the notion of inducting her into the Order of the Phoenix. However, it appeared she would be reluctant to accept. By abstaining from both the Death Eaters and the Order, she retained some semblance of freedom. Joining the Order directly would effectively sever her options. Dumbledore surmised she would decline, yet her defensive magic was a point of intrigue. Perhaps he could approach Cedric Diggory? The young man was commendable, yet still quite youthful. He should be shielded from such perilous entanglements. In mere moments, Dumbledore's thoughts spiraled through various considerations. In this brief interlude, Aphra and Sirius had engaged in light conversation. Sirius warmly invited Aphra to stay for a few days, to which she glanced at Harry and nodded in acquiescence. It wasn't for any particular reason. Rather, the mere mention of Regulus Black's name sparked an inexplicable curiosity within her. Quite peculiar indeed. Aphra placed a hand over her heart, momentarily lost in thought. Sirius noticed her distraction and turned his gaze toward her, prompting a subtle smile from Aphra in return. Mr. Dumbledore, we shall take our leave now. So as not to intrude further, Aphra bid farewell to Dumbledore alongside Harry, while Sirius observed their retreating figures contemplatively. It seemed his godson had no chance of pursuing this young lady. Dumbledore spoke slowly. You know, there exists a person who can withstand the killing curse multiple times. Who? Sirius asked, astonished. Normally, he would dismiss such claims if uttered by anyone else, yet it was Dumbledore who spoke. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, patting Sirius on the shoulder. It is she. Sirius followed Dumbledore's gaze, only to see Aphra and Harry departing. Her? He questioned uncertainly. She harbors a certain wariness toward me, Dumbledore elucidated. But I have utmost faith in you. I believe you can manage it. Just don't disclose this to anyone. Sirius nodded solemnly. Thank you for your trust. I shall endeavor to succeed. To win someone over, one ought to cater to their interests. Do you know what Miss Greengrass enjoys? Sirius inquired further. Oh, Dumbledore hesitated, contemplating whether to continue. Perhaps it is best not to divulge too much. After all, You might indeed succeed in this endeavor. Ultimately, we need her to join the order. Investigate on my own? Sirius pondered, slightly taken aback. That is feasible, but how does one approach Miss Greengrass? Meanwhile, Aphra and Harry ascended to the 3rd floor, where she nonchalantly inquired, I heard Mr. Black has a brother. Indeed, my godfather has mentioned him a couple of times, but I am not particularly well informed, Harry replied. Not out of reluctance to share, but rather due to his lack of knowledge, as Sirius seemed disinclined to discuss his sibling further. Aphra concluded she would have to inquire directly. How might one glean information? Perhaps by engaging with Mr. Black? Harry's birthday celebration unfolded under the moonlight. She swirled her drink, gazing at Sirius, who generously poured drinks for everyone, including Ginny. Aphra was untroubled. Are we truly drinking? Just a bit, Sirius advised, displaying keen understanding. But do not overindulge. It is in that pleasantly tipsy state that one is more inclined to open up. Aphra cast a sidelong glance at Sirius before turning to Harry, nodding in agreement. Indeed, a light drink could foster camaraderie. Thus, she smiled, her mood buoyant, and clinked glasses with Harry, declaring, cheers. Harry appeared somewhat perplexed, but obediently took a hearty gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, and he grimaced, discreetly sticking out his tongue in discomfort. Ron, too, took a small sip, mirroring Harry's expression. While the two friends savored their drinks, Aphra and Sirius had already exchanged several toasts. A blush crept across Aphra's cheeks as she rested her chin in her hand, listening attentively to Sirius recount tales from his school days, occasionally responding with laughter and nods of agreement. The two found a delightful rapport, with Harry seated between them, holding his cup and observing their lively exchange. How disheartening, Harry interjected weakly, asking Aphra, are you perhaps inebriated? Not at all, Aphra shook her head. I simply have a flush, but I am not intoxicated. While her statement was indeed truthful, Sirius sensed the moment was ripe, just as he was about to speak. Aphra interjected, Mr. Black, I have heard you are the eldest son in your family. I wonder how you interacted with your brother at my age. She expressed, a hint of distress in her tone. I do not share a good relationship with my two sisters, and it troubles me. My apologies, Daphne. Forgive me, Leah. She silently vowed to make amends with gifts upon her return. At that moment, Daphne and Leah, nestled in the Greengrass home, simultaneously sneezed. Harry, too, wore a puzzled expression. She has a poor relationship with her sisters? I had no idea. Sirius's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in bittersweet memories. Regulus and I were quite close once. However, once we entered school, our relationship deteriorated. So, if you seek my advice, I am at a loss. Regulus? What manner of person is he? Aphra pressed on, finally broaching a topic of genuine interest, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. A foolish, obstinate imbecile, Sirius retorted sharply. This conversation is going nowhere. Aphra sipped her drink, recognizing that the brothers' relationship was indeed strained, especially given the recent vitriol. Miss Greengrass, Sirius thought, realizing time was slipping away. To be candid, I wish to present a gift to a young lady, yet I am utterly uncertain of what would please her. Harry's surprise was palpable. What young lady? Who? Young ladies appreciate handsome gentlemen, particularly someone like Mr. Black, Aphra replied candidly, her words a mixture of flattery and sincerity. Flatter. Lavish the praise. Aphra's remarks, half complimentary and half earnest, rang true. Despite her lack of personal intentions, it was undeniable that Sirius Black's visage attracted many admirers. Harry, in silence, downed his drink, inadvertently choking on it. Cough, cough, cough. His face flushed crimson as he awkwardly turned away. Mate, what is wrong with you? Ron asked, puzzled. The others ceased their chatter, their gazes converging on Harry. What is it, Harry? Sirius inquired, concern etched on his features. Hermione and Ginny, no longer whispering, cast worried looks at Harry. Hermione, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, Harry, are you experiencing another headache? Headache? Aphra questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Harry. It's nothing serious, just occasionally. Harry instinctively dismissed, shaking his head resolutely in an effort to quell her worries. Sirius, tapping his cup thoughtfully, contemplated the potential of enticing Harry. Harry possessed an attractive countenance, having inherited his parents' exceptional genes, yet he had also inherited James's emotional ineptitude. He could not navigate this alone. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Perhaps he could create an opportunity for his beloved godson. Likely, Miss Greengrass was also a tad tipsy, and the atmosphere was certainly favorable. Sirius did not fully grasp Aphra's disposition. In truth, it need not be overly complicated. Miss Greengrass, would you be so kind as to escort Harry back to his room? Sirius raised an eyebrow, addressing Aphra. Aphra readily nodded. Harry waved his hands frantically. I really don't hurt, truly. Then what was that just now? Ron inquired bluntly. Could Harry confess to choking? Absolutely not. Harry closed his eyes, a look of resignation and melancholy crossing his face. Fine, I am in pain. Let us go. All right, let us depart. Aphrodite stifled a laugh, having discerned that Harry was indeed untroubled. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder sympathetically and urged, "Go on, mate. Take a good rest." "All right, thank you," Harry replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Hermione, seizing the opportunity while sipping her drink, discreetly suppressed a triumphant smile. She too recognized that Harry was not experiencing any headaches at all. No need to thank her. Seize the moment, poor boy. With a heart full of skepticism, Harry rose and trudged upstairs. Aphrodite leisurely followed behind him, observing his sullen demeanor as he gazed at the floor. She quietly chuckled and gently placed a hand on his arm, wary that he might stumble. "Third floor?" Aphrodite kindly reminded Harry, noting that he had silently ascended several flights and was almost at the top. "Oh," Harry suddenly snapped back to reality, opening his door. "I'm fine now. Perhaps we should head back down?" "That wouldn't do. If something were to happen to you, Dumbledore would be heartbroken," Aphrodite teased. The remark felt peculiar, yet it was difficult to refute. With a sigh, Harry nodded. "Very well then. I shall rest properly. You may return." Aphrodite was taken aback. This lad, she thought, attempting to maintain her composure as she tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Shall I take my leave then?" "Yes," Harry replied innocently, after a moment of silence. Aphrodite looked at him again. "What if I rest as well?" "Huh." Harry was perplexed, his confusion quickly transforming into delight. "Sure, I suppose that would be acceptable. If it's such a chore, then I shall take my leave," Aphrodite said, turning to go. Harry hurriedly stammered to keep her. "You should take it easy. I see you've had quite a bit to drink." "You make a valid point," Aphrodite conceded reluctantly as she stepped into Harry's room. Harry fetched 2 chairs, and they sat together in silence. Aphrodite rubbed her temples, her senses enveloped by a faint aroma of alcohol. She stifled a yawn, her blue eyes glistening. "I heard you've been suffering from frequent headaches. Have you considered visiting St. Mungo's?" "No need." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "St. Mungo's wouldn't be able to discern the issue. How would you know unless you go? Or is it something else?" Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Could it be a lingering effect from the events in the graveyard? "Not quite," Harry admitted, seeing her probing gaze. "However, it is indeed related to Voldemort. The pain in my head is, to be precise, the pain from my scar. Ever since his resurrection, I've been haunted by dreams of that night, visions of what he is doing." Pain etched on Harry's face, he continued. "These dreams feel so vivid that I almost believe I am him." "You are not," Aphrodite reassured him. "Rest assured, you are 1,000 times stronger than he is." "Thank you," Harry replied, not wishing to ponder whether her words were sincere or merely polite. The sentiment was comforting nonetheless. "I prefer not to dwell on my scar. I don't want them to worry, nor do I wish for them to perceive me as weak." "Is that so?" Aphrodite asked incisively. "You fear they might see you as fragile?" "Yes." Harry turned to her, acknowledging her insight. "You are right. It's not about playing the hero. I just feel an obligation to bear my share of responsibility and cannot afford to appear weak." Aphrodite fell silent, as she often wrestled with similar thoughts. This mindset stemmed from Harry's remarkable sense of responsibility. "Your burden?" She shook her head. "This is not a solitary responsibility. Every individual yearning for peace shares this duty." "You truly, what are you saying?" She continued. "You need not bear so much alone." If someone were to tell Aphrodite such words, she would feel touched for a moment, but would not truly absorb the message. Whether compelled to shoulder responsibility or doing so willingly, there are always costs involved, and one cannot evade them. If you truly wish to shoulder this weight, then strive to grow stronger. Aphrodite squinted her eyes, a sly smile curling her lips. "Like in the Triwizard Tournament, aim for excellence." "Excellence," Harry mused, his gaze dropping, but his eyes sparkled with determination. "Of course I can. You can dream of Voldemort?" Aphrodite recalled Tom. She and Tom shared a connection, albeit one she could sever. If Harry were troubled by Voldemort, would he also be disturbed? Did he need to sever their bond as well? Aphrodite formulated a plan in her mind, thinking perhaps she could assist this unfortunate boy. "Have you informed Dumbledore?" she inquired thoughtfully. Later, Harry replied, somewhat reluctantly. "What makes you hesitant?" Aphrodite pondered. "And what about Sirius?" She asked further. "I told him, but not in detail. I feared it would cause him distress." Harry managed a strained smile. Since Voldemort's return, an invisible weight had suffocated him, leaving him drenched in sweat upon waking from nightmares. Yet, the presence of those dear to him provided some solace. "Very well," Aphrodite nodded, respecting his wishes and refraining from further persuasion. "If you ever feel unwell, do let me know," she offered gently. Harry's eyes crinkled in a smile, yet he remained silent. "Because I am strong, I wish to help you." Aphrodite lowered her gaze, unsure where else to direct it, ultimately settling her eyes on Harry's cluttered desk. Letters emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest lay strewn across the surface. "I'm here to assist you, Harry, not because you are the chosen one. Every individual needs support." She lifted her gaze to meet his, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Not because of the chosen one." "Very well." Harry's heart warmed. Let us make a pact. Aphrodite blinked. What does make a pact mean? A Muggle term. It signifies a promise, an oath. Harry extended his pinky. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Why not a binding oath instead? Harry shook his head, unwilling to agree. A binding oath would likely be to her detriment. Mimicking his gesture, Aphrodite extended her pinky, and they gently hooked them together. Pact, never to have regrets. Harry declared childishly. Of course, Aphrodite readily agreed. I wasn't made head boy for Gryffindor, Harry said, his mood dampened. Oh, Dumbledore, didn't he choose you? Aphrodite was somewhat surprised. Then who? Ron? Harry replied, unsure how to articulate his feelings. He felt a twinge of injustice, not because he believed Ron unworthy, but rather because he questioned his own capabilities. Feeling somewhat disappointed. Ron's character is quite suitable for the position. He doesn't hold grudges. Aphrodite nodded in agreement. Does that mean I am overly sensitive? Harry and Aphrodite exchanged glances, both sharing an embarrassed smile. See, aren't you being sensitive right now? Aphrodite teased. All right, do you really wish to be head boy? Not particularly. I just feel that Dumbledore does not trust me. He withholds information, and while I am willing to shoulder some of the weight, they even conceal meetings of the Order from me, ostensibly to protect me. Harry shook his head. I dislike this. Aphrodite nodded in agreement. I would feel that I am being protected solely because I am the chosen one and that I am not worthy, hence they tell me nothing. Harry expressed his sense of grievance, having kept these feelings bottled up for far too long. Perhaps it's just not the right time. They will eventually share the truth with you. After all, this war cannot succeed without you. Aphrodite added thoughtfully. Harry fell silent, rubbing his scar, then gasped sharply. Does it hurt? Aphrodite asked earnestly. Harry was too lost in his own turmoil to respond, his vision blurring as a buzzing filled his mind. He closed his eyes, his expression contorted in pain. Aphrodite reached out, and Harry, with great difficulty, grasped her hand. She supported him as he staggered to the bedside, allowing him to lie down and rest. Harry clutched her fingers tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Don't go, he murmured incoherently, aware of Aphrodite's presence beside him. His mind was consumed by Voldemort's serpentine visage, and his ears were filled with the sibilant whispers of the Dark Lord. Harry could even sense the presence of a venomous snake slithering across the floor. Stay away from me, Harry bellowed. Aphrodite grasped his hand tightly, soothing him with gentle words. I'm here. Harry remained unresponsive, prompting Aphrodite to raise her voice and lean closer to his ear. It's all right. I'm here. You are safe. Help me, Harry murmured restlessly, his grip tightening. All right, I will help you, Aphrodite promised. Harry mumbled a response, and she echoed him until he finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Only then did Aphrodite release his hand and exit his room. Leaning against the wall between Harry's room and her own, she struggled to regain her composure. Sirius ascended the stairs quietly, startled to see Aphrodite in the darkness. Miss Greengrass, I thought you had gone to rest. Not yet, she replied, uncertain whether to divulge Harry's condition to Sirius. She pursed her lips, having just emerged from Harry's room. Has everyone dispersed? Yes, Sirius replied. Weariness etched across his face. Is Harry still in pain? It's not a headache. Aphrodite shook her head. It's his scar that pains him. He has fallen asleep now, so he should be fine. Seeing Sirius eager to rush into the room, Aphrodite quickly stopped him, adding, let us converse elsewhere. They exchanged glances towards Harry's room, and Sirius nodded in concern. Let us go to the 5th floor. It's quieter there, he suggested. Following him, Aphrodite ascended to the 5th floor, where Sirius illuminated the corridor. 3 rooms adorned the 5th floor, 2 of which were identical. The door to the room on the right bore a wooden sign that read prominently, unauthorized entry prohibited without explicit permission. Regulus Black. It resembled Percy's style. Aphrodite's gaze lingered on the sign for a long moment, and Sirius noticed her expression, filled with nostalgia and a hint of disdain. Perhaps even regret that he himself was unaware of. That's my brother's room. Ever since he put up that sign, I have never entered again, Sirius stated calmly. His room must be decorated with Slytherin green wallpaper, which I despise, he recalled unconsciously. Aphrodite hesitated to interrupt his reverie, but could not resist saying, I am also a Slytherin. I rather like it. Well, if it weren't inappropriate, I would invite you to see my room. It's all red wallpaper, adorned with Quidditch team posters and, pictures of Muggle beauties. Sirius began, but quickly changed his tune. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, noting Sirius's guilty demeanor, leading her to speculate. Is it truly that inconvenient? She teased, deliberately asking. I am quite curious to see Mr. Black's room. Perhaps another time, Sirius replied sheepishly. During his rebellious phase, his mother forbade him from decorating his room too flamboyantly, yet he had still plastered it with posters of Muggle girls. Mr. Black, Aphrodite said earnestly. This is not my place to say, but I believe Harry is quite mature. He understands what he wants. The decisions made by your Order of the Phoenix likely involve him, and the war as well. It's best not to keep him in the dark. He is just a child, Sirius retorted firmly, insisting that he should face danger alone, but he would never allow Harry to take such risks. James and Lily are gone. He is the one who caused their deaths. I will not let their only son become entangled in this war again. Everyone will step onto the battlefield eventually, Aphrodite pressed, pursing her lips. She could not comprehend why Black seemed so oblivious, as the sooner Harry confronted these truths, the sooner he would grow. Moreover, he genuinely wished to contribute in some way. Miss Greengrass, you do not understand the burdens of an elder. Would your father allow you to be involved in adult matters? Sirius countered. Aphrodite nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, he would. Sirius fell silent, perplexed at how their conversation had diverged from his expectations. The sooner we prepare him for adulthood, the less likely he is to be caught off guard, she reiterated. She intended to assist Harry, but discreetly. She would not show it openly. Sirius eyed her suspiciously. So, you support the order? No, Aphrodite denied. I do not support either side. Then what? Mr. Black, she interrupted. We should not discuss this any further. We younger generations ought to remain uninvolved. Had she not just implied otherwise? Sirius remained silent. Get some rest, he finally said, nodding. That was all he could say. She seemed quite resolute in her views, and he doubted he could easily sway her. Yet, she appeared genuinely concerned for Harry. Sirius fell into contemplation. The next morning, Aphrodite rose early, readying herself as she stepped out of her room and encountered Sirius, exchanging simple greetings. Harry's door opened. His hair tousled as he yawned while donning his glasses. Spotting Aphrodite, he shyly greeted her. Good morning, little Harry, she said, closing her door with a light-hearted smile. And Mr. Black, what do you intend to do? I am just going to retrieve something. I need to step out for a bit, Sirius explained. The clothes I ordered are ready. Harry looked at Sirius with eager anticipation, aware that he was restless at home and yearning for a change of scenery. Recalling Aphrodite's words from the previous night, Sirius hesitated to refuse. I have a letter from Dumbledore. Creature suddenly appeared before the trio, maintaining his usual disdainful attitude towards Sirius. Aphrodite frowned. Sirius grimaced as he accepted the letter, waving Creature away. With all due respect, Mr. Black, there's no need to keep such a house elf around. With that attitude towards his masters, it's best to keep him at a distance, Aphrodite remarked sharply. Hermione happened to ascend the stairs and overheard Aphrodite's comments. Feeling somewhat displeased. House elves are lives, too. They possess their own thoughts and deserve respect, she interjected. Sirius, you should treat Creature with more kindness. Then he might respond in kind. Even if you treat him well, he still calls you derogatory names, does he not? Aphrodite countered, raising an eyebrow. When she had encountered Creature with Harry, the elf's treatment of Hermione was far from respectful. The kind of derogatory names he used were beyond what Aphrodite could even bring herself to utter. Even so, this foolish girl still defends Creature? Aphrodite found it perplexing. As tensions between Aphrodite and Hermione reached a boiling point, Harry quickly pulled Aphrodite aside and said to Sirius, Aphrodite, and I can help you get the clothes. If that is all right? Sirius glanced at the letter in his hand, suspecting it contained urgent matters from Dumbledore. Seeing Harry's eagerness to venture out, he nodded. All right. I'll give you the address. Please do me this favor. It's just a small task, Harry assured him, then turned to Hermione. Hermione, Ron is in his room. We'll head out first. Hermione wasn't searching for Ron, but she understood Harry's intent to divert the conversation, so she nodded in silence. However, Harry was mistaken. Given Aphrodite's character, she would not easily engage in a quarrel. Leave a line for future encounters, she believed. The pair exited, walking along the Muggle streets. And Harry's face radiated joy. Seeing him so pleased, Aphrodite quietly smiled in response. I want ice cream. Harry pointed to an ice cream shop. Are you coming? I'll buy it for you. Yes, Aphrodite replied, following his lead. Harry extravagantly purchased an oversized deluxe ice cream, which Aphrodite carefully accepted, fearful of dropping it. What about this one? All right, buy it. I want to see this one. Sure. Aphro stared at the numerous bags and trinkets clutched in Harry's hands, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. She recalled the days of yore when they had perused Muggle shops together. Back then, Harry had been residing with his aunt and uncle, devoid of money and new clothes. Despite her urging him to indulge in purchases, he had merely wandered about without uttering a word of desire for anything. And now, it was as if he were indulging in a spree of revenge spending. Before she could fully absorb this thought, she sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon them from within the crowd. Grasping Harry's hand, she pointed towards a toy store, feigning intense interest while discreetly glancing in that direction. She could vaguely make out a pair of obsidian eyes, but without lingering any longer, Aphro tugged Harry towards the toy store. Shoo, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Someone is watching us. Harry held his breath, feigning nonchalance, as he too felt the chill of a scrutinizing stare. Let us circle around the back of the toy store. At the corner, I will cast the disillusionment charm. Afro instructed. We need to conceal ourselves for the time being. It is forbidden to cast spells in public. The ministry does not restrict those with connections. Such as you and I, she stated calmly. As they navigated through the throng, their pace unconsciously quickened. The footfalls of the figure behind them also hastened, becoming increasingly discernible. In a fleeting moment, Afro and Harry turned, and simultaneously, the disillusionment charm took effect. The pursuer burst forth from the crowd, yet failed to catch sight of them. Turning back to see only the bustling Muggle populace. A faint smirk crossed his lips as he scanned the area, reaffirming his direction. After a lengthy detour, they finally exhaled in relief, the charm still cloaking them. Suddenly, a man produced a wand from his pocket. Avada Kedavra, follow. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Afro swiftly turned and unleashed a counterspell. A blue barrier enveloped them, absorbing the killing curse. The man stood in an open space, pinpointing their location. Come out, he commanded coldly. Afro dispelled the disillusionment charm, subtly pulling Harry behind her. Little Barty, so you are here. No wonder. I suppose you dare not show your face in the wizarding world, considering the Dementors are relentlessly pursuing you, Afro remarked, her grip firm on her wand, her demeanor unfazed. Miss Greengrass, it appears you have allied yourself with the savior, little Barty observed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he recognized Afro and Harry together. In his mind, Greengrass should have been closely linked with his master. Afro, disinclined to converse, felt a headache approaching. Take him down now? She thought, contemplating the invention of a lethal curse. What was the use of mere defense? It is indeed useful, she reminded herself, standing protectively in front of Harry. Little Barty hesitated, acutely aware that revealing himself was a grave miscalculation, for this Miss Greengrass had the power to counter the killing curse without fail. Ugh, little Barty muttered, irritation evident. He was anxious, regretting his hasty appearance. Ignoring his thoughts, Afro unleashed a flurry of spells within mere seconds, forcing little Barty to clumsily evade before vanishing with a disapparition. Her lips pressed together, her expression grim. Harry felt a pang of frustration. He had been utterly useless. While Afro single-handedly dealt with Barty Crouch Jr., he chastised himself. Noticing two Dementors drifting toward Afro from behind. With a surge of determination, he raised his wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A silvery light burst forth, coalescing into a magnificent white stag that bounded forward toward Afro. As Afro turned, the Dementors, upon encountering Harry as Patronus, promptly fled without a trace of reluctance. Harry felt a flicker of worthiness surge within him. He licked his lips and spoke to Afro, his demeanor subdued. Let us head back. It was my oversight to venture out at such a precarious time. We encountered this situation because of me. Being unscathed is what matters. Moreover, who could have anticipated encountering Death Eaters in the Muggle world? Afro reassured him. It's all right, let us return. Upon their arrival at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius observed their troubled expressions and inquired, what happened? Hermione and Ron, curious, looked on. We encountered Little Crouch on Muggle Street, Afro briefly explained. At the mention of the name, their expressions shifted dramatically, but we merely exchanged a few words before he fled. However, the Dementors tracked him down and arrived. I drove them away. Harry lamented. Thus, we have violated the Ministry's laws. Just as his words settled, a grey owl appeared, clutching a letter, tapping on the window to capture everyone's attention. Afro exhaled a sigh of relief and approached, opening the window. The grey owl dropped the letter and took flight. Harry picked up the letter, quickly perusing its contents, his expression shifting from worry to confusion. Why was I the only one warned by the Ministry? He shook the parchment, holding it aloft for Afro, Sirius, Hermione, and Ron to see. Dear Mr. Potter, we detected your presence on a Muggle street at 8:31 this morning, and you were seen by a Muggle. This behavior severely contravenes the statute of secrecy. Please report to the Ministry for questioning in 3 days. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Office of Muggle Abuse Prevention, Ministry of Magic. What an utter farce. Sirius scoffed. Are we not permitted to defend ourselves against Death Eaters? After we escaped, we reached the end of the street. I am certain there were no Muggles there, Afro stated calmly. The Ministry is merely seeking an excuse to target Harry. Hermione attempted to interject, but another commotion outside interrupted her. Another owl, this time white, dropped a letter before departing without a backward glance. Afro opened the letter, which bore no signature. Mr. Dumbledore is already investigating this matter with the Ministry. Do not act rashly. Hermione could not restrain her curiosity, asking Afro, is this directed at Harry? The Ministry seeks to undermine Dumbledore, Afro replied, slamming the letter on the table. Harry is aligned with Dumbledore, and thus they target him. I employ more magic, yet the Ministry overlooks me. They merely wish to make an example of Harry. Sirius nodded in agreement, casting Afro an appreciative glance. Precisely. With Voldemort's return, Dumbledore and Harry have been emphasizing this. while the Ministry suppresses it to maintain public trust. Fudge is resolute in his pursuit of Harry and Dumbledore. Am I dragging Dumbledore into this? Harry asked, concern lacing his voice. Will I be expelled from Hogwarts? Dumbledore is the headmaster. He retains power, Aphro remarked, recalling Percy's words within the letter. The Ministry will assign personnel at Hogwarts next year. How do you know? Hermione asked, perplexed. As Aphro's insights into the Ministry's actions seemed acute. Percy informed me, Aphro replied nonchalantly. What? Why didn't he tell us? Ron exclaimed, taken aback. Aphro shot him an incredulous look. Ronald, if you leap about like that, I shall fill your bed with spiders. How can you say such a thing? Ron retreated behind Harry, falling silent. The Ministry has many members of the Order of the Phoenix. Fudge is aware of some, while others remain oblivious. When the time comes for judgment, just heed Dumbledore and Arthur's words, and you will be fine. Sirius offered solace to Harry. And Dumbledore's lingering words suggested that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Chapter 149, Are you blind? Aphrodite also patted Harry's shoulder, reassuring him. Do not worry. It is my fault, Harry lamented, his brow furrowed, but it is of no consequence. Taking a seat, Aphrodite poured herself a cup of tea, her expression mirroring Harry's concern. Having been caught off guard by little Barty Crouch while out with Harry, she pondered the implications of encountering Death Eaters. Would she not be mistaken for a member of the Order of the Phoenix? Shaking her head, she noticed Harry gazing at her and smiled. Embarrassed, Harry averted his eyes and lowered his head slightly. Hermione observed them with a subtle expression, a smile creeping onto her face. After bidding Aphrodite farewell, Hermione pulled Ron aside, whispering to him behind Harry's back. Did you notice something different about Harry and Aphrodite? Hermione inquired eagerly. Ron frowned, the candy in his mouth suddenly losing its appeal. What do you mean? You are truly dense, Hermione replied bluntly. You sleep in the same bed as Harry every day and have not noticed? He mentioned he does not fancy Greengrass, Ron added after a moment, twice. Boys' words are often unreliable, Hermione replied earnestly. Ron set aside the remaining half of his candy, offering it to her. Hermione watched Ron's retreating figure, puzzled. What is he doing? Upon returning to his room, Ron rummaged through his drawer, retrieving a small pouch containing a few galleons and a yellowed note. The familiar, elegant handwriting read, Merry Christmas. He sighed softly, feeling somewhat despondent. Hermione remained in the living room, deep in thought. During the remaining days of summer, Aphrodite busied herself with matters concerning Harry. On the day of their return to Hogwarts, she held Daphne's hand in one and Astoria's in the other as they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Once they secured their seats, Aphrodite headed to the prefect's compartment. For the first time, Daphne did not sit with Pansy. Instead, she leaned on the table, her demeanor lethargic. Astoria quietly observed the book in her hands, the pages turning with a soft rustling sound. Astoria, is this what you usually do? Daphne suddenly felt she had not shown enough concern for her little sister and turned to ask. Yes, I enjoy reading. Astoria replied without questioning why Daphne had not sought out Pansy that day. Her eyes had seen too much. Can you find me a few books to peruse? Daphne asked, perplexed at how both her sister and sibling shared an affinity for such things while she did not. Astoria nodded, sure. She rummaged through her suitcase and produced a book to place on the table. Not this one. Daphne immediately shook her head upon seeing it was about herbs. How about this? Astoria held up a book on advanced spells, and Daphne fell silent. Let me look for another, Astoria said, quickly reconsidering and attempting to return the book. Daphne blocked her, a pained expression on her face. Just this one, it will pass the time. Knock, knock, knock. The compartment door was rapped upon, but Daphne remained unresponsive. Engrossed in her book, though her mind had wandered long ago. Some individuals appear to be reading, yet their thoughts have drifted elsewhere. Astoria went to open the door, finding Pansy standing outside with her arms crossed and a sour expression. Sister, your friend has arrived, Astoria reminded Daphne. Huh. Daphne finally emerged from her stupor, lifting her gaze to meet Pansy's. What do you mean? Why didn't you come to find me? Pansy asked impatiently. Daphne straightened. I was reading. Pansy displayed an expression of disbelief, akin to witnessing a firework dressed in a gown dancing the waltz. Are we going or not? Pansy inquired, frowning. Yes, Daphne exclaimed, hastily closing her book, excitement evident in her voice. Astoria, Daphne cheerfully followed Pansy out, while Astoria shook her head and stowed away the book in her suitcase. Aphrodite entered the prefect's compartment, sitting down in a state of ennui. She had arrived early, and only Candace Kent of Hufflepuff was present. They exchanged a brief smile. And Aphrodite habitually opened her book, engrossing herself in its pages. The compartment door swung open, yet Aphrodite did not look up. The newcomer paused for 2 seconds before sitting beside her, exuding a faint scent of pear wood. Aphrodite smirked, raising her gaze to find Cedric beside her, wearing a tender expression. Candace, sitting across from them, thought, what a nauseating couple. When did they reconcile? The door opened once more, and the trio turned their attention to Draco, who tapped his prefect badge and, upon seeing Aphrodite and Cedric, made a face. "Excuse me, this is my seat." Cedric furrowed his brow, an unusual expression for him, while Aphrodite calmly surveyed the two, the tension palpable. Candace could not resist opening a pack of snacks. Watching with keen interest, Ron and Hermione hurried to the prefect's compartment, noticing Draco blocking the entrance. Ron shouted in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing, Malfoy? Why are you standing there?" "I'm a prefect. What are you, East?" Draco turned around and, spotting the badge on Ron's chest, scoffed. "I didn't realize you were also a prefect. Your eyesight is remarkable. Perhaps you should donate it to the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest." Who knew that those with poor vision could also become prefects? Ron snapped back, the two nearly on the verge of a fight. Candace thought to herself, "Please, do fight. Am I late?" Autumn Zhang rushed in, clutching her books, standing behind Hermione, curious as to why they weren't entering. Beside her stood a quiet Ravenclaw boy, silently observing everyone, seemingly the new male prefect from Ravenclaw. "Come in and sit," Candace said mischievously. Draco stepped over Cedric's foot, squeezing between the two to sit down. Cedric looked bewildered, while Aphrodite reluctantly vacated her seat, moving to sit beside Candace. "You all can sit. It's quite cramped," Aphrodite remarked coldly. Hermione smiled faintly, taking a seat beside Candace, while Autumn settled next to Aphrodite. The four girls found their positions, leaving the boys to sit on the opposite side. Draco rolled his eyes at Cedric, who directed a faux reproachful glance at Aphrodite. Seeing her feigning ignorance, Cedric cleared his throat and stood up. It was then that everyone noticed his badge was different from the others. Just then, Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan entered together. "Candace and I are the chairs of the Boys and Girls Committees," Cedric explained, "and we are here to discuss the responsibilities of prefects." Chapter 150, Stance. "First, we need to arrange the patrol roster," Candace stated as she pulled out a form to read. "I will patrol with Aphrodite," Draco interjected. Cedric raised an eyebrow. "We generally do not assign prefects from the same house to patrol together." Draco frowned, his expression one of incredulity. "Since when was there this rule?" "It has always been the case, hasn't it, Candace?" Cedric looked towards her, and Aphrodite stifled a laugh. "Indeed," Candace replied, somewhat surprised that Cedric addressed her, yet maintaining her serious demeanor for Hufflepuff's only champion. "So how do you plan to arrange it?" Draco adjusted his seating, contemplating how he would respond should Cedric attempt to assign him to patrol with Aphrodite. Cedric glanced around, unable to formulate a plan. Draco shot a glance at Aphrodite across the compartment, to which she responded with a look of confusion. "Ahem, how about Weasley from Gryffindor?" Cedric suggested, selecting Ron, whom he trusted. "Me?" Ron pointed to himself, glancing left and right. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Him? If it were necessary for Aphra to team up with a boy present, Wesley would suffice, as he poses no threat. But is there truly such a rule?" Draco pondered, his mind in turmoil. Aphra hesitated, contemplating that Ron seemed to harbor a disdain for her. It was the first time she had encountered someone who disliked her, and she was unsure whether Ron was willing. In any case, she was indifferent. Hermione glanced at Ron, and Ron's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger evident. "What do you all mean?" "I am who I am. I can manage." "Fine, I can too." Aphra accepted the arrangement without opposition. Since Ron had agreed, she decided to tease him during patrols, using spiders to frighten him. Hermione lowered her head, deep in thought. Ron's demeanor was peculiar. They had been friends for many years, and she understood Ron's awkward personality well. Cedric and Candace had finished assigning tasks and outlined the basic matters before taking their seats again. The room once more enveloped in silence. The prefect's compartment was considerably larger, yet still felt cramped with so many people. Aphra counted 10 individuals in total, for Hufflepuffs, indicating a commendable quality among Hufflepuff students. Particularly Cedric, who elicited a secret smile from Aphra, and he returned it with a subtle grin. Draco was covertly scrutinizing Aphra, finding her increasingly irksome, and he let out a cold scoff, a sound seemingly birthed from his nostrils. Ernie Macmillan, idly conversing with Ron, found Ron unresponsive. Ernie had once believed Harry to be the heir of the Chamber of Secrets and had been adamant in his distrust, although he later apologized to Harry. Ron, however, still viewed him unfavorably. Last year, Ernie had also suspected Harry of entering the Triwizard Tournament, which further fueled Ron's disdain. Thus, Ernie flitted from topic to topic, while Ron merely responded with perfunctory grunts. Cedric, sensing the awkwardness, intervened to alleviate the tension. Ron's indifference did not escape Aphra's notice, and she struggled to suppress a laugh. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Aphra declared decisively, just a few steps out of the compartment. Cedric caught up with her from behind. "What's up?" She shot him a glance. "I wanted to spend a moment alone with you," Cedric admitted, a hint of shyness in his tone. Before she could respond, Cedric wrapped her in his arms, prompting Aphra to close her eyes and embrace him back. "What are you doing?" she inquired. I miss you. Let us talk business, Aphra suggested after a moment's contemplation. I miss you too. Cedric chuckled softly, before adopting a serious expression. I wish to join the Order of the Phoenix. Aphra felt a pang in her heart, but kept her thoughts to herself. Why? I want to contribute to the wizarding world, Cedric replied resolutely. The Order of the Phoenix, being Dumbledore's organization, had played a significant role in the last war, and he believed joining would be beneficial. She pouted, knowing Cedric couldn't see, her lips forming a small frown of frustration. Why must you join the Order? Although she could already guess Cedric's reasoning, she couldn't help but poke his forehead. What concern is it of yours? Can't you stay in the background? Of course. That was unrealistic for Cedric. Aphra sighed inwardly. All right, said, I understand your perspective, but while you may be of age, you haven't graduated yet. Let us discuss this after you finish this school year, Aphra proposed. But you're currently within Hogwarts, and you have no access to the Order's matters, correct? Aphra coaxed gently, and Cedric nodded in agreement. You can delay a moment, but not indefinitely. She didn't want Cedric to be at the forefront, risking his life. Nor did she wish for him to become a target. I'm only speaking for myself. You have your reservations, and you need not align with me. Cedric understood she would undoubtedly not join the Order. Aphra nodded, of course. She would not join the Order of the Phoenix. Yet if Cedric truly intended to be the one to step forward, she could not remain passive. She would still lend her support when necessary. I'll return to my sister, Aphra said, releasing Cedric. All right. Cedric watched her depart. Aphra found Astoria and was somewhat surprised. Where's Daphne? She has been whisked away. Astoria replied, shaking her head with a sigh. That is typical. Upon hearing this, Aphra realized that Daphne had once again followed Pansy. She had always adored playing with Pansy since childhood. Their bond was both absurdly close and entirely reasonable. Sitting at the long table, Aphra picked and chose her seat, ultimately settling beside Blaise, as he was alone. With Voldemort's return, the pureblood families had chosen their sides, and the Slytherins had quietly formed small factions. One faction, led by Draco, unconditionally supported Voldemort, with Goyle, Crabbe, and Pansy already declaring their allegiance, merely waiting for a formal announcement. Another faction, ambiguous in their stance, appeared to support, yet seemed indifferent to the conflict. This included Aphra and Blaise. What a coincidence. Isn't this your girlfriend? Blaise remarked. And Aphra had nearly forgotten that detail. Indeed, my boyfriend. What a stroke of luck, she replied, raising her milk cup in a toast with him, leaving Blaise momentarily baffled. Draco's gaze cut through the crowd, landing on Aphra and Blaise. His face contorted in displeasure, he silently ground his teeth, taking note of the situation. A middle-aged woman in a pink dress gracefully entered, capturing the attention of all students and faculty. Chapter 151, A Sudden Deluge of Thoughts. Aphra ceased her movements, paying her respects to the woman in the pink dress. Blaise, too, was taken aback. This lady's fashion sense could rival that of Lockhart's beloved. Your tongue is quite sharp, Aphra remarked, casting another glance at the woman in pink. Your taste is equally sharp. I concur with your assessment. There was no denying that this woman was striking. She stood at the location previously occupied by Moody, and Aphra surmised she was a spy sent by the Ministry of Magic to undermine Dumbledore. It was then that Aphra noticed Hagrid was also absent, replaced by Professor Grubblyplank in his stead. Where has Hagrid gone? Aphra felt a flicker of concern, albeit slight. She did not appreciate Hagrid in his capacity as a professor. It was one of Dumbledore's more questionable decisions. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, revealing no signs of anger or joy. The woman in pink surveyed the room and, noticing the chatter among the students, cleared her throat loudly. The room fell silent, the whispers dissipating. Draco furrowed his brow, perplexed. Ahem. The woman in pink, seeing everyone's attention was on her, beamed pleasantly, yet said nothing. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards her, and thus had to introduce her prematurely. This is our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Umbridge. The audience clapped half-heartedly, the hall filled with sporadic applause. Now let us begin. Ahem, Dumbledore stated. Umbridge's voice was high-pitched and shrill. Aphra shot an astonished look at Blaise, who mirrored her expression of disbelief. No one had ever interrupted Dumbledore while he spoke. It is delightful to return to Hogwarts and witness such enthusiasm, Umbridge declared, prompting an even deeper silence in the hall. The first-year students awaiting sorting exchanged glances, uncertain if this was the typical atmosphere of Hogwarts. Even the older students were astonished. Each house's members wearing expressions akin to having ingested a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean flavored like boogers. It was a rare sight to see such a unified expression across the room. The ministry believes that educating young witches and wizards is of utmost importance. Without meticulous guidance and training, your talents may be squandered. Our profound magical knowledge must be safeguarded, supplemented, and expanded. This speech was overly tedious. Even with Umbridge's saccharine yet piercing voice, it still rendered the listeners drowsy. Aphra absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the table, listening to Umbridge's drivel. Professor Sprout lowered her head, her ample sleeves concealing her hands, and within those sleeves, she idly fiddled with her fingers. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, appearing as if she were on the verge of emitting a deep sigh from her nostrils. Snape listened impatiently, his expression akin to one who has swallowed a fly, his eyebrows knitted together in a frown. The heads of Hogwarts throughout history should embody innovation while upholding tradition, breaking free from the chains of the past and focusing on the future. Blaise clicked his tongue, lowering his gaze to toy with his own sleeves, tapping here and there. Draco raked his fingers through his hair, his expression one of distress. Daphne bowed her head, eyes shut, swaying precariously before collapsing onto Pansy's shoulder. Astoria rested her chin on her hand, staring vacantly at the empty table, seemingly lost in thought. Theodore listened for a moment before flipping open a book, his demeanor indifferent. Harry's gaze was vacant, while Ron had already slumped over the table, fast asleep. It was a pity for the first years, who should have been sorted into their houses and seated to enjoy the feast, yet now stood in the center of the great hall, subjected to Umbridge's speech. Her address could be likened to a tedious string of words devoid of substance, leaving one wondering what point she was trying to convey. Aphra tapped the table in annoyance, her voice barely audible, and only Blaise glanced her way. "What's the matter?" he inquired curiously. "Are you tired of listening?" "Indeed," Aphra squinted. "Is the Ministry of Magic sending her here merely to vex us? She aims to meddle with Hogwarts, and her lengthy, ambiguous speech is hardly enticing for the students." "Yet you are listening," Blaise remarked. "I wanted to hear how she phrases her points." Aphra massaged her temples. "I believe she ought to condense her message, simply emphasizing her identity as a ministry official and the necessity for Hogwarts to innovate. Has she been rambling on so long just to ensure Dumbledore understands?" Blaise stroked his chin. "Oh, is she from the ministry? Look at that. Many are completely unaware." Aphra shrugged. Umbridge deliberately chose to speak before the sorting ceremony, even interrupting the headmaster's address, clearly intending to instill a sense of intimidation. However, her methods were utterly ineffective with the students. On the contrary, they would only grow to detest her more. Aphra pondered that if she were indeed a ministry official, her purpose at Hogwarts would not be to oppose all the students, but rather to win their favor. As the sorting ceremony commenced, Blaise seized the moment to mischievously ask Aphra, "It seems my sleeve is torn. Could you take a look?" "What? Can't you mend it yourself with a reparo spell?" Aphra replied, unperturbed, returning his playful banter. "Just check it for me," Blaise thought, bemused by her unwillingness to comply with his usual antics. "Not looking." Aphra didn't even glance back, her attention firmly on the first years. "Please, I beg you." Aphra raised an eyebrow and turned back. "All right, let me see." She rolled up Blaise's sleeve, revealing a thread. She seemed to have already guessed what lay beneath. Tugging on the thread, a necklace appeared before her. "A gift for you. A welcome present." Blaise smiled slightly, convinced he had her in his grasp. Aphra forced a smile. "Wow, what a delightful surprise. But I've never heard of such a thing as a welcome gift." "Don't mind it. It's just an excuse." Blaise waved his hand dismissively, a cheeky smile on his face. "Will you reward me with a kiss?" Aphra raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had lost his mind. Was the drop in the lake's water level this year due to him being a bit too submerged in his own thoughts? "Are you all right?" Aphra asked with concern. Blaise fell silent. Aphra chuckled softly, taking his hand and planting a kiss on the back of it. "All right, now go feed yourself." Blaise beamed, his face lighting up with joy. The mood of the others, however, was considerably less cheerful. Chapter 152, Call Me Aphra. Aphra walked at the forefront with Draco, a gaggle of timid first years trailing behind them, their eyes darting about with curiosity and anticipation. Draco glanced back slightly. "Have you just eaten?" "What? Do you think I would neglect myself?" Aphra replied, bemused, sensing Draco was merely trying to fill the silence. Meanwhile, the group of gossiping first years perceived the camaraderie between the two prefects. "Is that the Malfoy prefect?" one little first year whispered. "Indeed," a girl answered. "I've heard the Malfoy family." "What?" "Nothing." The little girl shook her head furtively. "I've heard the Malfoy family has a good relationship with the Greengrass family." Aphra escorted the girls to their respective dormitories before stepping outside. Draco crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, and one would hardly notice him if not for a closer look. "What is up?" Acting all strange, Aphra mimicked him, folding her arms. Draco pulled her hand, drawing her into his embrace before pinning her against the wall. "Who are you really dating?" "Why the sudden inquiry?" Aphra asked, bewildered, remaining calm despite being pressed against the wall. "Don't treat me like a child," Draco said seriously. "I'm already a prefect. I can handle things on my own." Why did everyone feel the need to prove themselves? Aphra paused, contemplating that if he desired, she could be the one to stand at the forefront. She understood that Draco often acted immaturely, lacking discretion in his actions, yet his feelings for her were genuine, as though he reserved his rare good temper solely for her. She ruffled Draco's tousled hair. I know. Can you be a bit more serious? Draco believed Aphra was dismissive of his words, which made him anxious. I'm serious. Do I need to prove it to you? I am serious. Aphra placed her hands on Draco's shoulders. You need not rush. Some matters are not as straightforward as you think. Perhaps in the future, you'll realize that the present is already quite sufficient. With Lucius around, Draco would not be tasked with serving Voldemort. Yet, if Draco was too eager to prove himself, she would begin to worry about him. You don't understand that in Draco's view, he should fully support Voldemort now to prove his worth. But would Aphra support Voldemort? Draco suddenly realized she had never expressed her thoughts on the matter. The words almost escaped his lips, but were swallowed back down. He released Aphra. It's late. Get some rest. I have night patrol duty, Aphra added. Oh, then you should hurry, Draco replied awkwardly before retreating to the boys' dormitory. Aphra watched his retreating figure, shaking her head. Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, Aphra felt a shadow loom before her, startling her. Raising her lantern, she discovered it was Ron. Oh, Ronald. A wave of relief washed over her at the sight of him, and she inquired with casual ease, what are you doing here? We're on patrol. Where else would I be? Ron replied in a baffled tone. Aphra chuckled. I know you're on patrol. I just didn't expect you to be at the Slytherin common room door. That's not like you. What do you mean by not like me? Ron mumbled as he walked away, and Aphra followed beside him. Ron glanced at her, raising his voice. I've always been this way. Oh, Aphra considered for a moment. Then asked Ron, how has Harry been lately? Pretty good, Ron replied tersely, then admitted, though not really. Care to elaborate? Aphra inquired with concern. Our roommate. No. Not just our roommate. Everyone we know doesn't believe Harry. They think he has lost his mind. Not even with Cedric's name being mentioned do they believe him? Aphra stroked her chin, and Ron nodded vigorously. What does the brightest witch of Gryffindor have to say? Aphra asked with keen interest. Ron strained to recall. Repeating Hermione's words verbatim, at the end of last term, Dumbledore said that the means of creating conflict and enmity are quite sophisticated. We must display an equally unbreakable friendship and trust. You have a good memory. It is Hermione who remembers, not I, Ron said. His face flushed as he shook his head and rubbed his hands together. And besides, during the sorting ceremony today, the sorting hat mentioned something about unity. Well, Aphra mused quietly, that may not be an easy task. Remove the word may, Ron retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Consider it, Aphra smirked, her lips curling upwards. What are you two up to? They encountered Filch around the corner, who, without a moment's hesitation, reprimanded them without even recognizing their faces. Prefect, patrolling, Aphra displayed her badge, while Ron defiantly shook his robes. Understood, Filch grumbled, skirting past them. I truly wonder what use a prefect is. Aphra and Ron exchanged glances. Ron shrugged, lamenting that he would prefer to catch students out after curfew to punish them. Honestly, I really dislike him. I despise him too, Aphra chuckled softly. I suppose that makes us allies, doesn't it? We both share a disdain for Filch. Aphra extended her hand, and Ron hesitated before grasping it. I never said we weren't friends. Then why do you keep calling me Granger? Aphra countered, her expression feigning deep grievance. I don't. Ron protested, recalling with uncertainty, well maybe? Yet added, but I definitely did not call you Granger today. That was a valid point, Ron reflected, realizing his habitual use of her surname might indeed be improper. Then call me Aphra, she coaxed earnestly. Ron resembled a young wizard lost in Diagon Alley, easily swayed by a dark-cloaked sorcerer. Fine, he acquiesced reluctantly, his demeanor clearly unwilling. Speak. Then, Aphra pressed mischievously. Is it too difficult? Is it so awkward? Is it excessive? It's not difficult, nor awkward, nor excessive, Ron mumbled, his voice barely audible. Aphra wished he would take a lesson from Mandrix. Then say it, she urged, her gaze fixed upon him. For the first time in his life, Ron found himself in such a predicament. It was more challenging than when his wand malfunctioned in Transfiguration class or when Snape mocked him in potions. Aphra, Ron stammered, his cheeks aflame. He could not fathom why a mere name felt so arduous to utter. I didn't catch that, Aphra said, her tone serious. Aphra, huh? What did you say? Enough, Granger, Ron exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 153. You don't like me, do you? Similar to the relationship I have with Filch, Aphra broached the subject. Her gaze penetrating as she addressed Ron. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ron felt compelled to think more critically these days. He scratched his head, urging her to continue. From the very first day, there are already those who despise Umbridge, sent by the Ministry of Magic. Those who distrust Harry loathe Umbridge. And those who trust Harry also detest her. Aphra's eyes sparkled, and Ron nodded along, genuinely admiring her insight. You're truly brilliant. Oh, it's nothing, Aphra said, suddenly bashful, averting her gaze from Ron. You are exceptionally talented, Ron insisted eagerly. That Christmas before I started school, Fred and George provided you with my room's address, intending to prank me, but you uncovered their scheme, right? Such an old memory, You still recall it? Aphra could hardly remember, yet Ron recounted it vividly. And during our first year, you easily located Nicholas Flamel, while it took us ages to find him. And then there was the incident with Scabbers being Peter. You discovered that quickly too, while I was oblivious, holding Wood's cat. As Ron enumerated these instances, Aphra waited for him to finish before teasingly inquired. You remember all this so clearly. You must like me, huh? How could that be possible? Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his voice echoing through the castle. I was jesting. No need for such a dramatic reaction, Aphra remarked, realizing she may have gone too far. This foolish boy, it seemed, could not converse with her as he did with Blaise. You speak nonsense, and none of it is sensible. I wouldn't take you seriously, Ron declared in one breath. Adding indignantly, even if I believed the goblin's words, I would never believe yours. All right then, Aphra replied, her tone suggesting she was somewhat hurt. Ron cautiously stole a glance at her, as Aphra pointed dramatically at the wall. Ah, a spider. Help. Ron leaped back, grabbing Aphra's shoulders as he sought refuge behind her. Where is it? Where is it? Destroy it. I was only teasing, Aphra pouted, because I speak nonsense. Yet there are still those who believe my tall tales. Ron pondered why Diggory insisted on pairing him with Granger. It was truly vexing. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Ron lay on the soft Gryffindor bed, drawing the curtains. And after a considerable time, succumbed to deep slumber. The next morning, Hermione rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Ron in the great hall, asking quietly, "How was your first night patrol?" She had an inexplicable feeling that Ron was hiding something. Could it be that he liked her? Ron rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "It was just fine, nothing remarkable. Harry, could you pass me some sausages?" "Here's a plate," Harry replied, sliding a dish in front of Ron, which was nearly empty, save for one lone sausage. "Thanks," Ron sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Anytime. Did you two discuss anything last night?" Harry inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Upon entering the Great Hall yesterday, Ron had informed Harry that he and Aphra were paired for patrol. Not much. Just that Aphra asked about Hermione's opinions and mentioned something about the enemy of my enemy being a friend and the need for unity against a common foe. Hermione's attention was piqued by that statement, and she no longer scrutinized Ron with her discerning gaze, which relieved him. Harry mimicked Hermione's posture, resting his chin on his hand, fixated on Ron. Originally, Ron was merely a prefect, but fate had paired him with Aphra, which wasn't so bad, for he was neither Malfoy nor Diggory. Harry felt a twinge of comfort, but also an inexplicable jealousy and irritation. "When did you start calling her Aphra?" Harry asked, his tone layered with complexity. "Did I?" Ron replied, confused, his innocence apparent. "Harry, isn't your focus a bit misdirected?" Hermione interjected, and Ron nodded in agreement. "All right, continue. Did Aphra say all that?" Harry temporarily dropped the topic, feeling that Ron was rather unpredictable. Ron lowered his gaze, feigning nonchalance. "Yes, that's how it is. I think she made some valid points." "Indeed." Hermione nodded. "It is quite reasonable. Recognizing a common enemy can galvanize unity against impending danger." Hermione sighed inwardly, as she noticed Harry lost in thought, and Ron's head was downcast, leaving her wishing she could rouse them both with a punch to their shoulders. "All right, off to class, you two." Hermione waved her hand in exasperation. "At this point, I think it's unrealistic to expect me to unite with this bothersome bunch." This statement held truth, for as Harry, Ron, and Hermione traversed the corridors, acquaintances and strangers alike seemed eager to avoid them, terrified they might utter something perilous. Meanwhile, Harry dismally realized that students' attitudes towards Cedric had improved significantly. Even expressing sentiments that were starkly different, they were still willing to engage in conversation with Cedric. However, when Harry overheard Cedric also proclaiming that Voldemort had returned, the students still scattered in fear. Regardless of who uttered such words, no one was willing to believe them. For several days, Harry felt despondent, even beginning to question his own sanity. Hermione, more vigilant than the previous year, fixated on the Daily Prophet, claiming she needed to monitor any news regarding Dumbledore and Harry, which she deemed nonsense. She also contemplated Avellini's words, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The following day marked the first defense against the dark arts lesson of the new school year, and Ron, with a furrowed brow, expressed his worries, saying he had heard from Avellini that the upperclassmen had attended a terrifying class. Terrifying? What manner of class could be deemed terrifying? And from her lips? Hermione frowned. Chapter 154, Substitute Teaching. Avellini never found any class intolerable. She was always eager to learn whatever was presented. Even from the garlic-scented Quirrell, the inept Lockhart, and the mad Barty Crouch, Avellini could still manage a smile and achieve an O. Yet, Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class left Avellini utterly astounded. She had never anticipated such a form of instruction in the subject. As a sixth-year student, she felt honored to be among the first to experience Umbridge's curriculum on the very first day. Wands were strictly prohibited, only quills were permitted. Together, They read theoretical knowledge aloud, required to do so with volume and smiles. Responding to questions necessitated first greeting the professor. To raise a query, one had to raise a hand, and if Umbridge failed to notice, one could not make a sound. Her saccharine, semi-permanent smile, coupled with her sharp and caustic voice, made Avellini wish to cast a silencing charm or perhaps invent a self-blinding spell. Within the brief span of that single class, Avellini was left with profound psychological scars. She found herself nostalgically yearning for Lockhart. At least he had allowed them practical demonstrations and even established a dueling club. With a stern visage, Avellini exited the classroom and encountered Fred and George, whose faces were adorned with mischievous grins. Now in their 7th year and of age, the Weasley twins would undoubtedly have traveled by apparition had it not been for Hogwarts prohibition. "Hey, boss lady, why the long face?" Fred was the first to inquire. "Just had your defense against the dark arts class? Compared to all the professors, which one did you like best this year?" George chimed in, grinning. They were blissfully unaware of the gravity of their questions. "Oh, you two are about to have defense against the dark arts, right?" Avellini forced a stiff smile, feeling as if she had become part of the Hogwarts ghostly ensemble. "Go on, you'll surely adore her class." She emphasized the word adore, and a sense of foreboding washed over the twins. "Boring? More so than Quirrell?" Fred hesitantly probed. "Not even in the same league," Avellini retorted with irritation. "You'll soon understand. I hope you remain resilient." For the fun-loving Weasley twins, enduring such a tedious and futile class would be intolerable. Merely attending would be a concession. In truth, they showed Umbridge no respect whatsoever. A week into the new academic year, everyone had already borne witness to Umbridge's teaching methods. The most unbearable aspect was her monotonous theoretical approach, akin to Professor Bin's history of magic classes, which were already steeped in theory and left students drifting in a daze. However, defense against the dark arts was a practical subject, and following last year's selfless contributions from young Barty Crouch, the students had little regard for Umbridge's educational style. After a month of the new school year, the situation had become intolerable, and a wave of truancy swept through Hogwarts. The Weasley twins' quick escape suites became the most sought-after item. They brazenly plastered advertisements throughout Hogwarts, starting in the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione and Ron tore down numerous posters, with Hermione repeatedly issuing warnings. Soon, their propaganda infiltrated the common rooms of all houses, even reaching Slytherin through unknown connections. Avellini stood before the Slytherin notice board, her emotions a tumultuous mix. "Goodness, what is this? Trying to earn a few extra galleons? Seeking a simple temporary job? Please contact Fred and George Weasley of Gryffindor." The second poster read, "Want to escape the drowsy classroom? Want to avoid the professor's inquiries? Weasley's latest product, Quick Escape Suites, now available. With a 12% discount for 2 or more. Inquiries welcome." Avellini was at a loss for words and nearly laughed. Draco scrutinized the posters as well, exclaiming, "Tear this down. What is this nonsense? Why is their advertisement even reaching Slytherin?" Avellini intercepted his hand as he was about to rip the poster down. Clearing her throat, she stated, "Allow me to handle it. I'll remove it magically, leaving no trace." "All right then, I appreciate your effort," Draco replied, retracting his hand and humming as he turned away. Once he was gone, Avellini pulled out her wand and silently cast a sticking charm, ensuring that no one could tear it down for at least 10 days. She found the whole endeavor amusing. "However, hey, Avellini." She had silently approached Fred and George from behind, tapping them on the back. "Why are you seeking partners?" "Because you're always so busy. We hardly see you," Fred replied, his words a jumbled mix of truth and jest. "Is it my fault?" Avellini pointed to herself, puzzled. "I'm not unwilling to help you. Haven Tea, I provided funding. True, but mainly, we had an overwhelming number of customers recently, and the two of us are swamped." George finally revealed the genuine reason. Avellini nodded. "Fair enough, but why has the number of truants increased?" As far as she knew, there were numerous students recently taking leave for various bizarre yet legitimate reasons, such as nosebleeds, colds, hoarseness, and swollen foreheads. "Have you ever clashed with Umbridge?" Fred pulled her aside to inquire. Avellini shook her head. "I don't attend her class. How could I clash with her? Not attending? She won't notice?" George queried in astonishment. "Oh, I've arranged for a substitute," Avellini replied earnestly. "A substitute?" Fred and George pondered, intrigued by this concept. Rather than squander time in her worthless class, it's far more advantageous to utilize that time practicing spells elsewhere, Avellini remarked. "Otherwise, she's wasting my life." "How do you manage that?" Fred's eyes lit up as he whispered. "I brewed a considerable amount of Polyjuice Potion and paid students from other years to impersonate me in class," Avellini whispered back. "Polyjuice Potion? Polyjuice Potion?" The twins exclaimed in unison, quickly falling silent again in tacit understanding. "What a brilliant idea," George whispered excitedly, unable to conceal his enthusiasm. "If we could know." Polyjuice potion is rare and expensive. Its cost-effectiveness is low, making it unsuitable for mass production. Avellini shook her head, dispelling their fantasies. Chapter 155, Two Avellini's. Avellini's words dampened Fred and George's spirits. Indeed, brewing Polyjuice potion takes far too long, and purchasing it is prohibitively expensive, making it impractical for them. Fred lamented. George wrapped an arm around Avellini. Who would be? He thought you'd sneak off to skip class early without telling us. Well, now you know. You're the first and second to find out. Avellini smirked, narrowing her eyes. I was first. No, it was me. The two bickered while Avellini crossed her arms, observing them. All right, you may continue your bickering later. Why did you just ask me if I had contradicted Umbridge? What merits does her class possess aside from being utterly pointless? Aphrodite interjected. It's hard to say. Fred snapped his fingers. She constantly claims that someone is challenging her authority. As for the reasons, it could be because you tend to doze off during her lectures, or perhaps your reading voice lacks volume. Is she not quite right in the head? Aphrodite remarked, further convinced that hiring someone to attend her class was indeed the right choice. A bit, perhaps. She might have blown up a cauldron in her youth, leading to her peculiarities. If you catch my drift, George chuckled, gesturing towards his head. Aphrodite nodded in agreement. I concur. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall go practice my spells. Don't you have class later? Fred inquired. Yes, with Umbridge, but someone is substituting for me. Aphrodite replied, raising an eyebrow casually. As the three conversed, a Hufflepuff girl hurried over, breathless. Aphrodite, Olivia can't make it. She's ill and has gone to the hospital wing. Can you find someone to fill in? Me on short notice? Aphrodite frowned. Where am I supposed to find Fred? Fred, having been called out, pointed at himself. Me? Sure. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Aphrodite. The girl dashed away. Farewell, Casey, Aphrodite waved, bidding adieu to the Hufflepuff girl. George patted her shoulder. Allow me, he exclaimed, eager to take Fred's place. I can perform the role better. I am the more composed one. The moment those words escaped Fred's lips, both Aphrodite and George shot him disdainful glances. Does he even know how to be composed? Fred blinked innocently. I swear on Percy's prefect badge. I can do this better than George. Enough of this. Aphrodite gently patted Fred's back. All right, you can do it. She retrieved a vial of Polyjuice potion from her pocket and handed it to Fred. I've already added some of my hair. Fred's eyes sparkled with mischief. All right. He took the potion and gulped it down in one go. Within 2 seconds, the tall boy shrank slightly, his fiery red hair transforming into long, light golden curls. Aphrodite blinked at the reflection of herself standing before her. Fred mirrored her actions, blinking his bright blue eyes. Wow, George exclaimed, playfully pinching Fred's cheeks. Then doing the same to Aphrodite. They feel the same. Stop it. They both pushed George away simultaneously, who grinned mischievously but restrained himself. Fred, now resembling Aphrodite, headed off to class, while she slipped into an empty classroom and locked the door behind her. After completing a class, Fred had yet to revert to his original form. While Aphrodite was lost in her own world, completely oblivious to the situation, Fred dashed towards the Great Hall, causing everyone to witness Aphrodite, donned in a Gryffindor robe, rushing to the Gryffindor table and wrapping her arms around George. What's for dinner? Someone at the Hufflepuff table remarked. Some at the Slytherin table exclaimed. Aphrodite scanned the room, delighting in the sight of a bewildered Harry and Ron across from her. What's wrong, Harry, Ron? She blinked innocently. George smirked, removing the arm draped over his shoulder. Leaning in close, he whispered in her ear, You little rascal, you've really pulled this off. Well, I'm just helping you out. Fred grinned broadly. Hi, it's lovely to see you both. The exchange between the two appeared particularly intimate to onlookers. Harry pressed his lips together, his expression serious and troubled. Why was George and Aphrodite so comfortable with each other? His mind spiraled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did it all mean? Especially with someone he fancied? Ron was equally dumbfounded. He had never seen this side of Aphrodite. Aphrodite nestled into George's embrace. Oh, I want that. George felt goosebumps rise, nearly springing up, but managed to hold still. Get it for me, will you? Aphrodite clung to his arm, nuzzling against him. Draco, at the Slytherin table, could no longer contain himself, leaping up and rushing over, grabbing Aphrodite. Have you taken a love potion? This certainly seemed like something a Weasley would do. Aphrodite, come with me, Draco demanded, pulling her back towards Slytherin territory. He seated her firmly, with him on her left and Blaise on her right. What's wrong? Aphrodite inquired with a playful glint in her eye. Draco, slightly annoyed, poked at his plate. You shouldn't act that way with others. I can't stand it. What way? Aphrodite asked, her mood buoyant and mischievous. Draco puffed out his cheeks. You don't even hug me. Why are you hugging that wretched Weasley? What wretched Weasley? Mind your tongue, or I'll hurl dung bombs at your bed. Aphrodite retorted. What a coward, Malfoy. I spit on you. Blaise lazily chimed in. Yeah, mind your mouth. She's my girlfriend, Not yours, so you'll never get a hug. Girlfriend? Aphrodite was taken aback, her expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. Blaise frowned. Are you trying to deny it? Yes, Aphrodite replied bluntly. We're breaking up right now. Blaise fell silent. Draco burst into laughter. Huh? Aphrodite rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting towards the Gryffindor table where George caught Fred's eye. Fred could tell he was exasperated, so he made a funny face. Chapter 156. Good brother. Stop looking at them. Draco covered Aphrodite's eyes, clearly displeased. George across the table was frantically signaling, his expression anxious. Ron waved his hand. Dude, are your eyes twitching? Aphrodite swatted away Draco's hand, finally able to receive the twin's signal. I need to go. I'm not feeling well. She coughed. If you're unwell, let me take you to Madame Pomfrey. Draco called out, grabbing hold of Aphrodite, his expression a mix of confusion and urgency. No need. Aphrodite hurriedly insisted, both pulling away. If anyone caught them, her life would be forfeit. If she returned to find herself in a pickle, she would surely be the first to turn on him. Don't go. Blaise, sensing the tension, seized her other hand. We'll take you to the hospital wing. Aphrodite exclaimed, realizing how troublesome this clever boy was. Blaise smirked, playfully mocking. Dear Aphrodite, as your devoted boyfriend, I must accompany you. Draco. I only want you with me. Aphrodite turned her attention to Draco, seeking to divert the heat. Let us lure away the fool and avoid the troublesome ghost. Me? Is it me? Draco shrugged his collar. Fine, I'll begrudgingly accompany you. Let us go. Aphrodite tugged at Draco, dragging him out of the great hall. Good brother. Let us move. What did you just call me? Draco's face flushed crimson. Had anyone ever referred to him as such? This was Aphrodite's first time addressing him in this manner. Was he about to ascend to new heights? His heart raced, a peculiar warmth washing over him, indescribable elation. Yes, good brother. Aphrodite rocked his arm. I want to change into something else first. Then we can head to the hospital wing, all right? All right. Draco, feeling unaccustomed to this, slightly smiled but quickly contained it. I'll wait for you here. Actually, you don't have to. No, I want to wait for you here. Aphrodite realized that if she continued this charade, she would give herself away. She had witnessed the terrifying nature of a love-struck mind, so she ceased to elaborate. All right. I'm off. Fred dashed away, disappearing swiftly. ISNT the Slytherin common room in the opposite direction. Draco gazed at the receding figure before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. After a while, Aphrodite returned from another direction, cradling a book in her arms, her steps light and carefree. Upon seeing her, Draco embraced her arm, hanging onto her like a koala. What are you doing? Aphrodite exclaimed, taken aback, and promptly pushed him away. What is wrong with me? Draco queried. Bewildered, am I not behaving normally? Aphrodite, having been away for only a short while, felt as if he had lost his mind. You're not quite right. You are the one who's not right, Draco retorted, intertwining their fingers. Weren't you feeling unwell? Let us go to the infirmary. What is wrong with my health? Aphrodite shook her head, unable to free their hands. You're not trying to push your luck, are you? What is the matter? Draco asked, puzzled. Didn't you just call me a good brother? Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Me? Call you a good brother? Had she not woken up fully? Or had he lost his senses? Were you dreaming? Aphrodite intended to tease a bit more, but suddenly recalled Fred's situation. Her smile faltered. What happened just now? Aphrodite tugged at her lips, hesitantly inquiring. Draco finally sensed something was amiss. A mixture of confusion and guilt washed over him. I wasn't feeling unwell. Perhaps I have a slight fever, and I can't quite recall my actions earlier. Aphrodite struggled to articulate this, biting down on her molars. Are you all right? Let me check your forehead, Draco said, concern etched on his face as he reached out to touch her forehead, only for her to take a step back. Draco withdrew his hand, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Wait, did I miscalculate my approach? Just now. You went over to Gryffindor and wouldn't let go of a Weasley. Which Weasley? Aphrodite interrupted, her curiosity piqued. I don't know if it was Fred or George. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I was furious and pulled you back, and then you said you wanted to break up with Blaise. Draco looked at her, pondering as he emphasized the last two words, feeling it wasn't sufficient. Break up, remember? Break up. Aphrodite pinched her forehead, and then? Then you hugged me and called me a good brother, Draco said shyly, almost bashfully. Aphrodite managed a smile. Is that so? Fred Weasley, you're done for. She planned to storm into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory that night and toss a snake onto his bed. It better bite him. Oh, I remember now. Aphrodite said with a smile. All right, Draco, I'm fine now. I want to go to the Great Hall for a bite. Huh. Draco was utterly bewildered. Aphrodite entered the Great Hall, her gaze sweeping the room, and Blaise raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're back, Aph. Yes, Aphrodite nodded. I've come to settle the score. Just half an afternoon, and he managed to pull off such a bizarre stunt. What could he accomplish in a day? Aphrodite shuddered at the thought of how her reputation might be tarnished. She maneuvered past Blaise and headed toward the Gryffindor long table, where George sat quietly eating, oblivious to her arrival, while Ron and Harry simultaneously lifted their heads. Aphrodite beamed as she sat beside George, draping her arm around his neck. Darling George, where's your unfortunate brother? George mentally crossed Fred. I haven't seen him. Oh, really? Aphrodite's smile brightened, her gaze landing on Ron and Harry, causing Harry's brow to twitch and Ron to pause his fork midair. George felt an unmistakable sense of guilt. Although he hadn't done anything, he was undoubtedly aware. What's the matter, boss? Tell Fred he's doomed tonight, Aphrodite said through gritted teeth. Harry, come here for a moment. I need a small favor, she beckoned. Noticing her demeanor was different from before, Harry nodded and stood up. Clearly, she wasn't seeking George but him instead. They stepped outside, standing in a corner on the left side of the Great Hall. Harry, can I borrow your invisibility cloak? I need to prank someone, Aphrodite said calmly, her tone revealing nothing unusual. No problem, Harry replied, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Chapter 157, The Odious Man. In conclusion, I kindly request comments and reviews. I am immensely fond of interacting with everyone. Without comments, I would assume no one is reading, and that would sadden me to the point of losing the desire to write. As Harry listened to her, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He blinked. Who are you planning to prank? You wouldn't stop me, would you? Aphrodite countered. Without hesitation, Harry shook his head. No, how could I possibly stop you? Good, Aphrodite said, ruffling his hair. At midnight, by the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Don't be late. All right, Harry obediently nodded. I'll wait for you. Aphrodite returned to the Great Hall, sitting beside Blaise, finally having a moment to scrutinize him. Blaise, do you recognize me? Of course. Who was that earlier? Fred Weasley or George Weasley? Blaise raised an eyebrow. Fred Weasley, Aphrodite whispered. By the way, don't tell Draco about this. He would be utterly mortified. That's a pity, Blaise said, feigning disappointment. I thought this would become an unforgettable memory for him. How could you recognize me so quickly? Aphrodite inquired hesitantly. Because I'm very familiar with you, Blaise replied matter-of-factly. I could recognize you with just a glance, regardless of who you become or who becomes you. I believe you. Aphrodite said quietly, nodding. You're not serious, are you? Serious about what? Our relationship? Aphrodite nodded again. In her mind, she thought Blaise, the notorious flirt, could never genuinely like anyone. The title of boyfriend or girlfriend was merely a thin veil. It's more authentic than Galleon's, Blaise said with a playful glint in his eye. All right, you mustn't ask again. MHM. Aphrodite felt a nagging sensation that Blaise was beginning to take the reins in their relationship, a premonition of something unsettling. By the way, have you heard? Blaise suddenly shifted the topic. Today in Umbridge's class, the Gryffindor trio had a dispute with her. A dispute? Aphrodite frowned. I hadn't heard about that. Perhaps it's because you don't attend Defense Against the Dark Arts, so you're unaware, Blaise suggested, resting his chin on his hand, grinning. How do you know? Aphrodite was once again astonished. Did Blaise really pay that much attention to her? I've mentioned it before, Blaise said with a smug smile. To summarize, the root of the conflict was that they believed students needed practical experience, learning spells to confront the Dark Lord, while Umbridge insisted that the Dark Lord had not returned and that they only needed to study theoretical knowledge. Aphrodite nodded, unsurprised, I know. Those brave little lions would inevitably clash with Umbridge. Brave? Isn't that reckless? Blaise expressed surprise at her evaluation of them. Aphrodite smiled slightly. No, they are quite clear-headed, aware of the real dangers they must face, and brave enough to expose the truth, letting everyone understand the significance of this matter. You also recognize the importance of practice. Yet you only do it in secret, Blaise remarked. MHM, Aphrodite agreed. But if everyone were like me, it wouldn't be good. If no one steps up, no one would be willing to exert their efforts collectively. So, you support them working together? Blaise probed, following her line of thought. Aphrodite locked her gaze with his deep eyes and then decisively admitted, of course. I see. Blaise acknowledged her affirmation and ceased further questioning. He ruffled Aphrodite's hair. Let us eat quickly. Time is slipping away. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Draco watched Aphrodite with a shy yet fervent gaze, taking in every detail of her appearance. Aphra gently rubbed her brow and settled beside him. Please, do not look at me in such a manner, it frightens me, she remarked. Are you feeling any better? Draco shyly inquired. Much improved, though I believe it is I who should ask if you are well, Aphra retorted. Draco grasped her delicate hand, saying, I noticed that Kane's girlfriend knitted him a scarf. Would you consider making one for me? Who is Kane? Aphra wondered, having never heard that name before. Was Draco merely jesting? That is of little consequence, he replied, his eyes sparkling. But it is only October. Isn't it a bit early to knit a scarf? Aphra hesitated. If you knit a little each day, it is not too early, Draco solemnly stated. Furthermore, His girlfriend knitting him a scarf has no bearing on us. Am I your girlfriend? Aphra continued to tease, exclaiming, this is outrageous. The sole heir of the Malfoy family has lost his mind. Don't implicate me. You could be, should you choose to, he countered. Thank you. But I have no desire to, Aphra replied earnestly. Typically, Draco would be disheartened by such words, but now he merely chose to ignore them. You possess so many scarves that you could wear a different one each day without repetition for an entire month. Do you truly need another? Aphra retorted. I want one that you knit with your own hands, Draco insisted, shaking her arm gently. A strange chill ran through Aphra. What had Fred said to provoke such a whimsical response from him? Just knit me one. I wish to wear it. I shall not, Aphra pouted, wishing to dismiss him. She would rather cast a forgetting charm upon Draco entirely. Perhaps it would be best to reveal the truth, that the good brother she had mentioned was Fred. Yet, seeing his delighted expression made her hesitate. Fine, I will knit you one, she finally said impatiently. But stop bothering me, and for heaven's sake, cease this ridiculous behavior. It is quite unbearable. All right then, Draco replied, pleased with her promise, but you must knit it yourself. Aphra chose to ignore him and rose to her feet. Knit it herself? He must be jesting. She had no time for such trivialities. Her studies were paramount, for she aspired to be a minister's wife. That insufferable man. Upon returning, she would learn a spell to magically knit a scarf in haste. At midnight, Aphra stood at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 158, The Jester. A gentle pat on her shoulder startled her, and as she turned, she found no one there. Harry, she called out, focusing intently for a moment before casting aside the air to reveal Harry's invisibility cloak. Beneath it, he revealed a pair of shimmering green eyes, reminiscent of a fawn. How did you know I was here? Harry asked, unable to suppress a grin that revealed his amusement. You fool, Aphra teased as she slipped under the cloak with him. Take me into the common room, and also, I wish to enter the boys' dormitory. Huh, Harry exclaimed in surprise, but Aphra quickly covered his mouth, hushing him. Today is a patrol night for Cedric. Be cautious. In his mind, Harry thought, if we get caught, so be it. Wouldn't it be amusing for him to witness us? Of course, Harry would only think this but would not voice it. With practiced ease, Harry led Aphra into the Gryffindor common room and proceeded toward the boys' dormitory. Aphra found herself bemused and leaned closer to Harry, whispering, Harry, do I have you wrapped around my finger? I don't think so, Harry replied hesitantly, beginning to reflect. Yet he realized he had never truly refused any of Aphra's requests. However, that was only because her demands had always been reasonable. Well then, Aphra said, no longer teasing. Where do Fred and George reside? Right here, Harry pointed without hesitation, adding, Fred is in the first bed on the left, and George is in the second. How do you know that? Aphra asked, perplexed. I accompanied Ron when he was tossing dung bombs at their beds last time. I made a note of it, Harry responded. Aphra felt a twinge of embarrassment. The Weasley brothers were truly relentless in their teasing. Did you succeed? No, because they were not in the dormitory at the time. Harry explained. It seemed they went out for a midnight stroll. Ron and I waited half the night without seeing them, and we eventually fell asleep in their beds. Is it necessary to choose a time when they are present to toss dung bombs? Aphra queried. Not necessarily, but Ron insisted we do it that way. He believed it only made sense to get dung bombs in Fred and George's mouths. Harry reminisced, sounding quite nostalgic. No matter, I shall ensure you experience it again today. Aphra declared, grasping Harry's wrist, causing him to smile. On a different note, I have a question for you, Harry said, fluttering his eyelashes. How do you tolerate Umbridge? Out of sight, out of mind. I choose not to see her, so I skip class, Aphra replied calmly, feeling comfortable enough with Harry to share this. Skip class. Harry instinctively thought of Fred and George's products for skipping. Are you using Weasley products? No, I had someone use Polyjuice Potion to take my place in class, Aphra clarified, shaking her head. Polyjuice Potion? Harry's eyes widened with realization, recalling that night in the Great Hall. Yes, it was Fred, that scoundrel, Aphra declared, brandishing her wand and uttering, Alohomora. The door creaked open, and Harry, summoning all his stealth, glided inside without making a sound, like a ghost. At that moment, Aphra suddenly added, Oh, I forgot to mention, I cast a spell so that no one can hear us. All right, Harry said, feeling awkward as he struggled to find a normal way to walk. Aphra approached Fred's bed, stealthily leaning in closer. Perhaps he was simply exhausted from the day's antics, for Fred was in a deep slumber. But wait, hadn't Aphra warned George to take care of Fred? Why was he showing no sign of alertness? How had George relayed this? Surely he had not betrayed her. Aphra squinted her eyes, intrigued by the turn of events. With a flick of her wand, she continued her efforts for several minutes before finally stopping. Harry stood obediently by, watching curiously, wondering if anything had changed. Indeed, Aphra nodded. The changes will only manifest when he encounters others tomorrow morning. How fascinating. Harry blinked, pondering what Aphra had been studying daily. Of course, She replied, pride swelling within her. I delve into both the proper and the improper, and recently, I am. Recently you are what? Well, I shan't tell you, Aphra mischievously replied, leaving Harry even more puzzled. It concerns you, she added. Harry's curiosity deepened, and he found himself eagerly anticipating her undisclosed revelation. All right, let us depart, Aphra said, content after slipping a small pouch into the pocket of Fred's robe. The two exited the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, with Harry insisting on escorting Aphra back to the Slytherin common room. You need not worry about me, Aphra replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I am not afraid of being caught. Besides, they could never apprehend me. I am not worried about that. Harry shook his head, jesting. She has already mentioned that tonight is a patrol night for Diggory. Could he allow Aphra to return alone? What if by chance they encounter one another? Wouldn't that lead to another bout of romantic entanglement? Harry's internal musings remained unknown to Aphra. The following morning, within the bustling great hall, Fred entered with his vibrant, multicolored hair and a bright red round nose, silencing the entire room. As all eyes fell upon him, Fred appeared somewhat bewildered and turned to Lee Jordan, who was stifling laughter. What is going on, mate? Nothing, ha ha ha. Lee attempted to deny, yet his boisterous laughter betrayed him. Fred conjured a mirror and immediately beheld his transformed visage. His hair was a riot of colors, adorned with no fewer than 5 hues: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. A veritable kaleidoscope. His cheeks were ghastly pale, as if coated with a layer of white paint. His nose had turned a vibrant red, while his mouth resembled a plump cherry sausage. When had this occurred? In his exuberant 18 years, Fred had been the target of jest on but a few occasions. He glanced up to find George sprawled across the table, his shoulders shaking with laughter, clearly the source of this transformation. Fred paused for a moment, then noticed a first-year Slytherin passing by, casting a curious gaze at the back of his head. Fred turned, revealing his front, made a silly face, and exclaimed with a loud boo, startling the young student. Lee patted Fred on the shoulder. Mate, have you started celebrating Halloween early? Or are you testing out a new product? As Aphrodite walked by, full of energy, she shot several quick glances at Fred before snapping a photo. Oh look, a clown. Chapter 159, I cannot lie. With the camera still in hand, Aphrodite wore a teasing expression. Fred, unfazed, tousled his colorful hair and casually inquired. Care to join me for a meal? I would rather not eat nestled in someone else's arms. Perhaps a change of position would be pleasant. Nestled in your arms? That could work, he jested. But then he thought better of it. Who could truly rival him? All right, Aphrodite readily agreed, immediately catching sight of Lee Jordan's astonished gaze. Fred took a seat beside George, forcefully turning his head to face him. George was already in fits of laughter, unable to articulate a response. Fred, that new look is fantastic. George exclaimed brightly, it's really cool. I think it's pretty splendid too. But I recall someone saying just yesterday that Aphrodite hadn't noticed a thing and everything was going smoothly. Fred had not forgotten this detail, as it was George who had confidently proclaimed it the day before. You, with your bushy eyebrows, have betrayed me. Have you forgotten your brother upon meeting a girl you fancy? Fred ribbed George, all the while inspecting his reflection in the mirror. George, nonchalantly sifting through his plate, remarked, Aren't you just as smitten? Don't be so distant. We should skip a class later and brainstorm how to replicate my hairstyle and spread it around, so that Hogwarts students can sport new looks for Halloween. Fred eagerly shifted the subject. I believe that's a splendid idea. It would undoubtedly be a hit, George concurred. And the two brothers eagerly immersed themselves in their new invention. Hey, don't forget, today is Friday, and we have the Gryffindor Quidditch goalkeeper tryouts tonight. Be sure to attend. Angelina called out as the two were about to disappear into the unknown. Huh, Fred and George suddenly recalled, wavering between their invention and Quidditch for a few seconds before simultaneously exclaiming, What about Harry? You should seek him out. Harry pointed to himself. Me? He had been confined by Umbridge and could not attend. Hermione had unfolded a newspaper before her, meticulously keeping track of each person's schedule. Oh, I remember now, yes. Harry himself had forgotten. He was indifferent. After all, his own confinement tally over the past 5 years was nearly rivaling Fred and George's. On the verge of taking the lead. At this rate, the team will truly be left without anyone, Angelina remarked disapprovingly. You ought to speak with that Umbridge and ask her to reschedule, ensuring no conflicts arise, unlike yesterday, all right? Understood, for the team. I shall do so, Harry responded dismissively. Though internally, he mused that if Umbridge were not so intent on targeting him, he would not feel compelled to retaliate. However, faced with Angelina and Hermione's expectant gazes, Harry nodded once more, assuring them, I swear by Merlin, I will. Not unless you swear on a photo of Aphrodite, Hermione quipped. Harry fell silent. Ron lifted his head. Does Harry still have that photo of Aphrodite? He recalled having seen it before. As Harry exited Umbridge's office, his right hand trembled slightly. He took several deep breaths. his fingertips curling. It was now midnight. The castle was in slumber, and no one was outside. Umbridge watched Harry's retreating figure, and he was acutely aware of her gaze. Filled with that nauseating malice, maintaining a steady pace, he calmly distanced himself from her line of sight. Upon rounding a corner and descending a few flights of stairs, Harry broke into a run. Ouch! A soft, sweet voice emerged as Harry collided into someone's embrace. The person instinctively held him, stumbling back several steps to avoid falling. Aphrodite looked innocent, merely stepping out to cover a shift while feeling drowsy, only to find herself suddenly with company. Harry? Aphrodite inquired, puzzled. Why are you still awake at this hour? Harry stammered, flustered, struggling to concoct an excuse. But his first instinct was to conceal his situation from those who cared. If he were to fabricate a lie, Aphrodite would see through it instantly. Thus, he omitted the specifics, forcing a smile. Umbridge confined me, but that's just par for the course. I've probably been confined more times than I've sipped pumpkin juice. You didn't notice? Aphrodite's expression was complex. One hand held a glowing wand while the other gently wiped away a tear from the corner of Harry's eye. Did you not realize you were crying? Harry was unaware. Perhaps due to overwhelming pain, the physiological tears had escaped his notice. I'm merely tired. That's why I shed tears. Aphrodite exhaled softly. What's wrong? Write a sentence. Harry responded succinctly. He discreetly concealed his right hand within his oversized sleeve, but Aphrodite noticed his furtive, secretive gesture and reached for his right hand. He instinctively winced and, without thinking, jerked away from her grasp. Aphrodite's hand struck the corner of the wall, instantly reddening. Realizing his action, Harry panicked and grasped her hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? His sleeve slipped down to his forearm, and Aphrodite caught sight of the vivid red on his hand, flesh raw and alarming. You tell me this is writing a sentence? Aphrodite exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Harry lowered his gaze, unsure how it had happened. It had evidently been written on parchment, yet now appeared on his hand. Fortunately, there seemed to be no lasting marks. However, he still had another detention tomorrow. Harry swallowed this thought. Aphrodite hesitated to touch his hand again. Come with me. Where? To the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is likely asleep, Harry protested, reluctant to expose his situation. Aphrodite pursed her lips. All right, I'll help you. Harry quietly followed her. The only sounds in the castle were their footsteps. Watching her silhouette, he felt an unexpected urge to cry. I've told you many times. You don't have to bear this burden alone. Aphrodite expressed, half in annoyance, half in concern. Harry took several deep breaths and forced a smile. Aphrodite pinched his cheek, and upon arriving at the hospital wing, she seated him on a bed. Madame Pomfrey's potions were neatly arranged, sorted, and labeled. Aphrodite picked up a vial of white healing essence, taking Harry's hand in hers, bending down with gentle movements. Harry stared at her, speechless. Chapter 160, Evade. Aphrodite gazed at Harry, her eyes filled with compassion. She had often encountered his hidden fragility, and Harry's strong facade only deepened her empathy. Extend your hand. She urged softly, applying the potion to him. Harry gazed at her profile, captivated, as she blew gently upon his hand, sending a cool sensation over it. Yet warmth blossomed within him. Does it hurt? Aphra gazed at Harry, her heart fluttering as she administered the potion for the first time, uncertain of the right dosage. It doesn't hurt at all. Harry shook his head, a silly grin spreading across his face, far superior to Gilderoy Lockhart. Aphra shot him a playful glare and flicked his forehead. Comparing me to Lockhart is an affront. Harry merely stared at her, captivated by her exquisite features, feeling an inexplicable swell of grievance. I'll be in detention tomorrow. He couldn't help but confide. Aphra paused for a moment. It's all right, just feign illness. Feign illness? Harry pondered. I could do it, but wouldn't that imply I'm yielding? Struggles don't always manifest in such a manner. This will only serve to delight her. Aphra looked deeply into his eyes, and I would feel heartache. Harry's ears flushed a delicate red, and he nodded. Fine. I'll pretend to be unwell. As long as you're not punished by her again, your hand will heal, Aphra advised. Remember to apply the essence of belladonna when I'm not around. Otherwise, if treatment is delayed, scarring is inevitable. Harry obediently nodded, agreeing to her every word. Once she had gathered all her belongings, she inscribed her name at the top of the registration form. Aphra Granger, essence of belladonna used. Reason, injury from a cauldron explosion. All right, let us depart. Aphra smiled gently, accompanying Harry out of the hospital wing. She escorted him back to the Gryffindor common room, but as Harry turned to leave, Aphra called out to him. What sentence did she make you write? Harry turned back, his cerulean eyes pure and clear, devoid of any darkness or desire. I cannot lie. Aphra nodded, then, with a serious tone, said, All right, I understand. Get some rest. Good night. Good night. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, his burdensome heart lightening once more. He climbed into bed, drifting off into a dreamy slumber under the moonlight. The next morning, he and Ron frantically caught up on homework before class. "I'm in detention, what about you?" Harry asked, astonished as he glanced at Ron, who was scribbling furiously. "I forgot to write yesterday," Ron mumbled, his eyes flickering. Harry realized Ron, too, harbored his own secrets. "And you? What did she make you do in detention yesterday?" Ron asked amidst his busy writing. Harry recalled the gentle touch of the girl as she held his hand. Her soft breath as if he were a precious gem in her eyes. He felt his face grow warm, then feigned indifference. "I was made to copy sentences by Umbridge." Ron sighed in relief. "Just copying sentences? That's manageable. Do you have to go again today?" Harry shook his head, about to respond when a fellow Gryffindor approached, handing him a package. "Someone said this could help you," the student remarked before hastily retreating as if in fear. Harry and Ron stared at the package, and upon opening it, discovered a piece of candy. Elegant handwriting caught their attention. "To spare you the agony of punishment." A surge of sweetness filled Harry's heart, and before he could examine it further, Ron recognized the handwriting. "Did Aphra write this?" Ron leaned closer, his pen pausing. Harry tucked the note away. "Yes. She gave me a tip to avoid Umbridge's punishment." Ron remained silent for a long moment, and once they had completed their assignments, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom. "What exactly did Umbridge punish you for?" Ron inquired earnestly, halting his writing and fixing Harry with a serious gaze. Harry, too, was compelled to stop. He had rarely seen Ron so grave. Hermione often bore such a demeanor, but if Ron was acting this way, it indicated something serious. If it was merely copying sentences, surely Aphra and you wouldn't contemplate escaping detention. Ron sighed. "We will always support you. I hope you won't conceal anything from us. If anyone wishes you harm, they must first get through me." Harry felt a pang of emotion, lifting a sincere, soothing smile. "Thank you, mate." After Transfiguration class, as Harry approached the classroom door, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the floor, surrounded by a circle of students. Professor McGonagall hurriedly pushed through the crowd. "Potter? Harry Potter?" These were the last words Harry could discern before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Knock, knock, knock. A Hufflepuff girl rapped on Umbridge's office door. "Come in," Umbridge called in a saccharine voice. Upon seeing the Hufflepuff girl enter, her countenance darkened. Undeterred, the girl spoke. "Professor McGonagall sent me to inform you that Harry Potter has fallen ill and is in the hospital wing. He likely won't be able to serve his detention for the next few days. Here is the note from Professor McGonagall." The girl placed the parchment on Umbridge's desk, her expression unyielding. "Ill? He seemed fine yesterday. How could he be ill today?" Umbridge scoffed, her disbelief palpable as she examined the parchment. The girl, seemingly prepared for this, calmly replied, "Yes, during the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor classes today, he fainted. Everyone witnessed it." "I understand. You're dismissed." Umbridge waved her hand dismissively, and the girl exited, closing the door behind her. Outside the office, Aphra waited around the corner. "Aphra," the Hufflepuff girl smiled faintly at her, handing over the document she had personally retrieved. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Gwendolyn." Aphra expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "It was nothing, just a small effort, and we all share a deep disdain for her." Gwendolyn stepped closer, whispering to Aphra, "I believe Cedric. He has returned, so I won't be swayed by anything the ministry says." "Indeed, you are wise," Aphra thought, realizing that there might be many clear-headed individuals at Hogwarts. They just needed someone to unite them. "We must always be prepared for battle." Gwendolyn patted her shoulder, then stepped back and turned to leave. As anguished screams echoed from Umbridge's office, Aphra smiled slightly, departing from the scene. Chapter 161, Ron's Secret. Aphra discreetly cast a spell, and the door to Umbridge's office creaked open, revealing the scene within. It was mealtime, and the castle bustled with students, some of whom passed by Umbridge's office. Aphra stood amidst the crowd, silently observing her ghastly visage. Her face was marred with red splotches, grotesquely disfigured. Next, her face swelled alarmingly, taking on a grotesquely inflated appearance akin to a rock cake. "What are you all staring at? Get out, get out." Umbridge's voice lost its sharpness, nearly descending into hysteria. The crowd covered their mouths, saying nothing as they obediently dispersed. However, by the following morning, Umbridge had become the subject of everyone's post-meal gossip. "Aphra, have you heard about Umbridge?" Blaise nudged her. "What about her?" Aphra feigned ignorance, casually inquiring. Her face broke out in red spots and swelled up. "She looks worse than a ghoul, more hideous than a toad." Blaise, who shared a mutual loathing for Umbridge, felt that merely looking at her was an insult to his eyes. Perhaps she should visit the hospital wing. Aphra raised an eyebrow. "Did she go?" "Yes, she did. Last night. Madame Pomfrey diagnosed her with an allergy, and she should be fine after a few days of rest." "Allergy?" Aphra mused, satisfied with the answer, her lips curling into a sly smile. "Indeed, it's an allergy. Some people truly do not deserve to wield magic. Her very existence is a mistake." You're quite the charmer. Blaise propped his chin on his hand, genuinely complimenting her. So besides this, what else do you plan to do to her? Aphra arched an eyebrow. Who did anything to her? It's an allergy. I have nothing to do with it, nor do I have any conflict with her. Bress nodded with a smile. All right, I know nothing. Good. Aphra replied with satisfaction, affectionately ruffling the back of his head. She found herself increasingly enamored with this gesture, akin to petting a well-behaved dog, and she realized her fondness for Bress was growing as well. When it was once again Aphra and Ron's turn to patrol the grounds. Aphra held a book while walking, her gaze fixed on the pages, as Ron walked beside her, holding the lantern aloft. My arms are getting sore, Ron complained. Yet he still lifted the lamp high. Why have you suddenly become so busy? I see you reading every day. Well, I need a bit of theoretical knowledge, Aphra replied, stealing a moment to respond, while the person beside her remained silent. After walking about 10 steps, the person next to her suddenly collided with a knight statue, causing the stone sword in the knight's hand to clatter loudly to the ground. Aphra lifted her gaze from the book, surprised to glance at Ron. He, too, appeared to awaken from a dream, turning to stare at Aphra, who then noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes, indicating his exhaustion. Ron picked up the stone sword and returned it to the knight's grasp. Aphra reached out to pat his head, questioning, What's wrong, Ronald? Were you so worn out from raiding Gringotts the other day? Huh. Ron shook his head. No, not at all. Then why? Aphra insisted on uncovering the truth. With such a simple yet secretive boy, one must often inquire, for he might not understand his own heart. Even if he did, it would take him quite a while. Ron's expression twisted with conflict, and Aphra suspected he would eventually confide in her. Sure enough, he shyly admitted. I'm preparing for the tryouts for the Gryffindor Quidditch keeper. Hasn't Gryffindor already chosen? Aphra recalled hearing Draco mention that Slytherin had made their selection long ago. They're waiting for everyone to be available. It was supposed to be a couple of days ago. But no one from the team showed up. Fred and George seem to have disappeared, and Harry is in detention and sick. So it's been postponed to the night after tomorrow, Ron explained, his spirits drooping. You're on good terms with Fred and George, but please don't mention this to them, or they definitely mock me. Aphra nodded. Of course, and I'm on good terms with you too, right? Ron hesitated for a couple of seconds before nodding. Aphra beamed at him. Ron continued, I've been practicing against them all summer, and since school started. I've been training in the evenings. I believe in you, Aphra replied with a smile. Don't be afraid. But I don't think I can, Ron said despondently. I'm mediocre in every aspect. I don't have anything remarkable to offer. I'm not as charming as Fred and George, nor as exceptional as Harry and Hermione. Shoo. Aphra placed her finger to her lips, then pointed at his prefect badge on his chest. You are a Gryffindor prefect. Yes, I am a prefect, Ron's smile returned. But he soon yawned. The two exchanged glances and chuckled. Chapter 162. I will ruin you. Harry occupied a luxurious, exclusive bed in the infirmary. It wasn't a privilege he sought. Madame Pomfrey anticipated he would be visiting frequently and had reserved it for him. This prime spot had one advantage. It was by the window. At night, Harry did not pull the curtains, but instead gazed at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Ahem. Aphra knocked on the door. Harry turned his head to see her and broke into a wide smile. What brings you here at this hour? He asked eagerly. I went to watch Ron's tryouts this afternoon. He made it as the keeper, and I thought I'd let you know, Aphra casually remarked. Harry's smile widened. I was just lamenting how I can't see the Quidditch pitch from here. Tomorrow I'll be able to go out. Her confinement on me will be lifted. Aphra sat beside him and rummaged through her pocket to produce a small box. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey emerged. Recognizing Aphra as a frequent visitor, she said nothing further. Miss Greengrass, if you need potions, just go to the usual place. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Aphra replied with a smile as she departed, leaving the two alone. What potions? Harry inquired. Sometimes my health isn't great, so I often come to see Madame Pomfrey. Aphra spread her hands, urging Harry to assist her. What? Harry asked, bewildered. Placing his hand in hers, Aphra opened the box with one hand, revealing a ring inside. Harry's pupils dilated in shock, rendered speechless. Put it on. And you won't dream of the Dark Lord again. Aphra slid the ring onto Harry's ring finger. Harry was completely oblivious to her words, only able to see her lips moving. He froze, afraid to move, staring at Aphra with a dazed expression, his heart racing. Did you hear me? Aphra continued to chatter. But upon realizing Harry's lack of response, she raised her voice. Huh. Harry snapped back to reality, sheepishly diverting his gaze from Aphra's face to the ring. The ring was adorned with a green gem that seemed to emit a faint glow. I said, this thing can help you stop dreaming about Voldemort. Aphra poked his hand lightly, exasperated. What might I dream about? Harry asked curiously, lifting his hand to closely examine the ring's intricate design. You can dream about anything, as long as you think about it before you sleep. Aphra waved her hand dismissively. This should also help you with your studies. What do you think? Oh, Harry pondered. What if I dream about Aphra? An indescribable image suddenly flashed through his mind, flushing his cheeks. He cleared his throat and quickly dismissed the thought. Harry blinked, sincerely grateful. Thank you, Aphra. It must have been quite troublesome to make this, right? Not really, Aphra calculated. I've just been researching it since I learned about your situation last summer. All right, here it is. I wish you sweet dreams. Good night. Good night. Harry beamed, watching Aphra depart. Aphra retrieved a small glass vial from her pocket, uncorked it, and drank its contents in one gulp. After taking a few steps outside, she transformed into an inconspicuous young man with black hair. If cast into a crowd, no one would pay her any mind. She navigated her way to Umbridge's office with practiced ease and knocked on the door. What is it? After a moment, Aphra heard rustling sounds from within before Umbridge responded. I have a question regarding the application of dark arts in defensive scenarios, Professor, Aphra calmly fabricated. Umbridge, slightly impatient, opened the door. Upon seeing Aphra, she appeared momentarily taken aback. I don't believe I've seen you at Hogwarts before. That is correct, Professor, Aphra nodded decisively. Then gently pushed past Umbridge's arm to enter the office. What do you want? Umbridge, clad in a nightgown, shivered slightly, attributing it to the cold weather and never suspecting she would face any harm at Hogwarts. Professor, your face has healed. Aphra tilted her head, recalling her previous minor retribution that had temporarily kept Umbridge preoccupied with sick Harry. Aphra waved her wand, slamming the office door shut. Umbridge began to appear suspicious, glancing around as if searching for something. Aphra turned her head and spotted her wand on the desk. With a sardonic smile, she tossed the wand to Umbridge, saying, Here, take it, so you can't claim I'm bullying you. Who are you? What do you want? Umbridge pointed her wand at the seemingly unremarkable boy, leaning against the door. I'm not here to do anything. Aphra waved her wand casually, her tone as flat as if discussing dinner options. I'm here to ruin you. The applewood wand emitted a faint green glow, a delicate beam of light leaping from its tip, soaring directly towards Umbridge. Umbridge's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly waved her wand, layering a multitude of defensive spells upon herself, but to no avail. The green light penetrated her body in waves, and she felt an essence within her ebbing away. Aphra, with a gentle smile, regarded the flustered Umbridge with an air of tranquility. Do not struggle, she said, lowering her gaze to her own toes. You have lost your magic. Umbridge swung her wand, her eyes bulging with rage, yet despite her fervent efforts, she could not conjure any spell. The metallic taste of blood lingered in Aphra's mouth as she swallowed. Placing a hand upon her chest, her demeanor remaining composed. Amidst Umbridge's furious protests and incantations, Aphra steadied herself against the table and slowly approached Umbridge's chair, seating herself and pulling open Umbridge's drawer. Inside lay a piece of parchment, quietly resting. Aphra caressed its surface, surmising that it was likely the tool Umbridge intended to use for punishing Harry. From her pocket, Aphra produced an identical piece of parchment along with a specially crafted quill. She spread the parchment across the table and waved her wand towards Umbridge, compelling her to approach against her will. Umbridge's mind was a blank slate. Gnashing her teeth in frustration, she knew she had fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse. She was acutely aware of her actions, yet utterly incapable of controlling herself. Right. Aphra declared with indifference, I cannot lie. Umbridge sat rigidly before her, and Aphra tossed her the special quill, reclining against the back of the chair. Right. Umbridge's expression was one of deep resentment, cursing Aphra 1,000 times in her heart, wishing to tear her apart on the spot. Nevertheless, she reluctantly grasped the quill, begrudgingly beginning to inscribe the words upon the parchment. I cannot lie. The moment she penned the first stroke, pain surged through her, prompting a cry as she dropped the quill, momentarily regaining her ability to move due to the agony. Aphra glanced at her, and once again, she was rendered uncontrollable. Umbridge struggled to write a sentence, and as she did, the same words manifested upon her arm. She grimaced, wrestling against the compulsion. Yet she was forced to continue the arduous task of transcribing the sentence. Aphra's lips curled into a smile, her mood visibly lifted. After what felt like 2 hours, Aphra finally clapped her hands, instructing Umbridge to cease writing. She gathered the quill and parchment, returning them to her pocket. Then, her gaze turned to the special parchment that had once belonged to Umbridge. You have far too many of these, Aphra remarked disdainfully. Allow me to tidy up your space. With a flick of her wand, flames erupted instantaneously, consuming Umbridge's desk. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes. How she wished she could incinerate Umbridge entirely. Aphra's eyes darkened, a hint of ferocity creeping into her demeanor as Umbridge cowered in the corner, her shoulders trembling, fear etched across her face. Several minutes passed before Aphra regained her composure, lingering in a daze before departing Umbridge's office. Pressing her lips together, she felt her steps becoming unsteady, and, closing her eyes, she collapsed into a warm embrace. Chapter 163, Protection. When Aphra awoke, She found herself in the arms of a boy. She fluttered her eyelashes, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. She had returned to the Slytherin common room. Lifting her gaze, she met Theodore's deep blue eyes, which held a glimmer of gentle concern. "Did you bring me back?" Aphra asked, momentarily taken aback by her own question, realizing its foolishness only after it escaped her lips. "I happened to pass by," Theodore replied coolly. "What did you do to Umbridge?" "Oh, nothing much," Aphra coughed lightly. "I merely rendered her powerless." "Rendered her powerless?" Theodore's expression flickered with surprise, understanding that she was not jesting. "Like Filch?" "Indeed." Aphra pressed her lips together. "You won't speak of this, will you, Theo?" Hearing her address him as Theo, he suddenly felt she was brazenly attempting to bridge the gap between them for the sake of seeking his protection. Yet, Theodore had little regard for such notions. He simply wished to do what he desired. Upon witnessing her weakened state, he felt that whatever she did was justified. It seemed that each time he encountered her, she was in a disheveled condition. He recalled her emerging from the Black Lake, for instance. Theodore drifted into his memories, while Aphra presumed he was contemplating his response. "If you can," Theodore replied softly, snapping back to the present. "Are you feeling better? Be sure to rest up. There are no classes tomorrow." Aphra nodded, leaning against Theodore's arm as she struggled to rise. "Is this your price for incapacitating Umbridge?" Theodore inquired perceptively. Aphra feigned ignorance, releasing his arm as she steadied herself. "I'll keep your secret, but you must at least share some details. Otherwise, how could I have the courage to conceal it?" Theodore's light-hearted remark elicited a sigh from Aphra. She nodded, conceding, "All right, that's fair. How did you learn such a curse?" "The library, restricted section," Aphra replied calmly, fully disclosing. For she felt a sense of trust in Theodore. After a moment's contemplation, Theodore nodded. "All right, rest up. I'll walk you to the door." Before she could refuse, he wrapped his arm around her, guiding her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Aphra felt her blood circulating anew. She leaned against the wall as she returned to her room, collapsing onto her bed, and was instantly enveloped in oblivion. Theodore sat on his own bed, rubbing his hands together until warmth returned to his icy fingers. He had taken great care to warm Aphra, who had been so cold, for quite some time. She had painstakingly studied curses from the restricted section, transforming her appearance in the dead of night to seek out Umbridge. What could have driven her to such lengths? Did she harbor a grievance against Umbridge? Few students had significant conflicts with her, though the Gryffindor trio seemed to have some recent altercations. Could it have been for their sake? Theodore pondered as he drifted off to sleep. The following day, as Theodore donned his cloak with a sense of lethargy, he overheard Blaise and Draco engaged in conversation. "I just heard in the Great Hall that Umbridge ordered the Gryffindors to gather in the common room. She wants to inspect something." Draco rummaged through his belongings on his side of the room. "Draco, what are you looking for?" Blaise yawned, lifting the covers. "My brooch." Draco gestured vaguely. "The silver one with the Gemini symbol. The one you wear every day?" Blaise scratched his head, still drowsy, sitting on his bed as his mind struggled to engage. Theodore cast a glance. "Is it on your bed?" After a moment of contemplation, Draco replied, "It might be." He approached his bed and began searching again, finally locating it and pinning it to his chest, admiring it with satisfaction. "After all these years, it still doesn't bore me." Blaise, now fully awake, teased him. "What do you know? This is," Draco retorted, closing his mouth with a huff. Theodore casually asked, "What is Umbridge inspecting? Has she checked all the houses?" "She started early this morning, first with Gryffindor, made quite the fuss. But it seems she found nothing. She left quite irate. Now it seems she's headed to Ravenclaw. Is she planning to inspect all 4 houses?" Draco mused, scratching his chin. Intrigued. "What exactly is she searching for?" Blaise echoed, equally curious. Theodore remained silent for a moment before asking Draco, "Did you see Aphra in the Great Hall?" "No, but I did see her roommate, Beatrice. She said Aphra is still asleep," Draco lamented. "I was planning to invite her for a walk." Theodore raised an eyebrow. "I'm heading out." "What for?" "To the library," Theodore replied with an air of calm. "Ah, I could have guessed that." Draco waved his hand dismissively. "What is so interesting about the library? You wouldn't understand." Theodore casually picked up a book and hurried out the door. "What book did he take?" Blaise squinted. "Isn't it just advanced potions?" Draco replied nonchalantly to Blaise. Blaise rubbed his eyes. "Hasn't he already finished that?" "Really?" Draco pushed open the dormitory door. "Perhaps he just wants to review." "Is that so?" Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Let him be. He always has his own thoughts." Theodore stood behind a bookshelf, feigning to browse while secretly observing Madame Pants. As he noticed a group of students surrounding Madame Pants with inquiries, he seized the opportunity to approach her. "Madam, I would like to borrow a book." "Just a moment, I'm a bit busy." Madame Pants rarely smiled at him, but Theodore noted her recognition. He was a frequent visitor to the library, and she found him endearing. "Madam, it's a matter of urgency. Can you assist me?" Theodore's request was interrupted by another student seeking answers. Register it yourself. Madame Pants cast an apologetic glance and handed the logbook to Theodore. He smiled slightly as he took it. Theodore turned sideways to obscure half of the logbook, flipping through a few pages until he found the name of Aphrodite. The registration for borrowing books from the restricted section was particularly strict and required authenticity. He traced his finger over that line before flipping back to the latest page. Phew. Theodore closed the logbook and offered Madame Pants a polite smile. I've registered. Chapter 164, Wand Inspection. Theodore exited the library with a light step. As several Hufflepuffs hurried past him, engaged in conversation. What is Umbridge up to this Saturday morning? First Gryffindor, then Ravenclaw, and now us. Is Slytherin next? One Hufflepuff girl cast a discreet glance at Theodore, who noticed. I don't know, but Umbridge has always been rather lenient with Slytherin. Who knows what got her riled up? Come on, let us go, another girl urged. Theodore made his way towards the Slytherin common room, where Blaise and Draco were strolling out with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Off to eat. Draco waved cheerily. You're back so soon? Blaise inquired. Yes. I merely went to the library to borrow a book, Theodore replied calmly. Oh, Blaise responded thoughtfully. Theodore scanned the common room, spotting Bayette and Lancey engaged in casual chatter, while Daphne argued passionately with Astoria over a book, with Daphne doing most of the talking and Astoria merely listening. Is Aphrodite still not up? Theodore felt a twinge of concern. However, he couldn't just barge into the girls' dormitory to find her. Just then, Aphrodite emerged slowly with weary steps. Upon seeing Theodore, she smiled, and he nodded in return. Aphrodite licked her lips, feeling parched, and suspected her complexion must appear quite pale. She sensed she had likely damaged her soul this time. Indeed, the contents of that restricted book were not to be trifled with. Aphrodite pressed her lips together and took a seat beside Daphne, who had just concluded her argument and turned to look at her in surprise. What's wrong? Why do you look so unwell? Daphne asked, suddenly serious. She remembered how her sister used to be sickly as a child, but since starting school, Aphrodite seemed to have grown stronger. Didn't T sleep well? Aphrodite replied stubbornly for a moment, but when she saw both her younger sisters looking at her skeptically, she softly admitted, I'm not feeling well. Astoria tilted her head, closing her book. Not feeling well? We should accompany you to the hospital wing. Aphrodite quickly shook her head, instinctively glancing at Theodore, who seemed to have something to say, but her two sisters clung to her, reluctant to let her go. Theodore then approached and sat beside Aphrodite. Daphne, may I borrow your revitalizing potion? Aphrodite finally exhaled, and just then, the door to the Slytherin common room swung open. Umbridge stood at the entrance, her face devoid of its usual smile, replaced by a stern expression, arms crossed in front of her abdomen, exuding an air of authority. For class purposes, I need to summon all Slytherin witches and wizards, Umbridge declared angrily, her voice losing its sugary sweetness. Aphrodite and Theodore exchanged a glance, both sensing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Are the two Slytherin prefects present? Draco cleared his throat and then looked at Aphrodite. Professor, may I ask what you wish to inspect? Draco inquired, puzzled. I need to check everyone's wands, Umbridge said, struggling to temper her anger, forcing a rather unpleasant smile. So it's wands, Aphrodite thought, realizing that Umbridge was clever enough to discern through the wands used last night. Faces can change, but wands are harder to disguise. Theodore grasped Aphrodite's hand, and as his wide sleeves draped, something slipped from them. Aphrodite looked at him, and Theodore released his grip, allowing her to hold his wand. She wore a puzzled expression, mixed with confusion. You, Phoenix Feather, 12 inches, Theodore quickly introduced. But go on now. Theodore smiled gently. Aphrodite withdrew Theodore's wand, stood up, and slowly approached Umbridge, smiling. I am the Slytherin female prefect, Aphrodite Greengrass. Pleased to meet you, Professor Umbridge. I would like to ask you to use your wands. Umbridge said eagerly, her gaze darting between the two, appearing quite impatient, as if she had garnered nothing from the first three houses. Aphrodite looked down at Theodore's wand, tracing its patterns. Yew is a rare magical wood, usable only by sufficiently delicate and sensitive witches and wizards, and it would fully unleash its owner's innate talents. However, yew wands refuse to be wielded by anyone other than their true masters. Mr. Malfoy, what type of wand do you possess? Umbridge inquired. Hawthorn, 10 inches, unicorn hair. Draco replied promptly. Draco performed a minor levitation charm with his wand, and Umbridge let him go. Umbridge scrutinized Aphrodite intently, and she calmly stated, You, 12 inches, Phoenix Feather. Please demonstrate for me, Miss Greengrass, Umbridge commanded, her gaze piercing. Aphrodite remained composed, fixing her eyes on Umbridge, while Draco looked at her in confusion. Isn't Aphrodite's wand the 12-inch apple wood with dragon heartstring? Draco's clever mind was filled with doubt, yet he could not voice his concerns. Daphne and Astoria exchanged glances, fully aware that the wand in possession of Aurora was not the one she wielded. Aurora turned her gaze to Theodore, who sat calmly on the distant sofa. His eyes fixed upon her, a flicker of apprehension dancing in his heart. In that instant, all hesitation evaporated from her mind. Clearing her thoughts, Aurora emptied her consciousness. Guardian of the spirit, she uttered softly. A swirl of silvery mist erupted from her wand, swiftly coalescing into a shimmering silver antelope before Umbridge. Theodore felt a stir within him, and Aurora met his gaze, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Chapter 165, Damaged. A pang of jealousy coursed through Umbridge. She was devoid of magic now, yet she could not allow Minister Fudge to discover this, nor let anyone else find out, for that would render her existence meaningless. Absolutely not. Umbridge fixed her eyes on the guardian conjured by Aurora, remaining silent for a protracted moment. This wand is made of acacia wood. It cannot be wielded by anyone other than its master, Aurora stated. Umbridge nodded in relief and promptly moved on to the next student. Draco leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widening in realization. Wasn't he this Theodore's wand? Aurora retracted her guardian as Umbridge turned her attention to other students' wands. The boys and girls lined up separately, males to the left and females to the right. I shall inspect each of you in turn, she announced. Draco tugged at Aurora's sleeve, his expression one of confusion. Aurora gently patted his hand, signaling him to remain silent. The Slytherin boys and girls murmured as they reluctantly formed a line. Professor, may I inquire why we are suddenly required to have our wands checked? Aurora feigned ignorance. Umbridge briefly exhibited a hint of embarrassment before regaining her composure. As your defense against the dark arts professor, it is my duty to ensure your equipment is suitable. I see, Aurora replied with a wry smile. So it seems we will be using our wands in class. I have my own arrangements for the class, Umbridge asserted firmly. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, she could not let the events of the previous night become public. If word got out, everyone would realize she was powerless. And she was furious that the culprit remained unfound. Aurora cast a worried glance at Theodore, who appeared unfazed, likely having anticipated the situation. When it was Theodore's turn, he presented his wand, made of yew, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core. It bore a slightly worn appearance. Umbridge scrutinized his wand closely. Indeed, Theodore replied, his gaze unwavering. It is in perfect condition and feels comfortable to use. After he performed a spell, Umbridge released him. As the inspection progressed, Umbridge's pace grew increasingly frantic, her demeanor more agitated. Once the checks concluded, she remained rooted in place, unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. The Slytherins observed her for a few moments before returning to their own affairs, showing no concern for her plight. Umbridge had stormed into Gryffindor earlier that morning, certain it was Potter's doing. However, after an hour of fruitless interrogation in the Gryffindor common room, even after seizing Potter for 20 minutes, she uncovered nothing amiss. It was not until Professor McGonagall arrived, shielding Harry behind her, that Umbridge was confronted. Madam, Harry just came out of the hospital wing this morning and has been there for several days. Madam Pomfrey can attest to this. What grounds do you have for targeting my student? Umbridge had no legitimate justification. She could not even reveal the marks on her arm from last night as punishment. For the sentences she had been forced to write had mysteriously vanished by today. Only the searing pain remained. A reminder that the previous night had not been a mere dream. Moreover, she could not admit to her conflict with Potter, nor could she let anyone know she had punished him by making him write lines. Stifling her fury, Umbridge begrudgingly proceeded to the other houses, but after inspecting all four, she found no trace of the culprit. Clenching her fists, she returned to her office and smashed everything within her reach to smithereens. It had to be that Potter brat's doing. Consumed by rage, she resolved to uncover what they were scheming. First, she would enlist a cohort among the students to monitor Potter and his friends. As Aurora approached Theodore, Draco seized her arm. Explain yourself, he demanded, his brow furrowed, his voice drawing the attention of those nearby. Theodore grasped Draco's hand, refusing to relent. The struggle among the three attracted the gaze of their peers. Blaise, seeking to mediate, suggested, let us discuss this elsewhere, shall we? Aurora exchanged a glance with Theodore and shook her head. This is a personal matter. I would appreciate it if you did not pry further. Some things are not meant to be disclosed. Draco took offense, interpreting Theodore's words as a provocation. Yet he remained obstinate. Aurora winced at Draco's grip, letting out a soft gasp, prompting him to release her immediately. Astoria stepped in, parting the two boys and addressing Aurora. Sister, let us head to the hospital wing. Aurora hesitated, not wishing to attract trouble at this juncture. Why go to the hospital wing? Are you unwell? Draco inquired, confused and anxious without understanding the reason for his concern. Aurora coughed lightly, her irritation simmering. Yet she maintained her smile. Enough, both of you. I value my privacy. Theo, I must take my leave. Theodore nodded, enduring the piercing gazes of Draco and Blaise. Take care of yourself, Aurora. Draco attempted to voice another thought, But Blaise intercepted him, whispering, "Can't you see there is something clandestine between them? Let us discuss it later." Aurora led Daphne and Astoria away, cautioning her sisters, "Do not mention this matter again. I will visit the hospital wing another day. I can discern what is urgent." "But sister, we are worried about you," Astoria whispered gently. "And why can you confide in Theodore, but not in us?" "We are your own sisters," Daphne queried, perplexed. Aurora drew her wand, tracing the intricate patterns upon it. In the bustle of the crowd, she had neglected to return her wand. She would speak with Theodore privately when the coast was clear, for she owed him a great deal regarding the recent events. Upon returning to her dormitory, Aurora collapsed into sleep, still clutching the acacia wand. When she awoke, an unusual sense of rejuvenation washed over her, a flicker of joy emanating from her very soul. Tom regarded her with a furrowed brow. "What are you doing back here? Don't bother me." "Who would want to bother you? I'm not here of my own volition," Aurora shot back, taking a seat. "You've lost your charm," Tom remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. "Your soul appears damaged. What happened?" Chapter 166, A Confrontation. Aurora felt a surge of anger upon seeing him and chose to ignore him. Yet Tom, intrigued, leaned closer, his expression dark and ambitious, no longer concealing his intentions. "What did you do to end up in such a state?" he asked with a smirk. "Do you want my help?" Aurora remained silent, fixating on the floor. The floor was so clean. Tom slowly approached her, enveloping her from behind, his voice low and magnetic. "If I'm not mistaken, I can help you mend your soul." It was no wonder he felt drawn to her. She was deliciously tempting. Tom gently unfastened the buttons of her blouse, his hand slipping inside. Aphrodite opened her eyes, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort. After tidying herself up, she rose from her bed, careful not to disturb her roommate, and quietly slipped out. Theodore was seated in the common room, and Aphrodite smiled warmly at him. He returned the gesture with a gentle smile that was significantly warmer than his previously aloof demeanor. It was as if the moon had set and the sun had risen, heralding the dawn. "Your wand," Aphrodite said naturally as she settled beside him, handing over the wand, a 12-inch wand made of acacia wood, with a phoenix feather core. "Oh," Theodore replied, accepting the wand and gently caressing it. "My wand. It seems you wield it quite adeptly. I find it rather curious, though." "Acacia wood is typically meant to serve only its rightful owner," Aphrodite remarked, her gaze fixed on him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she awaited his response. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it simply recognizes you as a worthy master," Theodore mused, and upon hearing his words, Aphrodite beamed with a sense of triumph. "How is it that you possess two wands?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Theodore lowered his gaze and produced another wand, one he had used to confront Umbridge. "This one belonged to my mother," he said, nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he stroked the pearwood wand, a hint of sorrow accompanying his smile. Such was his expression whenever his mother was mentioned. Aphrodite reached out to pat his head and followed his gaze to the old wand. "Pearwood is most suited for wizards with clear minds and kind hearts. Your mother must have been a remarkable person." Theodore raised an eyebrow, his spirits lifting slightly. "Indeed, she was. Mothers are always extraordinary. She was incredibly good to me and served as my pillar of strength. I have carried her wand with me all these years." He wiped the wand gently. "So, it was fortuitous that I needed it yesterday. Thank you. I reiterate what I said the day before. I shall always lend my utmost assistance to you, regardless of the circumstances," Theodore promised. Aphrodite considered for a moment before adding, "Not merely due to your kindness towards me." "I understand, and I shall handle it with care," Theodore replied thoughtfully, a small smile appearing on his face. Aphrodite handed him a small two-way mirror, a portable version. "I have one as well, so you can reach me whenever you need." "Very well," Theodore accepted it. "I shall remember. Perhaps in 4 or 5 decades. I might recall it. Will you still promise then?" "Until I depart from this world," Aphrodite replied with a gentle smile, her eyes curving into an adorable crescent. Theodore gazed at her, eventually nodding in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. As Aphrodite and Theodore strolled side by side down the corridor, they encountered a Hufflepuff girl who eyed them curiously, a playful smile gracing her lips. Theodore recognized her. She was the one who had hinted at Umbridge's intended visit to Slytherin the previous day. "Galen Bright," Aphrodite introduced her to Theodore, before adding, "She danced with me at last year's Christmas ball." "Ah, now I remember," Theodore nodded. "We did meet yesterday. I thought you looked familiar. I casually mentioned a few words, hoping it might jog your memory about Umbridge." Galen explained, and Aphrodite felt a wave of realization wash over her. "Thank you so much for that." "You're welcome. Just treat me to a meal in return," Galen replied. But before she could say more, Aphrodite interjected, "Then allow me to express my gratitude once more. Please do me a favor and arrange for my hospitalization." "Hospitalization?" Galen asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, though she did not ponder it long. "All right." She clenched her left fist and playfully punched Aphrodite's shoulder, but Aphrodite remained unfazed. The three fell into an awkward silence. Come on, act a little, Galeen chided, exasperated. Aphrodite grimaced, clutching her shoulder, her expression stiffening. Theodore rubbed his forehead, feeling an inexplicable headache coming on. Before long, the entire Hogwarts community was abuzz with news of a brawl between a Hufflepuff and a Slytherin, leading to both being hospitalized through both Muggle and wizarding means. Aphrodite lay contentedly on her hospital bed, the curtains drawn. Just as she was preparing for a peaceful slumber, the curtains were flung open. A circle of heads peered in. Aphrodite retracted her smile. You all, she gasped, her mood shifting dramatically. Daphne, Astoria, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Blaise, and Cedric all stared at her. Aphrodite averted her gaze, momentarily feeling guilty. Why did you get into a fight? Cedric asked with concern. Daphne chimed in naturally. And why did you lose? Aphrodite chose to ignore her. Next month, she planned to dock Daphne's allowance. Who did you fight? Blaise inquired thoughtfully. Aphrodite glanced at Galeen in the adjacent bed, who was packing her belongings, as she had not been found injured. Galeen waved her hand dismissively, eager to distance herself from the situation. It has little to do with me, she insisted, fearing the prospect of being caught in a brawl herself. Madame Pomfrey, looking displeased, waved her hand. Step aside. There cannot be so many people in front of a patient. Quickly move along. Damage to the soul is a serious matter. You must rest well, she instructed. Damage to the soul? Cedric's brows furrowed deeper. What enmity could lead to such a brutal attack? Draco glared at Galeen in dissatisfaction. Galeen merely blinked, not daring to say more, and quickly slipped away. Not worth the trouble. Calm down, Aphrodite said, feeling a headache coming on. She turned to Madame Pomfrey. You won't disclose the specifics of my condition to anyone, will you? Of course not. That is patient confidentiality, Madame Pomfrey affirmed. However, Professor Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, does have the authority and necessity to be informed. Very well, Aphrodite sighed, as long as Umbridge remains unaware. She then looked at the cluster of concerned faces before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 167, A Race to Speak. How about one at a time? Aphrodite suggested candidly, though her words caused a few blushes. No one opposed her, so she took their silence as acquiescence. Daphne, Astoria, she beckoned. You go first, the rest may leave. They obediently stepped back, granting the three sisters ample space. I need to rest in the infirmary for a while, but my health will improve, so fret not. Aphrodite reassured her younger sisters, her face relaxed. Upon seeing her demeanor, Daphne realized she was perfectly fine and rolled her eyes. You always manage to stir up so much trouble. It's terrifying. Take care of yourself, sister, Astoria advised with concern. By the way, I will be informing father about this, every word of it. I'll cut your allowance, Aphrodite grumbled, clutching her heart in mock agony. Fine, Astoria replied, unusually resolute against her sister, as she was determined to have their father intervene. Daphne, cast a spell to guard against eavesdropping, Aphrodite urged, patting her hand for emphasis. I can't, Daphne replied, with unshakable confidence. How can you not? I personally taught you. Are you pretending? Aphrodite huffed, pouting and preparing to argue. Astoria, accustomed to their childish bickering, quickly interjected to halt their squabbling. All right, I'll handle it, she stated, lest they spend the entire morning in this manner. My condition arose from confronting Umbridge, Aphrodite stated seriously. She has been rendered mute, so do not speak of it outside. She's mute now? Daphne exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. How did you manage that? Fortunately, Aphrodite trusted Astoria's spellcasting skills, or she would have been tempted to give Daphne a good thrashing. It was rather simple, Aphrodite insisted with bravado. Oh please. Astoria nearly shook Aphrodite by the shoulders in exasperation, but alas, she was not of such temperament. Thus, Daphne took it upon herself to take action. You put yourself in the infirmary, and you still claim it was simple. After the flames had blazed, all that remained was a mouth to speak. Aphro was dizzy from Daphne's relentless shaking and hurriedly called out, Leah, come save me. All right, sisters. Let us speak of serious matters first, Astoria said, feeling slightly embarrassed, as she sensed that the usually dependable eldest sister was not so reliable after all, while the perpetually unreliable second sister maintained her usual performance. This is how it went. I incapacitated Umbridge, and then she came looking for someone. Theo handed me the wand, and I managed to muddle through. Because I cast the forbidden curse that rendered someone powerless, my soul was damaged, and I found myself bedridden. Why are you targeting her? Daphne, concerned for Aphro, bit her lip. No matter how far you love, you must not harm yourself. It's fine, don't worry, Aphro smiled, gently patting Daphne's head, seemingly indifferent. I just do whatever you wish. Daphne replied helplessly. So, has all the evidence been erased? Astoria inquired with concern, and upon seeing Aphro nod, she felt relieved. After the sisters had inquired about the situation, they were finally willing to leave. Aphro only heard some commotion outside for a while until Lady Pomfrey shouted, "If you make any more noise, get out." Only then did silence descend upon the scene. Aphro blinked, and as the curtain was lifted, Cedric appeared. Aphro beamed, putting on a sweet demeanor, hoping this would prevent Cedric from becoming upset. "How have you been lately?" "Thanks to you. I'm doing quite well," Cedric smiled, though his smile was different from his usual one. Aphro pretended not to notice, grasping Cedric's hand. "Come on, don't be angry. How can you neglect your health like this? What on earth happened?" Cedric asked in confusion. "Is it related to yesterday's incident with Umbridge?" "In short, I incapacitated Umbridge. And the consequence is that my body has issues. It's as simple as that," Aphro patiently repeated, as if her mouth had dried up. "Umbridge is not worth a second glance," Cedric said, his face uncharacteristically serious, feeling somewhat guilty. "Has she been giving you a hard time?" "It's all my fault for not checking in on you more during this time. I have failed you." Aphro blinked, then shook her head. "No, I've been quite busy myself. So busy that I was reading while patrolling at night. But I'm not busy anymore," she added. "I still need to talk about what you did." "No discussing that," Aphro retorted. Though lacking in justification, she stood firm, insisting that speaking of it would be detrimental to her physical and mental health, hindering her recovery for a lifetime. "Is that so?" Cedric hesitated. "With people, one must employ both softness and firmness. Offer a booger-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, and then follow it with a strawberry one. That way, after a kiss, there's no reason to be angry." Aphro's eyes twinkled as she smoothed Cedric's hair, using it as an excuse. The kiss was the main intention. In an instant, Cedric was soothed, bending down to kiss Aphro's lips. After a deep kiss, Aphro lay back under the covers, and Cedric adjusted the blanket for her, tucking in the corners. "Whatever you do, I will support you," Cedric said earnestly, gazing into her blue eyes. "So please, do let me know, even if I can only help a little." "I promise to tell you in the future," Aphro assured. Though inwardly she thought that without an unbreakable vow, it didn't really matter whether she told Cedric or not. As she pondered this, her smile grew even brighter. "You're up to no good," Cedric discerned, playfully pinching her nose with a look of helplessness mixed with deep affection. Aphro tacitly acknowledged his words, smiling contentedly. After seeing Cedric off, the commotion outside only intensified, sounding as though a fight might break out. Eventually, Blaise lifted the curtain, and through the gap, Aphro saw Draco and Ron grappling each other's hair, while Harry was caught between them, discreetly kicking Draco twice. Aphro fell silent, uncertain of what to say first. Should she tell Draco and Ron to stop fighting? Or concoct an excuse to placate Blaise? "Just confess," Blaise teased. Aphro perked up. "In your dreams. Whatever you say." "I won't believe it," Blaise smirked. "Unless you say Umbridge was your doing." Aphro pulled the blanket over her head, burying her face within. Chapter 168, Heartless. Aphro found herself at a loss for words. Blaise was far too clever enough to make her uneasy. "Stop hiding," Blaise said, lifting the blanket off her. "Just confess." Aphro grasped the blanket and pulled it back up. "No questions allowed." Aphro firmly rejected him. "Don't you have anything of your own to attend to? What is the point of asking?" "If you have nothing else to say, you may leave," Aphro declared, dismissing him, but Blaise instead sat at the edge of her bed. Blaise sighed, pulling the blanket aside to meet her gaze. "Umbridge found me yesterday afternoon, and Draco mentioned she wants to grant us privileges, allowing us to investigate and punish Hogwarts students." "What right does she have to do that?" Aphro's expression darkened. She was merely an ordinary professor with no such authority at Hogwarts. She hinted that Fudge would grant her a higher title and power. "I suspect it's to suppress Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic is attempting to meddle in Hogwarts affairs." Aphro fixed her gaze on Blaise's eyes. "If I were Dumbledore, I would employ people from the Ministry as well. I genuinely do not understand why he would prefer to let such a person become minister rather than stepping up himself or supporting someone trustworthy. Both Draco and I have agreed to it. It won't be long before she starts issuing orders. Umbridge hopes we can recruit more Slytherins. So if you don't want to be investigated, will you?" "No," Aphro replied decisively. "Seeing her makes me sick, let alone working for her. Even if it's just a title." Blaise shrugged. "All right, then I have nothing else to say. Please rest well." "Okay. By the way," Blaise asked casually, "when did you and Theodore become so close?" "Don't pry into matters that don't concern you." Aphro raised an eyebrow. "If I don't say, you'll never find out no matter how much you ask." "Fine," Blaise pouted. "I'll figure it out myself. That's your business." Aphro did not oppose his quest for answers, as it was beyond her control. "Get some rest." Blaise stood up decisively, lifting the curtain as he left. Blaise noticed Harry, Ron, and Draco waiting outside, and his expression darkened. He must have her, must possess her body and soul, entirely. Blaise flashed a smile at the group, his demeanor relaxed. "I'll take my leave then. You all do as you please." Draco furrowed his brow, wondering why Blaise seemed so pleased. Was he having a good chat with Aphro? Alarm bells rang in his mind as he felt increasingly anxious, pondering what he should say. Draco felt that since Aphro had grown up, he had become increasingly inept at interacting with her, always feeling a distance between them. You all go ahead, Draco suddenly said gloomily. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unsure of what Draco was up to. Finally, Hermione made the decision, we'll go first. Draco stood alone outside, his expression complex and despondent. Aphro looked up, surprised to see Harry and the others. She had expected it to be Draco. Hi, Aphro, she greeted normally. Where's Draco? If you want to see him, I can step out, Harry said, his tone revealing how much he cared about the matter, laced with a hint of jealousy. Hermione glanced at Harry, somewhat speechless. Harry felt uncomfortable, but knowing the incident with Umbridge must involve Aphro, a surge of sweetness welled up within him, making him feel flustered. I want to know about Umbridge. Harry gazed at Aphro eagerly, as if 1,000 butterflies were fluttering within him, waiting to take flight. Consider it my way of avenging you, a mere trifling matter, replied Aphrodite with an air of calm, while Harry's delight was impossible to conceal. Internally, she chuckled at the situation, yet maintained a facade of composure. Fixating her gaze on Harry's emerald eyes. What exactly transpired? Hermione inquired hesitantly. She was rendered mute, forced to copy lines, with I cannot lie inscribed upon her arm, only revealing itself in solitude. Aphrodite's tone was indifferent, as if the matter bore no relevance to her. Hermione appeared somewhat taken aback, and Ron scratched his head in confusion. But why would she do that? As Hermione began to speak, Aphrodite cast a glance in her direction, seemingly intrigued by her forthcoming words. Hermione, adorned in a cloak speckled with lint and sporting dark circles under her eyes, seemed weary. What is it? Aphrodite asked, puzzled. Hermione was eager to express her thoughts. But Harry interrupted her. Why has Umbridge not made a fuss this time? She dares not, Aphrodite scoffed. Her protector is the Ministry of Magic, Fudge. However, once she becomes obsolete, that support will vanish, and the Ministry will discard her without hesitation. After so many years at the Ministry, do you truly believe Fudge would act that way? Hermione couldn't help but question. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't want someone devoid of usefulness as your subordinate, would you? Hermione fell silent, her expression deep in thought, yet still disapproving. Enough explanations. You may leave now, Aphrodite stated, feeling somewhat fatigued and preparing to wave them off. However, Harry seemed rooted in place, standing there foolishly. Thank you. Harry managed to suppress a laugh and spoke modestly. Hermione and Ron each took one of his arms, quickly ushering him away to prevent him from lingering. Aphrodite waited for an extended period, but Draco failed to appear. She decided to rise, parting the curtain herself, only to find the medical wing devoid of his presence. Madame Pomfrey was busy, tending to a large tray of vials and jars. After a moment of silence, Aphrodite cleared her throat, drew the curtain shut once more, and reclined back. The trio from Gryffindor engaged in a daily deliberation regarding the Umbridge incident. I find it rather peculiar, Hermione mused while knitting a hat for a house elf, her hands never ceasing. What do you find strange? Ron queried, perplexed. Aphrodite seems different. She didn't appear to be so ruthless before, Hermione remarked, her brow furrowing. She doesn't strike me as someone who would provoke others. Perhaps it's merely because of Harry, Ron speculated gloomily, prompting a deep gaze from Harry. Is that so? Hermione pondered. You seem to have made a mistake. Ron pointed out, indicating Hermione's hat. She gasped, hastily correcting her error, thus abandoning the topic. The medical wing was tranquil that evening. Even those who attempted to tread lightly were easily detected by Aphrodite's keen ears. Upon opening her eyes to the newcomers, she greeted them with a smile. Chapter 169. Who to go to Hogsmeade with? Hey, hey. The footsteps approached, halting just outside the curtain. As it parted, two heads poked in. Aphrodite's expression remained composed, showing no sign of surprise. Fred and George exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. How come you weren't frightened? Fred asked with a grin. Aphrodite sat up, and George offered her a pillow for support. I anticipated your arrival long ago, Aphrodite replied nonchalantly. It would have been odd if you hadn't come. She gestured towards the cloak hanging on the rack, with items tucked away in its pockets. Fred reached inside, retrieving a piece of parchment and a quill. Thank you for this contraption you devised, Aphrodite smiled, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Otherwise, she would not have received her due recompense. When Aphrodite had Umbridge penalize her, it was with the special parchment and quill crafted by Fred and George. They had stealthily infiltrated Umbridge's office, surreptitiously replicating those troublesome items. After Aphrodite incinerated Umbridge's desk, her harmful implements had been destroyed. It was merely a matter of convenience, George remarked, gazing at her with an unfamiliar gentleness. We share your disdain for her. If we can assist you, we shall. Fred echoed his sentiment with equal fervor. Thank you. Should you require any capital, feel free to ask, Aphrodite stated casually. Fred and George exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Aphrodite perceived their relationship as purely transactional. The two found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Make sure to keep the items safe. Don't let Umbridge discover them, Aphrodite advised thoughtfully. She may place spies among the students. Be wary of your classmates. Understood. Let her try us. We're not afraid of her, they vowed in unison. Aphrodite smiled. Then you'd best ensure her departure. Fred studied her intently, recalling Aphrodite's motivation to confront Umbridge for Harry's sake. I never imagined you would go to such lengths for Harry. It's quite a spectacle. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. If it were I or George, would you do the same? Fred continued, while George awaited her reply with keen interest. Aphrodite responded candidly, her demeanor sincere, I would. But I doubt she would dare bully you. Of course. Fred replied, satisfied. Umbridge hasn't caught you. She has no means of retaliation. Aphrodite shrugged, let her be. If she attempts anything further, that will be a different matter. How is your business faring? Quite well. We've been making a profit, Fred answered. So there is truly no need for further investment from you. On the contrary, we ought to credit you for your rightful share, George quickly added, anxious that Aphrodite might broach the subject of galleons. Very well, Aphrodite sighed regretfully. When we open our shop, you shall consider me a partner. Fred seemed to be searching for a different term. Aphrodite blinked. Perhaps a shareholder? Indeed. Fred hesitated, possibly contemplating the term mistress of the shop. He and George exchanged glances, their eyes conveying unspoken emotions. By the way, when you slip out of school through Snape's fireplace next time, could you bring me something? How did you know we exited through Snape's fireplace last time? They asked in unison, astonished. Fred added, We've always used the secret passage. How did you notice we changed our route? I happen to know. Aphrodite smirked internally, having passed by at that moment. She refrained from revealing their secret, simply relishing their astonished expressions. What do you need? George readily agreed, his willingness evident. Some knitting tools and yarn, perhaps a blue-gray shade, Aphrodite considered. For whom? Fred inquired. For me? George interjected. Aphrodite shook her head, realizing that withholding the recipient's identity would lead to endless speculation. Had she known, she would have simply ventured out to purchase it or enlisted Percy as help. He would be far less chatty than they. Draco, Aphrodite finally responded. Perhaps not entirely coherent at such an hour. The brothers exchanged glances, alarm bells ringing in their minds. In that case, we need some incentive, Fred cheekily suggested. How about another scarf? George chimed in, stepping closer. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Then I shall turn to Percy. You may take your leave. Seeing Aphrodite's resolute demeanor, Fred and George had no choice but to relent, lest they truly incite her anger and lose the chance to jest. However, not divulging the information would keep them chattering for a year. Revealing it would have them talking for a lifetime. 2 days later, as Aphrodite emerged from the wing, she stepped into the great hall, only to be met with Fred's teasing voice. Oh, why aren't you wearing a scarf? At that moment, Aphrodite wished to stuff Neville's toad down Fred or George's collar. Even the toad would be less bothersome than their banter. Due to the presence of an audience in the hall, Aphrodite could only offer a gentle smile. After all, there were those without scarves, though I shall not reveal who. You may ponder that yourselves. Having spoken these words, she contentedly sauntered towards the Slytherin table, where seats beside Blaise and Draco were unoccupied. Aphrodite cast a fleeting glance at Draco, who feigned ignorance of her presence, refusing to lift his gaze, although he was discreetly picking at his fingers. Darling, do take a seat here, Blaise warmly invited. Draco's finger-picking intensified. Aphrodite chuckled softly. No, thank you. Draco ceased his actions, and Aphrodite surmised that he was now all ears. I'm off to find Theo, she declared leisurely, drifting away to where Theodore dined in quiet solitude. Draco abruptly raised his head, noticing the two engaged in cheerful conversation. He grasped a knife and fork with an expression that suggested he was ready to commit an act of violence, albeit of a more physical nature. Blaise, unperturbed, offered his usual counsel. All right, just eat your meal, and we'll see you in class. Aphrodite settled beside Theodore, her radiant smile blinding Draco momentarily. Theodore, feigning nonchalance, glanced in Draco's direction, meeting his gaze with a casual smile. Such mockery, it was utterly mocking. Theodore then turned back to Aphrodite. Are you heading to Hogsmeade this weekend? Aphrodite fluttered her eyelashes. Apologies, but I believe this young lady would prefer to accompany me to Hogsmeade, interjected a tall boy adorned with a prefect badge, who approached them with a warm smile. Chapter 170, Umbridge Privileges. Cedric had noticed the commotion and hurried over, fearing that Aphrodite might be whisked away. Aphrodite calmly took a sip of milk, observing the tension between the two without uttering a word. Draco, seated diagonally across from her, had already raised his head. Goyle, beside him, scratched his head in confusion. Draco, why don't you invite Greengrass? Draco remained silent, while Crabbe nudged Goyle. You fool, he must have invited her ages ago. When has he not? Draco shot a sidelong glance at Crabbe. I have not. Both Crabbe and Goyle appeared dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Blaise, rolling up his sleeves, stood and declared, all right, you two, cease your chatter and focus on your food. Draco, I'm off now. Fine, Draco replied sulkily, and Blaise, taking note of his demeanor, chose not to comment further. Draco turned his ire towards Crabbe and Goyle. You two dimwits, if you can't speak, then don't. No one thinks of you as mute. Aphrodite withdrew her gaze, observing that Theodore and Cedric had already engaged in a lively debate. She cleared her throat, decisively stating, either both accompany me, or neither of you do. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. I shall attend my class now. Leaving the two to exchange puzzled glances, they ultimately reached no consensus and departed in discontent. Upon entering the potions classroom, Aphrodite spotted Lancey waving at her, prompting her to take a seat beside her. Look at the Daily Prophet. Umbridge has been appointed as a senior investigator. Lancey snatched the paper from Beatrice's hands, who, from behind Lancey, feigned a punch. Aphrodite, noticing their antics, leaned closer to peruse the newspaper. However, as she read the content, her smile faltered. Umbridge had been granted the authority to investigate the teaching practices of other Hogwarts professors, and should they fall short of educational standards, the Ministry of Magic would have the right to appoint new professors, should Dumbledore fail to find replacements. What on earth is the Ministry plotting? Lancey inquired curiously. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. May I borrow the newspaper? By all means, Beatrice generously replied. Aphrodite retrieved a potions book and discreetly tucked the newspaper within its pages. Standing at the lectern, Snape leaned heavily upon it, his countenance grim as he flipped through textbooks. We shall commence our lesson now. Snape appeared quite displeased, the sound of pages turning notably loud. As Aphrodite's fingertips glided over the newspaper, she noted that 2 elder members of the Wisingamot had resigned in protest against the Ministry's recent actions. The results of your last assignment were appalling. I cannot fathom how you managed to enter the advanced class. Resubmit it, and additionally, prepare a report on the creation of the intelligence potion due next Monday. The students stifled their groans, fearful that Snape would, in a fit of rage, assign even more work. Now, redo your last dreadful assignment. Snape's brow furrowed tightly. As the class bell rang, just as Aphrodite prepared to rummage through her drawer for materials, the classroom door creaked open, and Umbridge entered, beaming with a smile. Aphrodite could not help but admire her ability to smile after all that had transpired. As the Ministry's appointed senior investigator, I am here to assess the professor's teaching practices, Umbridge explained in an ostentatious manner. Snape grunted in reluctant acknowledgement, evidently not surprised. It seemed Umbridge had conferred with Snape prior to her arrival, explaining his current displeasure. Having read through the newspaper, Aphrodite neatly folded it and returned it to Beatrice. Lancey rummaged through the materials needed for potions. Why don't I have any scarab beetles here? Aphrodite sighed, pointing. They are right here, are they not? Oh, I didn't see them. Thank you. Lancey replied with a beaming smile. You're welcome, Aphrodite responded tersely, urging her to hasten. Umbridge bombarded Snape with an incessant stream of questions while Snape paced the classroom. Umbridge trailing him, pen and clipboard in hand, scribbling furiously. Amidst Umbridge's lengthy and tedious inquiries and Snape's succinct replies, Aphrodite completed her potion and approached the lectern to place it there. Snape merely glanced at it and nodded curtly. That will suffice. Thank you, Professor, Aphrodite said, avoiding any glance at Umbridge as she politely expressed her gratitude to Snape and then turned to gather her belongings, departing the classroom. With no further classes for the day, Aphrodite slipped into an empty classroom. Upon her exit, she encountered the trio from Gryffindor, their faces aflame with anger. Good afternoon, Aphrodite greeted them calmly, causing Harry's fury to dissipate, replaced by an awkward smile. Good afternoon, the trio responded obediently, their irritation momentarily forgotten. What's the matter? Why the anger? Aphrodite inquired with a cheerful smile. Harry shook his head, prompting Aphrodite to turn to Ron, who fluently explained, Hermione and Umbridge had a disagreement in class, and Harry has once again irked Umbridge. Harry nudged Ron, wishing to keep that information under wraps. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Did Umbridge detain you? Not quite, Harry blinked. I just can't stand her. You ought not to confront her. She is now a senior investigator. Did you not hear what you told me about her attitude towards Trelawney today? Hermione warned Harry. Harry was not one to back down. Well, you also took the blame for Umbridge. I don't mind, Hermione retorted. What matters most is that you must avoid further conflict with her. It affects you. You're going a bit overboard. I'm serious, mate, Ron chimed in, siding with Harry against Hermione. Mate? Talking to Hermione like that? Aphrodite was momentarily taken aback as the trio continued their quarrel. Seeing them on the verge of another argument, Aphrodite interjected, Silence, thank you. Harry, I helped you with Umbridge, so you must heed my words. Aphrodite's tone was firm, yet Harry did not object. Hermione rolled her eyes. crossing her arms. You should listen to Aphrodite. All right. Harry conceded begrudgingly, knowing he had no choice. Aphrodite, on behalf of the three of us, I invite you to Hogsmeade this weekend, Hermione declared, seemingly resolute. However, it was evident that she had yet to discuss this with Harry and Ron, for both of them wore expressions of confusion. You three? Aphrodite found it quite peculiar. Chapter 171, Into the Dream. Doubtful of her own ears, Aphrodite hesitantly nodded at Hermione's resolute demeanor. Ah, is there something going on? Aphrodite inquired with curiosity. And both Harry and Ron turned their gazes toward Hermione. Without elaboration, Hermione cryptically replied, We'll meet at the Hog's Head. You can bring Cedric. Raising an eyebrow, Aphrodite agreed, intrigued to see what Hermione had in mind. Hermione smiled and took off running with Ron and Harry. Umbridge had become the busiest person at Hogwarts, seemingly present in every classroom. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron sat between Hermione and Harry, busily working on his assignments. Hey, pause for a moment. There are matters more pressing than homework. Hermione tapped Ron's arm, and he cast her a sideways glance, noticing the glow on her face. More important than homework? Ron exclaimed dramatically, I can't believe I'm hearing this from you. We can't spend an entire year without learning the spells for defense against the dark arts, Hermione asserted seriously. Umbridge is determined to prevent us. What should we do then? Perhaps we should poison Umbridge, Ron suggested earnestly, adding, Aphrodite could manage it well. I support her. And I support you doing the same. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. I can't do that. What I mean is, if she won't let us learn defense against the dark arts, we should teach ourselves. Harry and I already have enough on our plates, Ron mumbled. It's only been a few weeks, and we've fallen behind on a pile of assignments. Hermione's gaze sharpened, fixating on Ron. What burdens do you have? You tell them. Harry, Ron tossed the question to Harry, quietly setting down his quill. Hermione, how do you propose we learn? Harry reluctantly asked her. Find a teacher. Hermione's eyes lit up. Harry couldn't help but think of Aphrodite, eagerly asking, who will be that teacher? Hermione narrowed her eyes and patted Harry on the shoulder. You. Harry's mouth fell open in disbelief as he pointed to himself. Me? Clearly, this was not the answer Harry wished to hear. The three fell silent. Only they occupied the common room, and a gentle breeze drifted through. Harry felt somewhat dazed. He glanced at Ron, as he often did, attempting to seek agreement through their shared gaze when he had no ideas of his own. Yet Ron did not meet his eyes, instead deep in thought. I think you could. A smile crept onto Harry's face, but I'm not a professor. I don't know how to do this. Your defense against the dark arts is the best in the entire year, Hermione praised without reservation. That's true, mate, Ron chimed in, unusually siding with Hermione. You were a champion last year. Harry's eyes widened as he shook his head. If it's about teaching everyone, I certainly lack the ability, and besides, my defense against the dark arts was taught by Aphrodite. She can instruct. Ron shook his head with greater fervor. She can't. She won't agree to it. I can't. Harry anxiously bit his lip, suddenly standing up. You can. You faced Voldemort 3 times and wielded many advanced spells. Ron and Hermione regarded Harry with expectant gazes, which only heightened his unease. Half of that was luck, and the other half was due to others' help. Harry snapped, feeling irritated. He did not believe himself to be significantly superior to others, and certainly did not wish to be seen as a lifeline. Fueled by anger, Harry's frustration left Ron staring at him, momentarily speechless. Hermione glanced at Ron before ultimately focusing on Harry. We believe in you, and you've faced Voldemort. We need to know what that feels like. Harry's heart raced as he sank back into the sofa, ultimately nodding. In the coming days, we will seek out students willing to learn these skills, Hermione declared. The more, the merrier. Strength lies in numbers. All right, Ron solemnly agreed, while Harry remained silent. Well then, it's late. Let's head to bed, Hermione said, leading the way to the girls' dormitory. Ron got up, followed closely by Harry. When Harry flopped onto his bed, his heart pounded, his mind replaying Hermione's words from earlier that evening and recalling the numerous encounters with Voldemort. He remembered last summer's night when Voldemort was resurrected, recalling the piercing agony. In a hazy state, Harry thought of Aphrodite. When he first learned he was chosen as a champion, the rumors had been overwhelming, leaving him in a constant state of agitation. Aphrodite had told him that if he was strong enough, he wouldn't suffer from criticism. It seemed she deeply desired to become powerful. Harry's scar began to throb again. He pressed his hand against it, tossing and turning. She was right. He, too, should become strong and not feel inferior. The snake-like visage of Voldemort flashed in his mind, and Harry grimaced, releasing a soft sigh. The rustling sound from Ron's side of the room broke the silence, followed by the sound of him sitting up. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? No. Harry's thoughts cleared as he shook his head, sitting up as well. No, you should sleep. After a brief pause, Ron replied quietly, all right. Harry gently opened the drawer of his nightstand and retrieved a ring. The silver ring, adorned with a green gemstone, sparkled captivatingly. Harry slipped the ring on, lying back under the covers, allowing his troubled thoughts to dissipate. His mind cleared, and the pain in his scars ceased. Indeed, Aphrodite's gift was remarkably effective. Harry closed his eyes, his lashes fluttering. What dream should he have? His thoughts wandered, flitting from one idea to another, making sleep elusive. After a short while, Harry drifted into a deep slumber. In his dream, he found himself dressed in Muggle clothing, holding Aphrodite's hand as they strolled down a Muggle street. He longed to kiss her lips. Harry fixated on her face, unable to resist the urge. Just as he thought this, the scene shifted to the Gryffindor dormitory bed. Before him, Aphrodite blinked, gently cradling his face, and sweetly kissed him. Their lips intertwined, fragrant and lingering. They collapsed onto the bed, embracing tightly. In his dream, Harry unwittingly curved his lips upward, revealing a contented smile. The next day, upon waking, Harry felt a bit dazed. Taking a moment to comprehend that it had merely been a dream. Blushing, he entered the bathroom to tidy himself up. Chapter 172, Gathering at the Hog's Head. On the weekend, Aphrodite entered the Hog's Head, hand in hand with Cedric. The Hog's Head was situated on a rather secluded path, typically devoid of patrons. Far quieter than the Three Broomsticks. Aphrodite pondered whether the pub's owner could make a profit. Inside, there was only a small room, littered with grime, leaving Aphrodite with nowhere to comfortably sit. Cedric cast a cleaning charm on the seats, allowing her to finally sit down at ease. The pub owner emerged from the back. Glancing at the two, "What would you like to drink?" The owner, with graying hair and a thick beard, had a somewhat familiar appearance, prompting Aphrodite to take a closer look. 5 butterbeers, she ordered, causing Cedric to regard her quizzically. The owner bent down, producing 5 filthy cups, wiping them with a rag before pouring the butterbeer into them. Aphrodite fell silent, an impulse to leave surging within her. Once the owner finished and departed, Cedric asked, "Why do you want 5 cups?" "We're meeting Hermione, Ron, and Harry here." Hermione insisted I bring you along, Aphrodite replied, not reaching for the cups, uncertain of their intentions. Cedric scratched his head, pondering the fact that they had never directly spoken to him about it. Furthermore, did they truly know they would be with Aphrodite? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Cedric couldn't help but smile. Soon, the door swung open, and sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air, which Aphrodite pretended not to notice. It was Harry and his companions who entered. Upon seeing Aphrodite, Harry's cheeks flushed crimson, his heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze without uttering a word. Hermione, spotting the two, sighed with relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for coming." She didn't elaborate further. It was evident that Aphrodite would not miss this gathering. Aphrodite gestured towards the butterbeer on the table, stating, "This is for you." "Thank you." Ron replied as he took a seat. "Perhaps we could order some fire whiskey." "Remember, you are a prefect," Hermione admonished. Ron pouted, eliciting a laugh from Aphrodite. "If you want to drink it, go ahead," she replied nonchalantly, playfully toying with Cedric's fingers. Harry kept his head down, remaining silent. "By the way, Harry, I haven't asked you yet. How did the sleeping draft I gave you work?" Aphrodite casually inquired, recalling the matter. As Harry sipped his butterbeer, he choked upon hearing her question, covering his mouth and coughing violently. "What is wrong with you?" Aphrodite asked, perplexed. "It's nothing." Harry hastily waved his hand, setting down his cup heavily while still covering his mouth. "I haven't used it yet." His face burned with embarrassment as he quickly glanced at Hermione. "How many people are here today?" "What do you mean? Are there others?" Aphrodite's attention shifted to Hermione. Hermione hesitated. "Not many, just 3 or 2. "What do you want us here for?" Aphrodite inquired, confused. "Just to listen to Harry talk for a bit." Hermione winked at Harry, who began to feel anxious. Aphrodite leaned back, exchanging a meaningful glance with Cedric. Cedric's eyes sparkled with interest. "I think I can guess what this is about." An uneasy feeling crept over Aphrodite as she bit her lip. Before long, the door swung open once more, revealing a throng of people, so numerous that they obscured the light. As Aphrodite focused her gaze, she saw representatives from every house. Oh, except Slytherin. Glancing down at her badge, she noted with irony that she had now gathered them all. There were Gryffindors, including Neville Longbottom and some friends of Harry, as well as Fred and George, who, upon spotting Aphrodite, eagerly shoved Cedric aside. As Cedric was pushed aside, his Hufflepuff friends surrounded him, several boys familiar with him, while among the girls, Aphrodite recognized only a single one, Galini. She nodded to Galini, who waved back at her. A girl adorned with a Ravenclaw badge floated in, separated from her fellow housemates. Autumn entered, arm in arm with another girl, and all eyes turned to Harry and Cedric. Once again, Aphrodite cast a glance at her badge, realizing this was her second desire to leave the Hog's Head, and this time, it had nothing to do with the tavern's atmosphere. 3 or 2 people. Harry cleared his throat, trying to avoid cracking his voice. Well, it seems everyone wants to chat, Hermione smiled, though Aphrodite's expression was less than pleasant. Excuse me, Fred. Could you count the people? Boss, could we have 25 butterbeers? Fred called out. The proprietor stood dumbfounded, then reluctantly dropped the rag and bent down to retrieve bottle after bottle of butterbeer. Gradually, the noise subsided as everyone turned to Harry. Hermione raised her voice, slightly anxious. We invited everyone here today because I have an idea. If you all wish to learn defense against the dark arts rather than Umbridge's ridiculous theoretical nonsense, perhaps we could gather to study together. We need to learn how to protect ourselves, Hermione declared firmly, then glanced at Harry, seemingly awaiting his input. Harry took a deep breath. Because Voldemort has returned, he quickly added, and Cedric nodded firmly in agreement. Indeed, I've been saying the same. Voldemort is back. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated by some gasps of disbelief. Aphrodite observed the group intently. Some appeared anxious, others held a skeptical demeanor, yet the majority seemed to trust Harry and Cedric. Can you share some specifics with us? We know nothing. Only that you say he has returned, and how did you survive? Harry pressed. We're not here to debate Voldemort's return or discuss external opinions. If you don't believe us, no explanation will suffice. Are you willing to learn something genuinely useful? After delivering his lengthy speech, he caught Aphrodite's striking blue gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to continue with renewed vigor. We can learn from each other, practicing defensive and offensive spells. Harry can teach you. Hermione quickly added, but Harry shot her a glare. I might be able to help, and Cedric can as well. Harry hastily interjected. Cedric pondered for a moment before nodding. I can assist everyone a bit. He looked at Aphrodite, who remained silent and expressionless. Chapter 173, Not Joining. The companions began to reminisce about Harry's achievements, akin to merchants ardently promoting their wares. They extolled him with extravagant praise, eliciting admiration from the crowd. Harry glanced at Aphrodite, who remained indifferent, causing him to suppress a sigh, choosing not to speak. So, if everyone is willing to join. Hermione scanned the room with hopeful eyes. Several gazes lingered on Aphrodite, uncertain of her stance. The proprietor served the beer, splitting it into 2 trips due to the quantity. Time to settle the bill. Everyone began rummaging through their pockets, and the tavern buzzed back to life with an array of voices. Today, I'll treat. Aphrodite stood up, smiling slightly, but I'm afraid I have something to attend to, so please excuse me. She glanced at Harry and offered a small, apologetic smile to Cedric. Harry pursed his lips, feeling the earlier enthusiasm dissipate slightly. Was their behavior inappropriate? Cedric grasped her hand, hesitating as he looked at her. Do what you wish. Aphrodite calmly responded to Cedric, firmly asserting that she would not force herself into something she didn't want to do. She settled the bill and left the Hog's Head alone. The tavern fell silent for a moment before Cedric cleared his throat. I'm willing to join. The atmosphere perked up again, and ultimately, everyone agreed. Then let Harry and Cedric teach us, Hermione said, looking at Cedric, who nodded without hesitation. Harry exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Cedric. Now we need to determine how often we will hold classes. Hermione unfurled a scroll of parchment, once or twice a week. That can't conflict with our Quidditch schedule. Angelina chimed in. Cedric coughed. There are matters more pressing than Quidditch and exams. There will always be time. Harry lowered his head, still pondering Aphrodite. I need everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. We cannot let Umbridge know, Hermione cautioned. Fred raised his chin. I heard Umbridge is looking for students to act as informants. This was a reminder from Aphrodite. We should be vigilant, George added. Thus, this agreement is quite necessary. Fred and George supported each other, and no one dared oppose the notion. Ernie Macmillan glanced at his prefect badge, then at Cedric, who remained present as the student leader, and reluctantly agreed. After everyone signed, they had yet to finalize the training time and location, agreeing to discuss it further next time. As they came, so too did they depart, in clusters and pairs. In the Pig's Head Tavern, only Hermione, Ron, and Harry remained, along with Fred, George, and Cedric, who lingered as well. Cedric seemed to have something to express, yet he patiently awaited the conclusion of others' conversations. It appeared that matters were progressing quite favorably. Hermione beamed with a smile. Many were inclined to attend, marking a promising beginning. For instance, I had not anticipated that Michael would make an appearance. Who? Ron inquired casually, clutching a butterbeer. Michael Corner. If he weren't romantically involved with Ginny, he surely wouldn't have shown up, Hermione replied, but was immediately interrupted by Ron. What? He's dating my sister. Ron exclaimed angrily. Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions laden with intrigue. Ginny had managed to keep this from us. Hermione fell silent, feeling guilty for Ginny. When did this happen? Ron demanded, visibly agitated. I'm not entirely sure, Hermione coughed, clearly aware of the situation. The 3 Weasleys were fuming, and Hermione knew she had to divert their attention. Isn't it quite normal to have a crush? I have one too, Hermione stated dryly. don't you? The question hung in the air, subtle and charged. Harry glanced at Cedric, and an unspoken tension crackled between them. They both understood they shared a mutual interest in the same girl. Fred and George remained inscrutable, opting to maintain a united front. Ron, the most incensed, suddenly fell silent after Hermione's words, lost in thought, but ultimately relented. Upon hearing Ron's comment, the others turned their gazes toward him, and he flushed deeply before finally asserting, "I swear, I won't interfere in Ginny's affairs." Cedric, noting the silence, finally spoke up, regarding Avril. "If you had clarified your intentions earlier, she certainly wouldn't have come. Thus, do not fault her for her perceived rudeness." "It was my oversight," Hermione admitted. "I merely thought she would be willing, considering how much she has assisted Harry." Fred and George were unsurprised by Avril's early departure. Rather, they found it astonishing that she had even attended. Harry pursed his lips. She doesn't want to openly display her support for anyone," Cedric insightfully elaborated, revealing his understanding of Avril's character. Harry felt a surge of displeasure. Ron continued to sip his butterbeer, remaining disengaged from the discussion. "When practicing spells, Avril and I typically utilize an empty classroom, but there are too many of us. Hogwarts likely does not possess a sufficiently large vacant room," Cedric continued. "Indeed, Avril and I have practiced in empty classrooms as well. They are certainly inadequate," Harry retorted, as if uttering this statement would alleviate some frustration. Cedric subtly cast a glance at Harry, but chose not to speak further. "Very well, we can recommend a location," Fred interjected. "The room of requirement," George chimed in cheerfully. "On the 8th floor, if you walk back and forth 3 times in front of the door, while contemplating the type of room you need, it will manifest." "How extraordinary." The remaining group members responded in astonishment. "Of course, after you return, you can explore it for yourselves." "All right, we shall discuss this upon our return," Hermione sighed in relief, as if she had successfully resolved a significant matter. "And Cedric, could you kindly extend our apologies to Avril? I was inconsiderate, and I shall ensure such a situation does not arise again." "Sure, no problem," Cedric readily agreed, feeling a sense of ease, believing that this group should have been established long ago. Avril exited the Pig's Head Tavern alone, meandering through the side streets for a while before reaching the main road. Theodore stood before the agreed-upon Madame Putafoot's tea shop, gazing upward, lost in thought. Theo, spotting the familiar, cool silhouette, Avril felt her heart lighten. Theodore turned at the sound of her voice, flashing a small smile. "Are we to stay inside?" Avril glanced at Madame Putafoot's, a shiver inexplicably coursing through her. She had developed a slight physiological aversion to the place. No, Avril quickly gestured. Theodore, unsure of why Avril harbored such a strong aversion to Madame Putafoot's, nonetheless shared her distaste for the establishment's sugary ambience and pink satin decor. "All right," he nodded in agreement. "What would you like to do instead?" "I'll accompany you." "I have an idea." Avril pulled out a piece of parchment from her pocket, untying the string. As she did, her hand trembled, causing the parchment to unfurl, nearly reaching the ground. Theodore's eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the lengthy list. "Let's start with the quill shop," Avril suggested, folding the parchment a few times before turning to Theodore, who appeared bewildered. "Some of these are for my roommates. They couldn't come today as they're still catching up on the assignments Snape assigned." Theodore silently nodded, accompanying her into the quill shop. "You all seem quite close." "They're lovely," Avril replied, selecting a few quills. "I really like them. I remember them. One is a Travers, and the other is a Rowell, correct?" Theodore lingered before a white quill, seemingly transfixed. Avril approached him, catching the implication behind his words. Travers and Rowell were both supporters of Voldemort. However, she was aware that Theodore's father was also a supporter of Voldemort, yet she did not wish to dwell on it or inquire further. "Yes, one is named Lancey, and the other is Bayet. They are both wonderful people." Avril picked up the quill. "Do you like this one?" "I think it's quite nice," Theodore commented, following her gaze. "Then I shall gift it to you," they both declared in unison. Theodore lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I'll buy it for you." "All right." Avril accepted graciously, her smile warm and relaxed. "You didn't seem very happy when we first met," Theodore remarked, as he paid for the quill and picked up the bag. The two walked toward the door. "It's not that I'm unhappy," Avril shook her head. "Well, maybe just a little." She believed Hermione's suggestion was quite sound. She had indeed been practicing spells, yet she truly did not wish to associate with them under the name of Greengrass. Cedric and Harry were both willing to support the organization, and while she could certainly contribute, it would suffice to use a polyjuice potion. However, for now, she preferred to abstain. She found it too bothersome and unnecessary. "If you're not happy, don't force yourself. Do something you enjoy," Theodore advised. "I've noticed you often engage in activities that displease you." "Do I?" Avril pondered, not quite realizing it herself. "All right, I will prioritize my own happiness. Let's go buy some sweets. I want candy." Theodore nodded. "I remember you enjoyed that strawberry-flavored one last time." We can buy a bit more this time. That is precisely my plan. Avril's spirits lifted as they whispered about treats in front of the shop window, deliberating on what to indulge in. Avril dominated the conversation. Deliberating on quantities. If I buy 4 bags and share with them, I can still have 2 bags for myself. Perhaps I should buy 5 bags instead? Eating too much might hurt my teeth. No, I intend to save some for later. Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the shop, their eyes meeting those of Avril and Theodore. Hi. Avril greeted nonchalantly, redirecting her attention to the candy. Hi. Avril, Hermione began to say something. You could buy fewer candies and try some different flavors to avoid growing tired of them. Theodore pretended not to notice the trio, continuing his conversation with Avril. Harry stepped forward. Could you ask not to step aside? We need to speak privately. Upon hearing the name not, Theodore's expression darkened as he looked at Avril. Avril shook her head. No need. If there is something to discuss, let us do it now. Oh, very well. I apologize, Avril. Theodore curiously observed the group of girls, pondering the nature of their interaction. No matter. Aphrodite took Theodore's hand, encouraging him. You all keep up the good work. We shall take our leave. With that, she had already made her decision. I will purchase 5 bags. Please, shopkeeper, let's settle the bill. Theodore gently draped his arm over her shoulder, casting a deliberate glance at Harry before departing in silence. Several days passed after the weekend, yet Harry remained irked by Theodore's penetrating gaze. Hey, Harry. Come look at this notice, Ron exclaimed, disregarding Harry's expression as he pulled him over. What is going on? Umbridge is abolishing all organizations consisting of 3 or more members. If we wish to establish one, we must reapply and wait for approval. Has our affair been discovered? Harry's face reflected disbelief. With so many people in the pub, it's possible someone informed Umbridge, Ron speculated, mentally sifting through suspects. It could also be students who initially agreed to participate, but later reneged. Harry frowned. We should inform Hermione first. Aphrodite stood in the Slytherin common room, noticing Draco passing by with his head down. She seized his arm, and together they scrutinized the notice board. Come look at this, the freshly issued announcement by Umbridge, sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. Aphrodite's expression was one of amused intrigue, pondering how a decision could be made so swiftly only to be discovered almost immediately. Draco pulled away from her grasp, striving to focus on the notice board rather than the individual beside him. What organization? What are you talking about? Draco inquired, bewildered, clearly oblivious to the situation. What about my Quidditch team? Rest assured, your Quidditch team is certainly not implicated, Aphrodite reassured him, as it was evident that Umbridge would not target him. I must reapply immediately, Draco exclaimed, sprinting away. Whether in haste to rejoin the Quidditch team or to escape Aphrodite remained uncertain. Aphrodite did not linger to read the notice further, but exited the Slytherin common room. The great hall buzzed with an unusual liveliness, devoid of professors at the staff table. Aphrodite took a seat beside Lancey, who wore a conflicted expression. Looking towards the Gryffindor table, she noticed Harry's gaze was also fixed upon her. The discussions at the Gryffindor table were fervent. Dean, following Harry's line of sight, noticed Aphrodite and expressed suspicion. Could it be that Granger has betrayed us? She was present at the time. Chapter 175, Preservation. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not her. Ron nudged Dean. Stop talking nonsense, and eat more. Fred and George stowed their grins. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Hermione also shook her head. Some things should not be said lightly. It must have been someone else in the pub, not those who signed. We must exercise greater caution, she concluded. Dean felt aggrieved and disheartened, but remained silent. He rationalized. Why had he been reprimanded so harshly? Perhaps he should clarify. I was merely pondering. She didn't participate. Being a Slytherin, so the others regarded him with subtle glances. Dean felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if he were digging a deeper hole. I apologize. I should not have speculated recklessly, he conceded, feeling defeated. All right, the professors are arriving, let us keep quiet. They turned their attention elsewhere, satisfied. Aphrodite felt goosebumps under the scrutiny of Gryffindors, but was relieved when they ceased their observation. Lancey tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve, prompting her to look back. I was wondering. Lancey turned to face Aphrodite. Have you received an invitation? Umbridge mentioned forming an investigative committee and hopes I will join. I think you should prioritize completing today's assignments. Aphrodite replied, her brow slightly furrowed, her thoughts tangled. You have a point. I should focus on getting this done first, or after graduation. I might struggle to find a job, and my father will definitely. Lancey trailed off, as if struck by a realization. Aphrodite chose not to comment further and shifted the topic. How do you find the candy I selected? It's delicious. Next time I visit Hogsmeade, I will buy some too. Assuming you finish your homework by then, Aphrodite teased. Otherwise, if you submit it late, you might find yourself spending the week in the dungeons with Professor Snape. Lancey imagined the scene and quickly shook her head. I certainly won't procrastinate again. Very well. Aphrodite nodded. Have you completed the divination assignment? Lancey fell silent. Aphrodite cast her a knowing glance. I'll show you later. Aphrodite, I love you, Lancey suddenly exclaimed. Her spirits lifted. Aphrodite smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lancey attempted to twirl her quill, but, feeling unsteady, failed to succeed. What class is this? Aphrodite suddenly inquired. Defense against the dark arts, Lancey sighed while still fidgeting with her quill. It's such a dull class. I'm heading to the restroom. I'll return shortly. Aphrodite announced as she rose, nearly forgetting that she wasn't attending this class. Close call. I almost ran into Umbridge, she mused. What if there were two Aphrodites in the room? In the classroom, Lancey wore a look of surprise. When Aphrodite re-entered, she appeared somewhat indifferent. Hey, I need to tell you, Lancey said eagerly. Class has begun. Focus on your studies, Aphrodite asserted with an air of authority. Fine. Aphrodite clutched her book as she traversed the corridor, unexpectedly encountering Professor McGonagall and Harry, who appeared to have just concluded a conversation. McGonagall brushed past Aphrodite, glancing at her before quickly returning. Miss Granger, I believe you should be attending class now. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, speaking sternly. Aphrodite blinked. It's defense against the dark arts. Then do as you wish, McGonagall replied curtly, dismissing the matter entirely. Aphrodite turned to Harry, whose demeanor seemed less than pleasant. She smiled gently, refraining from probing further. Yet, Harry trailed behind her like a forlorn puppy. Reluctantly, Aphrodite spoke. What is troubling you? Is the cancellation of school organizations causing your discontent? As if struck by a thought, she added, You don't suspect me, do you? Absolutely not, Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with conviction, as if her inquiry were an insult. I would never doubt you. Aphrodite tossed her hair back. If you don't doubt me, there's no need to raise your voice. As her voice dwindled, she ultimately fell silent. It's about the Quidditch team. Umbridge won't allow us to reform the Gryffindor team. Aphrodite exclaimed. Oh, thank goodness Oliver isn't here. Otherwise, he would be at odds with Umbridge. I even suspect Angelina has been possessed by Wood, Harry grumbled. Aphrodite nodded. I will inform him. Regardless of whether you play Quidditch, your primary focus should be on establishing that spellcasting organization. She added, no matter what educational decree Umbridge issues, you must keep it from her knowledge. Of course, Harry replied, appearing obedient, suppressing any rebellious spirit. Also, for your gatherings in the future, avoid outdoor venues. They are unsafe. Aphrodite sighed, realizing that if they continued in this manner, the organization would likely falter. They ought to be more cautious and clever. If they remained at this level, she felt no desire to draw nearer to them. If you encounter trouble, why not seek Dumbledore's help? Aphrodite inquired again. Having resources and not utilizing them seems foolish, she reasoned. He has been rather busy lately. I haven't seen him in ages, Harry responded vaguely, not wishing to trouble Dumbledore, and he had sensed that Dumbledore had been avoiding him. Aphrodite frowned. Doesn't Dumbledore know about your recent predicaments? Or perhaps he, too, is facing difficulties? Well, I wish you luck, she concluded. As Aphra pondered this, she raised her chin towards Harry and strolled away with an air of lightheartedness. Harry remained rooted in place, disheartened. Perhaps he ought to consult Sirius about connecting the fireplace at the Black family home to the Gryffindor common room. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had submitted a request for reformation, and the long-awaited Quidditch matches were on the agenda once more. The first match would feature Slytherin against Gryffindor. Today, a torrential downpour had rendered the spectators utterly disheveled, soaked to the skin. Yet, Aphra walked along as if meandering through a sunlit garden, entirely unperturbed by the rain. Draco, clutching his broom, appeared a disheveled mess. Upon seeing Aphra approach, he, like in previous matches, displayed a glimmer of joy. Why aren't you getting soaked? His hair clung to his forehead, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He donned goggles with a pitiful expression. Reluctantly, Aphra cast several spells on him, and he instantly became as refreshed as she was. Chapter 176, Too Many Boys Around You. A group of students sat within the room of requirement, gazing at the large letters displayed on the board. A peculiar sensation surged within Harry. He felt as though he had been entrusted with a mission. Perhaps he was unprepared, or perhaps he had been ready all along. Harry unfurled a piece of parchment, revealing a lengthy list of densely packed spells. I've compiled some useful spells. I assure you, these are within my repertoire, he stated, then added, a very talented friend taught me these. Cedric exchanged a meaningful glance with Harry. I have a friend too. We practiced spells together for several years. He emphasized the last few words. Harry understood he was referring to Aphra, locking eyes with Cedric. They both fell into a contemplative silence. Hermione glanced down at the parchment filled with spells and interjected, All right, our immediate priority is to select a leader. Harry recognized that this was not the time to debate about Aphra. The matter at hand was far more pressing. All eyes turned to Harry and Cedric. Ernie stepped forward. I believe Cedric is more suited to lead. However, Harry has encountered Voldemort more frequently. I think he is capable, Ginny chimed in. Luna sat quietly to one side, unfazed. The Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students found themselves at an impasse, yet Cedric and Harry refrained from arguing, opting instead for humility. Harry waved his hand. Cedric is more capable. He is the right choice. Harry is more skilled. He deserves it, Cedric replied. You are the student president and a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. You are suited for it. You have assisted me multiple times during the Triwizard Tournament. You even saved me then. You are suited for it. The two continued to defer to one another, leaving the others in silence. This scene felt oddly familiar to Harry, reminiscent of their prolonged debate during the Triwizard Tournament, causing him to smile broadly. Cedric scratched his head. He acknowledged Harry as a rival and opponent, but now as a teammate, he accepted him wholeheartedly. Ron nudged Hermione. What are they doing? Perhaps they are, being humble, Hermione replied, somewhat perplexed. Luna, with her knees bent, began to clap, shattering the silence. This team seems quite promising. I cast my vote for Harry. I vote for Cedric, came the prompt response from Gellert. Harry, Ron declared firmly. Following a show of hands, Harry narrowly emerged victorious. Then we shall pair up and commence practicing the disarming charm, Harry announced, addressing Cedric. We'll split the responsibilities and guide everyone in practice. Sounds good, Cedric nodded. And they quickly fell into their respective roles, with the group swiftly entering a productive rhythm. Aphra sat on a bench, facing Umbridge, with Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe beside her. Miss Greengrass, I would like to invite you to join the investigative task force. You will possess greater authority in managing the students, Umbridge stated with a smile, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. Aphra uttered a soft ah, contemplating how to decline. Professor, am I not quite qualified? She asked bashfully, her mind racing. I believe you are a highly gifted witch, capable of handling such responsibilities, Umbridge insisted. Mr. Malfoy has also recommended you to me. Aphra shot a glare at Draco, who remained blissfully unaware and seemed quite pleased. Professor, my studies are quite demanding. Aphra maintained a bright smile. This is indeed a critical time for my learning. Yes. Of course, I understand, Umbridge interrupted, but this undoubtedly presents a valuable experience. You will need it should you enter the Ministry of Magic in the future. It will be advantageous. Aphra remained skeptical, but refrained from voicing her doubts. She discreetly pinched Draco, who straightened his back and widened his eyes at her. Professor, Aphra began. But upon noticing a shift in Umbridge's demeanor, she swallowed her words. Some individuals were unreasonable, and saying more would be futile. Very well. I shall inform you of the specifics later. Umbridge was visibly pleased, nodding as she gracefully departed. Aphra furrowed her brow and pushed Draco with little restraint. What are you doing? What is wrong with me? Draco replied, looking quite aggrieved. Aphra realized that they were all increasingly putting her in difficult situations. Was this the price of being affectionate? You fool! Aphra exclaimed in frustration. I do not like her, yet you insist on dragging me into this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and unable to hold back, she struck Draco several times. Draco dodged and fled, shouting in protest. Don't run. As Draco hid behind Goyle, Aphra attempted to push Goyle aside, but he moved willingly. Don't hit. I was wrong. Draco covered his ears and bolted out of the classroom. I'll make you pay. As Draco stumbled, Aphra caught up to him and grabbed his hat. Draco, ensnared by fate, could only struggle in place. I was wrong. My lady, I truly didn't know. Just as Draco fought valiantly, he felt something wrap around his neck, sending a chill down his spine. He pitifully grasped the object around his neck, fearing he might meet his end there. Aphra regarded Draco with an expression of incredulity. Only then did he realize something was amiss. After a moment of feeling the soft texture in his hands, he looked down. A blue-gray scarf was wrapped around his neck, and his eyes lit up. I thought you didn't want to knit me one, Draco murmured, burying half his face in the scarf, relishing its softness. Aphra crossed her arms, initially intending to gift it to a dog, but suddenly thought to use it to strangle him instead, so she let him test its tightness. She shot a glance at Draco. If you don't want it, give it back. That's not happening. If you give it to me, it's mine. Draco tightened the scarf further. Did you knit this with your own hands? Aphra scoffed. Of course not. I enchanted it, and it was completed in a single night. I thought you didn't want to associate with me anymore, Draco said, eagerly following Aphra, a smile spreading across his face as he kept pace with her. Why did you think that? Aphra found it amusing. It was clear he had been the one avoiding her. Because there are too many boys around you. Chapter 177, The Not-So-Smart Draco. Draco was infuriated, having inadvertently provoked his own ire. Fool. Aphra tugged at his scarf. Fool. She certainly wouldn't neglect any one of them simply because there were numerous boys around her. She had thought that Draco had finally come to his senses, recognizing the current state of affairs. Where am I foolish? Draco retorted, displeased. Aphra pinched Draco's cheek. You are indeed foolish. Now, regarding this investigative task force, you are not to disclose anything to me. I have no desire to partake in such matters. Oh, one by one, they keep letting me down. Aphrodite sighed. There are many boys around me. Does it bother you? Youngster, your perspective is rather narrow, Draco retorted, attempting to mask his vulnerability. I couldn't care less about your social affairs. He lowered his gaze to his scarf. Well, perhaps I do care. Then let it bother you, Aphrodite replied, her irritation dissipating. Draco, however, was seething. Whenever you come to your senses, it will be fine. You're just a child. I'm leaving now, she said with a smile, preparing to depart. Draco grasped her wrist, pulling her closer. Then let me ask you, do you like me? He had posed this question countless times, each time met with answers that shattered his heart. This moment, Draco held his breath, while Aphrodite blinked her gem-like blue eyes and smiled enigmatically. Perhaps not, she said slowly. Draco felt as though he could no longer hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Silence enveloped him. Aphrodite tugged at his scarf, gently brushed his hand away, and walked off. He watched her retreating figure, unable to articulate his feelings. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if nothing had transpired. A knot of unease tightened in his chest. He decided to seek out Goyle and Crab for conversation, to avoid appearing foolish. Aphrodite headed towards the Oloi, still pondering Draco's demeanor. Ahem. A voice interrupted from behind, prompting her to turn. Cedric, what brings you here? She asked, surprised. Cedric approached and took her hand. I just spotted you and intended to greet you, but you seemed lost in thought and didn't notice me, he said gently, causing Aphrodite to feel slightly embarrassed. Yes. I was preoccupied, she admitted. Were you thinking about young Malfoy? Cedric clearly had witnessed their earlier exchange. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Does it bother you? I wouldn't dare. He replied, feigning grievance as he opened the door to the Oloi. I fear you might abandon me again. Aphrodite settled into a spot. Oh really? It was you who seemed bothered then. Now you're bringing up old grievances. You'd better swear to Merlin. That was not me, Cedric said, sitting beside her. Why are you so kind to young Malfoy? Aphrodite shot him a pointed glance, her expression subtly revealing jealousy. I am not, Cedric openly acknowledged. I'm listening intently to your thoughts on Malfoy. As Aphrodite penned a letter to her father, she replied, not particularly. I regard him rather neutrally. Diggory is gentle. Weasley is sensible. The twins are amusing. Potter is remarkable, and not as intelligent. A voice emerged from the doorway. Why do you indulge Draco? Blaise Zabini stood at the entrance, drawing the attention of both Aphrodite and Cedric. Cedric felt a twinge of annoyance but remained silent, having received compliments from Blaise. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Aphrodite, taken aback, questioned, So, are you implying that Draco is not gentle, sensible, amusing, remarkable, or intelligent? Blaise, discerning her thoughts, quickly denied. I didn't say that at all. He took a seat beside her. I'm merely curious. Aphrodite sighed. When have I ever been particularly kind to him? You know very well, Blaise scoffed. We are not blind. She understood. Draco was often willful, treating his peers with a cruelty that could be deemed vicious. The Malfoy upbringing left much to be desired. He had not been taught the values of respect and kindness. He lacked an understanding of politics and social issues. Needing genuine education, life would undoubtedly teach him harsh lessons. While she had no intention of becoming overly involved, if he needed assistance, Aphrodite would certainly offer it. Stop being so curious about this and that. Take care of your own affairs, she chided, redirecting the conversation. I have finished writing. I'm going to see Lhasa. Would you like to join? Already? Blaise remarked, slightly surprised. You only wrote 2 or 3 sentences. It's merely a note. Yes, let us go. I've been getting along well with Lhasa lately, he added cheerfully. Cedric shot Blaise an expressionless glance. Lhasa is the gift I gave to Aphrodite. Well, as you said, it now belongs to Aphrodite, Blaise retorted without mercy. It adores me. Aphrodite tied the letter to the leg of a school owl and turned to see Cedric and Blaise had already exchanged several barbs. What are you two doing? She asked. Bewildered. Nothing, Cedric replied gently. Let us go? And you too, Zabini, let us move. Blaise feigned disappointment. Ah, I've been demoted to Zabini? Blaise had indeed been enjoying time with Lhasa, who would leap into his lap, bouncing playfully whenever he arrived. Cedric looked on with annoyance, inwardly grumbling. As Blaise lifted Lhasa, prepared to flaunt his triumph, he noticed Cedric embracing Aphrodite. Blaise, he is not human, but Diggory is indeed a dog. Aphrodite, Harry called, prompting her to halt and glance around for onlookers. There's no one here. You can relax, he assured, quickly approaching her and handing her a galleon. A fake galleon. When it holds a message, it will heat up. This is our method of communication for DA. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, refusing to take the coin. Clever idea. And the spell is decent. Duh? Is that what you mean? Harry, noticing her hesitation, directly placed it into her pocket. Aphrodite silently cursed, realizing her pocket was already full of golden galleons. How am I to sort through them all later? Harry regarded her with utmost trust as she coughed. pretending to be indifferent. Umbridge has formed an investigative squad, but we're still waiting for the Ministry's approval. During this time, be cautious. She raised an eyebrow, continuing. I initially intended to have my father discreetly inform Fudge that Umbridge is no longer useful, but even without her, there will be others, potentially more challenging. Your opponents include the entire faction aligned with Fudge, as well as Death Eaters infiltrating the Ministry. Be extra vigilant. Harry listened intently, nodding frequently. Aphrodite departed, her pockets laden with galleons. Chapter 178. Decorating the Christmas tree in mid-November, Hagrid returned to Hogwarts, his face marred by a conspicuous injury that was impossible to overlook. He claimed to have been struck by a flying broom, though the veracity of that statement was questionable. Aphrodite and Umbridge were unconvinced. During the Care of Magical Creatures class, Umbridge incessantly nagged Hagrid. Rumor had it that she had been present during the previous lesson with fifth-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Your intelligence travels fast, Aphrodite complimented, as Lancey blinked, seemingly privy to everything. Oh, thank you, Lancey responded, snuggling against her. Hagrid, clumsy in his speech, was unable to get a word in against Umbridge. Each of his statements twisted and recorded on her clipboard. Aphrodite believed Hagrid was ill-suited to be a professor and did not enjoy his class. However, she chose to attend for the sake of a well-rounded education. Yet, Umbridge had even less right to critique other professors. Aphrodite pursed her lips, diverting her gaze to avoid Umbridge. After class, Umbridge gleefully exited, leaving a handful of dejected students to wander off the grounds. Aphrodite observed Hagrid's downcast demeanor and sighed internally, silently assisting him in tidying up the materials used during the lesson. Thank you, Hagrid mumbled. You're the head girl of Slytherin, right? I remember you. Indeed, Aphrodite replied, tossing raw meat into Hagrid's basket, her gaze clear. Aphrodite Greengrass. Oh, many professors are quite fond of you, Hagrid grinned, albeit somewhat reluctantly. I must go and chop down the largest tree. Christmas is fast approaching, and I am tasked with adorning the castle. An evergreen, perhaps? Aphrodite inquired, tilting her head to look at Hagrid. Indeed. Fir trees are the most suitable for a Christmas tree, beautiful and evergreen even in winter, Hagrid replied, lifting a basket. Would you care to join me for a look? With no classes left for the day, Aphrodite pondered for a moment before nodding. I can lend a hand. Oh, that won't be necessary, Hagrid chuckled heartily. Perhaps I might enlist another prefect to assist. After all, they ought to help decorate the castle with ribbons and such. Aphrodite arched an eyebrow. I suggest we recruit Ron Weasley. I just saw him slacking off while practicing Quidditch. Good idea, let's find that Weasley lad. Hagrid pushed open the door to his hut, set the basket down, and grabbed a large saw, donning thick gloves. Let's go? Hagrid's spirits lifted as he chose not to dwell on the day's misfortunes. The two wandered through the forbidden forest for quite some time before Hagrid selected his ideal tree. Aphrodite sat atop a snow mound, watching as Hagrid labored with the saw, visibly straining. Why not use a spell? Aphrodite suggested. Otherwise, it will be dark soon, and it's dreadfully cold out here. Me? A bit of a dilemma, Hagrid replied. I'll give it a try. Aphrodite slid down, trudging over to Hagrid to attempt the cutting charm. With 2 incantations, she accomplished what Hagrid had struggled to achieve for nearly 10 minutes. Splendid. You ought to earn 10 points for that, Hagrid beamed, dragging the lengthy fir tree towards the castle, leaving deep, wide tracks in the snow. As they chatted about Christmas, laughter echoed between them. Ron trudged along, shivering and pulling along a somewhat worn broomstick. Right on time, Ronald, Aphrodite exclaimed, spotting the dark figure in the snow. She dropped her basket of tools and dashed towards him. The snow was deep, and she stumbled, landing directly in Ron's arms. Having just finished his training, he lacked the strength to hold them both, and they tumbled into the snow, disappearing beneath its cover. Blimey, Hagrid exclaimed, bewildered. Is there truly such excitement? Who would bury a bludger in the snow? Aphrodite, clutching her foot, crouched in the snow, gritting her teeth. Drenched in snow, she shivered, wishing she could cast a curse on that mischievous culprit. I think I found another bludger. Ron emerged from the snow, covered entirely in white. He shook his head, cradled his head in his hands, and after a moment's hesitation, dug into the snow, eventually retrieving a tin bludger. Who could be so cruel on such a festive occasion? Aphrodite seethed. Let me catch them. They'll regret it. Hagrid helped one of the children to their feet, shaking his head. Watch your step, young Weasley. Just the person I was looking for. You two will help me decorate the Christmas tree, if you please. Ron, brushing off the snow, nodded vigorously before digging out his broom from the snow. Don't let those 2 bludgers cause trouble for anyone else. Bring them back to the castle, Aphrodite instructed, taking Ron's broom from him. With the menace dealt with, the trio slowly made their way back to the castle. Ronald, doesn't your broom need some protection? Aphrodite scrutinized his broom, noticing its shabby condition. I just got this broom as a reward, Ron muttered, a clean sweep 7. Because I was made a prefect this year, and Mum rewarded me with it. It seems your training has been rather arduous and diligent, hasn't it? Aphrodite smiled, initially considering gifting him a new broom for Christmas, but now deemed it unnecessary, given that he had just acquired one. Perhaps a care kit instead? Aphrodite pondered as they entered the castle. Aphrodite shook off the snow and heard Ron curiously ask, Hagrid, why are you exerting so much effort dragging the Christmas tree in instead of shrinking it first? Both Aphrodite and Hagrid stared at Ron, who took a few steps back. What's wrong? Ron stammered, swallowing hard. You just brought it up now that we are here. You are quite clever, Aphrodite teased. Ron scratched his head. I didn't think of it earlier, it slipped my mind. Aphrodite shot him an exasperated glance and walked away. I'll go decorate the Christmas tree now. Chapter 179, Adorning the Christmas Tree. What do we need to hang? Ron tossed the two bludgers to the ground and took the small basket from Aphrodite's hands. The Great Hall was much warmer, yet students preferred to nestle in their common rooms rather than linger in the hall. Aphrodite rubbed her hands together, just some ribbons, bells, bows, and a few gift boxes. But there aren't any gift boxes in this basket. Do we have to make our own? Ron rummaged through the basket. Hagrid secured the fir tree in place and clapped his hands. Excellent. Then this magnificent Christmas tree is entrusted to your care. I must attend to a few smaller ones around the castle. Rest assured, we will handle it. Ron patted his chest and resumed searching. There truly were no gift boxes. Silly Ronald. Aphrodite playfully nudged him, extracting a roll of ribbon from the basket. Which color should we use? The red one. Ron pointed to the topmost ribbon. Red is festive. However, I find the silver one to be more appealing. Aphrodite set the others aside, comparing the two. One red and one silver, she concluded. The silver doesn't match the hall's ambience. Let's use red. Every year it's red, it lacks novelty. Ron chimed in as they leaned in closer, their heads nearly touching, chatting excitedly as if they were a typical couple decorating their new home. Galen, holding a box of chocolates, deliberately made her way to the corner of the hall, approaching them from behind, teasingly stating, You two are quite the lively pair. Your bickering could energize 10 people. With a smile, Galen extended the chocolates. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Galen, Aphrodite beamed, her smile widening as she saw Galen's joy. Were we that noisy? Indeed, I seldom see you so animated, Galen remarked, waving as she noticed they had both taken chocolates. I must take my leave. Goodbye. Animated? Aphrodite was taken aback, realizing she hadn't noticed it herself. She glanced at Ron, who was equally surprised. Aphrodite opened her mouth to explain, perhaps being with a fool allows one to relax more easily. Are you calling me a fool? Ron reacted, visibly vexed. Aphrodite shook her head with a laugh. Not at all. Whoever gets angry is who I'm referring to. Amidst their playful banter, Aphrodite had already discarded the red ribbon and affixed the silver ribbon to the fir tree. Ron continued to sift through the basket, finally producing a bell, nodding in satisfaction, ready to hang it on the tree. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a large spider on the tree. Help! Aphrodite! Ron hurled the bell aside and dove into Aphrodite's arms. Aphrodite was taken aback. What on earth? A spider! A spider! Ron recalled being teased by Fred and George as a child, then remembered the giant spider from his second year, squirming frantically. Oh, Aphrodite rolled her eyes. It's just a spider. Isn't it quite normal to find spiders on a fir tree? Just wait. I'll take care of it. With ease, Aphrodite dispatched the spider, allowing Ron to finally lift his head from her embrace. Don't worry, my little Ronnie, Aphrodite teased, a playful atmosphere rising between them. You. Why do you call me that every day? Ron jumped out of her embrace, disrupting the tender moment. Aphrodite shrugged, and they resumed their light-hearted banter. She selected a delicate lace bow and gestured above the Christmas tree, contemplating the most suitable placement. Does this look nice? Aphrodite inquired, turning to Ron. He stepped back a few paces, then waved his hand. A bit higher? Like this? A tad more to the right. After several attempts that failed to satisfy Ron, Aphrodite rolled her eyes dramatically, opting instead to place the bow beside her ear, fastening it into her flowing golden hair. How about here? She said with a playful smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Ron. The warm amber glow of the hall's lights illuminated her face, causing Ron to blush discreetly. He sensed something was amiss within him at that moment. Leaning closer, Aphrodite admired the flutter of his eyelashes, satisfied to see his cheeks flushed. Hey, Ronald, she said with a mischievous grin, akin to a cunning fox. Is this placement appropriate? She asked once more, snapping Ron back to reality, and he hastily nodded. Yes. It looks good. I didn't ask if it looked good on you, she teased, suppressing a smirk as she removed the bow. On a serious note, where should we place it? Ron turned away, covering his racing heart, finally realizing what felt off. His heart raced. Merliness socks. Could it be that I'm ill? I ought to seek a calming draft from Madame Pomfrey. Ron resolutely nodded, affirming to himself. Indeed, that is it. I'm asking you, Ronald, Aphrodite said, slightly annoyed, giving his head a playful tap. Let us not delay the task at hand. Once Ron had steeled himself mentally, he turned back. only to become flustered again upon meeting Aphrodite's gaze. As he attempted to turn away once more, she quickly blocked him, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. "What are you doing? Want to quit? Feeling lazy?" "Absolutely not," Ron asserted, pushing her away with a serious expression. "I'm ready to work." He was both peculiar and endearing. Aphrodite smiled down at him, and they resumed their collaboration. In his mind, Ron silently recited the contents of his history of magic class, striving to dispel any ambiguous thoughts. Together, they adorned the tree with decorations, and Aphrodite climbed higher, nearly reaching the top of the fir. "Pass me that star with the levitation charm. I want to place it at the very top," she directed Ron enthusiastically. "All right," he responded, retrieving the star she desired and bringing it to her. Suddenly, a small figure floated by, snatching the star from Aphrodite's grasp. It was Peeves. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes, her wand at the ready. "Peeves, give me back my star. Peeves, don't cause mischief. We're prefects," Ron shouted anxiously, holding onto the ladder, unable to intervene. He regretted not heeding Aphrodite's advice to keep her from climbing to hang the star. Anxiously, he felt a surge of anger, fearing Peeves would bully Aphrodite, and that she might fall and hurt herself. When you begin to worry about someone, you've already lost. Peeves made a silly face. "I just love teasing prefects. Peeves, I know the Bloody Baron, so you better watch out. He*s the ghost of our house." Aphrodite was well aware of how to deal with Peeves. Fred and George had mentioned him often, and she had certainly heard of the Bloody Baron from him. Upon hearing this, Peeves quickly bowed and returned the star to Aphrodite. She cast a triumphant smile down at Ron, shaking the star in her hand. "You should hang it now, but be careful," Ron urged her anxiously. Chapter 180, The Little Bell. Aphrodite clicked her tongue and swiftly descended the ladder after securing the star. Ron leaned the ladder against the wall, still feeling rattled. "Peeves is truly insufferable," Ron grumbled. Aphrodite tilted her head. "Oh, I think it's fine. Besides, I have my ways to handle him. Look, isn't the Christmas tree beautiful?" "It is indeed," Ron admitted, gazing at the tree and conceding that Aphrodite had a far better eye for aesthetics than he did. "Here's a little bell for you," Aphrodite exclaimed, lifting a small bell and shaking it, producing a clear, melodious sound. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Ron replied solemnly. After all these years, it was the first time he had formally wished her a Merry Christmas face to face. Ron opened his palm, and Aphrodite placed the bell into his hand, both of them still smiling. "Are you going home for Christmas?" Ron asked, searching for conversation. The moment the words left his lips, he wished he could rewind time with a time-turner. "Yes, I'll be spending it with my family," Aphrodite replied, picking up her basket. "How silly, so adorably foolish. I'm going home tomorrow, don't miss me too much." "Who would miss you?" Ron muttered under his breath, his words clearly contradicting his feelings. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, patting his shoulder. "All right, I'll take my leave now." Ron watched her retreating figure, slowly blinking, then happily clutched the bell as he made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering, he joyfully approached Hermione and Harry, plopping down beside them, the bell in his hand jingling and catching their attention. Hermione was writing a letter when she heard the noise. She looked up and said, "Oh, where did that come from?" "Helping Hagrid decorate the Christmas tree in the hall. The rest you'll see when you go out for dinner," Ron said, grinning at the little bell. Hermione shook her head, instantly discerning the situation, though she was curious about which girl had captured Ron's affections. Despite her intelligence, it seemed she hadn't figured out who it was. "Are you in love?" Hermione asked bluntly. Ron's eyes widened, shaking his head vigorously. "No way. I'm not saying you're in love, just that you're feeling those love-like feelings," Hermione clarified. "That silly feeling. So wonderful, Ron. I thought you were emotionally oblivious." "How could I feel that way? I don't even like anyone," Ron mumbled, lowering his head in shock and tossing the bell into his pocket. Hermione, "Well, you are emotionally oblivious." Hermione sighed in frustration and continued writing her letter. "What paper are you writing? Do we have homework today?" Ron asked, shifting the topic. "A letter to Victor Crumb," Hermione replied with a smile, rolling her eyes at Ron. "No wonder you can't fall in love. Can you help me then?" Ron retorted. "You must be very capable. You at least need to say who it is," Hermione huffed, glancing at Harry. These two seemed to have only a teaspoon of emotional intelligence between them. "So who is it?" Harry asked suspiciously. He had no idea when Ron had developed feelings for a girl, which struck him as odd. "No one," Ron replied vaguely. "I got it myself. It's quite nice." "Isn't it?" "It's all right," Harry said, flopping onto the sofa. "Tomorrow is a holiday. We have one more practice tonight. Honestly, I wish we could train forever." After practice that evening, Harry bid farewell to his friends, exchanging Christmas greetings. "Merry Christmas. See you next year," Harry said to each of them. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Ron said as they embraced. The Weasley children departed together, while Ron and Ginny continued to bicker, with Ginny mostly chastising Ron for accidentally knocking her bell to the ground. "It's just a little bell. Is it really that serious? You've been clutching that old thing all night." "It's not just an old bell," It's a gift, Ron exclaimed, irritated. Harry watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in exasperation. Hermione and Cho strolled by, discussing the training session with laughter. Merry Christmas, the two girls cheerfully called out. Merry Christmas, Harry replied as he watched them leave, then headed in the opposite direction towards the Gryffindor common room. I solemnly swear I will not do good deeds. He pulled out the Marauder-S map, expertly searching for one name, Aphrodite Granger. She was on the 3rd floor. Harry's steps grew lighter, a smile blossoming on his face as he patted his cheeks, attempting to shake off his stiffness. He merely wished to wish her a Merry Christmas. Hey, Aphrodite, what a coincidence! Harry exclaimed as he appeared behind her, tugging at the hem of his garment in an effort to appear more composed. Good evening. Aphrodite's radiant smile made Harry's heart race. Merry Christmas, he stammered, swallowing nervously, while uttering those words to others felt effortless. Directed at her, they stirred a tempest of anxiety within him. Aphrodite's fingers absent-mindedly traced the spine of a book. You too. Merry Christmas, she replied. Before turning to descend the stairs, Harry stood there, entranced by her retreating silhouette, only to be caught off guard when she turned back to add, sweet dreams, good night. Good night. Harry lay down in bed, utterly content, while Ron, across the room, remained awake, both of them tossing and turning in unison. Ron placed the ring beneath his pillow, recalling Hermione's words, "You've fallen in love," enveloped in the feeling of romance. He closed his eyes, envisioning Aphrodite adorned with a bow. Beautiful and lively. He remembered the moment she had leapt into his arms, although he had been preoccupied with his own headache at the time, oblivious to her presence. Lost in thought, Ron suddenly sat up, startled, and exclaimed with a hint of urgency, Harry, can I try on that dreamless ring of yours? Harry, bewildered, propped himself up. Huh, what do you need that for? I haven't been sleeping well lately, Ron confessed, taking a deep breath. He felt a bit strange about it. He couldn't quite determine if the sensation was peculiar or not. Through the curtain, Ron gazed at Harry, hazily recalling that Harry seemed quite fond of Aphrodite as well. Yet hadn't he previously declared not to harbor feelings for her? Is that true? Ron pondered, confusion washing over him as drowsiness began to creep back in. He slipped on the ring and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 181, St. Mungo's. Harry dreamt. He transformed into a serpent, slithering across the ground until he encountered a person. Rising upright, he succumbed to temptation and sank his fangs into them. Once, twice, thrice. Wake up, Harry. Ron shook him vigorously, desperate to rouse him. Drenched in sweat, Harry curled into a tight ball, incessantly probing his left hand's middle finger, as if searching for something. Harry! Ron shouted into his ear. Startled, Harry awoke. Panic etched across his face as he met Ron's concerned gaze. Your dad is in trouble. Harry gasped, clutching Ron's arm. Neville bolted. I'll go get help. Mate, you were just dreaming. Ron hesitated, trying to soothe Harry as he removed the ring from his finger. Just wear this. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Harry pushed Ron's hand away, the ring tumbling to the floor and rolling away. Without a second thought, Harry insisted. It's not a dream. I saw it. It was me. Your dad was bitten by a snake. Professor McGonagall rushed into the dormitory, witnessing the chaos. We need to find Professor Dumbledore. I believe you should accompany us, Mr. Weasley. Harry stumbled to his feet, dazed, as he bent down to retrieve the ring. Groggy as he joined Ron and Professor McGonagall to head to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, Potter claims he had a nightmare. McGonagall began, but Harry interrupted. Urgency spilling from him. It wasn't a nightmare. I saw it. I saw Ron's dad getting bitten by a huge snake. Ron's face turned ashen, staring at Harry in bewilderment. Dumbledore did not look at Harry, but focused on the ring in his hand. Where did you see this? Where? I don't know where. Harry inhaled deeply. Dumbledore, maintaining his gaze elsewhere, seemed to take Harry's words seriously rather than dismissing them as madness. After Harry recounted the details, Dumbledore instructed the portrait of the former headmaster to seek information. We need to wait a few minutes. Dumbledore rose, still not meeting Harry's eyes, but contemplatively asked, Harry, who gave you that ring, and what is its purpose? Harry hesitated. Does that matter? I mean, the immediate concern is. I'm merely inquiring. Relax, Harry. Dumbledore replied calmly. Aphrodite gave it to me. She knew I always had nightmares, and this ring helps me escape their grasp. Harry began to regain his composure in his response. Is this ring truly effective? Dumbledore pressed on. Yes, at least I haven't had nightmares since. Then tonight. You didn't wear the ring? Dumbledore questioned. Tonight. I lent it to Ron, Harry answered quickly. Dumbledore pondered for a moment without speaking. Found it, found it. The portrait returned to the office, announcing that someone had already been dispatched to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief before organizing further arrangements. He instructed that the other Weasley children be summoned to be taken to Grimmauld Place, and then to St. Mungo's together. Harry and Ron anxiously awaited, then followed Dumbledore's lead as they traveled through the Floo network to Grimmauld Place. Inside the house, Sirius, still clad in his pajamas, enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, patting his back comfortingly. Exhausted, Harry recounted the events once more, avoiding their gazes as he lowered his head. He rubbed the ring, forcing himself to calm down. This was real. Mr. Weasley had indeed been injured, but fortunately, he was receiving treatment. A flicker of relief washed over Harry. Had he not worn the ring, he might not have discovered Mr. Weasley's condition. Could it be that his nightmares served a purpose? Dumbledore observed Harry's back, lost in thought. Ever since he learned of the connection between Harry and Voldemort, he had refrained from being alone with Harry. Concerned that if Harry could perceive Voldemort's actions through his perspective, then Voldemort might also spy on those around Harry through his eyes. This dilemma weighed heavily on Dumbledore. Yet, if the ring were indeed effective, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze, pain coursing through him as he pressed his forehead against his palm. Feeling an overwhelming surge of repulsion. Did he resent Dumbledore? You should wear the ring. Dumbledore averted his gaze. A ringing in Harry's ears ensued, and Ron swiftly glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded affirmatively. Ron pried the ring from Harry's fingers and slid it onto his middle finger. How does it feel now, Harry? Dumbledore gently inquired. Harry looked back at Dumbledore, blinking in confusion. Much better? I see, Dumbledore murmured. Harry decided to keep the ring on for the time being, enveloped in a profound sense of reassurance. Setting aside the matter of the ring, can we go to St. Mungo's now? Fred could no longer contain himself. Despite the brief exchange between Dumbledore and Harry, his anxiety was palpable. No, St. Mungo's hasn't notified us yet. How would you explain your presence if you arrived early? Sirius firmly denied. We can say we heard it from someone else, George chimed in. Sirius shook his head, pacing back and forth. From whom? Students have no channels for information. We cannot compromise Harry's safety. Our dad is the one lying in the hospital, not you. If it were me, I would willingly lie in that hospital or die for the order, Sirius stated with utmost seriousness. He often appears mischievous and impulsive, causing many to overlook his steady maturity. The children fell silent, each seated in their respective places, quietly awaiting news from Street Mungo's. Chapter 182, Severing Ties. They endured a long night of anxious waiting. What time is it? Harry asked for what felt like the umpteenth time. It's 7:08 a.m., Ron immediately replied, having kept his gaze fixated on the clock on the wall throughout the night. Mrs. Weasley finally arrived at the Black residence, and the children sprang to their feet, exhibiting an unusual level of decorum. Though weary, Mrs. Weasley felt a sense of relief upon seeing them. They were out of danger now, and Bill, who had taken leave, was taking care of him. I will take you to visit your father later this afternoon. Two individuals accompanied Mrs. Weasley, one of whom surprised everyone, Dumbledore and Aphra. In the morning, Aphra sat at the Slytherin table, spreading jam on her toast. Miss Greengrass, good morning, Dumbledore greeted as he appeared beside her. Aphra turned to him, blinking in surprise at his appearance. He bore dark circles under his eyes. Sir, did you not sleep well? Is there something troubling you? There are a few matters I wish to discuss, Dumbledore explained simply. But today is a holiday, Aphra replied, confused by Dumbledore's unexpected visit. Everyone was already prepared to leave with their luggage. If there were no pressing issues, Dumbledore would not have sought her out. She nodded thoughtfully and said to Astoria, Leah, please help me carry my luggage back later. I will return home a bit later. Of course, sister, Astoria replied, though she cast a puzzled glance at Dumbledore and Aphra, asking no questions. As Aphra followed Dumbledore, she pondered the reason for his summons. Could it possibly be related to Tom? She speculated. Indeed, Tom was the man who lingered in Dumbledore's thoughts. Lost in her musings, Aphra did not notice Dumbledore had stopped walking. I wish to introduce you to Harry. Harry? Aphra exclaimed, bewildered. Isn't he someone we see every day? There are some questions I would like to ask you. Once we arrive at the Black residence, we can discuss them. Is that agreeable? Questions? Aphra felt a bit bashful at Dumbledore's words, clearing her throat. His acknowledgement felt like a commendation of her abilities, as he was a wizard immortalized on a chocolate frog card. Was this a recognition of her prowess? She thought joyfully, feeling validated. In any case, Dumbledore's few words lifted her spirits, and she happily followed him to the Black residence. Peering around Dumbledore, Aphra noticed Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny were all present. Isn't today a holiday? She inquired, observing their drawn faces, which bore the weary signs of an all-nighter. Harry, in particular, looked rather unwell. As he lifted his gaze and met Aphra's concerned expression, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Where's Creature? Sirius called impatiently. No one responded. Aphra pursed her lips and remarked, Mr. Black, I believe you ought to have replaced that house elf long ago. Allowing it to roam freely would be preferable to leaving it here. I will consider it, Sirius grumbled, his frustration mounting at her suggestion. I'll prepare breakfast, Mrs. Weasley asserted firmly. After you eat, You all need to take a nap, then we'll go visit your father in the afternoon. Mr. Weasley? Aphra looked questioningly at Fred and George, but they were too preoccupied to respond, merely sharing a hurried glance with her. Ron cleared his throat, his pale face explaining. Our father was injured and is in the hospital. Aphra nodded in understanding and approached to pat his shoulder. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Harry, who showed little reaction. His expression still one of distress. They were indeed all terrified. Dumbledore subtly glanced at Aphra before addressing them. Harry, Aphra, let us discuss matters in Harry's room. Aphra raised an eyebrow, wondering why she was included. Harry had no objections, nodding in agreement as they followed Dumbledore upstairs. In Harry's room, there was only one stool. So Dumbledore conjured two more, and the three of them sat in a triangular formation, gazing at one another. Sir, what is the matter? Harry asked hesitantly, feeling a mix of anticipation and apprehension, as it had been a long time since Dumbledore had spoken with him. This absence made him question his worth. Aphra, what exactly is the function of your ring? Dumbledore inquired, his cerulean eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles at her. Harry mentioned it could prevent him from having nightmares. But Dumbledore sensed that its core function was something deeper. Harry turned to Aphra, puzzled as to why Dumbledore was asking such a question. Aphra had no intention of concealing the truth from Dumbledore, nor was there any need to, as it was not a matter of great significance. Besides, Dumbledore was already aware of some aspects of it. However, Harry remained in the dark. Aphra discreetly glanced at Harry before focusing back on Dumbledore. Before Harry could gather his thoughts, Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, could you please step out for a moment? Harry fell silent, stunned. Hadn't Dumbledore just called him in? Why was he being dismissed without understanding a single word? Feeling aggrieved, he exited, trying not to slam the door, remembering to close it gently. Dumbledore turned his attention back to Aphra. Previously, when we explored Tom and the Greengrass family ring, there was a spell that established an emotional connection between Tom and me. Correct? Aphra explained. I noticed Harry frequently dreams of Voldemort. I am unsure if it is due to his anxiety or something else. I worry he may share a connection with Voldemort, much like Tom and I did. Of course, sir, this is merely a bold hypothesis. A bold yet remarkable hypothesis, Aphra. Dumbledore affirmed her assertion, and Aphra wore an expression of validation. It was also due to a spell that I could sever the connection with Tom, preventing him from knowing what I was doing. Aphra continued thoughtfully, inspired by this. I crafted a ring for Harry to temporarily sever his connection to Voldemort, alleviating his nightmares. Dumbledore listened intently, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Fearing Dumbledore might overthink her intentions, Aphra quickly added, even if it doesn't work as I surmised, it will not harm Harry. Is it solely because he has nightmares that you went to such lengths to create a ring? Dumbledore inquired softly. Chapter 183, A Conversation with Dumbledore. Aphra's expression was one of astonishment at Dumbledore's question. Is there any other reason? She thought to herself. Besides her concern for Harry, what else could her motives be? Although she had invested quite a bit of effort, she genuinely cared for those close to her. Her intentions were sincere. Seeing Aphra's earnest demeanor, coupled with her clear gaze, Dumbledore suddenly felt the weight of his age. He began to reflect on whether he should be scrutinizing this young witch before him in such a manner. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. It's nothing. Why do you feel that way? Aphra pressed, standing tall and unwavering. Dumbledore averted his gaze, insisting, it's nothing. He found himself at a loss for how to respond to Aphra's inquiries. She was indeed challenging to converse with. In a hem, Miss Greengrass. Let us turn our conversation to the matter of the ring, Dumbledore suggested, deftly shifting the topic. Given her genuine desire to aid Harry and her considerable abilities, he had long sought to cultivate a rapport with her and was naturally inclined to engage her further. Is there anything more to discuss regarding the ring? Aphrodite mused, believing she had already done enough. Harry's connection to Voldemort, which rendered him nearly invulnerable to death at the Dark Lord's hands, had yet to be fully comprehended by Voldemort himself. Perhaps, before he unravels this enigma, we might exploit this to our advantage. Pondering deeply, Aphrodite nodded. For instance, consider this. The reason you see the Weasley children gathered here today is that Harry dreamt last night of Death Eaters attacking Arthur Weasley. Through his bond with Voldemort, he witnessed the event in his dream and promptly alerted us, thereby rescuing Mr. Weasley. Aphrodite straightened in her chair. If Harry could harness this ability without drawing Voldemort's attention, it would indeed be tremendously beneficial to the Order of the Phoenix. She relaxed slightly against the back of her chair, yet questioned, but is this ability truly effective? I still find it perplexing why there exists a connection between Harry and Voldemort, a connection that Voldemort remains unaware of. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully, aware of her desire for clarification, but he chose to remain silent. Aphrodite, battling her impatience, resolved to hold her tongue. The room was enveloped in silence, while outside, they could faintly hear Harry's anxious footsteps as he paced just beyond the door. Dumbledore sighed quietly, surprised by Aphrodite's composure. "I recall discussing the magic of love with you." He suddenly interjected. Aphrodite instinctively nodded. She remembered well, for it was this very inspiration that led her to intertwine emotions with spells, ultimately developing advanced defensive magic. Dumbledore was also cognizant of her ability to repel the killing curse, which was precisely the topic he wished to explore today. "I remember you mentioning that Harry's mother cast a spell that caused Voldemort's curse to rebound upon himself. Is that correct?" Aphrodite pondered, realizing that it was this spell that inadvertently forged the connection between Harry and Voldemort. She fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore, eager for his response to validate her thoughts. However, Dumbledore abruptly stood, as if preparing to grasp the doorknob, seemingly intent on concluding their discussion. He spoke gently, his tone imbued with love. "This is not a conversation befitting a young wizard. Perhaps we should refrain from pursuing it." Aphrodite slowly formed a question mark with her expression. Frustrated, she decided to let Dumbledore decipher her feelings. "Headmaster, I am quite intrigued by this line of inquiry, and I have been researching it. Why not delve deeper?" As Dumbledore opened the door, Aphrodite swiftly stepped forward and shut it with a decisive thud. Outside, Harry heard Mrs. Weasley calling, "Harry, come down to retrieve your breakfast." Harry, seething with frustration, begrudgingly descended the stairs to fetch the meal. Mrs. Weasley reminded him, "You must rest after such a long night. Eat your breakfast, and then sleep. Other matters can wait. Your health is paramount." Harry grumbled in acknowledgement, but inwardly he scoffed, feeling entirely excluded from the conversation. After closing the door, Aphrodite realized she had conceded a point to Dumbledore. She sighed, reassuring herself that her journey had been far shorter than his, and it was only natural she might not outmaneuver him. "Sir, I believe that intertwining emotions with spells can yield more potent results, particularly love." Aphrodite hesitated before confiding further. "This is why the defensive spell I employ can withstand the killing curse." Indeed, this revelation caused Dumbledore to sit up straighter. What immense love must one possess to achieve such a feat? Did Harry truly feel such depth? 100%? Dumbledore inquired. "Nearly so," Aphrodite whispered. Dumbledore was momentarily rendered speechless. This was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Should hers be the only power capable of such a defense, she would garner immense admiration from the wizarding world. They lingered in silence for a moment, while Harry remained outside. Unable to hear their conversation due to the silencing charms both Dumbledore and Aphrodite had cast. "You are an astonishing witch, Aphrodite. You are truly deserving of respect," Dumbledore remarked earnestly, causing her to blush slightly. "Thus, would you be willing to assist an old man with a small favor?" Dumbledore pivoted the conversation, noticing Aphrodite's amusement. His request was, after all, a means to aid Harry, the wizarding community, and even the Muggle society. Aphrodite began to recollect their previous discussion, wondering how it had veered towards aiding the wizarding world and Muggle society. "We previously mentioned that if Harry could unilaterally exploit the connection between himself and Voldemort, the situation would be significantly advantageous. I wonder if the ring you crafted could be adapted for this purpose?" Dumbledore inquired, revealing his true intention. Aphrodite wore an expression of realization, while Dumbledore pretended not to notice. "Certainly, but I cannot simply assist you without reason," she replied decisively. Circling back to Dumbledore's initial query, she found it more straightforward to be forthright. "What is it that you desire?" Dumbledore asked, curious about her answer, unaware of what she might lack. Aphrodite feigned mystery. "In due time, I shall elucidate my intentions, but now is not the moment." Her words were cloaked in secrecy, leaving Dumbledore with a sense of solemn respect as he nodded gravely. In truth, Aphrodite had yet to fully contemplate her course of action. Chapter 184, Learning the Art of Mental Acclimacy. Aphrodite divulged her secret weapon to Dumbledore, though she was not inclined to conceal too much. After all, given Cedric's multiple curses during the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore must have harbored suspicions. Thus, she might as well be forthright. Perhaps Dumbledore would come to trust her more. By subtly aiding the Order of the Phoenix, should Dumbledore lead them to victory, he, along with his allies within the Ministry of Magic, would undoubtedly extend her some favor in future matters. Even if Voldemort were to triumph, as a neutral pureblood, her fate would not be dire. Aphrodite smiled slightly at Dumbledore. "Then, Headmaster, shall we consider this agreement settled? I shall take my leave." "Aphrodite," Dumbledore interrupted, "do you believe it wise for Harry to rely solely on external aids? Do you mean to suggest that relying on the ring harbors risks?" Aphrodite pondered, considering Dumbledore's concerns. After careful reflection, she answered Dumbledore's unspoken thoughts. "I believe that having external support is a viable strategy, an excellent solution. However, one must also cultivate their own abilities. Having multiple pathways ensures one is prepared for any eventuality." "Your perspective is astute," Dumbledore acknowledged warmly, opening the door. "Perhaps we should have a word with Harry." Upon opening the door, they found Harry seated on the floor, poking at the ground with his wand. A plate of breakfast for the three of them lay nearby. "Good morning?" Aphrodite asked, stifling a laugh. At the sound of her voice, Harry sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, hastily stowing his wand in his pocket, and promptly lifting the plate as if nothing had occurred. "Sir, Aphrodite, shall we partake in breakfast?" Harry inquired, feigning innocence. Though he was really thinking, what are we eating? Hurry up and get to the point. Perhaps we lack sufficient time. Why not eat while we converse? Dumbledore suggested. And Harry's spirits soared at the prospect. In a flash, he dashed into the room, prompting Dumbledore and Aphrodite to instinctively step back and clear a path. With a click, he locked the door behind him and shoved the breakfast plate towards Dumbledore and Aphrodite. "Speak, but first, you should eat," Harry quickly added. "Very well," they agreed. Aphrodite cleared her throat. "However, I have already partaken of breakfast at Hogwarts. I have as well. Please, eat." "Harry," Dumbledore urged as he nudged the breakfast towards Harry. Fearing that refusing to eat might jeopardize his opportunity for conversation, Harry stuffed his mouth with the now-cold eggs and bacon, casting expectant glances at the two. "Harry, our discussion is quite straightforward," Dumbledore coughed lightly. "It concerns the matter of the ring. I have asked Miss Granger to create a new one. But what does that entail?" Harry mumbled, his confusion evident. "We hope to craft a ring that allows you to sense Voldemort, while he remains unaware of your presence," Dumbledore elucidated. Harry glanced down at the ring on his hand and suddenly grasped the implication. "So, I am indeed influenced by Voldemort. He can see through me to my surroundings?" He understood now why he had dreamt of being a serpent and why, just the previous night, he had felt a surge of intense hatred towards Dumbledore. A primal urge to strike him down. Yet, that impulse had vanished entirely upon donning the ring. Enlightened, Harry lifted his gaze to Aphrodite. "Trust me. I am certain I can develop this," she assured him. "I feel so burdened by your troubles," Harry expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "What burden is there?" "It's not as if I won tea gained from it," Aphrodite replied with a playful squint, resting her chin on her hand. "It's perfectly fine. You need only offer yourself, dear Harry." Harry flushed, but did not contest Aphrodite's teasing. Observing the flirtation between the two, Dumbledore remained silent, suddenly afflicted by a twinge of dental discomfort, despite having consumed no sweets that day. Clearing his throat, he abruptly interrupted their reverie. "Harry, it is essential that you possess the ability to sever the connection between yourself and Voldemort," Dumbledore added. "Not only Voldemort, but you may also encounter numerous adversaries in the future, such as Death Eaters and Ministry officials. You must learn the art of mental occlusion to shield your thoughts from those who might seek to invade your mind," Dumbledore explained with a gentle demeanor. Aphrodite nodded subtly, recognizing the necessity of such knowledge. "Will you personally teach me?" Harry inquired, accepting Dumbledore's words with natural ease. Dumbledore hesitated, knowing he could not take on the task himself at this time. "I would love to teach you, but I am quite occupied lately, stretched too thin." Dumbledore paused before continuing. "I plan to have Sirius instruct you." "No," Harry rejected vehemently without a moment's thought. "He despises me. I wouldn't survive a night under his tutelage. By the time he realizes I'm missing, I could very well have been dead in the cellar for days." Aphrodite stifled a laugh, coughing lightly. "Professor Snape is a master of occlumency. He will undoubtedly teach you well. You should consider yielding to this arrangement." "Couldn't you teach me instead?" Harry pleaded earnestly, resembling an anxious frog desperately hopping about. "Me?" Aphrodite pointed to herself, fully capable of teaching him, yet burdened by her own commitments, including the creation of the advanced ring. Teaching Harry would lack the legitimacy needed, and clandestine meetings would surely be inefficient. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, Harry could surmise her apprehensions. He turned to Dumbledore, who seemed to take a stance that brooked no opposition. Harry discreetly tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve beneath the table, but she remained unfazed. Gritting his teeth, he gently nudged her leg with his foot. Aphrodite nearly jumped, a shiver coursing through her, and she hurriedly coughed to cover her surprise. If we were to force Harry to interact with Professor Snape, a stern educator who has never favored Gryffindor, how could any meaningful learning occur between two individuals who regard each other with disdain? Aphrodite earnestly advised. Such an arrangement would only yield diminished returns, wouldn't it? I believe finding an alternative would be more prudent. Harry gazed at Aphrodite with hope. He yearned for Dumbledore to be his instructor, with Aphrodite as a close second. After considerable thought, Aphrodite conjured a suggestion. "I believe Harry's godfather would be an excellent choice. He is quite capable." She hesitated for a brief moment, then dismissed her trepidation. "Why not? After all, he is Harry's godfather, which would facilitate any learning process. However, Sirius is not at Hogwarts, which may pose some difficulties," Dumbledore replied hesitantly, yet he did not immediately refute Aphrodite's suggestion. Harry, undeterred, tugged at Aphrodite's sleeve once more. "A portkey would suffice to return to the Black residence," Aphrodite suggested. "During this time, We could arrange for a trustworthy individual to disguise themselves as Harry using Polyjuice Potion. Meeting once a week should not raise any suspicions. I think that sounds splendid, Harry enthusiastically concurred with Aphrodite. With a smile, she responded. Let us first conduct a trial run a time or two, and then we can finalize our plans. Dumbledore relented, and Harry exhaled in relief. Casting a grateful glance at Aphrodite, once all was said and done, Dumbledore departed from the Black residence, leaving Harry feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. For the first time in a long while, he felt inclined to rest. The previous night had been fraught with heaviness. But with Aphrodite and Dumbledore's arrival and their proposed solutions, he felt considerably lighter, as if the burden on his shoulders had lessened. He was not the venomous serpent of his dreams, nor would he ever devour anyone. Get some good rest, Aphrodite encouraged, noticing the bloodshot weariness in his eyes. Harry nodded obediently, tucking himself beneath the covers as Aphrodite quietly exited his room. Snuggling deep into the blankets, he reverently pressed a kiss to the ring. Meanwhile, Aphrodite belatedly realized that Dumbledore had brought her here but had not taken her away. He left on his own, initially intending to descend the stairs. She paused at the sound of footsteps above. Sirius emerged in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes to mask his fatigue. Miss Granger, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Black. Aphrodite replied thoughtfully. Why don't you rest a little longer? I couldn't sleep, so I rose, Sirius stated steadily. Though Aphrodite sensed that such composure was not inherent to him. Have you dealt with your house elf? She inquired kindly, recalling her discomfort from her previous visits to the Black residence. I just sent him away, Sirius murmured. I am unsure of where he will go. Aphrodite observed Sirius, noting that the first button of his pajama top was fastened incorrectly, revealing his disheveled state. She hesitated before choosing not to remind him. I gave him a scarf as a parting gift, so I suppose he left happily. He vanished promptly. My final instruction to him was to never return to the Black residence. Sirius rambled on, but Aphrodite's attention was solely on him. Miss Granger? Sirius paused, looking curiously at her. Startled, Aphrodite shook her head. It's nothing. Please continue. You seem troubled. Is there something on your mind? Indeed, I am troubled by cravings. So to speak, she replied playfully. No, it concerns Harry. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore just shared a few thoughts with me, and I believe I grasp his intent. Sirius remarked, stopping to face Aphrodite. His eyes glimmered as if infused with stardust, and time left no trace upon him. In a word, he exuded an enduring charm. Thank you for your assistance in educating my child. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Sirius pledged, causing Aphrodite to gasp in astonishment. Really? Anything at all? She blinked, relieved that her mental shielding had been effective, her expression impeccably controlled. Aphrodite bestowed upon him a sweetly obedient smile. I shall remember, Mr. Black. And I hope you do not forget either. Sirius squinted at her with a smile, then casually inquired. I hear you have quite the fondness for my child. Is that true? Indeed, I hold affection for everyone. I am an advocate for all living beings, Aphrodite replied, raising an eyebrow, offering no further explanation. As Sirius grasped the doorknob, a hint of weariness crossed his features. Aphrodite, perceptive as ever, bid him farewell. Take care, Mr. Black. A smile graced Sirius's handsome visage. A delightful sight. After parting from Aphrodite, he gently closed the door, leaving her alone on the 5th floor. She turned to glance at another door, one that seemed to harbor countless untold stories. Aphrodite, a faint voice drifted from downstairs. She leaned over the banister, peering through the gap, and saw Ron, wrapped in a thick cloak, gazing up at her. Aphrodite softened her demeanor as she descended the stairs quietly. Ron, why aren't you resting? What are you up to? Upon reaching him, she noted the conflicted expression on Ron's face. He appeared pale, his lips chapped, clearly having neglected himself. Everyone else is asleep. Why are you still awake? Aphrodite focused on his light-colored eyelashes, unconsciously softening her tone. I can't sleep. I was thinking about the recent events. Ron pursed his lips. I hadn't anticipated that Harry's dreams would have such an effect. He has been wearing the ring while sleeping, but yesterday, I borrowed it. And then this incident occurred. He just happened to save my father. What a coincidence. You borrowed the ring? Aphrodite tilted her head, pinching Ron's fair cheek. What did you need it for? Besides, that ring only works for Harry. It wouldn't be of use to you. I was just feeling a bit troubled and thought I might give it a try, Ron replied stubbornly, feeling rather awkward in Aphrodite's presence. The window was ajar, and a cold breeze infiltrated the room. Aphrodite wrapped her cloak tighter around herself, preparing to shut the window. Ron pondered for a moment, his thoughts seemingly scattered. And before he knew it, he had draped his cloak over Aphrodite's shoulders. Surprised, she looked up and met his gaze. Flustered, Ron took a step back. I'll be going now. I'm tired. Aphrodite watched his retreating figure, amusement dancing in her eyes, saying nothing. When Harry doesn't wear the ring, Could it really be such a coincidence for the basilisk to attack Mr. Weasley? Has Voldemort already sensed something and unraveled the connection between them? If Voldemort can invade Harry's mind, will she be exposed? After a moment of contemplation, Aphrodite ultimately set aside these thoughts as she departed from the Black residence. Chapter 186, Sisterly Revelations. Having alighted from the night bus, Aphrodite arrived at her home. The flowers and plants in the yard were blanketed in pristine white snow. A picture of beauty. Aphrodite, why have you returned so soon? Her mother was using magic to clear the snow from the plants and paused in surprise upon seeing her. Haven't they returned yet? Aphrodite inquired. What time is it? Just past 12, her mother replied gently. Why didn't you take the Hogwarts Express? True. The Hogwarts Express likely hasn't arrived yet. See, the door key or apparition. Aren't they both superior to this? Regrettably, she couldn't use apparition and was left to take the night bus instead. I had a brief discussion with Dumbledore off campus. She touched her nose. It's not far from home, so I took the night bus back. With Dumbledore? Her mother raised her brows slightly. Well, all right, Aphrodite, you needn't worry too much. Just enjoy your school life and find a job you love, or you needn't work at all. We can support you. I enjoy worrying, Aphrodite pouted, tugging at her mother's sleeve. Let me do these things, please allow me. Mimicking some of Daphne's endearing tactics, her mother chided her. Very well, if that is your wish. We shall support you. Thank you, dear mother. Aphrodite realized that her charms were indeed effective. But did she learn them from Daphne? She adjusted her cloak. And her mother noticed it, curiously touching the emblem. Gryffindor's winter cloak? Her mother's gaze turned complex as she seemed to await Aphrodite's response. Oh, Aphrodite remembered that she was still wearing Ron's cloak. 2 cloaks were certainly warmer. Whose is it? Her mother was not inclined to let her off the hook simply due to her pitiful expression. She halted her actions, fixing a serious stare on Aphrodite. A Gryffindor? Quite evident, her mother remarked coolly. The charm of her endearments seemed to have waned. It belongs to a Weasley, Aphrodite replied, steeling herself. A Weasley? Her mother rubbed her temples, preparing to say more. 2 figures appeared outside the garden. It was Daphne and Astoria. Astoria struggled with 2 heavy trunks as she trudged through the snow. Good sister, you've worked hard. But could someone help her out first? Aphrodite blinked rapidly, attempting to signal Astoria. Astoria immediately spotted her Gryffindor cloak and understood the cue. Signal received. You truly are a handful. Which young suitor is this? Mother, we're back. Astoria called out, rushing forward. I've missed you so much. Daphne puffed out white breath, her expression puzzled, sharing the same keen observational skills as Astoria. Yet she was determined to make things difficult for Aphrodite. Sister, why didn't you take the Hogwarts Express back? And whose clothes are those? Well done, Daphne, splendid job. Aphrodite's smile vanished. Her mother continued to wait for her explanation. It's just a Weasley. Aphrodite's mind whirled as she noticed Daphne reveling in the moment. Without remorse, she deflected the attention. Daphne, why didn't you bring Pansy home for Christmas? Your relationship has changed. It's time to show her off. Aphrodite blinked innocently. Astoria stifled a laugh, observing the exchange between her sisters. Daphne, your boyfriend, which house is he from again? Ravenclaw or Slytherin? Or perhaps both? Astoria's smile faded. Aphrodite slowly raised a questioning brow. What? She was unaware? Both she and her mother shared a puzzled glance, while Astoria pressed her lips together. That's just a good friendship. It's nothing. Their mother realized she was increasingly perplexed by her 3 daughters. Once the 3 of them had finished their playful banter, the cold proved unbearable, prompting them to dash inside. Aphrodite tackled Daphne onto the sofa, declaring, one of us shall not survive until Christmas. Help! Daphne shrieked, using all her limbs to fend off Aphrodite's playful attack. Astoria silently observed her sister's antics. Ah, not quite. It was more like playful banter. The 2 mischievous sisters. Astoria decided to let them be, ascending the stairs with a smile. Ahem, Aphrodite and Daphne collapsed onto the sofa, which was rather small, with Daphne nestled against Aphrodite. Both gasping for breath, Daphne twirled a strand of Aphrodite's hair around her finger. Do you think Mother will approve? She will. Aphrodite closed her eyes, unthinkingly aware of what Daphne was inquiring about, and provided her affirmative answer. She simply wished for our happiness, and assuredly, I too hope for your joy, as does Leah. I also wish for your happiness. Daphne's eyes sparkled. So you have decided, then, against the mysterious figure? Indeed, Aphrodite replied, gently brushing a stray lock of hair from Daphne's forehead. Daphne realized that this meant a considerable distance had grown between her and Pansy, and she chose not to dwell on it. With a playful smile, she asked, among your many admirers, who do you favor the most? Favor the most? Aphrodite chuckled softly. I'm not quite certain, but if pressed to choose. Has Percy visited his injured father? Daphne inquired. It seems I heard Mrs. Weasley mention that only Bill has taken leave. Aphrodite. Daphne waved her hand in front of her, puzzled by her sudden distraction. Huh. Aphrodite came back to herself. The one I favor the most. I don't think there is one. She said this with her eyes still twinkling, smiling radiantly. Do you think I believe that? Daphne teased. Aphrodite cleared her throat. Remember this. Whoever stands beside me at that moment will be my favorite. Oh, you fickle woman. Daphne sat up. I take pride in that, Aphrodite asserted confidently. The Christmas season passed in a flurry. Aphrodite exchanged several letters with Percy regarding Mr. Weasley's injury. And Percy informed her that he had visited his father multiple times. Upon returning to school, Aphrodite noticed that the spirits of the Weasley children had considerably improved. Holding her ring, she contemplated how to enhance it. Perhaps she would need to find some resources, she mused. After all, she had already engaged in a pleasant conversation with Dumbledore, who would likely be amenable to letting her explore the restricted section. Theo, shall we visit the library together this afternoon? Aphrodite casually tossed the ring and inquired. Of course, Theodore nodded modestly. A pink figure suddenly entered their peripheral vision. It was Umbridge. Chapter 187, The Informer. Aphrodite and Theodore exchanged glances, both surprised by the evident curiosity reflected in each other's beautiful eyes. Miss Granger, Umbridge greeted with a poised smile. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Perhaps you would be willing to assist me with a small favor. Me? Aphrodite pointed at herself. Very well, Professor. I would be delighted. Umbridge led Aphrodite outside the Great Hall, guiding her to her office. The desk inside had been replaced, compared to the previous one. This new desk lacked its predecessor's charm. Aphrodite placed her palm on the surface and sat across from Umbridge. Miss Granger, I have heard that you are quite well liked here at Hogwarts. Aphrodite smiled silently, patiently waiting for Umbridge to continue. What clever scheme was she concocting? You may be familiar with Mr. Potter from Gryffindor? Umbridge inquired. Of course, who hasn't heard of Gryffindor's reckless Potter? Aphrodite replied with an amused smile, aligning herself with Umbridge's sentiment. Umbridge, feeling a surge of emotion, was oblivious to the true cause of her current predicament. You are absolutely correct. I believe it is essential to impose discipline and supervision on such students. Umbridge eagerly proclaimed, as if she had found a kindred spirit. What are your thoughts, Professor? Aphrodite inquired. Perhaps you could engage more with Potter to ascertain what he and his friends are clandestinely up to, Umbridge suggested, convinced of her own sagacity. Aphrodite. She felt as if she were observing a clown. As you wish, Professor, she replied, feeling little inclination to resist or prolong the conversation. I will do my utmost to uncover what they are up to. Aphrodite stacked thick tomes neatly on the desk, while Theodore stood by, knocking on the hard covers. Have you made any progress after working on these for so long? He asked. I believe I should manage it, Aphrodite replied lightly, as Theodore opened his textbook. You're taking your OWLs this year, aren't you? Are you confident? Well, somewhat, Theodore replied humbly. Aphrodite, fully aware of his nature, generously offered her praise. I know. Theo, you are undoubtedly the most exceptional and talented. Theo is indeed the most exceptional and talented. Cedric suddenly appeared from nowhere, plopping down with a book across from them. He had heard that Aphrodite had been spending considerable time with Theodore lately. His gaze flicked between Theodore and Aphrodite, his expression tense as he forced a strained smile. Theodore suddenly felt as though he were the unwilling third party in a clandestine affair. Feeling the heat. Are we, mate? Theodore glanced at Aphrodite, contemplating how to broach the topic. Don't pick on Theo. Aphrodite decisively chose to defend Theodore. Aren't you training today? She inquired. I didn't go, but they. Cedric began to reply. Theodore observed them closely. Why had they suddenly fallen silent? Was there something Theodore was not permitted to hear? He pondered. Just a moment ago, Draco rushed off with Goyle and Crabbe to find Umbridge. He remarked, intertwining his fingers thoughtfully. Looking for Umbridge? Aphrodite frowned. Yes. He left in quite a hurry this morning, Theodore added. Is something amiss? Aphrodite exchanged a grave look with Cedric, their expressions revealing concern. Aphrodite retrieved a galleon from her pocket and gave it a gentle scratch. You should check it out first. She decisively stood up. I will follow. The galleon warmed up, flashing twice before it resembled a genuine galleon once more. Cedric nodded and strode purposefully out of the library. Aphrodite also closed her book, preparing to leave. Theodore contemplated for a moment, but silently followed suit. Are you coming with me? Aphrodite tilted her head to ask. Theodore pursed his lips and nodded slightly, and Aphrodite smiled, suddenly taking his hand. Theodore's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard. I'm going to cast the disillusionment charm, Aphrodite explained. What kind of good person casts a disillusionment charm while holding hands? Theodore quirked a slight smile. All right. Aphrodite swiftly led Theodore to the room of requirement. But it was already empty. The door stood ajar, and the room was vacant. Aphrodite paused. Then let us go to the headmaster's office. The office was bustling. The door wide open. Dumbledore sat serenely, while Fudge stood by the fireplace, exuding satisfaction. Percy stood nearby, taking notes, his quill in hand. pushing up his thin-framed glasses with a look of diligence for the Ministry of Magic. A few other ministry officials were present, as Aphrodite observed from a distance. "I'll go in," she announced, releasing Theodore's hand to allow him to leave first. After all, this was a matter shrouded in secrecy. What if the spell were to fail? All right. Theodore took hold of Aphrodite's hand again, intending to accompany her inside. Aphrodite, exasperated, squeezed his fingers, ultimately leading him into the office. As soon as they entered, Dumbledore's gaze swept over, subtly shifting his eyes, but saying nothing. Aphrodite nestled into a corner, securing the prime spot for watching the unfolding drama. Theodore quietly crouched beside her, and they sat in perfect obedience. Umbridge was forcibly dragging Harry, both of them grappling as they squeezed into the office, with Cedric trailing not too far behind. "Professor, why did you summon me from the Gryffindor common room?" Harry asked, struggling to feign ignorance. Fudge's smile diminished as he regarded Umbridge with skepticism. "We suspect you have violated school rules," Umbridge insisted, attempting to assert herself. Although she knew well that she had already uncovered their training location, but still came up empty-handed. There was no alternative. Umbridge had summoned Fudge early, leaving no choice but to drag Potter out of the lounge. At least she had a witness. "Yes, a witness," Umbridge hastily proclaimed, feeling a flicker of relief as she noticed Fudge's expression soften. With her shrill voice, she called out, "Where's Marietta?" Cedric stood silently behind Umbridge, exchanging glances with Harry. Marietta buried her face in her collar, and Fudge, eager for her to speak, tugged at her, revealing her face marred by purple boils to the crowd. Avarice gasped. Hermione was indeed more ruthless than she. "Dear, wouldn't you care to share?" Umbridge swallowed hard, still clutching her. "Marietta came to my office today and informed me of a secret room called the Room of Requirement." Umbridge smiled, stating that gatherings sometimes took place there. Fudge mirrored Umbridge's smile, encouraging Marietta, "Good girl, you're doing the right thing. Do you have any further evidence?" Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected coldly, asserting, "A girl who cannot speak at present lacks sufficient evidence to accuse my student." Then what was Harry doing just now? Was he engaged in illegal organized activities? Dumbledore asked calmly. Harry looked at Dumbledore and McGonagall, feeling greatly emboldened. He opened his mouth. Umbridge and Fudge held their breath, anticipating his defense with utmost confidence. "I was studying with Cedric," Harry stated firmly. "I can vouch for that." "Professor," Cedric immediately stepped forward, their gazes resolute. Professor McGonagall suddenly swayed slightly, observing the two, as if recalling some shocking memory. She suppressed the sudden wave of nostalgia, forcing a smile, acknowledging that both Potter and Diggory were good students who occasionally studied together. However, under Educational Decree 20, Umbridge interjected loudly. Harry calmly interrupted her. "Professor, the decree does not prohibit gatherings of 2 or more individuals for illegal activities, but there are only 2 of us." Cedric coolly continued Harry's thought. The two had evidently conspired long before. Umbridge was taken aback. She could hardly believe it. "I must have misheard, Minister Fudge. Some cunning students always devise various excuses to evade deserved punishment. I implore you." "Dolores," Dumbledore interjected, "I trust my students, especially those with exemplary reputations, the 2 champions of the Triwizard Tournament." Potter engaged in nefarious means to incriminate Harry. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "That was Barty Crouch Jr.'s doing. He has escaped, and this is a dereliction of the Ministry." Fudge fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. "Moreover, our Hogwarts students have always maintained good relations." Professor McGonagall, simmering with suppressed fury, raised her voice unconsciously. "During a Christmas ball, Potter and Diggory were each other's partners. Of course they would often study together." Avarice stifled a laugh while hiding her mouth, and Theodore was puzzled by her amusement. However, he recalled that neither Diggory nor Potter had invited her to the dance. She had danced with him instead. Harry wore a faint smile, while Fudge seethed with clenched teeth. Percy diligently noted the evening's conversation, his expression tinged with mild impatience, his face obscured by his notebook, preventing others from discerning his feelings. Ordinarily, he would be eager to participate in the Ministry's affairs, especially those involving the minister. Yet, being at Hogwarts, if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he might encounter avarice? "You're lying," Umbridge immediately retorted. "Professor Umbridge," McGonagall emphasized the title, "before you counter, please provide sufficient evidence." "Miss Marietta, simply answer my questions with a nod or shake of your head." Umbridge shook Marietta impatiently, desperation evident. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Dolores, please treat my student gently." "Marietta, did you not tell me there was a secret gathering on the 8th floor today?" Marietta seemed frozen in place, blinking slowly before shaking her head. "But didn't you say they always gather for secret activities?" Marietta shook her head once more. Fudge glared coldly at Umbridge, who dared not meet his gaze. She realized she had bungled the situation. She could not afford to be abandoned by the Ministry. If cast aside, where could she exert her authority? Umbridge swallowed hard, but could produce no further evidence. Fudge let out a heavy sigh. Upon meeting Dumbledore's gaze, he adjusted his hat, suppressing his expression, awkwardly stating, "Since there is nothing, Dolores, you may leave for now. You too, Harry, and Cedric." Dumbledore smiled gently, then turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, please assist in escorting Miss Marietta to the hospital wing." The office erupted with a flurry of activity as Avarice hurriedly took Theodore away. "Cornelius, we need to talk." Fudge halted his departure, hands folded, reluctantly instructing the nearby ministry employees, "You all may leave the office. I need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore." Percy tucked his notebook away and hastily exited the office. Avarice canceled her disillusionment charm and walked with Theodore down the stairs. After a moment of contemplation, Theodore asked, "Was Marietta under the Imperius curse?" "I think so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly changed her story," Avarice mused, stroking her chin. "But why would she betray us? She has been in the DA for so long." "Duh?" Theodore paused. Avarice feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. "Oh dear, I owe you thanks for today. If you hadn't mentioned Draco, they surely would have been caught." "I never intended to help them," Theodore replied, though he flashed Avarice a small smile. "You're the best." Avarice tugged at his sleeve, leaning in closely. "Ahem, you're the best." Draco stood at the bottom of the stairs, arms crossed. "What are you two doing standing there?" "Chatting. Is there a problem?" Theodore inquired. Draco pondered for a moment. "I need to ask you something. Come." Theodore rolled his eyes internally, wondering why Draco had no sense of perception. Or perhaps he was being deliberately obtuse. "Understood. I'm coming." Theodore followed Draco with reluctance. Glancing back at Avarice, Avarice leaned against the railing, arms crossed. "You're the best," a familiar voice called from the left. Percy Weasley stood in the shadows, gazing at Avarice. Chapter 189, The Cavern. Avarice found these boys to be excessively petty and small-minded. "Long time no see," she approached him, wrapping her arms around Percy's waist in the shadows. Percy reciprocated, wrapping an arm around her waist as they spiraled into an empty classroom. He pressed her against the door, locking it behind them. "I miss you." Percy lowered his head, burying it in her shoulder. "I miss you too." Avarice patted his back. "You were just saying others were the best," Percy coolly reminded her. "Well, you're the best too," she coaxed. Before he could act, Avarice cupped his face with one hand, using the other to remove his thin-framed glasses. "Didn't you say you missed me?" Aphrodite blinked playfully, inquiring mischievously. "Weasley?" Outside the classroom, a man's voice echoed, accompanied by footsteps, seemingly in search of Percy. Aphrodite stifled a laugh as she glanced at Percy, whose face was etched with chagrin. It appeared that someone's luck had run dry. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she reveled in his dismay. She gave Percy a gentle push. Percy, maintaining a stern expression, silently brushed through Aphrodite's long hair, reminding her to write. "You must promise to write to me," he urged with concern. Aphrodite playfully pinched his cheek, assuring him with a smile. With a flush of crimson in his ears, Percy exited, exchanging a few pleasantries with his colleagues before they departed from Hogwarts. Emerging from the empty classroom, Aphrodite encountered Dumbledore. With a warm smile, he asked, "Aphrodite, did you inform Harry and the others?" "Perhaps," she replied, uncertain if her notification had been timely, but relieved she had evaded Umbridge's grasp. "What organization?" Dumbledore inquired softly. "The DA," Aphrodite pondered, realizing it referred to Dumbledore's army. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then smiled. "I am honored." After a brief reflection, she added, "Someone alerted me to this situation. Mr. Knott has always been a perceptive and meticulous student." Dumbledore chuckled. "It seems I cannot keep anything from you." Aphrodite decided to divert the conversation, wishing to steer Dumbledore's attention away from Theodore. "After this incident, Minister Fudge should have little opportunity to target you, correct?" "Who knows?" Dumbledore jested. "We can never fathom what others might be thinking. Of course, I did not imply he." "Sir, I have made a decision regarding what assistance I seek from you." As she reached into her pocket, she unexpectedly retrieved Percy's glasses. Embarrassed, she offered Dumbledore a couple of awkward smiles and remarked dryly, "A fashion accessory." Saying this, she tucked the glasses back into her pocket and produced the note the old man had given her earlier. "I wish to know the meaning of this note." Dumbledore took the note, his gaze reflecting confusion. A corpse abandoned in a hollow, fragmented and forlorn, a soul preserved beneath the waters. Adrift in the world for over a decade, returning home to seek justice remains a distant hope. He scrutinized the note, revealing a hint of perplexity. "I suppose I intend to locate this individual," Aphrodite stated earnestly. "That is my request." Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. "I cannot ascertain the exact location, but coincidentally, I am bound for a place that bears a resemblance to the description in the note." "What a coincidence!" Aphrodite was taken aback, her curiosity about this place intensifying. "If you trust me, I can take you there, though my intended time of departure is not now," Dumbledore explained. "That place may be one of no return." "Do you have an imperative reason for going?" Aphrodite inquired curiously. Dumbledore paused, then nodded. Yes, but I am afraid I cannot divulge it. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, determined to uncover the truth, though she understood there would be future opportunities to learn. If it is indeed a one-way journey, is there a means to resolve this? She asked with concern. Why not depart sooner? Must one go even if it is a one-way trip? If it is, how did those who preceded manage to go? Are they already deceased? I do not know, Dumbledore mused. Perhaps it is destined that sacrifices must be made to obtain such outcomes. Often, the best results come at a steep price. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I can take you to see that place now. Right now, sir, Aphrodite urged eagerly. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. Perhaps the clever Miss Greengrass will devise a way. Shall we flatter her? Aphrodite pursed her lips, smiling in silence. Dumbledore and Aphrodite performed apparition. Arriving near a cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. Standing upon a rock that jutted from the sea, Dumbledore and Aphrodite were tousled by the wind, their hair and beard whipping about. The waves crashed against the rocks, emitting a chilling wail. And Aphrodite felt the water wetting her toes. No one else can enter, Dumbledore stated calmly. Only one person can come and go. But what lies within remains unknown to me. I intend to study it further before venturing inside. Is this related to the Dark Lord? Aphrodite asked. You are astute. Dumbledore praised generously. It is only the Dark Lord who could compel such efforts from you. Indeed, Dumbledore chuckled. In time, you may truly devise a solution. Very well. We shall postpone this for another day. Aphrodite illuminated her wand, declaring, I believe now is the perfect moment to enter, for I have already conceived a plan. A smile blossomed on her face as she turned away, concealing the cunning gleam in her eyes from Dumbledore. Do you possess any further information? She inquired slowly. Perhaps I could give it a try. Chapter 190. The Cave 2. To retrieve an item, Dumbledore explained, potentially the Dark Lord's most significant possession. He regarded Aphrodite with disapproval. I cannot allow you to enter alone. That is not for you to decide, sir, Aphrodite responded calmly, her tone brooking no refusal. You have no second option, Aphrodite, Dumbledore stated, his voice unusually stern. I promise you, I will not go alone, she assured, raising her hand to display the Greengrass family ring. Besides, Tom will accompany me. From her pocket, she produced a small fabric pouch, no larger than a hand, from which she retrieved 2 mirrors. It seems now is an ideal time to utilize these mirrors. She handed one to Dumbledore. We can maintain communication. I will inform you of any developments. Dumbledore examined the mirror, surprised by its potential use. She turned her gaze toward the cave, her lips pursed in silence. We ought to, Dumbledore began. But before he could finish, Aphrodite had already submerged into the water. Is she truly a Slytherin? Dumbledore wondered, momentarily dazed. Her actions now were a far cry from her previous demeanor. Aphrodite dove into the sea, navigating through the submerged passage. She felt her heart pounding, as if it had plummeted into the deep, echoing a muffled thud. She emerged onto the shore. The muddy path and rocky wall sullied her dress, clinging to her legs. Yet she paid no heed, pressing forward through the narrow corridor. She polished the mirror, ensuring Dumbledore could see her surroundings clearly. The mirror flickered, and Dumbledore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her environment, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Aphrodite ascended the steps, standing at the center of the cave. This is the place, Dumbledore declared. I can sense that magic once lingered here. Aphrodite meticulously explored the rocky walls, finally tapping a specific spot and lifting the mirror, asking, is it here? Indeed it is, Dumbledore confirmed. You may proceed. As Aphrodite twisted her ring, a figure materialized before her. It was Tom Riddle. His expression was one of confusion, but upon recognizing his surroundings, comprehension dawned. His gaze hardened as Aphrodite took his hand, preventing him from fleeing. Tom, I have missed you. Let us converse, she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if proposing a mundane activity. Chat. Tom spat through gritted teeth, unconsciously fixating on the water's surface, eerily calm. His instincts warned him of lurking dangers beneath. Let us discuss what you have been doing in this place, Aphrodite gently prompted. Dumbledore remained silent on the other side of the mirror, merely listening to their exchange. So she intends to bring Tom forth, he mused. Tom seethed, his teeth clenched. It is merely a diary. What could it possibly know? He is innocent. He is pitiable. He is pure. My memories extend only to the age of 16. Beyond that, I remain in ignorance. You must inquire of the Dark Lord, Tom replied, holding his breath. What a pity, Aphra pouted, her heart still skeptical of his fanciful claims, although they were indeed the truth. Dumbledore spoke slowly. When you were a child, you brought several Muggle orphans to this place, did you not? What became of them in the end? Tom's eyes flickered momentarily, but he offered no response to Dumbledore. What would the Dark Lord be doing here? If it were him, Tom felt a surge of complicated emotions. It was over. His homeland was about to be uprooted. Shoo, Aphra urged, grasping Tom's hand and placing it against the rock wall. A faint white light emanated from the wall, and Tom, feeling apprehensive, remained there, praying that the Dark Lord would not conjure any mischief. Naturally, such a hope was futile. Dumbledore pondered, perhaps to obtain such an object easily. A price must be paid. How about the summoning charm? Aphra inquired, what do you seek? Dumbledore discreetly glanced at Tom. A Horcrux. Tom thought to himself, it's over. A Horcrux? Aphra echoed, what is a Horcrux? After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, summon the Horcrux. Beneath the water, a pale object surged toward Aphra, quick as lightning. She pulled Tom in front of her as a shield. Tom. That creature plunged back into the depths, sending splashes of water that soaked Tom's face. Aphra felt relieved for her quick reflexes, having used Tom as a shield. Tom wished to remain silent, merely turning his head. What else is there to do? Aphra shrugged. I haven't done anything. Dumbledore suggested, perhaps we could try drawing blood. Aphra agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, it is often customary to use blood as a key. Tears serve a similar purpose. Tom considered, perhaps he should weep after all? Aphra tightened her grip on Tom's arm, her wand lightly gliding across his skin, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Don't move, Aphra warned, her gaze icy. Crimson blood stained Tom's arm, his brow furrowed tightly, wishing he could eliminate her. I apologize. The wound has widened slightly, Aphra stated without a hint of remorse. Regarding the incident with little Barty, she had intended to settle the score, but was delayed by matters concerning Oliver. Since then, she had not visited Tom, and it had indeed been a long time. Blood dripped onto the rock wall, revealing a door before them. Aphra tugged Tom along, their footsteps echoing through the cavern. Soon, she halted, raising the two-way mirror to allow Dumbledore a clear view of the scene ahead. It was a lake, at the center of which glimmered a green light. A boat rested on the shore, welcoming visitors. It appeared ominous from every angle. Aphra led Tom aboard, and as soon as they were seated, the boat began to sway precariously. Get Tom away, Dumbledore commanded decisively. Aphra immediately grasped Dumbledore's intention, and she concealed Tom within her ring, restoring tranquility to the boat. The small vessel set sail on its own, rippling the water as it glided toward the green light. Abandoned corpses littered the cavern. Aphra scrutinized the surface of the water, catching glimpses of eerie white bones beneath. But what use was this to her? Aphra pondered. The suppressed impulse that had weighed heavily upon her heart began to dissipate. In the midst of her contemplation, the boat reached the center of the lake. Aphra disembarked, summoning Tom back to her side. Tom, visibly impatient, surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed a stone basin. What is this? Chapter 191, RAB. Before Aphra and Tom lay a stone basin, filled with a viridescent liquid that shimmered eerily. Without hesitation, Aphra took Tom's hand and reached toward the basin. An invisible force restrained Tom, preventing him from breaking free of Aphra's grasp. Yet, his hand could not touch the basin, as if a spell had erected a barrier. Beside the basin sat an empty goblet, seemingly hinting at something. Drink it? Aphra glanced at Dumbledore's reflection in the mirror, a hint of uncertainty crossing her features. If I were present, perhaps I could discern its significance, Dumbledore replied. I shall come over. For now, do not move. In any case, Voldemort surely harbored ill intentions. No need. Aphra turned to face Tom. Tom felt unnerved under her penetrating gaze, sensing an ominous premonition. You are willing, aren't you? Aphra's lips curled into a slow smile. Tom's words were caught in his throat, as Aphra lowered the mirror, lifted the goblet, and filled it with liquid. She pressed down on Tom's shoulder, who sat on a rock by the lake, and grasped his chin. Come, I will feed you myself. Dumbledore, unable to see the scene, felt a long-forgotten ache for Tom. Aphra gently poured the liquid into Tom's mouth, her movements tender, her expression soft. Tom's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mouth was held firm, liquid flowing in, half swallowed and half spilling onto the ground. Be good, Aphra spoke languidly, patting Tom's cheek, or it will be more painful. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Tom's eyes quickly filled with tears, experiencing this humiliation for the second time in his life. Every ounce of strength drained from his body. He collapsed onto the rock, his lips quivering, his body convulsing, breaths heavy and labored. His complexion paled, as though the very throat of destiny was being constricted, ready to snuff out his life in the next moment. This was the consequence of Voldemort's actions, not his own. Tom clutched Aphra's arm, pleading, please, please. Before he could finish his words, another cup of liquid was forced down his throat, choking him, leaving only stammering sounds. I understand my mistakes, Tom cried out in agony. I know. Another cup of liquid, bitter and fiery, his body racked with pain, even his soul trembled. Tom found himself enveloped in darkness, transported back to that dilapidated orphanage. She released Tom, who collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Aphra observed the basin nearing its bottom, revealing a golden locket. She set the goblet aside, using her wand to lift the locket and display it for Dumbledore. Is this it? The locket of Salazar Slytherin? Dumbledore frowned, sensing something amiss. He contemplated. I need to see it in person. You should step out for a moment. No rush, sir, Aphra replied, tucking the mirror into her pocket. Once she had a moment, she turned to Tom, who was mumbling, his mouth opening and closing without forming coherent words. Aphra's brow furrowed in confusion. Tom, what is wrong? Tom's mind was a cacophony, barely registering Aphra's words, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Did you just speak? Aphra asked uncertainly. Tears streamed down Tom's face, and he buried his head in his hands, weeping openly. Aphra brushed her long hair aside, lifted Tom, and cradled him in her arms, gently patting his back. It's all right. It's all right. Her garments became soaked with his tears, as Tom sobbed. Water, I want water. All right, I'll get you water. Aphra comforted Tom softly, as if she were not the one who had just forced liquid into him. Tom struggled to lift his eyelids, a growing hatred festering within him. Fresh water? No response. Aphra reluctantly scooped a cup of lake water, reasoning that it would suffice, even if it contained impurities, for it was not she who would drink it, right? Tom clenched his teeth, now fully aware, yet remained silent. Aphra blinked, a hint of confusion in her heart, questioning why she had become so merciless. This was not her character. Tom lay against her, his gaze darkened. As she had just fed him the lake water, the surface began to stir unnaturally. The lake erupted, revealing ghastly white hands breaking through the surface as corpses emerged from the depths. Aphra was unable to attend to Tom, swiftly brandishing her wand. A radiant blue light shot forth from it, materializing into a protective barrier that thwarted the advancing horde of the undead. Let's go, Aphra decisively exclaimed, tugging at Tom in a desperate attempt to escape. However, Tom was too heavy. She exerted all her strength to no avail. Reluctantly, Aphra opened her ring and drew Tom inside. As Tom entered the ring, a crimson light surged amidst the throng of corpses. Aphra halted momentarily, gazing upward as the red glow intensified, resembling a blazing flame. The crimson radiance encircled her several times before merging into her ring. She had no time to ponder its significance. Her immediate concern was to extricate herself. Aphra boarded a small boat, the blue barrier still encasing her. The vessel rocked precariously as the corpses clung to it, unable to board, yet impeding its progress. Amidst the tumult, she sensed an expanse opening ahead. The boat was nearing its destination. Fire God, clear the way, came Dumbledore's voice from the cavern's depths, and in an instant, the undead blocking Aphra's path were vanquished. Go, Dumbledore urged, his expression stern as he extended his arm. Aphra grasped his arm and leapt from the boat. Together, they swiftly vacated the cave. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Aphra found herself seated opposite Dumbledore, cradling a cup of hot cocoa. She presented the pendant box to him, and Dumbledore scrutinized it, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He spoke softly, concluding that it was a counterfeit. What? Aphra gasped, having just lifted her cup. Is this indeed the Horcrux you mentioned? A fake? Dumbledore tapped the pendant box with his wand, causing it to open and reveal a note before them. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this note, I will surely be dead. However, this is of little consequence. What matters is that I have located your Horcrux and will endeavor to destroy it. My sole aim is to ensure that when you encounter your adversary, you shall be vanquished once more. Aphra studied the note, absent-mindedly tapping her fingers against the cup, deep in thought. So, a Horcrux is something that enables Voldemort to evade defeat? You must destroy it for him to be overcome? She continued. Clearly, someone has undertaken this task prior. It appears to have been some time ago. Dumbledore gently uttered the name at the bottom of the note. R.A.B. Chapter 192, Regulus. Aphra suddenly recalled a plaque she had seen in the Black family manor. Regulus Black? Dumbledore was taken aback. You know of Regulus? She paused, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Holding her cup, she took a sip, suppressing her inner turmoil. I do not know him well, sir. After all, I was rather young when he perished. He was the second son of the Black family, Sirius's brother. A remarkable Slytherin, yet after graduation, he followed Voldemort. Aphra fell silent, contemplating. What is a Horcrux, sir? She inquired, having perused most books in the library and visited the restricted section numerous times, yet never having encountered any mention of Horcruxes. Voldemort committed an unspeakable act. He fractured his soul and concealed the fragments within various objects. As long as these objects remain intact, Voldemort cannot truly die, Dumbledore elucidated. She certainly could not have known what a Horcrux was, for Dumbledore had long since removed all texts pertaining to Horcruxes from the library. Aphra blinked. May I see those books? That may not be advisable, Dumbledore declined. Soul fragmentation is a profoundly malevolent form of magic, and I do not wish for young witches and wizards to be exposed to it. Moreover, Voldemort did not create merely one Horcrux. Not just one. Aphra's gaze lifted. A realization spilling forth. The diary is one, isn't it? There must be others, Dumbledore replied gravely. I have been searching for many years. And only recently did I acquire this information. Initially, I intended to observe for a while longer. I did not anticipate that you would recklessly plunge in with Tom. Dumbledore did not voice this thought. However, this one is a fake. Perhaps the true Horcrux has been destroyed, but a real Horcrux would be exceedingly difficult to obliterate. Only RAB would possess that knowledge. He sighed. It is getting late. You should return to rest. Aphra drained her cocoa. Very well, headmaster. She paused, then asked, do you have any essence of murtlap? I do, Dumbledore replied, momentarily taken aback before producing several vials of the essence. You weren't harmed today, were you? I was not. Aphra assured him. She stood, turned, and suddenly felt the warmth of the headmaster's office, perhaps due to the shared experience she had just undergone with Dumbledore. I shall keep it a secret, Professor Dumbledore. Aphra nodded slightly as she exited the office, closing the door behind her. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Aphra refreshed herself before collapsing onto her bed. She rotated her ring, skillfully entering its confines. Tom sat despondently on the bed, his lips still pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He pursed his lips, and upon seeing Aphra, remained silent. Blood continued to trickle from his arm. Aphra felt a twinge of guilt, though not excessively. She approached Tom and poured the essence of murtlap onto his arm, but he remained sullen and wordless. Do you despise me? Aphra asked, feigning ignorance. Tom scoffed. You might as well kill me. Oh. After treating his wound, Aphra pocketed the essence. She drew her wand, causing Tom's pupils to constrict as he instinctively recoiled. Forget all. Aphra waved her wand gently, speaking soothingly. In an instant, Tom's recollection of the day's events vanished. 3 seconds later, confusion clouded his eyes. What are you doing here? He queried. Living too comfortably and come to seek amusement? I merely wished to see you, Aphra replied, a smile gracing her lips. It has been a while. How have you been? Tom furrowed his brow. Isn't it the same every day? What do you truly want? Aphra shrugged. Just checking in on you. Before Tom could respond, he suddenly pointed behind her. When did this room acquire a door? Aphra turned, equally perplexed. A door had appeared on the pristine white wall. Both were bewildered. Aphra blinked and approached, hesitating not before pulling the door open. Logically, the space within her ring should have contained only one room. However, beyond the door lay a corridor illuminated by warm, amber lights, leading to another ajar door. Let us take a look, Tom urged, astonished. I've been here so long and never seen these places. Aphra shot him a glance before striding towards the door. Behind it lay a cozy room, a bed upon which lay a young man. Aphra's heart raced as she slowly approached the figure, her gaze unwavering. A striking young man with dark hair, seemingly not yet 20, lay motionless upon the bed. Who is this? Tom inquired. Do you have a neighbor now? Are you collecting souls outside every day? I'm not the one initiating it, Aphra shot back, narrowing her eyes. Speak another word, and I'll cast a spell on you. Tom fell silent. Aphra extended her right hand, hesitating as she brushed her fingers against the young man's face. Streams of red light surged from her fingertips, intertwining with the young man's essence. Tom squinted, uncertainty etched on his face. Aphra gasped, quickly retracting her hand, yet the connection between her and the young man persisted, intensifying. She felt her own strength being siphoned away. In a brief span, the light diminished. Aphrodite's heart raced, her hand pressed against her chest. Her complexion ashen and cold sweat cascading down her brow. Her legs felt weak, forcing her to lean on Tom for support. Her soul ached with an unbearable torment. Tom clasped her hand, which was chillingly cold, and scrutinized her, pondering the events that had just transpired. As he was lost in thought, the black-haired youth on the bed slowly opened his eyes. His striking light gray irises surveyed his surroundings, filled with confusion. He attempted to move, but failed, resulting in him lying there, stealing glances at Aphrodite, who stood within his line of sight. The blonde-haired girl, despite her apparent exhaustion, seemed to be unwell. Who are you? The boy's voice was hoarse, struggling to articulate the question. Where's this place? Hell or heaven? He wiggled his fingers, finding he could move them now, with great effort. He propped himself up to see Tom standing behind the girl. His eyes widened in shock. Chapter 193, Out of Touch with Time. Awakened memories surged forth, and he recalled everything from his previous life. The boy stared in disbelief, trembling as he pointed a finger at Tom. Is that you, Voldemort? He was certain. It was indeed Voldemort, even though by the time he had followed him, the latter was no longer young or handsome. Yet, he would never mistake him. Is Voldemort still alive? Panic washed over him, mingled with a sense of profound despair. Had all his efforts been in vain? Aphrodite blinked and turned to Tom, gently patting the back of his hand. You should go back now. Tom rolled his eyes, saying nothing, yet obediently departed. Who was this boy? His reaction suggested a deep acquaintance with her. Suppressing his curiosity, Tom decided to leave for the time being. It would be fine. There would be time to explore further in the future. He shook his arms as he walked back to his room, feeling a strange soreness in his limbs and a general ache throughout his body. How peculiar. Had he not slept well last night? Aphrodite, her small face pale, settled beside the boy's bed, her blue eyes fixed intently on him as she softly inquired, "Who are you?" The boy gazed at her, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. "I am Regulus Black," he replied slowly. Aphrodite's throat tightened at the name. Regulus? Had he not perished long ago, in that cave? Regulus shared her confusion. "Who are you? A deity overseeing the deceased? Is this hell?" Aphrodite smiled faintly. "I am not. My name is Aphrodite Granger, an ordinary student at Hogwarts, and this is not hell." "Then where is this?" Regulus smiled back, though still somewhat weak. "Inside my ring," Aphrodite said, licking her dry lips. "Perhaps you have not died." "What?" Regulus was taken aback, instinctively believing she was jesting. But if she was joking, then what was this place? How could he still possess consciousness? He had died in that frigid place. How could he behold the sunlight again? Had she saved him? Regulus quickly deduced, piecing the situation together. Aphrodite felt a wave of nausea and covered her chest, a faint flush appearing on her pallid cheeks. "Are you all right?" Regulus asked hurriedly. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Aphrodite shook her head. Before she could speak further, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Regulus instinctively caught her, preventing her from collapsing to the floor. What should he do now? He surveyed the empty room, noticing its stark barrenness. Lifting the covers, he realized he was unclothed. His ears flushed crimson, feeling utterly flustered. He gazed at Aphrodite's sleeping face, his eyes drifting to her hand, where he touched the ring glowing softly, enveloping them both in a warm light. In the next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black room. Regulus held his breath, observing the surroundings, and recognized the silver serpent patterns on the curtains as belonging to the Slytherin dormitory. Aphrodite lay still on the bed, her breathing faint yet steady. Regulus glanced down at himself, then quietly lifted the curtain, scrutinizing the dormitory's interior, which was enveloped in silence. Save for the gentle sound of breathing, his heart raced as he bowed his head to Aphrodite. He swore he was not a pervert, he merely needed clothing. Regulus stealthily climbed down, opening Aphrodite's wardrobe, sifting through an array of garments, but finding nothing suitable. The wardrobe was overflowing with various styles, and when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her undergarments, he quickly averted his gaze, his face reddening. He turned to the unconscious Aphrodite, pondering her fate without proper care. Gathering his courage, he hastily scanned the wardrobe once more. At last, in a corner, he spotted a neatly folded set of new clothes. He gingerly picked it up, shaking it out to reveal a men's outfit. Regulus sighed in relief, though a question arose. Why did she possess men's clothing? Never mind, that was not his concern. He dismissed the thought and hurriedly dressed himself. He scooped her up carefully and left the dormitory with deliberate caution. He had long forgotten the way to the hospital wing, having been away from Hogwarts for so many years that he felt a stranger in this place. The sensation of his feet on the ground was a reminder of his existence. It was truly magical, Regulus mused as he gazed at the girl in his arms. Aphrodite Granger? After some effort, Regulus finally located the room marked as the hospital wing. He pushed the door open with his body and gently laid Aphrodite on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Is anyone here?" Footsteps echoed in the small room, and Madame Pomfrey peered in, pondering whether it was Potter or Granger. Her gaze landed on the boy, and he seemed somewhat familiar, though she could not recall why. She stepped out without further ado. "What is your situation?" Madame Pomfrey glanced at Regulus, mistakenly thinking he was the patient. Regulus quickly pointed to the bed. "It's her. She's unwell." Following his gesture, Madame Pomfrey fell silent. Recognizing the familiar name, a sense of inevitable disappointment washed over her. She hurried to the bedside, expertly using her wand to assess the situation. After several minutes, her expression turned grave. "Severe damage to her soul. I fear she may take a long time to awaken, and complete restoration is unlikely." Concern etched on Regulus' face. "Which house are you from?" Madame Pomfrey inquired. Slytherin," Regulus replied, not lying, as he had once been a part of it, despite having graduated long ago. "Are you classmates with Miss Granger?" "Perfect. You should report to your head of house." Madame Pomfrey rummaged through her supplies, no longer paying attention to him. Regulus was about to nod in agreement when Madame Pomfrey continued, "Never mind. It's too late to disturb Professor Snape. Best to wait until morning." "Who? Professor Snape?" Regulus blinked, feeling a disconnect with the current era. "Professor Snape." Regulus hesitated before speaking. "So now it's Miss Granger's condition still needs to be reported to Professor Dumbledore," Madame Pomfrey muttered to herself, turning to scrutinize Regulus once more. Regulus averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. "You look like you could use some care as well," Madame Pomfrey remarked, her feelings mixed. "You don't seem well. You should lie down in the next room." Chapter 194, Coma. Regulus took a step back. Is that really necessary? Lie down. Madame Pomfrey spoke with an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Regulus had no choice but to obediently pull back the covers and lie down. After her examination, Madame Pomfrey's expression darkened further. She contemplated resigning. Her spirit felt tarnished, and she needed to rest. With a heavy sigh, she turned to rummage for potions, muttering under her breath about the troublesome patients before her. She arranged a line of potions on the table, causing Regulus to break into a cold sweat. A gentle blue light enveloped both Aphra and Regulus, and he lay in bed, feeling considerably more at ease. It was a most peculiar sensation. Had he not perished? Or was it that he had indeed died, yet was somehow alive? He lay there, breathing in the fresh air of the infirmary. Regulus's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into a drowsy slumber. He was roused by the sound of conversation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey engaged in discussion. Silently, Regulus pulled the covers up over himself. Dumbledore, with his keen eyes, approached and immediately recognized Regulus. They exchanged glances, and Dumbledore discreetly glanced at Aphra in the adjacent bed before turning back to Regulus. Mr. Dumbledore, you have 4 minutes, Regulus spoke. Dumbledore turned to Madame Pomfrey, smiling as he extended 5 fingers, negotiating for 5 minutes. 3 minutes, she countered, leaving with an air of finality. Poppy has always been rather unyielding, just as you were during your time at school. I still recall the days when you and your brother would brawl, both ending up in the infirmary. Though Poppy would chastise you, she was always gentle with her patients. Dumbledore chuckled, settling beside Regulus's bed, his mood complex. He had not anticipated that the Regulus who had perished just yesterday would be alive and breathing today. As Dumbledore thought of Tom, who had faced similar circumstances, he felt a sense of understanding. Good day, Regulus, he greeted, though Regulus found himself at a loss for words and fell into silence. Dumbledore reassured him. Do not be anxious. You may have many questions, and I am here to provide answers. About Voldemort, Regulus inquired with hopeful anticipation. He recalled that Voldemort had been defeated yet had not perished, hiding for years, only to resurrect the previous year. Dumbledore's words plunged Regulus into a state of despair. He cast his gaze downward, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "And my brother? He was wrongfully imprisoned and only cleared of his name 2 years ago. Is he well?" Regulus's eyes betrayed a hint of worry, though it remained subtle. His emotions were far more restrained than Sirius's. What is the current date? Regulus continued after a brief silence. February 1996, Dumbledore replied. Regulus's eyes widened in disbelief as he nodded slowly. Have I really been dead for 16 years? Indeed, I believe your soul remained in the cave, which granted you a second chance when Miss Greengrass arrived here, Dumbledore explained. That ring is truly remarkable, though I have not heard of any precedents involving the Greengrass ancestors. As Dumbledore pondered, he realized his desires might have been too grand. He chuckled ruefully and cast a sympathetic glance at Aphra. But of course, all of this comes at a price. Some prices may be beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to bear. Perhaps he spoke these words to himself. Poppy mentioned that Miss Greengrass's soul is damaged. She has treated her numerous times, and her soul seems far stronger than others. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Regulus. This is likely why she can gather other souls. However, after this incident, whether she can continue to do so remains uncertain. Regulus looked at Aphra with guilt-filled eyes. Is there anything I can do to assist her? When will she awaken? We cannot say. Dumbledore shook his head. But I, along with Severus, will endeavor to find a way to help her wake sooner. Dumbledore recalled the note Aphra had shown him. It seemed to refer to Regulus. However, from where did that note originate? Only Aphra could provide the answer, yet she lay unconscious, her condition precarious. Regulus rubbed his brow, struggling to sit up. I want to help, sir. You require rest, Dumbledore asserted with gravity. There is another matter in which I need your assistance. Please, go on, Regulus replied without hesitation. Where's the true Horcrux? Dumbledore lowered his voice. Regulus's demeanor grew serious. Years ago, upon accidentally discovering this secret, I searched extensively and finally found the location of the locket. I ventured to the cave with Creature, the house elf of the Black family. I drank that dreadful potion. And of course, I was dragged into the lake by the inferi. Before my demise, I commanded Creature to take the locket and destroy it. Regulus recounted the events slowly, while Dumbledore regarded him with admiration. It is no small feat, sir, Regulus remarked bitterly upon interpreting Dumbledore's gaze. Perhaps we can seek out Creature now to inquire about the whereabouts of the true locket. You might ask Sirius, Dumbledore suggested. Regulus fell silent, contemplating his brother's temper. He gazed at Aphra, his eyes filled with compassion. I truly wish to help her. Perhaps I have a lead that could provide you with something to do. Dumbledore decided to share the matter of the note with Regulus. Regulus was a good lad, capable of discernment. He was a brave and unflinching Slytherin. I sincerely hope so. Regulus affirmed. I suspect she knows someone who can guide her, offering her an opportunity. However, since Miss Greengrass is currently unconscious, we can only seek information from those around her, Dumbledore surmised. I can reach out to those who might know. Regulus immediately responded to Dumbledore. I need to compile a list, Dumbledore coughed. She may have quite a few acquaintances. Regulus blinked his clear gray eyes, not fully grasping Dumbledore's words until he received the list. The parchment trembled as it unfurled, rolling to the ground. Chapter 195. Regulus's task now, I am the Slytherin's Halloween. Regulus muttered to himself as he walked through the castle, clutching the new wand Dumbledore had procured for him. He had only rested in the infirmary for half a day and was eager to leave. He could not comfortably rest while his savior was in such a state of confusion. Dumbledore had mentioned that, if necessary, he could employ certain means to convince others that he was Slytherin's Halloween. The first is Theodore not? Regulus mused, unfamiliar with the name, but recognizing the surname. Just then, he passed by a Slytherin student and reached out a hand politely to inquire. Excuse me, do you know Theodore not? The other student regarded him with surprise. I am he. What a coincidence, Regulus replied awkwardly. Theodore scrutinized him. Are you a Slytherin? I don't believe we've met. I wanted to ask if you know Aphrodite Greengrass. Regulus smiled. Theodore lowered his gaze and then nodded slightly. I know her. Are you looking for her? No. I merely have a question, Regulus contemplated. There was someone with her who gave her a note. Theodore's expression turned momentarily puzzled, but he masked it quickly. Although he was not fully aware, he sensed the significance of the inquiry regarding Aphra, and with the unfamiliar boy before him, he felt compelled to extract more information to discern his intentions. Theodore intended to feign knowledge, yet Regulus, ever observant, quickly discerned that this Mr. Not was uninformed regarding the matter at hand. Regulus stifled his disappointment and replied, Very well, my apologies for the interruption. Theodore seized his arm and directly inquired, What do you want to know about Aphrodite? Are you well acquainted with her? Not particularly, Regulus pondered, aware that he must extricate himself swiftly. Though the risk of exposure loomed, his immediate concern was to divert this student's attention. Professor Snape has tasked me with a matter that demands my response, he declared. As Theodore watched him depart, confusion clouded his thoughts. Is there truly such a person in Slytherin? He mused, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, yet acknowledging that Hogwarts rarely welcomed new faces, making it unsurprising that he was unacquainted. With that, Theodore turned and walked away, clutching his book. Regulus sighed and crossed Theodore's name off his list. Inquiries of this nature were far too conspicuous. Dumbledore would have been better off summoning individuals for a meeting. It would have been far more efficient. Reflecting on Aphrodite, who lay in bed, Regulus shook his head and glanced at the next name, Draco Malfoy. Regulus rubbed his temples, recalling his previous dealings with Lucius Malfoy, but Draco was another matter entirely. He soon spotted the haughty young lord amidst the crowd, his golden locks shining bright as he animatedly chatted away. He sat nonchalantly near Draco, who remained oblivious to his presence. Draco's desk was cluttered with books, yet his quill hovered in the air, untouched. What are you doing, Draco? Goyle asked, his expression blissfully vacant. You wouldn't understand. I'm composing a love letter to Aphrodite. Isn't Valentine's Day approaching? Draco replied with a hint of smugness. But you've been in that position for ages. Crabbe remarked, puzzled. Since I unwrapped my chocolate frog, you've been like that, without writing a single word. Draco faltered, mumbling, I need to gather my thoughts. After overhearing their exchange, Regulus remained silent for a moment, observing Draco's continued inaction. He discreetly glanced at him a couple of times before resolutely standing up. He drew 2 lines through Draco's name on the list, deciding to pursue a different lead. Indeed, Malfoy proved unreliable. Regulus felt troubled. Miss Greengrass and the Malfoys shared a significant bond, suggesting that Malfoy might indeed be a suitor of Miss Greengrass. What about her? He recalled the young Dark Lord he had encountered in the ring and furrowed his brow. Regulus could not interfere with Miss Greengrass's sentiments. His obligation was solely to repay her kindness, as was his duty. Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff, Regulus murmured, the name resonating in his mind. There's Cedric Diggory. A Hufflepuff boy pointed out, indicating Cedric, who sat in the corner, engrossed in his studies. Thank you, Regulus replied gently. Not at all, the boy scratched his head, casting a few more glances at Regulus, marveling at his handsome features, a rarity he had not encountered before, albeit regrettably a Slytherin. Unaware of the boy's thoughts, Regulus moved to sit opposite Cedric. Cedric looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Good day, I am Regulus Black from Slytherin. Hello? Cedric responded, perhaps expecting a query or an inquiry about school regulations. But the next moment, Regulus's words left Cedric astounded. I wish to seek your counsel on matters of romance. Cedric adjusted his imaginary glasses, bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that he had received such inquiries before. What would you like to know? He asked, swallowing hard. his demeanor turning serious. I have feelings for Aphrodite Greengrass. Could you offer me some advice? Regulus stated boldly, his revelation wiping the smile from Cedric's face as he closed his book, his expression turning impassive. Cedric raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Regulus maintained a serious facade as he repeated, I have feelings for Aphrodite Greengrass. You must understand. She is mine, Cedric retorted, caressing the cover of his book, his tone decidedly unfriendly. But you do not truly know her, Regulus countered. Cedric inhaled deeply, striving to remain composed while engaging in conversation with this perplexing boy. How could I not know her? Just as you are unaware of her current pursuits, Regulus said, tapping his finger on the table, a smile gracing his lips. A wave of frustration surged within Cedric, who admitted to himself that he had not spent time alone with Aphrodite in quite a while. Yet, who was this intruder? Was he attempting to provoke him? What has Aphrodite been doing lately? Cedric's heart raced. Did she not tell you? Regulus feigned surprise. But I happened to be with her yesterday. What did you do? Cedric demanded, suppressing his anger. We shared a room, Regulus said slowly, studying advanced potion theory. Cedric was left speechless. Regulus had discerned that Cedric was unaware of the underlying circumstances. It's nothing. I must take my leave, he said, touching his nose, feeling guilt wash over him. If he had offended in any way, he hoped for leniency. In a single day, Regulus had inadvertently offended half of those on his list. Returning empty-handed. Upon his return to the infirmary, he found two girls with hair the same shade as Aphrodite's sitting beside her bed. Daphne cast a cursory glance at Regulus, remaining silent. Astoria wore a worried expression but managed a strained smile as she addressed him. You are Regulus Black? Astoria asked, pursing her lips. We just heard from Professor Dumbledore regarding your situation with my sister. Presumably, Dumbledore had not divulged everything, merely offering a vague explanation. My apologies. It is not your fault. Astoria replied, shaking her head. I am Astoria Greengrass, and this is my elder sister, Daphne. Regulus Black, he acknowledged with a nod. Daphne finally spoke. Did you manage to uncover anything? Nothing. They all seem unaware, Regulus admitted, feeling a profound sense of guilt after a day of fruitless inquiries. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that someone would be arriving shortly, and you could ask him, Astoria advised. The Greengrass sisters had tended to Aphrodite all day, and with nightfall approaching, they too needed to rest. Very well, I shall, Regulus affirmed, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. Dumbledore had not disclosed the matter of her sister to anyone except for the boy who would be arriving soon, Astoria reminded him. I understand. Regulus bid farewell to the sisters and turned his attention back to Aphrodite. She lay with her eyes closed, her brow relaxed, exuding a serene beauty in slumber. The infirmary was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, with only the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon the girl, giving rise to Regulus's worries that she might slip away. In a moment of distraction, he found himself inexplicably brushing his fingers across her forehead. Just then, Oliver would arrived, clad in the Puddlemere United Team uniform. Appearing weary and breathless, beads of sweat dotting his brow. However, upon noticing the girl lying in the bed, Oliver instinctively held his breath, straining to move quietly. How is she? Oliver asked softly as he approached, his demeanor somewhat comical, contrasting with his usual bravado. After gazing at Aphrodite for a moment, he remembered to introduce himself. Oliver Wood, I just finished a match, forgive my haste. She is unconscious, Regulus replied, pursing his lips and extending his hand to shake. Regulus Black. Dumbledore exchanged a few brief words with me, while Oliver's gaze was firmly fixed on Aphra rather than Regulus. I was aware of the origin of her note. Regulus's eyes lit up with eagerness as he inquired, how did it come about? When Aphra and I were in Provence, there was an elderly gentleman who performed divinations for us, and he inscribed a note, the contents of which I cannot recall. But I am certain it is connected to that old man. Upon hearing this news, Oliver hurried over, racking his memory for a long time before managing to dredge up a recollection of such a person. However, I do not know how to locate that old man. Oliver, in frustration, slapped his forehead, his expression despondent. Aphra mentioned that her last encounter with that gentleman was also by chance. The room was permeated with a foul odor of potion, and a heavy silence enveloped the two. Good evening, gentlemen, Madame Pomfrey yawned as she emerged, clearly exhausted from the past few days. You might want to take a moment to rest. How long will it take for her to awaken under ordinary treatment? Regulus inquired. A month, Madame Pomfrey replied, noticing the somber expressions of the two. She continued, Professor Snape and I are working on a strengthening potion. If all goes well, Miss Gringotts may awaken in a week. If you do not mind, you can use the vacant bed for the night. But please keep the noise to a minimum as it is late, Madame Pomfrey added before retreating into the room and closing the door. Oliver settled into the adjacent bed, while Regulus hesitated momentarily before taking a seat beside Aphra. Oliver cast a glance at Regulus, an inexplicable irritation bubbling within him. Aphra had succumbed to unconsciousness for the sake of this man. Suddenly, he stood up, declaring, "I have matters to attend to. Take care of her." "Of course I will." Regulus thought, questioning whether such a reminder was necessary. He would certainly fulfill that duty. Regulus tucked the blankets around Aphra and let out a soft sigh. "Merlin, if only I could bring her some solace, I would do anything. Have you seen Aphra these past few days?" Ron turned to ask Harry. "No." Harry feigned nonchalance, replying. "Why do you ask? Are you concerned about her?" "Not at all," Ron retorted stubbornly. "I just think there are fewer Slytherins around. Don't you feel something is amiss?" Harry glanced over, noting that she had not appeared for several days. Ron and Harry were not the only ones harboring such concerns. Draco had repeatedly questioned Lancey and Beatrice, exhibiting a determination to pester them until they revealed Aphra's whereabouts. Lancey and Beatrice were genuinely unaware and had no means to assist. "I will seek out Professor Snape," Blaise declared, slamming his hand on the table. Theodore interjected coldly. "I have already asked Professor Snape, and he advised us not to worry about matters that do not concern us. Even Mr. Dumbledore is unable to locate her. Is there no sign of her within Hogwarts?" Blaise pressed. "None. I have searched thoroughly." Theodore suppressed his agitation, glancing at the Gringotts sisters nearby. They seemed to possess knowledge but remained tight-lipped despite his inquiries. "We need a way to make them speak." Blaise narrowed his eyes. "What do you propose?" Theodore asked, both puzzled and intrigued. Blaise shook his head. "I have no idea. But they certainly do." He turned his attention to the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table, his expression serious. "Ask Gryffindor?" Theodore reluctantly assessed them before nodding with reluctance. Draco furrowed his brow. "What are you two whispering about behind my back?" "Never mind. Come here," Blaise beckoned, a smile curling his lips. Chapter 197, The Arrival of the Deity. A group gathered in a single room, notably filled with both Slytherins and Gryffindors. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Theodore, Blaise, and Draco occupied one side of the long table, facing Fred, George, Ron, and Harry. Cedric was caught between the Gryffindors and Slytherins, looking somewhat embarrassed. "How did you manage to bring that Weasley fool over?" Draco whispered to Theodore. "Hey, how do you think you're speaking?" Fred interjected, displeased. "Do you think we're deaf?" "I meant that Weasley." Draco pointedly gestured towards Ron. "Ron. That works," Fred conceded. Ron shot Fred a glare, vowing to feed him the venom of an acromantula. Theodore's gaze lingered on the empty tabletop, though he was quietly conferring with Blaise. "Why did you invite so many people?" "Not my intention." Blaise wiped sweat from his brow. "I initially wanted to inform the twins, but Potter and that fool happened to be present." "Who knew Potter would turn around and tell Diggory?" Cedric pressed his lips together, his expression far from pleasant, but he remained silent. "Can we discuss the matter at hand?" Harry asked impatiently. "We don't have time for idle chatter." "Aphra has been missing for 3 days, Theodore explained. "Neither Professor Snape nor Professor Dumbledore have made any comments." "They must know something," Draco interjected. "Do we need you to tell us that?" Ron shot back. Before Draco could retort, Ron continued. "The key question is, where has Aphra gone? What if she just had something to attend to? Then she would have informed me," Cedric replied quietly. Blaise snorted through his nose. "Is that so?" "I doubt it." Cedric recalled the painful words spoken by a Slytherin boy a few days prior, leaving him momentarily speechless. Daphne and Astoria must be aware of the situation. Theodore redirected the conversation. "We need to devise a way to extract some information from them. That's easy enough. Bribing Daphne requires only a few trendy new items," Draco confidently suggested. Everyone regarded Draco with incredulity, prompting him to close his mouth. "Truth serum," Fred suddenly proposed. Naturally, he quickly found himself the target of numerous bewildered gazes. "Then Aphra will kill you," Ron muttered ominously. "Not that kind of truth serum. It's just one of our products," George clarified. "We test all our products personally. There's no harm in them, rest assured. A Weasley creation is guaranteed to be high quality." The boys exchanged glances, silently assessing one another. "Regardless, you can't seem to come up with any other ideas," Harry stated calmly. "I'm in favor." "I have no objections," Theodore replied, lowering his gaze. The 3 Slytherin boys returned to the common room, with Draco covering his bag, attempting to sneak away. "Draco, what are you hiding?" Daphne suddenly noticed and called out to him. Panic flickered across Draco's face, and he vigorously shook his head. "Nothing. I certainly haven't secretly purchased the new Honeyduke's products." "Honeyduke has released new products?" Daphne's eyes lit up, reaching for Draco's belongings. "Not at all." Draco feigned despair while subtly pushing the items he held into Daphne's hands. Daphne gazed at the vibrant wrappers, her eyes sparkling. "Well, thank you. I'll taste them and let you know how they are, don't worry." "I hate you." Draco struggled to suppress a smile, pretending to be indignant. Blaise and Theodore exchanged glances and approached. "Let us set aside the candy issue," Blaise began. But before he could finish, Daphne had already popped the candy into her mouth. Theodore smiled faintly. "By the way, where's Astoria?" "She is probably off on a date." Daphne feigned calmness after a brief moment of unease. Oh, I see, Theodore nodded casually. A wisp of smoke seemed to rise from Daphne's head as the others exchanged glances. Blaise took the initiative. Let us test it out. What time did you return to the dorm yesterday? I didn't go back. Daphne responded without hesitation, only to cover her mouth in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could she have said that? Why hadn't she retreated to the infirmary to care for Afro? She bit her tongue in frustration. If looks could kill, she would have obliterated the three individuals before her. The trio ceased their pursuit and swiftly exited the lounge. Harry and his companions awaited news from the Slytherin common room, and upon seeing the three rush out, they hurriedly followed suit. Daphne stamped her foot in exasperation, vowing that from this moment onward, should she accept anything offered by another, she would no longer be known as Daphne Greengrass. She lifted her skirts and hastened towards the infirmary. Cedric, the fastest of them all, would have undoubtedly been the first to arrive had Draco not intervened to yank him back. Fred and George, in perfect harmony, restrained Draco from advancing. Theodore was inadvertently obstructed by Harry, gritting his teeth in frustration, while Blaise shoved Harry aside, leading to a chaotic tangle of limbs. In an unnoticed corner, Ron tripped over his own feet, tumbling forth from a narrow gap and landing first on the ground, bowing low towards Afro's bed. Regulus, startled, quickly shifted his position, nearly losing his composure as sweat beaded on his brow. He had forgotten to conceal Afro. Astoria emerged from a small room, carrying potions, and nearly fumbled the concoctions at the sight before him. You all. Astoria set the potions aside, at a loss for words. Ron quietly rose, while the others continued to jostle at the doorway. Ron turned his head, directing a sharp glance at them. Aren't you the one who came to ask me questions? Cedric recognized Regulus, his face taut with tension. Regulus, he stammered, realization dawning upon him. It appeared that Afro was indeed extraordinary. Cedric, disregarding the implications, squeezed his way inside. Theodore, bringing up the rear, casually closed the infirmary door. The group ceased their shoving and gathered around Afro's bedside, forming a tightly packed circle. Silence enveloped them. Bang! Oliver forcefully swung open the door, the impact resonating against the wall and capturing everyone's attention. Oliver stood outside, grappling with an elderly man, presenting a rather chaotic sight, as if a deity had descended. Chapter 198, Nourishment and Restoration. All eyes fell upon Oliver. Regulus' expression brightened, as did Astoria's. You found him? Regulus exclaimed with delight. Indeed. Oliver, still catching his breath, leaned against the doorframe. The elderly man, trembling and pale, clung to the door, looking as though he might retch at any moment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He plopped down onto a small stool, taking a moment to recover. I was still in Berlin when I suddenly spotted this young fellow. He didn't say a word to me, and in the next instant, I was whisked away to England. He*s young and vigorous, and before I knew it, we were here without pause. Apologies, sir. Oliver, filled with a tinge of guilt, spoke eagerly. Now that you've recovered, could you please check on Afro? I'm a diviner, not a doctor, the elderly man replied, shakily rising to approach the bed. The other boys instinctively parted to create a passage for him to see better. The old man retrieved a banner from his pocket, inscribed with the words miraculous healing, and chuckled. I possess a modicum of knowledge in this area. Regrettably, the gathered individuals did not comprehend the significance of those words and regarded him with stern expressions. Very well, I shall take a look at the young lady. The elderly man pinched his fingers together, closed his eyes, and began mumbling inaudibly. As he muttered, the crowd held their breath. Harry clenched his fists, glancing towards Astoria. What is going on? I can't say for sure, but Dumbledore instructed us not to disclose anything to you, and we won't reveal a single detail, Astoria replied resolutely. But I'm going to report this to Professor Dumbledore, Astoria declared, making a decisive move to exit. The elderly man appeared to anticipate this, stating, I've already mentioned that her soul is far too powerful and requires refinement. However, it has now diminished by half, resulting in her current state of unconsciousness. Half? Draco exclaimed, startled. Though he grasped only fragments of the situation, he understood that losing half of one's soul was decidedly grave. The elderly man surveyed the boys present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Regulus. No wonder, he mused slowly, his eyes sharp. Regulus realized the implication. The essence of Miss Greengrass had, in some manner, intertwined with his own. Restoring a soul is no trivial task, certainly requiring considerable effort and care. The elderly man's attention shifted to the ring as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Is there a way to save her? Cedric inquired urgently. Of course, it's quite simple, the old man replied cryptically. To balance the yin and yang, and to forge oneself, to harmonize body and spirit, put simply, it involves engaging in activities that are best left unsaid. The boys fell into silence. Regulus was the first to comprehend, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Ron, noticing the other's reluctance to speak, anxiously pressed, "What does that mean?" Blaise struggled to maintain his composure, biting his lip, fearing the implications. Cedric's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, nearly choking on his own saliva. Harry lowered his gaze to his shoelaces, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Astoria blinked, his eyelashes fluttering. Oliver stepped forward but remained silent. Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions innocent yet laden with unspoken understanding. "What does it mean?" Ron wondered aloud, bewildered by their lack of response. "If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." Draco pretended to push Ron, his own face burning with heat. The elderly man shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "It's her choice to make. She will select the most nourishing option." "What does that mean?" Ron whispered to Harry. Harry, his face still flushed, shook his head, urging him not to ask. Realizing the implications from the other's reactions, Ron, too, turned crimson. The elderly man rummaged through his tattered pocket, producing a small box containing a dark pill. "Just give her this," the old man asserted confidently. "Can we trust this?" Draco instinctively questioned, wary of the old man's dubious origins. After all, even if he spoke the truth, how could they discern his true intentions? "I believe he can be trusted," Oliver interjected, unable to restrain himself. Aphro said to trust him, and I do, for I have faith in every word Aphro speaks. "It sounds as if you don't trust me," Draco murmured under his breath. "Children, I believe there are too many people here." Dumbledore entered, accompanied by Astoria and Daphne. No one moved. Dumbledore cleared his throat, attempting to regain control over the unruly students. Disobedient students would incur a 50-point deduction from their houses. "Well, it appears all 3 houses are represented," Ron quietly added. The group exchanged knowing glances in agreement. 50 points each, the Gryffindors collectively considered the ramifications, calculating how much worse it would be for Slytherin. Cedric found solace in the notion that, at least for Hufflepuff, he was the sole representative. "Sir, you wouldn't actually deduct points," Theodore stated flatly. "If you did, the entire school would speculate about what transpired, and you wouldn't want to escalate the situation. Would you?" Dumbledore, feeling overwhelmed, conceded, "Very well." Blaise gave Theodore a thumbs up, and Draco broke into a grin. It was peculiar, the sensation of an adversary becoming an ally. Draco retracted his smile, his expression turning serious once more. The venerable elder, having journeyed from afar, expressed his humble apologies for the inadequate reception. Dumbledore smiled at the old man, who clasped his hands together, acknowledging that he had come unbidden at the behest of another, and sought forgiveness. The two engaged in a lengthy exchange, and a palpable sense of irritation surged among the onlookers. At last, Daphne seized an opportunity to interject. "Sir, simply state your price." 200 galleons, the elder replied without hesitation, as if he had long anticipated this inquiry. 200 galleons? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "I shall pay," Harry declared without a moment's doubt. "Do you think it's your turn?" Draco shot him a disdainful glance, and raised his hand. "I will." Theodore opened his mouth to speak, but Daphne shot a fierce glare at Draco. "Is it your turn? I still have accounts to settle with you all. They're the ones instructing me." Draco unabashedly threw his teammates under the bus. Blaise silently averted his gaze, feigning ignorance, while Theodore pressed his lips together, silently expressing his disbelief. "I will pay." Daphne waved her hand dismissively. "This potion is effective, right? No deception here." Chapter 199, The Elder's Delight. Snape hurriedly arrived, pushing open the door to the infirmary, only to find the room crowded with people, leaving him momentarily stunned. Dumbledore cast him a helpless glance, and Snape narrowed his eyes. "Not Malfoy, Zabini, what are you 3 doing?" Snape, feeling exasperated by the throng, commanded, "Get them all out." However, the trio showed no inclination to leave. "Severus, come take a look at this." Dumbledore gestured for him to approach, prompting Snape to temporarily spare the trio from dismissal. After a thorough examination of the pill, Snape nodded in approval. No issues. He hesitated. What ingredient is this potion made from? The elder, modestly concealing his expertise, merely smiled and remained silent. Regulus administered the potion to Aphra, and the room held its breath in anticipation. 1 minute passed, then 2. Draco could no longer contain himself. "Is this potion genuine? Do you think I would sell you counterfeit potions?" The elder retorted, clearly annoyed. All right. Enough bickering. She's awake," a voice shouted, igniting a flurry of commotion within the infirmary. Aphra's mind was clouded as she squinted against the harsh light. Cedric stepped forward, attempting to draw the curtains. Regulus swiftly blocked the glaring light from Aphra's view with his hand. "Thank you." Aphra smiled faintly, propping herself up. Fred and George supported her on either side, and Theodore seized the moment to slip a cushion behind her. "What happened?" Aphra asked, bewildered by the suddenness of it all. Draco looked around in confusion, feeling as though the opportunity had slipped away from him. The elder winked at Aphra, who looked puzzled, then whispered a few words in her ear, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Cough. Aphra licked her parched lips, water. Finally seizing the moment, Draco, positioned nearest to the cup, swiftly poured a glass of water and offered, "I'll feed you." "Ah, thank you," Aphra replied, perplexed, but complied and drank the water. "I have finished briefing the patient," the elder said with a twinkle in his eye. "Now, where's my reward?" "I'll take you to retrieve it," Daphne nodded, realizing she didn't have much pocket money on hand and needed to fetch the elder from her father. "You can use the fireplace in your headmaster's office," Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Snape shot a glance at Dumbledore, but offered no objections. "What about my travel expenses?" "I'll operate you." "What need have we for travel expenses?" Oliver retorted. "Oh, my apologies," the elder mused, surveying the boys around him. "Goodness, what a lucrative venture this is." Daphne led the elder away, who continued to murmur about the place. "What a grand establishment, this school." Daphne replied nonchalantly, "A magical school. Haven't you heard of Hogwarts?" "Ah, Hogwarts. I've heard of it." The elder's spirits lifted, realizing students were the easiest to extract coin from. He was determined to return and make a handsome profit, not having journeyed from Germany to England in vain. The elder's excitement grew. "What shall we use to collect the money?" "The fireplace." Daphne kindly gestured for him to enter first. The elder hesitated. "Perhaps we should consider another method?" "I wouldn't want to singe my eyebrows. Or I could go alone, and you can wait here," Daphne suggested, waving her hand dismissively. "Very well, go ahead," the elder replied, hands clasped behind his back. The moment Daphne disappeared into the fireplace, he dashed away. "Money, here I come." When Daphne returned to the school, she discovered the elder was nowhere to be found. Confused, she wandered into the great hall, where she found a long queue forming, with the elder stroking his beard at the head of the line. He shook his head. "Next. Master, could you assist me?" The students lined up dutifully, one after another. "Wait, what?" Daphne exclaimed, taken aback. She approached the elder. "What is this?" "You are to wait in line," a Gryffindor boy declared justly. "Indeed, no cutting in line." "Who is this?" "You are interrupting the master's divination." Daphne pointed at herself, cutting in line. Then at the elder, "Divination?" Daphne felt a mix of emotions as she slammed the bag of galleons onto the table. "Here's your payment. Count it." The elder enthusiastically beckoned her. Come, be my assistant." "Dream on," Daphne huffed, for she still had inquiries regarding her sister's well-being. "I can offer you a free divination, perhaps to resolve some romantic dilemmas." Daphne halted and turned to sit beside the elder. "Cough. I'm just bored. Let me help you." In the queue, Pansy shrank back. Why is Daphne here? She felt a twinge of guilt for secretly queuing for a divination, not wanting to be caught by Daphne. After a moment of contemplation, she exited the line. Hermione sat listlessly at the Gryffindor table, observing that all 4 house tables were deserted, while the divination queue wound around the hall multiple times. She shook her head in disapproval, rolling her eyes. "I don't believe in such nonsense. Just a bunch of hocus-pocus, akin to Trelawney." Cough. Umbridge entered the hall, wearing a faint smile. "It's quite lively here." With just a single statement, the queue dispersed in disarray. The elder stood, perplexed and displeased, wondering who was hindering his business. Umbridge smiled. "Sir, you are conducting an illegal gathering at the school." "Madam, I see ominous signs upon your brow. Calamity surely awaits you." The elder exclaimed, noting the dark aura surrounding her brow, thickening ominously. "Pardon, what did you say?" "I said calamity awaits you. You are destined for a grim fate." The elder retorted without reservation. "Enough," Umbridge exclaimed, furious, pointing an accusatory finger at the elder. "Where do you come from?" "I am a senior investigator from the Ministry of Magic." "What is that?" "Never heard of it," the elder replied, bewildered, feigning innocence. "I merely spoke a truth." Umbridge felt dizzy, gazing at the surrounding students reveling in her discomfort, along with Professor McGonagall and a throng of faculty members hastily approaching. Chapter 200, the elder's parting words. She stamped her foot in frustration. "I'm here to announce a matter. Due to a decision by the Ministry of Magic, Trelawney has been dismissed." "What?" Trelawney, taken aback, nearly stumbled to the ground, supported by Professor McGonagall. "Indeed, here are the documents. You are terminated," Umbridge declared with satisfaction. "Now you must leave Hogwarts." Dumbledore stepped forward calmly. "Dolores, she need not leave Hogwarts. Even without her position, there is no rule stating she must depart. Certainly, she may now reside at Hogwarts, yet the Ministry of Magic will soon dispatch a new professor for the divination class." Dumbledore squinted with a smile. "I fear your calculations have gone awry, Dolores. I have already appointed the new divination instructor." This old man. Dolores instinctively presumed it was him. The old gentleman hastily waved his hands, reluctant to be part of the staff. Too little pay and too much toil, not to mention the lack of travel opportunities. "It is Firenze. You will find him quite agreeable," Dumbledore stated earnestly. A centaur strode into the great hall, prompting the students to rise on their toes, peering curiously. Umbridge felt a chill in her heart. She had failed to meet Minister Fudge's expectations, and her job was at risk. Fudge had already expressed considerable disappointment in her, especially since her last failure to capture Potter had put her employment in jeopardy. Umbridge pouted, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to weep. "Madam, feel free to consult me about job hunting, romance, or financial matters," the old man cheerfully reminded Umbridge. She stamped her foot and bolted away with a scream. The old gentleman stroked his beard and glanced at Dumbledore, who merely smiled in silence. "Well then, I suppose we shall disperse for today. May our paths cross again," he mused, feeling a twinge of regret. Disappointed murmurs erupted among the students. Dumbledore shook his head. "No need for concern. You may proceed." "Oh," the students cheered. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "Albus, truly." She embraced Trelawney and departed the hall. Aphrodite lay in her sickbed, listening to Ron's animated recounting of events in the Great Hall. Draco rolled his eyes. "I asked you to fetch some food, and instead, you attended a spectacle?" "I just happened to pass by," Ron defended himself. "I figured Aphrodite would be interested, so I thought I'd listen to the whole affair and report back, right?" Aphrodite met Ron's gaze and chuckled, nodding. "Indeed. I do enjoy listening." "Ron, you should probably go have dinner now," Harry gently suggested. Ron pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I'm not hungry." The room felt overwhelmingly male, and Regulus felt somewhat annoyed that he couldn't join. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. "Odd, why does that notion even cross my mind?" Aphrodite's gaze swept around the room, feeling somewhat helpless. She had just conversed with Astoria for quite some time, driving the boys out. Now that Astoria had left, the same group of boys had gathered around again. "Oliver." Aphrodite was the first to call his name. Oliver's eyes lit up, seemingly eager. "Is he the gentleman you brought along?" He pressed his lips together, a small smile appearing. He restrained himself and gently shook his head. "It's nothing. I just happen to be free lately." "Liar." Aphrodite's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she blinked, allowing a tear to slip down her cheek. "You've even put your cloak on incorrectly." Under the cloak was his Quidditch uniform, and Oliver scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. She could envision Oliver scouring the world for that old man the moment he stepped off the pitch. It was indeed fortunate that he found him within a few days. Had luck not been on his side, he would have been of no assistance at all. Oliver shook his head, grasping her hand. His words inadvertently hurt those around them, and the others silently cursed Oliver 1,000 times. "You didn't help at all." Regulus crossed his arms. "You seem rather exhausted. Perhaps you should rest." "Go back," Aphrodite insisted, eyeing Oliver's dark circles, nearly twice the size of his eyes. "Rest is of utmost importance." Reluctantly, Oliver nodded, though he truly felt fatigued. He was unwilling to leave. However, he could hardly refuse Aphrodite nor contradict her. "I will be in London all year. I shall write to you." "All right." Aphrodite squeezed his hand. "I will come to see you when I have the time." The group of boys watched Oliver depart, unable to contain their smiles. "You all may leave," Aphrodite announced calmly. The smiles vanished. "I am truly tired and in need of rest." She sighed, finding the world inexplicably perplexing. She had merely followed the old man's hints to locate the cave, and in the end, had brought back just one person, expending half her soul in the process. Languishing for days, what an injustice. She shot a glance at Regulus, her discontent dissipating somewhat. "Fine, he is rather handsome." They gradually filed out, leaving only Regulus behind. Theodore and Cedric noticed that Regulus had not departed, yet they saw no reason to challenge him. Regulus closed the infirmary door, and tranquility returned to the room. Aphrodite laid back down, utterly exhausted. "I apologize," Regulus mumbled, his head bowed, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "It's quite all right. It was voluntary on my part." "Voluntary my foot," Aphrodite scoffed internally. She recalled the old man's whispered words to her. "I once mentioned that your soul is far too powerful. Now, its weakening may actually be beneficial. With some time for recuperation, you shall recover. If you wish to hasten your recovery, do you remember what I advised?" Aphrodite's cheeks flushed. "I noticed today that every boy around you is remarkable, yet I most recommend one whose soul resonates similarly to yours. You will recover more swiftly." "A soul similar?" Aphrodite bit her lip. Regulus Black now harbored her soul within him. Regulus sensed Aphrodite's gaze and looked back, bewildered. Aphrodite quickly shut her eyes, chastising herself. What a sinful thought to entertain. Regulus gently pulled the covers up for her. "In a bit, I will call you to take your potion." "All right." Aphrodite kept her eyes closed, striving for tranquility. "By the way, Miss Greengrass, I believe I saw Voldemort within the ring." Regulus hesitated to speak. "You needn't call me Miss Greengrass. Just call me Aphrodite." She turned away from him. "Yes, that was a memory of Voldemort from his youth, due to certain circumstances. It became trapped within my ring. But rest assured, He possesses no magic now and cannot enter the ring without my permission, Aphrodite added. Chapter 201, An Epic Encounter. Regulus sighed in relief and then inquired, "Does that mean he is Voldemort?" "Yes, and yet, not quite," Aphrodite responded. "Although he lacks memories from after the age of 16. He embodies the same malevolence as Voldemort, his heart teeming with wicked thoughts." Aphrodite's tone turned icy as she realized why she sometimes felt an insidious impulse. Tom was attempting to influence her, tempting her. Should he succeed, he would ultimately manipulate her. Aphrodite would not allow Tom to triumph. Regulus nodded, understanding that Aphrodite could not see him, and quickly added, "Do take care." Rest assured, Aphrodite smiled faintly over her shoulder, then asked, "Was the locket box destroyed?" "I am uncertain," Regulus scratched his head. "I must ask Creature. When I sought the Horcruxes, I consumed that liquid myself, instructing the house elf to take the locket box away. I commanded him to destroy it, but I do not know if he succeeded." Aphrodite frowned slightly. Was Regulus truly so kind? He would rather drink that potion himself than let the house elf suffer? Had it been her, she would certainly have made someone else drink it. "Creature?" Aphrodite gasped. But Creature has already left the Black family residence. She abruptly sat up in bed, filled with urgency. "Regulus, we must go to the Black family residence, right now?" Aphrodite exclaimed. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, Creature has run away." "The Black family residence?" Regulus hesitated, unprepared to face his troublesome brother. "Do not fret. Your health is paramount," Regulus said awkwardly. "We can go another day. There is plenty of time. I cannot wait that long. I believe it is essential for the two of you to meet." Aphrodite rose from the bed, slipped into her shoes, and Regulus dutifully draped a cloak over her shoulders. With a gentle grasp, she took hold of Regulus's hand. Though his heart tightened with apprehension, he obediently acquiesced. "Hush now," Aphrodite whispered. "We must not let Madame Pomfrey catch us." Stealthily, they slipped out of the infirmary, and with familiarity, Aphrodite led Regulus into Snape's office. "Wait, I'm not quite prepared." Regulus stammered. "You are ready," Aphrodite insisted, disregarding his protests as she prepared to utilize Snape's fireplace. "Whose office is this?" Regulus couldn't help but inquire. "Snape's," Aphrodite replied curtly. Just as Regulus opened his mouth to say more, she tugged at his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Regulus hesitated, torn between speaking and keeping quiet. "Be cautious, lest Snape discover us," Aphrodite admonished earnestly. However, Regulus felt a wave of despair wash over him. "But Snape is right behind us." Aphrodite froze. As if petrified by a spell, she turned to see Snape's expression, dark as squid ink. "Good evening, Professor," she greeted, casting a furtive glare at Regulus, who lowered his head in guilt. At that moment, he found himself being reprimanded by a former colleague. Standing still, Regulus and Aphrodite bore witness to Snape's mounting ire as he paced, sleeves flaring. "I fail to understand why Miss Greengrass, who should be resting in the infirmary, is now in my office," Snape scoffed. His gaze fell upon Regulus, momentarily pausing, as Snape felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Just days ago, when Dumbledore had informed him, he had nearly believed Dumbledore to be mad. To think, observing a former Death Eater colleague within Hogwarts evoked a sense of dissonance, yet also a hint of satisfaction. In any case, young wizards should learn to exercise caution, rather than recklessly landing themselves in the infirmary every few days. Snape was genuinely exasperated. Miss Greengrass had frequented the infirmary more often than Potter himself. Yet, he hesitated to punish her, as Dumbledore seemed to place trust in her. Hinting at shared secrets, Snape waved his hand dismissively. "What brings you here?" "To borrow your fireplace, Professor," Aphrodite replied quietly. Snape frowned. "For what purpose?" "To send him home." She indicated towards Regulus, who looked puzzled and pointed at himself. "Home? But that's not where I wish to go." Snape's face flickered with amusement. The Black brothers had been at odds for ages. What was there to return to? "Fine, proceed." Aphrodite was taken aback for a moment, mentally giving Snape a thumbs up. "You're truly kind, Professor." Regulus remained silent, forcing a smile, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of happiness. As they emerged from the fireplace, the Black family estate lay still and empty. Regulus stepped out briskly, only to be met with a piercing scream from a portrait covered in white cloth. It was Walburga Black, the mother of Sirius and Regulus, who was shrieking, "Beast! Do not disturb my rest, you traitor!" Her words abruptly ceased as the cloth was lifted, revealing her youngest son. Regulus fell to his knees before the portrait. "Mother!" Footsteps echoed from the staircase as Sirius rushed down, hastily donning his outer robe. "What madness is this at such an hour?" He fell silent, his expression one of shock. Sirius was at a loss for words, his shock palpable. Walburga Black turned away, sobbing inconsolably in her portrait. Regulus, tears streaming down his face, stood up again, wiping his eyes before facing Sirius with an air of nonchalance. "You've risen from the dead?" Sirius asked incredulously, a mix of joy and suspicion flooding his features. Has Dumbledore not informed you? Regulus retorted dryly, then, after a moment's thought, added, I have returned. Sirius contemplated giving himself a memory charm to escape this absurdity. Ahem. Aphrodite stifled a laugh, managing to compose herself before suggesting. You two can catch up first. We can discuss matters later. There's nothing to discuss, the brothers replied in unison. Regulus turned to converse with his mother's portrait. What a harmonious reunion, Sirius quipped sarcastically as he turned to head upstairs. This is absurd. I might as well return to my slumber. Chapter 202, You Two Brothers. Regulus conversed with his mother for quite some time before finally covering her portrait with the white cloth once more. He turned to Aphrodite and offered her a gentle smile. Shall we go upstairs and talk? Aphrodite nodded. Indeed. As they ascended, she reassured Regulus, no matter the circumstances, I am here with you. Now that you are alive and well, it is imperative that you find joy in life. I will, Regulus replied, a smile gracing his lips as he navigated the stairs carefully. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he discovered Sirius waiting at his door. Hearing the commotion, Sirius turned. Upon seeing Regulus, his emotional walls crumbled. Regulus, you're back, Sirius said, licking his lips. Let us talk about what happened. Aphrodite blinked, noting the awkwardness between the brothers and hoping they would open up to one another. Come into my room. Regulus gazed fondly at the small wooden sign hanging on his door, filled with nostalgia. He tenderly brushed his fingers over the sign he had left during his rebellious phase, only to find them covered in dust. He fell silent. Apologies, I haven't cleaned in ages. It might be a bit dirty, he admitted. Sirius stifled a laugh, and the atmosphere lightened somewhat. You might just be lazy, Regulus shot back without mercy as he swung open his door. No, Sirius replied earnestly, I respected your privacy. So I didn't enter your room or touch your belongings. Following Regulus and Aphrodite into the room, they found it covered in dust, with 2 brooms leaning against the wall and thick layers of grime on the bed, sofa, and desk. Yet Sirius showed no sign of guilt. You're talking nonsense. Regulus pointed out, this album is supposed to be in the drawer, not on the table. Sirius glanced in the direction Regulus indicated, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Is that so? Your memory serves you well. So, it's only normal for me to come in and check for intruders, right? I'm just kidding, Regulus grinned mischievously. Having been dead for so many years, of course, I wouldn't remember where I put my album. Sirius was seething with frustration. It seems some people have lived for so long without any growth, Regulus remarked cheerfully, pressing his advantage. After using magic to tidy the album, Aphrodite nodded. Seamlessly continuing the conversation, he spent over a decade in Azkaban. It's a miracle he hasn't lost his sanity, let alone made any progress. Regulus's smile faded. But, Regulus, you've been dead for so many years, and your mind remains sharp. Sirius's smile also vanished. Aphrodite's remarks had unintentionally drawn both black brothers into a melancholy state. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Oh dear, I hope I haven't touched on a sensitive topic. How could that be? Sirius retorted instinctively. Regulus crossed his arms defiantly. I certainly wouldn't. Is that so? Aphrodite positioned the album upright before them and opened the first page, revealing a delightful image of 2 little turnip heads nestled together. As she turned to the 2nd and 3rd pages, she finally reached the last page of the album, showcasing 2 young men standing side by side. They bore similar black hair and gray eyes. One, slightly unruly, made a silly face, while the other stood obediently, shaking his head in exasperation at the lively boy. Closing the album, Aphrodite placed it back on the table. Regulus turned away, saying nothing. Sirius let out a resigned sigh before wrapping his arms around Regulus, holding him tightly as he patted his back. My dear brother, do not be sorrowful, regardless of past disagreements. The fact that we can stand here now is a stroke of luck. Sirius, not particularly adept at sentimental expressions, continued to pat Regulus's back gently. Regulus leaned into him, trembling silently, his voice caught in his throat. Enough of the sentimentality already. How much longer will you indulge in this? Sirius exclaimed, though he still softened his grip around Regulus. No, it's not me. You're squeezing me too tight. Regulus protested, breaking free from Sirius's embrace. Embarrassed, Sirius withdrew his hands and whistled nonchalantly. Is that so? Aphrodite shot them both a glance, silently conjuring 3 stools. Sit down, Regulus, and share your story. Have you both taken to calling him Regulus? Sirius questioned with suspicion. Why is it that when it comes to him, he asks Regulus, yet I am merely Mr. Black? Because he is youthful and fair, Aphrodite quipped boldly. I may not be youthful, but I am indeed fair, Sirius replied, crossing his legs and casting a flirtatious glance at Aphrodite. She feigned ignorance, lowering her gaze to the floor. Alas, my charm has faded, Sirius mused gloomily. Regulus succinctly recounted his experiences and the events of the past few days. Sirius's expression fell, the joy drained from his face. He truly did not know how to face his brother. Regulus was so brave. Yet he had always perceived himself as a stubborn fool who had strayed onto the wrong path. Sirius stood up with open arms, but Regulus, expressionless, raised a hand to block him. No, thank you. Very well. Sirius quietly returned to his stool, adopting a compliant demeanor. Aphrodite smiled softly, recalling her own relationships with her sisters. Fortunately, she and her sisters had seldom disagreed. Even when disagreements arose, she was willing to yield. What grievances could ever sever the bonds between kin? Aphrodite reflected on the reconciled black brothers, their connection seemingly filled with rosy bubbles of affection. Brother, are you managing well alone at home? Regulus asked with a cheerful smile. Quite well, but now that you've returned, I've prepared your room. The house will be livelier. By the way, brother, why not let Creature tidy up? Regulus inquired expectantly. Where's Creature? I haven't seen him. Sirius fell silent. And Aphrodite did as well, for it had been her suggestion that Creature be left alone, which Sirius had readily accepted. How do I explain this to you? 2 minutes later, Sirius Black soared through the broken window on his broom, pursued by an irate Regulus Black. Aphrodite stared at the shattered window and silently waved her wand to restore it to its original state. Half an hour later, the two black brothers clung pitifully to the window's edge, gazing into the room where Aphrodite stood, their mouths forming words of unspoken pleas for mercy. Chapter 203, The Pendant Box. Regulus did not linger in the black ancestral home. He packed his belongings and promptly returned to Hogwarts, as Dumbledore had mandated his attendance. Honestly, I don't believe I need to attend school, Regulus muttered while covertly chatting with Aphrodite, casting glances at Professor Binns. Dumbledore is not sending you to school out of obligation, but rather to stave off your boredom. Simply listen and observe, Aphrodite replied, taking notes. But I'm not bored. I could assist his organization, Regulus whispered behind his book. In truth, it mattered little whether he concealed his mouth, for Professor Binns would not notice. What he fears is precisely that, Aphrodite responded. He fears for your life. I shall be cautious, but at this juncture, I cannot solely prioritize my own safety. Aphrodite shot him a sidelong glance. If you think that way, I must ensure you remain at Hogwarts. Here, it is safe. Just attend your classes. Very well. I never expected to find myself seated here. I feel immensely honored, Regulus mused, adding, and my mind is remarkably clear. Aphrodite's eyes twinkled as she smiled subtly. Once their class ended, Regulus inquired, is our next lesson defense against the dark arts? Who is teaching it now? Oh, I want to be attending that class, Aphrodite replied, lifting her chin. Follow me. Taking Regulus's hand, she led him, and he, accustomed to her touch, did not resist. Where are we headed? He asked innocently, swinging their hands gently. To find Mr. Malfoy, Aphrodite answered. Draco lounged across from Aphrodite and Regulus, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. What is going on? Having exchanged some words with Regulus about Creature, Aphrodite speculated that Creature was not rebellious like Dobby, but still desired to serve a master. However, Creature simply refused to serve Sirius, and thus, when Sirius told him to leave, he did so without hesitation. Where might he have gone? Aphrodite pondered. He may be serving Narcissa Malfoy. After all, she was originally a black. It would be normal for Creature to seek her out. I'll ask, has there been a new house elf at your home recently? Aphrodite inquired of Draco. Draco shook his head in confusion. How would I know? Write a letter to Aunt Narcissa and ask. If there is a new house elf, you can relay the information, Aphrodite suggested, her eyes glinting with mischief. Simply inquire if the task has been completed, Regulus interjected confidently. That will suffice. Oh, Draco raised an eyebrow. What is the reward? Do you believe I would harm you? Aphrodite narrowed her eyes at Draco. Don't be so fierce, Draco replied awkwardly, waving his hands. You can pretend I said nothing, all right? Aphrodite shot Draco an exasperated glance before leading Regulus away. Draco and Blaise exchanged glances, watching the pair depart. Draco pondered, why is there always someone new accompanying her? Because they are a match made in heaven. Who are you to oppose? Blaise teased, patting Draco's back. Don't forget, I at least hold the title of boyfriend. Go to a spa, Draco retorted, and a playful scuffle ensued between him and Blaise, who cried out in mock distress. Theodore distanced himself, disinterested in their antics. That night, Aphrodite and Regulus stood atop the astronomy tower, the moonlight cascading down upon them. I still have many Horcruxes to destroy, Regulus declared solemnly. I won't be at Hogwarts for much longer. Indeed, Aphrodite felt no right to interfere, but asked nonetheless, you are not obligated to do this. I know there are many striving for this cause, such as the savior Harry Potter, whom you educated me about, the wise Dumbledore, and the wizards who resolutely oppose Voldemort. Regulus spoke gently, yet his tone carried a fervent bravery. For their sake, I must strive to do my part. Regulus smiled softly. I have made mistakes in the past, But fortunately, I still have the chance to make amends. I am aware of many of Voldemort's dealings, and I believe I can contribute. Aphrodite smiled back at him, and as Regulus raised his hand closer, he remarked, "Your hair. Young master." The shrill voice of Creature pierced the air, causing Aphra to retreat a few steps. Regulus withdrew his hand and turned his gaze toward Creature. Standing nearby was a tattered house elf, accompanied by another elf adorned in a new scarf, Dobby, now one of Hogwarts house elves. Freely traversing the castle, evidently having brought Creature along. "Master Regulus." Creature tugged at his own ears, tears glistening in his eyes. Creature thought he would never see you again. Creature. Regulus crouched down, grasping Creature's hand with a gentle expression. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Creature, still distressed from the past, choked back sobs. Creature was frantic. "Fortunately, Master Regulus has returned. Creature failed to complete your task. Creature cannot face you. Do not blame yourself." "What happened?" Regulus inquired. "Creature could not damage the locket box. No matter what I did, it remained intact." Creature's voice was high-pitched and sharp, yet Regulus showed no disdain, continuously offering comfort. Dobby covered Creature's mouth. "Keep it down, or you'll attract unwanted attention. Naughty Creature, naughty Creature." "Excuse me, could you kindly release Creature?" "Thank you." Regulus addressed Dobby politely. "Oh, of course, of course." Dobby promptly let go of Creature, as few showed such respect to house elves. A friendly smile spread across Dobby's face. Aphra observed this interaction with a subtle smile of her own. With great effort, Creature finally calmed under Regulus's soothing words, and he shakily removed the locket box from around his neck, presenting it to Regulus. "Creature has worn it all this time. You are remarkable, Creature." Regulus gently patted his head. "I apologize on behalf of young Sirius. Will you return to the Black household?" "Creature would be delighted," he replied without hesitation. "Creature shall always be Master Regulus's house elf." Chapter 204, A Heist at Home. "Creature, you must also show some courtesy to young Sirius. Promise me that once we return, you both will reconcile. Rest assured, he will apologize, but you must also extend your apologies." Creature, now obedient to Regulus's every word, nodded eagerly in agreement. After bidding farewell to Regulus, Creature departed Hogwarts in high spirits, returning to the Black ancestral home. Dobby also vanished from their sight with a pop. Aphra and Regulus made their way to the headmaster's office. It was curious that Dumbledore was still awake at such an hour, appearing quite alert. "Sir, this is the genuine locket box." Regulus confidently handed it to Dumbledore, who examined it thoroughly. "Indestructible. It would indeed be quite challenging to destroy," Dumbledore mused. "Last time, we destroyed the diary using venomous fangs, so it's worth a try." As Regulus continued, "My former colleagues know a bit about Voldemort's secrets." Without hesitation, he disclosed information about several Death Eaters, including Lucius, Bellatrix, and Barty Crouch, all of whom were privy to Voldemort's private matters. Lucius has evaded justice since the last battle, having sold off all dark artifacts, with no evidence linking him to the Death Eaters. Dumbledore pondered. That diary was passed on by Lucius Malfoy. Approaching him might yield little. Crouch is currently on the run. His whereabouts are unknown. Aphra supplemented. "If I encounter Crouch, I shall not let him escape." "And Bellatrix?" Regulus inquired. "She has always been Voldemort's most loyal and fanatical follower." Regulus ruminated. "Bellatrix seems to cherish her vault, never revealing its contents." "Then let us burn her vault," Aphra suggested bluntly. "Isn't that rather drastic?" Regulus countered. "How would one set it ablaze?" Dumbledore fell silent, observing the young ones before him. He coughed lightly. "Perhaps it would be best for you to rest for now." Aphra and Regulus exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding in compliance with Dumbledore's suggestion. Dumbledore sighed in relief. "Bellatrix, your vault is in peril. The youth today truly are something else." Dumbledore shook off his drowsiness, feeling invigorated. However, during an ordinary week in Hogsmeade, Dumbledore, accompanied by Aphra and Regulus, boldly ventured into Gringotts. They effortlessly stood before Bellatrix's vault, with Aphra clutching a large ring of keys. Their method for gaining entry was delightfully simple and brazen. With a disillusionment charm, they boldly walked into Gringotts, casually swiping a key from a goblin and taking a random goblin as their guide. Thus, they arrived without difficulty. Aphra glanced down at the keys in her hand. Feeling a twinge of frustration, she nonchalantly slipped them into Regulus's hand. He nearly dropped them, confusion etched on his face. "Why are you looking at me?" "Open the door," Aphra instructed earnestly. Regulus stared at the hefty bunch of keys, perhaps 500 or 600 in total. He glanced at Aphra, who was focused on the ground, then at Dumbledore, who was gazing at the ceiling. Half an hour later, Aphra and Dumbledore sat in chairs on the side, while Regulus had barely made a dent in the task. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Aphra stood up, her right fist clenched. "You can do it." Regulus felt despondent, his face taut, hands aching terribly. "Merlin, I'd trade 10 years of Sirius' life for this. Just as the words left his mouth, a key turned, and a click echoed. Aphra's eyes widened in surprise, and Dumbledore rose to his feet. Regulus, bewildered, stood unsteadily and pushed open the vault door. Sirius won't know about this, will he? Regulus silently pondered. Aphra suppressed a laugh, clearing her throat. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, filled with resignation. Ah, the youth today. Surely no one among us would foolishly shout the incantation to summon the Horcrux, would they? Aphra asked hesitantly. I believe that incantation would be ineffective, Regulus replied. Dumbledore contemplated, aware that Bellatrix's vault was filled with treasures. Yet he sensed the magical aura cloaking it, suggesting it was not to be touched lightly. See, I told you we should burn it, Aphra analyzed seriously. Indeed, it should be incinerated, Regulus agreed with Aphra. Thus, both turned their hopeful gazes toward Dumbledore, anticipation etched on their faces. I've heard your fire is quite formidable, sir, Aphra remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is it? I've yet to witness it myself, Regulus chimed in. Dumbledore sighed in exasperation, feeling as if he were not on a quest for Horcruxes, but rather entertaining children. Aren't you all grown up? Why so raucous? With a flourish, Aphra mimicked casting a spell. Dumbledore retrieved his Elder Wand. Though he could cast spells wandlessly, he opted for a performance. With a mere wave, flames erupted from within Bellatrix's vault, enveloping the trio in a protective barrier. It's ignited. Wow, sir, you're incredible, Aphra exclaimed, her astonishment barely concealed. Having witnessed Dumbledore's prowess in the cave, it was clear he had more to offer. What he displayed now was merely a fraction of his true capabilities. Wow, sir, you're amazing, Regulus echoed, clapping his hands like Aphra. Dumbledore felt a sense of elation, as the flames consumed everything. The vault was left with nothing but a solitary golden cup. Ah, it's such a breeze following you, Mr. Dumbledore. Aphra clapped her hands in delight, with Regulus joining in her applause. Dumbledore carefully stowed away the golden cup, basking in the glow of an avalanche of accolades. An overwhelming desire to include his companions in every endeavor washed over him, prompting Dumbledore to reflect. The Daily Prophet reported that several Death Eaters had escaped from Azkaban, including the notorious Bellatrix Lestrange. Regulus, his face etched with worry, gazed at the newspaper, letting out a deep sigh. Following his gaze, Aphra swiftly perused the article and knitted her brows in concern. Noting Regulus's distress, Aphra reassured him, it's all right, at least they stole from her family. Chapter 205, Disassembling That Person, Disassembling That Soul. As the summer holidays approached, Umbridge was dismissed, not by Hogwarts, but by the Ministry of Magic. With a mass escape of Death Eaters from Azkaban, Fudge could no longer stubbornly deny the resurgence of Voldemort. Most critically, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had confronted a multitude of Death Eaters, leading to a fierce battle between the Ministry and the Dark Forces, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Ministry. It was only when Fudge summoned Dumbledore that the Death Eaters were finally repelled. Consequently, discontent erupted among the wizarding populace of Britain, and under public pressure, the Ministry faced a barrage of scrutiny. In a bid to evade accountability for his failures, Fudge decided to scapegoat one individual. That unfortunate soul was Umbridge. Umbridge herself could scarcely comprehend why she had become the target. After all, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Ministry, tarnishing her reputation in the process. Fudge was well aware that her magical abilities had waned, rendering her position as a senior investigator at Hogwarts futile, and thus she could no longer remain in the Ministry. Aphra and Regulus were engaged in a game of wizard chess. How did Fudge know that Umbridge had lost her magic? Regulus pondered, frowning as he contemplated his next move. Guess what? Aphra said, checkmating Regulus's king with a sly smile. You're done for. She clapped her hands, declaring, all right, that's enough. You win again. I can never seem to beat you. Regulus chuckled as he gathered the pieces, shaking his head. You can't outplay me. It would take Ronald Weasley to do that. Ronald? Regulus blinked, bewildered, still trying to grasp the multitude of names. The red-haired one. The one who looks the silliest, Aphra said, her eyes crinkling in amusement. Regulus propped his chin on his hand, observing, it seems you have quite the fondness for him. Don't worry, Aphra replied with a playful smile, I like you too. Regulus lamented his own inability to maintain composure, his cheeks flushing at her light-hearted words. Well then, what do you plan to do over the summer? Regulus inquired. What about you? Aphra raised an eyebrow. I'll be assisting the Order of the Phoenix, Regulus replied, scratching his head. Dumbledore has promised to assign me tasks. Aphra sighed. Exasperated, everyone seems to be a hero these days. I'm going to China, she added. That old man invited me to the Ministry of Magic there. Regulus's eyes widened with curiosity. I only know a little about the American Ministry. I've heard that China's is rather mysterious and typically doesn't allow outsiders. I suppose that's true, Aphra replied, her lips curling upwards, which is precisely why I accepted the invitation. I want to experience it firsthand. Let's keep in touch. Shall we? Of course, Regulus obediently agreed. The summer holidays soon arrived, and as Regulus stepped out of King's Cross Station, he felt a bit dazed. Sirius was waiting for him on the platform, and the two brothers embraced. Let us go. It's time for a good meal. You're cooking for me? Regulus asked in surprise. Of course, it's creature who will be cooking, Sirius retorted confidently. I knew it. Regulus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Aphra watched the Black brothers depart, still processing her emotions when she was suddenly enveloped by another pair of brothers. She stumbled, but George steadied her. Missing someone? Fred teased, grinning, still watching as they walk away after all this time. Aphra cleared her throat. Molly. Fred and George immediately withdrew their arms, glancing around nervously. However, there was no sign of Molly, and only then did they realize they had been tricked. You, Fred, holding your breath, neither in nor out, truly mischievous, Aphra noted. How is that not counting? She mused, considering, are you opening a shop in Diagon Alley for the summer? Indeed, they replied. Do you have enough money? I find your inquiry rather peculiar, Fred remarked, astonished. I feel the same way, George echoed. Is there a problem? Aphra asked, puzzled. Will you come? Come for what? The grand opening? Aphra questioned, bewildered. To be the proprietress, they chorused. Fred produced a piece of parchment, revealing the purchase agreement for the shop at 93 Diagon Alley. With their names inscribed, Fred, George, and Aphra. All it requires is a magical contract, and this shop will be co-owned by the three of us, George explained. Aphra fell silent. In truth, her heart was small, already accommodating Percy, Oliver, Cedric, Theodore, Harry, and Regulus. Any more would be a stretch. Yet, she was not devoid of affection, on the contrary. She loved too much, and what was wrong with that? Aphra regarded Fred and George earnestly. If they were serious, after all, the parchment lay before her. She could not dismiss it as a jest. Some individuals struggle to recognize overt affection, but she easily discerned the feelings of others and found herself fond of each person. I must assess, Aphra insisted. What if your shop fails within days? I need to conduct an evaluation. How long will the evaluation period be? Fred and George exchanged glances. Fred eagerly inquiring. It depends on my mood. Aphra shot them a fierce glare. You ought to leave. Otherwise, Molly will truly come looking for you. But you must finalize the contract now. Otherwise, we cannot open this shop, George reminded her, and Fred gave him a thumbs up. Aphra did not refuse, in silence. She drew her wand and magically inscribed her name. Fred and George, elated by her bashful consent, dashed off in jubilation. A bunch of troublemakers, Aphra sighed, turning around only to collide with Cedric. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, her eyes closed in contentment. When will you start working at the ministry? She inquired. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been quite busy lately. They prefer I start as soon as possible, Cedric replied with a grimace. Probably in about a week. That's unfortunate, Aphra said cheerfully, because I'm heading to China today, and we may not have time for a private rendezvous. Cedric sighed, gently ruffling her hair. Once I have some time off, I'll come to see you. After bidding Cedric farewell, Aphra spotted Draco. Perhaps due to the impending holiday, they were destined to part ways. She waved at Draco, yet he seemed oblivious, striding past the station with a stern expression. Chapter 206, Internship Certification. Aphra watched Draco's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. With Voldemort's resurgence, the Malfoy family was likely to be drawn into his service. What are you thinking about? Blaise asked, passing by with a suitcase, having noticed Draco as well. Thinking of you, Aphra replied flatly. Liar, Blaise countered nonchalantly, a playful smirk breaking across his face. Aphra raised an eyebrow, patting his shoulder. I'm off. That evening, Aphra boarded the flight to China, feeling indifferent towards Muggle transportation. After all, she wouldn't be able to learn apparition until the following year. Relying solely on Muggle means to traverse the vast distance. As soon as Aphrodite set foot on the land of Huaxia, the old man promptly appeared before her. Aphrodite couldn't help but glance at him a few times and asked, Sir, I have yet to learn how to address you. Mr. Mu, the old man pondered for a moment. You may call me Old Mu. Old Mu, Aphrodite responded readily. I am curious, what prompted your invitation? I sensed a connection. Old Mu deflected her inquiry. You have an affinity for fate, Aphrodite chuckled. Yet many matters seem to be orchestrated by your design, do they not? Come, let me show you around, Old Mu said, evading further discussion and briskly walking away. A stark contrast to his earlier slow pace. Aphrodite chose not to press further and followed him. How do we get there? Aphrodite inquired with curiosity. By fireplace, apparition, broomstick, or night bus? Old Mu shot her a puzzled glance. It's a bus, though not a night bus. A plain, unremarkable bus arrived, and Old Mu ushered Aphrodite aboard. Beep, senior card. Beep, senior card. The driver shot Old Mu an irritated look. You can't use a senior card twice, can you? Is this not a foreign guest? Old Mu replied defiantly. Could you show a bit of courtesy? The driver said nothing further. Aphrodite, though unable to comprehend, was greatly astonished. Our magical system differs from yours. Old Mu explained casually. We do not rely on brooms or wands. What do you use then? Aphrodite asked, intrigued. Old Mu frowned. Internal energy. Aphrodite suspected Old Mu might be deceiving her, yet she found no evidence to support her doubts. What is the name of your Ministry of Magic? Our Ministry of Magic is also called the Ministry of Magic, in order to maintain international standards, Old Mu replied earnestly. Aphrodite felt increasingly as though she had been misled. The Ministry of Magic in Huaxia was a grand edifice, its white structure resembling a mountain, with hundreds of columns connecting the roof to the ground, imposing and magnificent. A granite stone stood in the square, inscribed with the words Hall of 10,000 People. Your Ministry of Magic is so openly constructed here? Aphrodite questioned, perplexed. Our ministry requires secret passages for entry. We have no need for concealment, Old Mu stated calmly. Moreover, when Muggles encounter phenomena that defy scientific explanation, they seek us out. We serve the people, he added, gazing solemnly at the sun. Aphrodite was taken aback by his assertion. In her world, wizards had concealed themselves for quite some time. She realized that her studies would extend beyond Huaxia's magic to encompass their interactions with Muggles. Come, let me take you inside, Old Mu said, his demeanor lightening as he beckoned to Aphrodite. The interior of the Hall of 10,000 People was adorned in vibrant red, with the emblem of the Huaxia Ministry of Magic displayed prominently, evoking a sense of reverence. The emblem featured a sickle and a shushing figure, the details unutterable. The hall was expansive, comprising 5 floors. The first floor featured only a reception desk, manned by a man and a woman. Ah, Old Mu, you're back. A beautiful girl greeted with a bright smile. How was your trip to Germany, Old Mu? Did you strike it rich? A young man inquired. What riches? Upon arriving in Berlin, I was whisked off to England and landed a significant contract, bringing back a young lady, Old Mu replied, gesturing towards Aphrodite as he found a vacant seat. The girl offered Old Mu a cup of tea and then turned to Aphrodite. Miss, would you prefer tea or coffee? Coffee, thank you, Aphrodite replied, her eyes sparkling. The first floor served as a consultation area for the public to ask questions and conduct business. Old Mu pointed to a curved long table. See, it's a dragon service, a one-stop platform designed to facilitate the public's affairs, aiming for them to only need to visit once. Aphrodite nodded thoughtfully, committing this to memory. Only when the people are satisfied can they find motivation in their lives and work, leading to a better society, hope for the nation, and a future for the country. All right, Old Mu. The pretty girl smiled, then introduced herself to Aphrodite. You may call me Xiao Su. Su, Aphrodite noted, returning her friendly smile. I'll take you to the second floor, where the conference hall is located, Old Mu said, finishing his tea, while Aphrodite followed him upstairs with her coffee in hand. The third, fourth, and fifth floors housed offices for various departments. The legal department, the foreign affairs department, the cultural department, the Bureau of War and Fear, and departments responsible for different regions. Old Mu provided brief explanations. Bureau of War and Fear. Aphrodite was confused by his terminology. That is not important. Old Mu waved his hand dismissively. What is my role here? Surely, I am not merely visiting as a cultural ambassador? Aphrodite asked, pointing to herself. Well, it's somewhat akin to that, Old Mu admitted sheepishly. Or perhaps, could you assist with some menial tasks? Aphrodite was ready to depart. What is your role, then? She decided to inquire about something else. Old Mu proudly picked up a broom from the corner, declaring, I am a janitor. I'm leaving, Aphrodite declared, turning to head downstairs. Old Mu stopped her. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. If you spill your coffee, I'll be the one cleaning it up. Aphrodite halted, feeling frustrated. We are currently short-staffed, so I hoped you might lend a hand, Old Mu explained. Aphrodite frowned. What about payment? Internship certification? Old Mu hesitated. Previously, when we recruited students, they received the same treatment. There's no pay, no rest, and the place is unfamiliar. Aphrodite silently screamed in her mind. That means if you wish to join the British Ministry of Magic upon graduation, we could provide a personal recommendation letter from the minister. Then what task should I begin with? Aphrodite swiftly snatched the broom from Old Mu, her smile brightening as she blinked playfully and declared, at your service.